Huaxia Empire, Yuzhou, Wulong County, Letta City. Inside a bedroom in the Lord's manor. On the bed lay a pale-faced middle-aged man, the Lord of Letta City, Qin Shan. Sitting by the bed was a young man of about 18, with rosy lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He was the young Lord of Letta City, Qin Chang'an. Chang'an, how many people are left in the city? Qin Shan asked weakly, stammering. Master, the last few people left this morning. Now, only you and I are left in the city, Qin Chang'an admitted frankly. Upon hearing this news, an unusual flush appeared on Qin Shan's pale face. He roared angrily, those beasts, I've treated them so well all these years, yet they all abandoned me, not a single one stayed. Has their conscience been eaten by dogs? Qin Chang'an smiled bitterly. 3 years ago, Qin Shan returned injured and had been bedridden ever since. Since then, the once thriving Paradise City, with tens of thousands of inhabitants, began to decline. The beasts outside the city eyed it covetously, the surrounding lords grew restless, resources were scarce, and food was in short supply. The entire Paradise City was shrouded in oppression and fear, causing many to succumb to the pressure and gradually flee. Until now, everyone has left. If it weren't for the gratitude he felt for Qin Shan over the years, and if it weren't for the fact that this useless man, unable to cultivate, would only end up being devoured by beasts after leaving Lutu City, perhaps even he would have left. Qin Shan took a few deep breaths and continued to ask, Chang'an, how much supplies are left in the warehouse? There's nothing left at all. Qin Chang'an explained, everything in the warehouse was stolen. I tried to stop them, but I'm just an ordinary person who can't cultivate. How could I stop them? The flush on Qin Shan's face became even more noticeable. He was silent for a moment, then asked with a bitter smile, Chang'an, where exactly are you from? How were you able to pass through the protective shield and suddenly appear in Lido City? And why can't you cultivate? Master, haven't I told you before? Qin Chang'an said helplessly, I come from a place called Earth and I crossed over here. Perhaps my body's structure is different from the people of this world, so I can't cultivate. Mentioning this matter, Qin Chang'an felt full of frustration. 5 years ago, he traveled through time and appeared in Paradise City. He initially thought he would be like the protagonists in novels, gaining some kind of cheat ability, like an old master, a fairy, or a system, and becoming the main character of this world. But as it turned out, not only did he not get any cheat ability, he couldn't even cultivate. Fortunately, he looked exactly like Qin Shan's late son, even sharing the same name. When Qin Shan saw him, he insisted on taking him as a disciple and even appointed him as the young lord. Helplessly, he could only agree. With Qin Shan's care, this useless person who couldn't cultivate became a second-generation official living a life of idleness. Forget it. Qin Shan sighed, took out a simple and ancient token from under the bedding, and handed it to Qin Chang'an. Chang'an, this is the Lord's token of Lutu City. Keep it well. From now on, Lutu City is yours. Qin Chang'an initially wanted to refuse, but after some thought, he still accepted it. The flush on Qin Shan's face was unusual, and his speech suddenly became crisp and fluent, clearly a sign of a final burst of energy before death. If he didn't accept this Lord's order, Qin Shan would likely die with regrets. Unfortunately, even though he accepted it, his death was imminent. The protective shield of Lutu City would soon disappear due to resource depletion. By then, without the shield's protection, the city would inevitably be overrun by beasts. And he, a useless person unable to cultivate, had no other path but to be devoured. Chang'an, I haven't asked you to do anything over the years. Before I die, I just want to entrust you with one thing. Qin Shan spoke with a serious tone. Letta City is the foundation my Qin family established during the end times, passed down through generations to this day. I had hoped Letta City would grow stronger under my leadership, but I didn't expect it to decline to this extent. You must help me revive Letta City, or I will have no face to meet the ancestors of the Qin family after I die. Master, you're putting me in a difficult position. Qin Chang'an smiled bitterly. I'm just a useless person who can't even truss a chicken. How can I revive Letta City? Chang'an, you're the only one left in Letta City. Besides you, who else can I entrust this to? Qin Shan paused for a moment and continued. My time is running out, and there are some things I should tell you. The reason I insisted on taking you as my disciple back then, apart from the fact that you look exactly like my son, is another reason. The ancestors of Letta City once left a prophecy, outsiders will come, and Letta will flourish. You are not from this world, and you can pass through the protective shield of Letta City. Doesn't that fulfill the prophecy? So even if you cannot cultivate, I have always believed that you are the hope to revive Letta City. Qin Chang'an was speechless. He is undoubtedly an outsider, but how can he revive Letta City if he cannot cultivate? Moreover, prophecies are mere rumors spread across the land. As a boy who grew up under the red flag, he never believed in them. Chang'an, you must promise me to revive Letta City, or I will not rest in peace. Qin Shan pleaded. Alright, I promise you. Qin Chang'an no longer refused. Qin Shan took care of him for 5 years. He couldn't bear to see his master pass away with regrets. As for whether Lutu City could be revitalized, that would be a matter for after Qin Shan's death. Good. A faint smile appeared on Qin Shan's face as his eyes slowly closed, and his life came to an end. Master. Qin Chang'an's eyes reddened slightly. Although Although becoming Qin Shan's disciple was forced, Qin Shan's meticulous care over the past 5 years made it difficult for them to sever their bond. Qin Chang'an took a deep breath, retrieved a piece of white cloth from the nearby cabinet and wrapped Qin Shan in it. He used all his strength to lift his master and walked toward the door. The ground of the Lord's mansion was paved with stones, making it impossible for him to dig. So he decided to go to the vegetable garden in the backyard to bury Qin Shan, as a way to repay the kindness of the past 5 years. Upon reaching the vegetable garden, Qin Chang'an dug a large pit, placed Qin Shan's body inside, and began to fill it with soil. He originally wanted to build a burial mound for Qin Shan, but in the end, he only made a flat grave. Master, there are no coffins in this world, so this is the best I can do. Please don't find it too shabby. Originally, I wanted to build a grave mound for you, but I was afraid that demonic beasts or others might discover and dig it up, so I didn't erect a tombstone and made it a flat grave instead. Please don't mind. By the way, I buried the Lord's token with you. When you reach the underworld, you can continue being a lord. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, then knelt down and knocked his head on the ground 3 times with a loud thud, thud, thud. Rising to his feet, he looked up at the sky. In the sky, there was a faintly visible, crack-filled light shield, the protective barrier of Lutu City. The cracks in the protective barrier are getting worse. Qin Chang'an murmured softly. At this rate, the barrier can hold out for at most half a month. Once it shatters, it will be the moment of my death. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he lived an unremarkable existence. Heaven granted him a second chance at life. Could it be that he was destined to die insignificantly again? Qin Shan took care of him for 5 years. Could simply burying his master be enough to repay such kindness? Unwilling. I'm unwilling. I will never be willing. Qin Chang'an roared again and again, his voice rising higher and higher, finally exploding like thunder over the skies of Lutu City. He was unwilling to live another life only to die in mediocrity, becoming mere dung for the beasts. He was even more unwilling to let Qin Shan, who had been kind to him, face the ancestors in shame. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host's extreme unwillingness detected. System activating. Qin Chang'an, who was roaring furiously, suddenly stopped and widened his eyes. He clearly heard the system's notification sound. To hell with you. Qin Chang'an cursed angrily. 5 years. A full 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these 5 years? I couldn't cultivate, lived like a useless person, and was so ashamed I almost committed suicide. Can this be blamed on the system? The system retorted. This system requires the host to feel extreme dissatisfaction in order to activate, but after you arrived in this world, you only felt slight dissatisfaction, and the activation conditions were not met. Every day, you're either walking the dog or indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, completely living like a spoiled second-generation official. How am I supposed to activate? Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. He also felt quite aggrieved, not expecting the system to feel even more aggrieved than him. But the point is, he finally has a system. System, don't dwell on these things. Qin Chang'an urged. What kind of system are you exactly? Can you help me cultivate? This system is called the Grand Lord system and cannot assist the host in cultivation. Qin Chang'an's face instantly darkened. He was unable to cultivate and had already become a cripple. Even the Overlord system couldn't allow him to cultivate. What use did this system have? However, this system can make the host grow stronger quickly. The voice of the Overlord system echoed in his mind once again. Qin Chang'an was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but complain. Can you stop talking while gasping for breath? But that wasn't the point. He asked eagerly, Great Lord system, how exactly are you going to make me stronger quickly? The Great Lord system possesses numerous powerful functions. The system explained, the most basic of which is allowing the host to gain the combined cultivation of everyone in the territory. For example, if there is only one person in the territory and their cultivation level is that of a battle king, then the host will gain the cultivation level of a battle king. For example, if there are 10 people in the territory and their combined cultivation reaches the level of a battle emperor, then the host can obtain the cultivation of a battle emperor. No matter how many people are in the territory, the host's cultivation will always be the sum of their cultivation. Qin Chang'an's eyes immediately lit up. Although the Grand Lord system cannot allow him to cultivate, it can enable him to acquire the combined cultivation of the people in the territory. If there are tens of thousands of people in his territory, wouldn't his cultivation soar to the heavens? This way of becoming stronger is much more comfortable than cultivating painstakingly on his own. It's truly incredible. At this moment, Qin Chang'an suddenly felt that the grievances he had endured over the past 5 years were completely worth it. The Grand Lord system has been activated. Would the host like to bind it? Bind. Qin Chang'an answered without hesitation. The Overlord system is so powerful, he'd be a fool not to bind it. The Overlord system has been bound to the host. A binding gift package is awarded. Would you like to open it? Open it. Qin Chang'an decisively agreed once again. Activate the binding gift pack. The host has acquired the insight skill and 1,000 reputation points. What is the insight skill? And what are reputation points? Qin Chang'an asked curiously. Reputation points are one of the key conditions for upgrading the system level, and they have a wide range of uses. The host will naturally understand in the future. As for the insight skill, as long as the overlord system is summoned, its function can be understood. Qin Chang'an silently recited to summon the overlord system. The next moment, a translucent interface appeared before his eyes, displaying several lines of text. Overlord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 1. Territory capacity, 1 person. Territory reputation, 1000 points. System upgrade, 1/1. Person, 1000 reputation points. Skills, insight, enlightenment. Qin Chang'an glanced at the interface, his finger landing on the word insight, followed by a row of small text popping up. Insight, able to discern others' cultivation level, aptitude for cultivation, and background. The insight skill doesn't contribute much to improving strength, but knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. This is quite practical, Qin Chang'an murmured to himself. He then moved his finger to the words enlightenment, and a line of text appeared. Enlightenment enhances cultivation aptitude, capable of raising it by at least 1 level, and can also awaken the intelligence of plants and animals, granting them the ability to cultivate. Each person or plant/animal can be enlightened up to 3 times. This skill is amazing. A look of delight flashed in Qin Chang'an's eyes. Cultivation aptitude is divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 the strongest, determined at birth and very difficult to improve later. The enlightenment skill can enhance aptitude, making it truly a treasure. More importantly, his cultivation depends on the cultivation of the people in his territory. Since he can enhance their aptitude, their cultivation speed will increase, and naturally, his cultivation will improve even faster. Great Lord system, the big gift pack only included the insight skill. Where did the enlightenment skill come from? Qin Chang'an asked. This system is divided into 9 levels, with each level granting a powerful skill. The current system is at level 1, and the enlightenment skill is the level 1 skill. If the host wants more skills, the system must be upgraded as soon as possible. Qin Chang'an suddenly understood. He curiously asked, Grand Lord system, what are the skills from level 2 to level 9? Once the system upgrades, the host will automatically know. But I can tell you, every level's skills are incredibly powerful. Qin Chang'an curled his lips. The system was still being secretive. However, he didn't press further. After all, he'd naturally find out after upgrading. Knowing the next level of skills in advance is just tempting yourself. Why seek unnecessary trouble? He glanced at the system interface again and suddenly noticed something was off. Great Lord system, the territory capacity is only for 1 person. I've taken up 1 slot, so how can I gather manpower? Upgrading the system can increase the territory capacity. The host has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Qin Chang'an looked at the bottom of the interface, and an awkward expression immediately appeared on his face. Just now, he had been focused on the descriptions of the insight and enlightenment skills, neglecting the line about the upgrade requirements. Upgrade, he agreed without hesitation. The system's words couldn't be taken seriously. If he didn't upgrade, he wouldn't even be able to recruit people. Upgrading would also grant him new skills. How could he not upgrade? The Grand Lord system has been upgraded to level 2. Accompanied by the system's voice, the interface flashed with light and the content changed. Grand Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 2. Territory capacity, 10 people. Territory reputation, 1000 points. Upgrade conditions, 1/10 people, 1000/10,000 reputation points. Skills, insight, enlightenment, manifestation. Qin Chang'an placed his finger on manifestation, and a line of text appeared. Manifestation, anything that can be imagined can be materialized into a physical object, except for living beings. This skill may not be as good as transmuting cattle, but it's still quite useful, Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the upgrade conditions. The next moment, his expression suddenly darkened. The system only requires 10 people to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, which isn't many, but everyone in Lutu City is left. He holds the Grand Lord system, yet he has no cultivation and can't even leave the city. How can he gather people? Grand Lord system, why didn't you activate earlier? Qin Chang'an grumbled indignantly. If the system had activated earlier, how would the citizens of Lutu City have scattered and left? This system also wants to activate early, but the host has not triggered the conditions, so activation is not possible. Qin Chang'an's face darkened. It was still the same sentence, and it was still his fault. The system seemed even more aggrieved than he was. Forget it, he let out a long sigh. At this point, it was too late to say anything. System, how can I earn reputation points? Slaying invading enemies, promoting the territory, recruiting manpower. In short, any actions that can enhance the territory's reputation will earn reputation points. So unfair. Qin Chang'an sighed again. Slay invading enemies? How could a mere mortal like him kill enemies? Promote the territory, recruit manpower? He couldn't even leave Lutu City, so how could he do that? At this moment, he suddenly felt it was incredibly difficult. But on second thought, having obtained the Grand Lord system and 3 powerful skills, how could he lose heart over a little difficulty? difficulty? No manpower? Just find a way to recruit some. Can a living person be stumped by such a trivial matter? How exactly should I gather manpower? Qin Chang'an furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. After a moment, Qin Chang'an finally made up his mind. Wait and see for now. Outside, ferocious beasts roamed freely. As a powerless and untrained man, leaving Lutu City would be a death sentence. The protective shield could still hold for a while, giving him a chance to wait. What if someone came? If no one came, he wouldn't sit idly and await death. He would fight desperately and attempt to break out of the city. Let's try the enlightenment skill first. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, beginning to ponder what to enlighten. In the land of Bliss City, there was no one else but him. Clearly, he couldn't enlighten humans, so he could only enlighten animals or plants. Soon, he thought of a target. Black Panther, he shouted loudly. Woof, woof. Immediately, the sound of a dog barking came from the Lord's mansion. Moments later, a large dog, completely black and over half a meter tall, came running at full speed. This is the Black Panther Qin Chang'an mentioned. 4 years ago, when Qin Shan returned from a trip, he gave him this little black puppy that had just turned 1 month old. In his leisure time, he raised it, which is also why the Grand Lord system teased him for only knowing how to walk the dog. Over the years, the Black Panther has always been by his side. Though not family, it is closer than family. Such a great opportunity for enlightenment, Qin Chang'an naturally wanted to give it to his closest companion. The Black Panther ran to his side, joyfully leaping around. You silly dog. Qin Chang'an laughed and cursed. I've taught you for 4 years, and you still haven't learned simple actions like lying down or shaking hands. You're so dumb. But fortunately, you're about to gain a great opportunity and become a smart dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the enlightenment skill and lightly tapped the Black Panther's forehead. The Black Panther's body suddenly trembled, and a golden light flashed in its eyes. Woof woof. Black Panther barked at Qin Chang'an, affectionately rubbing its head against his leg. Qin Chang'an was stunned. Previously, Black Panther had never shown such affectionate behavior. Black Panther, let me take a look. Qin Chang'an grabbed its head and examined it carefully. The Black Panther's eyes were brighter and more lively than before, as if it had gained wisdom and spirituality. Qin Chang'an pondered for a moment and said, Black Panther, lie down. The Black Panther decisively lay down on the ground. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he extended his hand and said, Black Panther, shake hands. The Black Panther stood up and placed one paw in Qin Chang'an's hand. Holy crap, it really gained intelligence. Qin Chang'an exclaimed in surprise and excitement. The enlightenment skill is truly amazing, directly granting the Black Panther intelligence, transforming it from an ordinary dog into a mystical beast. With the enlightenment skill, how could Paradise City not become powerful once manpower is gathered? Excited for a long time, Qin Chang'an finally calmed down. Let's try the insight skill again. He spoke while activating insight, staring at the Black Panther. Moments later, he saw through the Black Panther's cultivation talent, cultivation level, and origin, level 3 cultivation talent, no cultivation level, origin raised by him personally, loyalty level 100. Loyalty level 100? Qin Chang'an was stunned. The literal meaning is easy to understand, it refers to his level of loyalty. But how is loyalty generated? What is its purpose? Great Lord system, what is loyalty? He asked. Loyalty measures the level of devotion people in the territory have toward the host, with a maximum of 100. Loyalty reaching 80 means a very low possibility of betrayal. Reaching 100 means absolutely no betrayal. Below 80, there is a risk of betrayal, and the lower the loyalty, the greater the risk. There are rewards for increasing loyalty, with specific rewards triggered at 80 and 100 respectively. Qin Chang'an suddenly realized that loyalty was extremely crucial. Great Lord system, what are the rewards for loyalty at 80 and 100? He curiously asked. Techniques, weapons, cultivation, etc. The specific details will be revealed when the host obtains them. Qin Chang'an was overjoyed. Enhancing aptitude through enlightenment, increasing loyalty to exchange for techniques, weapons, and cultivation. The system's functions are incredibly comprehensive. 5 years of hardship had finally paid off. Great Lord system, the Black Panther's loyalty is at 100. Is there a reward? He asked expectantly. No, the system replied. The Black Panther is not human, and its loyalty was already at 100 before the system was activated. It was not enhanced by the system, so there is no reward. The anticipation on Qin Chang'an's face instantly froze. He had hoped to gain some benefits, but ended up with nothing. Great Lord system, you may take your leave now. He dismissed the system with a dark expression, muttering to himself, the Black Panther only has a 3rd level talent, too low. I'll enlighten it a second time. The cultivation aptitude of demonic beasts ranges from level 1 to 9, and level 3 is indeed on the lower side. Without hesitation, Qin Chang'an was about to enlighten the Black Panther's forehead again. Suddenly, he remembered that the interface had flickered during the upgrade, and it had also flickered twice during the enlightenment and insight. Could there be some changes? He looked up at the system interface and found that the reputation points had dropped from 1000 to 700. He immediately understood that using skills would consume reputation points. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give up on continuing to enlighten the Black Panther. Only 700 100 reputation points left. Need to use them sparingly and continue when there are more reputation points in the future. Black Panther, let's go. We're heading to the city gate to wait for someone. Qin Chang'an closed the system interface and walked toward the gate of Lita's city, with Black Panther following closely behind. Upon reaching the city gate, Qin Chang'an climbed up the city wall and sat down to wait for someone to appear. Black Panther quietly lay beside him, keeping him company. Unknowingly, the sky grew darker. Grumble, grumble, grumble. His stomach began to protest, and Qin Chang'an rubbed it with a wry smile. He endured hunger for an entire day, seeing only a few demonic beasts but not a single person. Should I go back and make some food to fill my stomach before waiting again? A thought flashed through his mind, but he was worried that someone might pass by when he wasn't there. After much deliberation, he suppressed the thought. The protective shield wouldn't last long, time was limited, so it was better to stay put honestly. As for being hungry, he has materialization skills, so why not materialize some food? With roast chicken and fine wine in mind, he activated the materialization skill. In an instant, a roast chicken and a jug of fine wine appeared out of thin air on the city wall. Qin Chang'an brought up the system interface and felt a sense of relief. Originally thought materialization would consume a lot of reputation points, but fortunately, it only used 10 points, leaving enough to last until the shield breaks. Tore off a chicken leg and tasted it. The flavor was pretty good. Tore off another piece and tossed it to the Black Panther, which the big black dog caught in one bite. The two people and the dog began to eat. Black Panther, do you think anyone will come before the shield breaks? Qin Chang'an asked while eating. If no one comes, the two of us will have to go out and find someone ourselves. If we succeed, we'll rise to glory. If we fail, we'll be eaten by beasts and turned into dung. Black Panther was gnawing on a chicken leg when he suddenly stood up with a whoosh and looked toward the outskirts of the city. Black Panther, I was just saying, hurry up and eat your chicken leg, Qin Chang'an reassured. The Black Panther's eyes darted around nimbly, and with a leap, it jumped off the city wall. This scene gave Qin Chang'an a fright. He shouted loudly, Black Panther, what are you doing? Come back. You have no cultivation, only talent. If you go out, you'll be bitten to death by the beasts. Woof woof. The Black Panther turned its head and barked, then dashed out of the protective shield, running forward at full speed. The protective shield guards against outsiders but not insiders. It can block those who want to enter the city but cannot stop those who wish to leave. If not for this, there wouldn't be a single person left in Paradise City. Qin Chang'an's expression suddenly froze. Could it be that even the Black Panther wanted to leave him? But he quickly dismissed the thought. The dog was raised by him personally. It wouldn't abandon the poor for the rich. It was the most loyal animal. Black Panther's loyalty to him is absolute. How could it abandon him? Not good. Black Panther understood what I said and went out to find someone. Qin Chang'an's heart tightened. He got up and quickly ran toward the nearby staircase, rushing down the city wall. Although Black Panther was not family, it was closer than family. He couldn't let it get into trouble while helping him find someone. Rushing out of the city gate, he had just run a short distance when he saw Black Panther staggering out of the dense forest, clutching the clothing of a corpse in its mouth. Seeing Black Panther return, Qin Chang'an immediately let out a long sigh of relief, finally easing his anxious heart. This stupid dog really understood what I said and ran out to find someone, but I wanted a living person, not a dead one. He cursed under his breath, quickly pressing the button next to the city gate to deactivate the protective shield. Before long, Black Panther dragged the corpse back. Qin Chang'an hurriedly reactivated the protective shield, fearing that some demonic beasts might take advantage of the situation to sneak in. Woof woof. The Black Panther barked at Qin Chang'an and then pawed at the corpse. You stupid dog, do you have any idea how dangerous it is out there? It's a good thing nothing happened to you, or what would I do? Stay all alone in Latu City? If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off. Qin Chang'an cursed angrily. When the Black Panther rushed out of the city gate, it really scared him, but fortunately, nothing serious happened. Woof woof. Black Panther barked again, affectionately rubbing its head against Qin Chang'an's leg. That's more like it. Qin Chang'an rubbed Black Panther's head and turned his gaze to the corpse. It was an elderly man with graying hair, his body covered in bloodstains. His clothes were torn in multiple places by sharp blades, clearly the result of a fight with someone rather than an attack by a demonic beast. Ha, not dead? Qin Chang'an muttered to himself in surprise. He clearly saw the old man's chest still rising and falling, obviously still breathing. Squatting down to examine carefully, Qin Chang'an, though unable to cultivate over the past few years, had learned quite a bit of medical skills. To care for the severely injured Qin Shan, he had followed a doctor in Luta City and learned many methods of treating injuries and illnesses. Qin Shan's ability to hold on for 3 years was precisely the result of his meticulous care. After a moment, Qin Chang'an murmured to himself, the injuries aren't severe, nor are any vital areas harmed. It should be external injuries combined with exhaustion, leading to unconsciousness. He showed a thoughtful expression, weighing whether to administer treatment. With his medical skills, this minor injury would not be difficult to heal. But he worried about repeating the story of Mr. Dongwa and the wolf. Latu City only had him and the Black Panther left. If the old man was a cultivator, once healed, world, he might pose a threat to them, and he and the Black Panther would be powerless to resist. Better investigate his background first to avoid saving a wolf. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly and activated his insight skill. The next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. The old man was named Zhang Zhong, at the peak of the Battle Marquee realm, with a third-level cultivation talent, hailing from Black Star City. The cultivation realms in this world are divided into 9 levels: Battle Soldier, Battle General, Battle Marquee, Battle King, Battle Emperor, Battle Sect, Battle Saint, Battle Sovereign, and Battle Emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor stages: Initial, Intermediate, Advanced, and Peak. Although the peak of the Warrior realm is not considered top tier, the highest level near Lido City is only the Warrior King realm, so Zhang Zhong is already considered a formidable figure. The key point is that Zhang Zhong comes from Black Star City, the mortal enemy of Lido City. What a pity, I was hoping to recruit some manpower, but ended up bringing in a mortal enemy. Qin Chang'an sighed, grabbed Zhang Zhong's clothes, and prepared to drag him out of the city. Reviving Zhang Zhong is undoubtedly inviting a wolf into the house. The story of Donghua and the wolf might truly play out with him. At that moment, the sound of tearing suddenly rang out. Qin Chang'an turned his head and saw a piece of torn cloth in his hand. Zhang Zhong's clothes had been slashed by a sharp blade and couldn't bear the weight, tearing apart. Ha! Qin Chang'an was puzzled, his gaze falling on Zhang Zhong's chest. The torn clothes revealed a black handprint. He hadn't taken off his clothes to check before, so he hadn't noticed this mark. Nether palm? What's going on? Qin Chang'an looked puzzled. Qin Shan once said that the nether palm is a secret martial technique of Black Star City, only practiced by the Lord's lineage. Those injured by the nether palm will have a black handprint left on their body. Zhang Zhong is from Black Star City, so how could he be injured by the nether palm? This old man must have had a conflict with Black Star City. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself. Reckless. He slapped his forehead, a mix of annoyance and relief. Zhang Zhong was injured by the lineage of the Black Star City Lord, and Black Star City and Lutu City are mortal enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He and Zhang Zhong share a common enemy and can absolutely become allies. Fortunately, the torn clothes revealed a clue, otherwise, he would have missed the chance to recruit a master. Black Panther, you picked up a master for me, well done. Qin Chang'an laughed heartily. Woof woof. Black Panther barked proudly, excitement flashing in its eyes. Let's go, back to the Lord's Manor. Qin Chang'an picked up Zhang Zhong and headed toward the Lord's Manor, with Black Panther following closely behind. As long as Zhang Zhong is brought under command, not only will the safety of Lutu City be guaranteed, but recruiting people will also become easier. The most urgent task is to quickly treat Zhang Zhong. As for whether this will lead to hostility with Black Star City, Lutu City and Black Star City are already mortal enemies, so how can there be any talk of hostility or not? Back at the Lord's Manor, Qin Chang'an found some herbs, ground them into paste, and carefully applied them to Zhang Zhong's wound. The medicine was slightly cool and stimulating, and Zhang Zhong gradually woke up. Awake? Qin Chang'an said with a smile. I just applied the medicine, so don't move for now to avoid it falling off. Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. Zhang Zhong said gratefully. May I ask where this place is? Land of Bliss City, Qin Chang'an answered truthfully. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong's face changed drastically. Black Star City and Land of Bliss City are mortal enemies. Being here was like escaping a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. You don't need to be nervous. Qin Chang'an reassured. I know your background, but I mean no harm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you. Zhang Zhong was momentarily stunned, then relaxed. If Qin Chang'an had malicious intent, why would he speak of treatment? Can you tell me what happened? He asked. You came from Black Star City, so why were you injured by the nether palm? Hearing Qin Chang'an's question, Zhang Zhong's face immediately surged with overwhelming fury. Little brother, to be honest with you, I've already severed ties with Black Star City, he said through gritted teeth. A few months ago, the son of Black Star City's lord, He Wuchang, named He Xiaochang, took advantage of my absence to harm my granddaughter. That beast killed my entire family to cover up his disgrace. He thought he had done it flawlessly, but I uncovered everything. I knew there was no way to seek justice from He Wuchang, so I could only secretly plan to eliminate that beast. But he was already prepared and had several experts by his side. My assassination attempt failed, my identity was exposed, and I had no choice but to flee Black Star City. That beast refused to let me go and sent people to hunt me down relentlessly. I fought desperately and managed to injure a few of them, barely escaping with my life. But I was gravely wounded and struck by the nether palm. After that, I lost consciousness due to my injuries, and when I woke up, I found myself here with you. Qin Chang'an nodded in agreement, confirming his judgment that Zhang Zhong had indeed clashed with Black Star City. As for whether Zhang Zhong's words were true or not, he had no doubts. Judging by his gritted teeth and the anger written all over his face, it was clearly not fake. He also remembered that Qin Shan had mentioned Black Xiaochang. It is said that He Xiaochang's reputation is known far and wide across the surrounding cities, though it is entirely a bad one. This man not only indulges in women but also also acts recklessly, relying on his status as the young lord of Black Star City. Few women he sets his sights on can escape his clutches, leaving countless families shattered as a result. Due to his noble status, those he bullies dare not speak out, even if they are furious. Do you want revenge? Shin Chang'an asked. Of course I do, Zhang Zhong replied resolutely. Join Lotus City, and I can give you the chance for revenge. Shin Chang'an continued. Zhang Zhong was silent for a moment, then said thoughtfully, Young man, forgive me for being blunt, but the lord of Lotus City, Qin, is bedridden, and most of the city's manpower has dispersed. What makes you think you can give me the chance for revenge? You're not wrong, but what I said is also true. Shin Chang'an admitted, as long as you join Lotus City, I can help you achieve your revenge. Zhang Zhong appeared thoughtful. Shin Chang'an's gaze was clear, and his words were firm and resolute, clearly not deceitful. Yet, with Lotus City now in such a precarious state, Zhang Zhong truly couldn't understand where Shin Chang'an's confidence came from. Young man, who are you? Zhang Zhong asked again. Shin Chang'an, he answered calmly. The useless disciple of Lord Qin? Zhang Zhong looked utterly surprised. Shin Chang'an was extremely embarrassed. Not only was He Xiaochang infamous, but he himself was also well known. Ahem, he coughed a few times. That was the old me, not the current me. But that's not important. What's important is, if you trust me and join Lotus City, I can give you the chance for revenge. You should understand that without help, revenge is almost hopeless. The opportunity I'm giving you might be the only chance. Think it over carefully. Zhang Zhong was silent for a moment. Young man, are you sure? Absolutely sure. Shin Chang'an replied firmly. Young man, as long as you can help me get revenge, my life will be yours from now on. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to take my own life, I will never live dishonorably. He paused for a moment and then said, but let me make it clear, if you can't give me hope, once I recover, I will leave Paradise City to seek revenge on my own, and I will never implicate Paradise City. Shin Chang'an nodded slightly. Previously, he was worried about Zhang Zhong's temperament, but hearing these words felt like taking a reassurance pill. These words are straightforward and sincere, not something a deceitful or cunning person could say. No problem, Shin Chang'an agreed. Alright, I'm willing to join Lotus City. Zhang Zhong readily consented. Congratulations on making a wise choice. Trust me, you won't regret it in the future. In fact, you'll feel proud and fortunate because of today's decision. Shin Chang'an's face lit up with a radiant smile. Successfully recruiting Zhang Zhong can be considered the first step in revitalizing Lotus City. With this expert holding the fort, not only is safety guaranteed, but recruiting others will also become easier. The host has recruited a member and gained 300 reputation points. The voice of the Grand Lord system suddenly echoed in Shin Chang'an's mind. The smile on his face grew even brighter. Successfully recruiting Zhang Zhong and gaining 300 reputation points. Truly, good things come to those who persevere. Thinking about the reputation points, he suddenly realized he still didn't know how many reputation points were consumed when using the Enlightenment and Insight skills. Immediately summoned the Grand Lord system. The system interface was only visible to him, so there was no fear of Zhang Zhong discovering the secret. Currently, there are 890 reputation points. Subtracting the 300 just gained leaves 590. Previously, there were 690 left, and using the Insight skill once consumed 100 points. Transmutation and viewing the Black Panther consumed 300. Performing a single transmutation consumes 200. Shin Chang'an calculated silently. Just as he was calculating, a surging and overwhelming force suddenly poured into his body. That force rapidly tempered his flesh, muscles, and bones. He clearly felt his physical fitness improving rapidly. This sensation came quickly and faded just as fast, lasting only a moment. But Shin Chang'an could clearly sense that his whole body was filled with strength, far stronger than before. So this is what it feels like to become a cultivator? Awesome, absolutely awesome. He sighed inwardly and asked in his heart, Great Lord System, am I now at the peak of the Battle Marquee realm? After all, the most basic function of the system is to grant him the combined cultivation of everyone in his territory, and Zhang Zhong was precisely at the peak of the Battle Marquee realm. Yes, the system gave a definite reply. Once I step into the peak of the Battle Marquee realm, who can rival me? The Grand Lord system is truly awesome. It was worth my 5 years of hard work. Shin Chang'an was overjoyed. Just as he was immersed in his joy, Zhang Zhong's voice sounded in his ear. Young lord, can you tell me how you will give me the chance for revenge? Zhang Zhong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What he wanted was not empty promises but a genuine and feasible plan. Hearing Zhang Zhong's question, Shin Chang'an immediately snapped out of his excitement and solemnly said, I will grant you a great opportunity, giving you a real chance for revenge. Previously, he had said that as long as Zhang Zhong joined Lotus City, he would have the chance for revenge. This was by no means an empty promise. He indeed had a way to help Zhang Zhong using the Enlightenment skill to enhance his cultivation aptitude. Zhang Zhong currently has only a third-level cultivation talent, theoretically reaching a maximum of the Battle Marquee realm. However, if Shin Chang'an uses the Enlightenment skill to enhance his aptitude, he might have a chance to step into the Battle King realm. And He Wu Chang is precisely at the Battle King level. As long as Zhang Zhong reaches the Battle King realm, the opportunity for revenge will naturally arise. Zhang Zhong frowned slightly, thinking, can something like fortune really be given away so casually? Nevertheless, he had already decided to trust Qin Chang'an, so trusting him once more wouldn't hurt. After all, he had said that if there was no hope for revenge, he would leave Lutu City once he recovered from his injuries. Young lord, what exactly is this great fortune? When will you give it to me? Zhang Zhong asked eagerly. This great fortune, you'll naturally find out later. As for when I'll give it, starting right now. Qin Chang'an deliberately kept him guessing. It wasn't that he wanted to keep it a secret, but rather it was a helpless move. The enlightenment skill could definitely enhance one's aptitude by at least one level, but he wasn't sure exactly how many levels it could improve. Thus, he could only temporarily keep it under wraps to avoid slipping up. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong believed it a bit more. Although Qin Chang'an didn't explicitly state what the great fortune was, since he said he would deliver it immediately, it was clearly not a bluff. Otherwise, wouldn't he be exposed on the spot? Acting decisively, Qin Chang'an raised his hand, intending to use the enlightenment skill on Zhang Zhong's forehead, but the next moment, as if he thought of something, his hand slowly lowered again. After pondering for a moment, he said, this place isn't quite suitable. I'll carry you outside to perform it. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Zhang Zhong and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Anything that is hard-earned is more worth cherishing. If it were done casually, Zhang Zhong's aptitude would improve too easily and too effortlessly, making it harder for people to feel grateful. Therefore, Qin Chang'an decided to make the sense of ceremony grander and the momentum more overwhelming. He wanted Zhang Zhong to feel that this opportunity was given at a great cost. In this way, Zhang Zhong would perceive this fortune as extremely precious, cherish it more, and feel grateful to him. More importantly, he wanted Zhang Zhong to sense his strength and mystery, inspiring awe. Otherwise, if he spent reputation points to improve Zhang Zhong's aptitude, but Zhang Zhong defected from Lutu City, his efforts would be in vain. Seeing Qin Chang'an carrying Zhang Zhong out of the Lord's mansion, Black Panther quickly followed. Outside the mansion, Qin Chang'an put Zhang Zhong down, silently reciting his thoughts, and a magnificent scene of lightning and thunder appeared in his mind. Zhang Zhong looked at him with a face full of anticipation. Swish! Moments later, Qin Chang'an suddenly raised his right hand, pointing a single finger toward the heavens. Boom! 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 The sound of thunderous explosions echoed across the sky. At the same time, silvery white lightning darted back and forth like silver snakes in the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the darkness as if it were daylight. Under the brilliance of the lightning, dark clouds churned in the sky, resembling the arrival of doomsday, striking fear into the hearts of all. This spectacular scene made Zhang Zhong's eyes widen in astonishment, both shocked and excited. The shock came from the fact that the great fortune Qin Chang'an mentioned was so overwhelming. The excitement came from the phenomenon proving that Qin Chang'an hadn't lied to him and was truly about to grant him a great opportunity. The Black Panther, on the other hand, showed a hint of doubt in its eyes. When it was enlightened by Qin Chang'an, there was no reaction at all. Why was it so earth-shattering when Zhang Zhong was enlightened? Could this be the difference between humans and animals? Qin Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. The manifestation skill is indeed impressive, perfectly displaying the vision he had in mind. Such a grand display of momentum must surely intimidate Zhang Zhong, making him feel that this opportunity is not easily obtained. Why young lord, you won't get into trouble, will you? Maybe, let's forget it. Zhang Zhong stammered. He longed for the opportunity, yet he didn't want Qin Chang'an to get into trouble because of it. Hearing these words, Qin Chang'an felt a warmth in his heart. Facing creation, being able to resist temptation and still think of him shows that Zhang Zhong's heart is not bad. It's nothing. Qin Chang'an shook his head, his finger pointing to the sky suddenly dropped and landed on Zhang Zhong's forehead. Swish! As the finger fell, a dazzling milky white beam of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Zhang Zhong. As the saying goes, a performance must be complete. Mere thunder and lightning are not enough, there must be an opportunity descending to make it perfect. Then Qin Chang'an used his manifestation skill again, creating a mysterious scene of fortune descending. At the same time, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Such a display undoubtedly consumed a tremendous amount of his energy, so collapsing to the ground was only natural. He had even considered spitting some blood to leave a deep impression on Zhang Zhong, proving that this creation came at a great cost. But on second thought, forget it. This level of momentum is already enough, there's no need to torture myself. Huff, huff, huff. Qin Chang'an panted heavily, his face full of anticipation as he watched Zhang Zhong. Previously, enlightening the Black Panther not only turned it into a demon but also raised its aptitude to level 3. This time enlightening Zhang Zhong, I wonder how many levels his aptitude can be raised. However, what he did not know was that the earth-shaking phenomenon not only startled Zhang Zhong but also alarmed people within hundreds of miles. Why did lightning and thunder suddenly appear out of nowhere? And there's even a pillar of light? Could this be a natural phenomenon signaling the emergence of a treasure? I've heard that the appearance of a treasure is always accompanied by such phenomena. The beam of light just now seemed to land within the territory of Leta City. Treasure belongs to those destined for it. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll get get lucky. Other cities might have concerns, but Letta City is almost done for. Who would care? Hurry up, don't let others snatch it first. Similar discussions spread across multiple cities within a range of hundreds of miles. Immediately, groups of figures rushed madly toward the outskirts of the city. Qin Chang'an was completely unaware that the commotion he caused had led many to mistakenly believe a treasure had appeared. At this moment, he was watching Zhang Zhong with a face full of anticipation. As the milky white light gradually dissipated, a yellow radiance suddenly erupted from Zhang Zhong's body. The yellow light flickered rapidly and then quickly turned green. Qin Chang'an stared intently without blinking. The yellow radiance erupting from within symbolized Zhang Zhong's cultivation talent, and the transition from yellow to green indicated that his cultivation talent was being enhanced. As for how many levels it could rise, that remained unknown for now. Previously mentioned, the cultivation talent in this world is divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. To determine the level of cultivation talent, one only needs to observe the color of the light emitted during activation. The 9 levels of cultivation talent, from lowest to highest, are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and multicolored. When Zhang Zhong activated his talent, it emitted a yellow light, indicating a level 3 cultivation talent. Soon, the yellow light completely turned green, signifying that Zhang Zhong's cultivation talent had advanced from level 3 to level 4. A level 4 cultivation talent happens to qualify one to step into the Battle King realm. After stabilizing for a moment, the green light flickered again and quickly turned cyan. This greatly surprised Qin Chang'an. This scene shows that this enlightenment not only raised one level, but Zhang Zhong's cultivation talent has leaped from level 4 to level 5. A level 5 cultivation talent qualifies one to step into the Battle Emperor realm. Qin Chang'an's face was full of anticipation, hoping that the cultivation talent would continue to improve. But after waiting for a while, Zhang Zhong's cyan light gradually faded. This means the improvement in cultivation talent has temporarily come to an end. Sigh, only 2 levels up, not even as good as the Black Panther. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly, a trace of regret appearing on his face. However, this regret was only mild, as the enlightenment skill could be used on the same person up to 3 times. This was just the first enhancement, and there were still 2 more opportunities ahead. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong abruptly opened his eyes, filled with excitement and ecstasy. The talent for cultivation is innate and difficult to improve later. Now Qin Chang'an has helped him advance by 2 levels, giving him the qualifications to step into the Battle King or even Battle Emperor realm. This is truly a great fortune. Old Zhang, do you see the hope for revenge? Qin Chang'an asked, panting. Young lord, I see it. Zhang Zhong replied excitedly. Previously, due to limitations in his aptitude, his cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the Battle Marquis realm for many years, unable to break through to the Battle King realm. Now, with his aptitude improved, the obstacles have crumbled away. In the days to come, his cultivation will not only step into the Battle King realm but may even reach the Battle Emperor realm. By then, dealing with Black Impermanence, who only has the cultivation of the Battle King realm, will be no difficult task. Zhang Zhong secretly felt fortunate and grateful for trusting Qin Chang'an and joining Letta City, otherwise, this opportunity might have slipped away. Seeing hope is good enough, Qin Chang'an said, panting heavily. Elder Zhang, a level 5 aptitude is not the limit. When the time is right in the future, it might be possible to improve further. Do you understand what I mean? Young lord, I understand. Zhang Zhong nodded firmly, his excitement growing even stronger. He wasn't foolish and naturally understood Qin Chang'an's hint that more opportunities awaited him in the future. Well, it's best if you understand. Qin Chang'an nodded, sprawled on the ground, and gasped for breath. He had to appear utterly exhausted, letting Zhang Zhong know that this great fortune was delivered with immense effort. The follow-up fortune he mentioned earlier was meant to tempt Zhang Zhong, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. At this moment, Zhang Zhong noticed Qin Chang'an's fatigue. Young lord, are you alright? He asked nervously. I'm fine. Qin Chang'an replied calmly, without changing his expression or gasping for breath. I just helped you enhance your cultivation aptitude, exhausting my energy and spirit. I'm extremely tired, but I'll be fine after some rest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that Qin Chang'an was unharmed. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong sprang to his feet, dropped to one knee, and clasped his hands in a fist. Young lord, words cannot express my gratitude. From now on, Zhang Zhong is willing to serve as your vanguard. Qin Chang'an felt greatly comforted. His efforts had not been in vain. Old Zhang, your injuries haven't healed yet. You must be extra careful, Qin Chang'an reminded. A touch of emotion flashed in Zhang Zhong's eyes. Qin Chang'an had gone to great lengths to help him improve his aptitude, yet still showed meticulous care for his injuries. To encounter such a wise leader was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Young lord, my injuries are no longer a concern, Zhang Zhong replied. No longer a concern? Qin Chang'an was surprised. Although confident in his medical skills, he didn't believe he could make the bedridden Zhang Zhong recover so quickly. Zhang Zhong seemed to see through his doubts and explained, Young lord, my injuries were never severe. I was merely exhausted from overexertion. The improvement in cultivation cultivation aptitude replenished the consumption, and the injuries naturally healed. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an suddenly understood. Suddenly, the voice of the Grand Lord system sounded. Zhang Zhong's loyalty has increased to 80. The host is rewarded with a treasure chest, which can be retrieved with a thought. Qin Chang'an was overjoyed. His performance directly raised Zhang Zhong's loyalty to 80, triggering a reward. With loyalty above 80, the risk of betrayal was negligible. It was worth his effort to create momentum and spend reputation points on acting. System, what's in the treasure chest? He asked in his heart. Host, the treasure chest contains random items, which could be weapons, cultivation, martial skills, or others. You'll know after extracting it. Qin Chang'an felt helpless. The system was being cryptic again. Just then, a dull thudding sound suddenly came from the city gate. Apparently, someone is attacking the protective shield of Letta City. At the gate of Letta City, 3 middle-aged men covered in blood were punching the shield on the city wall relentlessly. The man on the left had a sharp face like a monkey, the one in the middle was dressed in black, and the one on the right was a chubby man with a big belly. Brother Heijuan, are you sure Zhang Zhong is in Letta City? The sharp-faced middle-aged man asked anxiously. How could I not be sure? The man in black replied coldly. After we injured Zhang Zhong, he fled, and we followed the trail of blood all the way here. If he's not in Letta City, where else could he have gone? This man in black is precisely the one referred to as Black June by the sharp-mouthed, monkey-faced man, a skilled fighter from the lineage of Black Star City's lord. That's true. The sharp-mouthed, monkey-faced man nodded, his brows furrowed. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to attack the protective shield of Lutu City so aggressively? If we anger Qin Shan, we might suffer a major loss. Monkey, what are you worrying about for no reason? The pot-bellied fat man laughed. Most of the people in Lutu City have already fled, and Qin Shan has been bedridden for years. He's probably not far from his deathbed. What's there to be afraid of? Fatty's right. Black June nodded. Let's intensify our attack. Even if we can't destroy the protective shield, we can still draw the attention of those inside Lutu City and force them to hand over Zhang Zhong to give the young lord an explanation. Besides, there is just a strange phenomenon in Letta City. Maybe a treasure has really appeared. If we can break the protective shield, we might be able to snatch that treasure. The monkey and the fat man's eyes immediately lit up, and they both intensified their attacks. Inside the lord's mansion of Letta City, a dull crashing sound suddenly echoed, and Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong simultaneously looked toward the city gate. Zhang Zhong hesitated and said, Young lord, judging by the sound, it seems someone is attacking the protective shield. If I'm not mistaken, it should be those people who were chasing me earlier. Qin Chang'an frowned. If what Zhang Zhong said is true, then things are troublesome. Although he used the enlightenment skill to raise Zhang Zhong's cultivation talent to level 5, Zhang Zhong's cultivation level has not yet improved. Those people had injured him once before, and if he encounters them again, the injuries might be unbearable. At this moment, Zhang Zhong cannot leave the city easily, but staying in the city is not a long-term solution. The protective shield of Paradise City is on the verge of collapse due to resource depletion, and it won't hold out much longer under continued attacks. That's right, the treasure chest. Qin Chang'an's eyes lit up. If something useful could be obtained from the treasure chest, it might solve the urgent crisis. Great Lord System, open the treasure chest, he decisively commanded in his mind. Open the treasure chest, the system responded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of cultivation, which can be extracted with your mind, the system's voice fell. Qin Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up. The treasure chest reward came just in time. Although he didn't know exactly how much a strand of cultivation was, he was already at the peak of the Battle Marquis realm. With this strand of cultivation, he might very well break through to the Battle King realm. Zhang Zhong once said that those few people being able to injure him indicated their cultivation level was no higher than the Battle King realm, otherwise, Zhang Zhong would not have escaped. If his cultivation level were to rise to the Battle King realm, dealing with a few enemies below the Battle King level would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Grand Lord System, extract cultivation. Qin Chang'an said excitedly. Cultivation has been extracted. The system immediately asked, Host, who should this strand of cultivation be added to? Of course, it should be. Qin Chang'an instinctively wanted to say to add it to himself but suddenly stopped. At this moment, although he had cultivation, he lacked martial techniques. Even with high cultivation, he might not be able to fully utilize his strength. More importantly, his cultivation was the sum of the cultivation of everyone in the territory. If this strand of cultivation is given to Zhang Zhong, not only will Zhang Zhong's cultivation improve, but his own cultivation will also increase accordingly. Moreover, since Zhang Zhong was already able to injure those people, with further improvement in cultivation, dealing with them would become even easier. This is truly a method that benefits both sides. Seeing Qin Chang'an remain silent, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but ask, Young lord, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Qin Chang'an shook his head and said, Elder Zhang, merely letting you see hope is not enough. I originally planned to grant you another opportunity later, but trouble has already arrived, so I have no choice but to give you this opportunity now. Zhang Zhong was overwhelmed with excitement. After experiencing the improvement in his aptitude just now, he had no doubts about Qin Chang'an's words, but the excitement on his face suddenly faded, as if he was pondering something. Young lord, to be honest, I really want the fortune you mentioned, but the great fortune you just gave me has already worn me out. How about we wait for a while? Zhang Zhong advised. Qin Chang'an nodded slightly. Faced with such great fortune, it was truly rare for Zhang Zhong to still consider his well-being. It doesn't matter. Qin Chang'an shook his head. This opportunity won't take much effort. Besides, there's trouble at hand, and it can't be delayed any longer. Thank you, young lord. Zhang Zhong no longer declined. Qin Chang'an focused his thoughts. Great lord system, transfer that strand of cultivation to Zhang Zhong. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Zhong's forehead. This time, he didn't use a manifestation skill. Zhang Zhong's loyalty had already reached 80, making betrayal unlikely, so there was no need to waste reputation points pretending. Besides, the nature of this opportunity was different, so he wasn't worried about Zhang Zhong becoming suspicious. Fingertips touched Zhang Zhong's forehead, a warm current surged in, swiftly coursing through his body. A crisp cracking sound echoed. It was the sound of breaking through the barrier of the warrior marquis realm. Zhang Zhong's face lit up with ecstatic joy. This opportunity elevated his cultivation to the Battle King realm, making him a true Battle King expert. At the same time, Qin Chang'an's cultivation also broke through, stepping into the Battle King realm. He clearly felt himself becoming even stronger. The Grand Lord system has detected the strength of Paradise City increasing, rewarding 50 reputation points. Qin Chang'an was overjoyed. Although 50 reputation points are not much, they are extremely valuable. Even a mosquito's leg, though small, is still meat. Thank you, young lord. Zhang Zhong said gratefully. Mr. Zhang, no need to be so polite. Let's go and take a look at the city gate. Qin Chang'an said as he walked out of the lord's mansion. Zhang Zhong and Black Panther followed closely behind. On the way to the gate of Lettuce City, Qin Chang'an silently asked himself, Great Lord System, can you help me conceal my cultivation level? Yes, the system replied cheerfully. Then hurry up and help me hide. Qin Chang'an said without hesitation. He was already known far and wide as a useless person in the eyes of many. If he suddenly revealed his Battle King realm cultivation, it would undoubtedly attract endless suspicion and trouble. With Lutu City currently weak in strength, keeping a low profile was the best strategy. The Grand Lord system has already concealed the host's cultivation. Regardless of any actions taken, no one will be able to detect it. The system's voice sounded. Qin Chang'an said no more and quickly rushed toward the city gate. Arriving at the gates of Paradise City, Qin Chang'an climbed the city wall and sharply scanned the area below. With one glance, he spotted 3 middle-aged men attacking the protective shield. Having ascended to the Battle King realm, he instantly assessed their cultivation levels, 1 at the peak of the Battle Marquis realm, and 2 at the advanced stage of the Battle Marquis realm. Old Zhang, are they the ones who were chasing you? He asked in a low voice. Indeed, young lord. Zhang Zhong nodded, his eyes flashing red with murderous intent. He wished he could rush down immediately and kill He Jun and the others, but since Qin Chang'an had not given the order, he had to hold back. As if sensing Zhang Zhong's murderous intent, He Jun and the others simultaneously looked up, their gaze falling on Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong. The Black Panther was completely ignored by them. Zhang Zhong, so you're really here? He Jun sneered, then turned to Qin Chang'an and asked, Kid, who are you? Qin Chang'an. He calmly introduced himself. He Jun looked astonished. Qin Shan's useless disciple? Qin Chang'an touched his nose, thinking to himself that his reputation was indeed well known. He Jun, do not insult the young lord. Zhang Zhong reprimanded in a deep voice. He has already pledged allegiance to Lutu City. Qin Chang'an saved his life. How could he allow others to insult him? Young lord? He Jun was once again surprised. Zhang Zhong, you've joined Lutu City? Yes. Zhang Zhong replied without hesitation. Ha ha ha. He Jun sneered. Zhang Zhong, Lutu City is nearly out of manpower. Qin Shan has been bedridden for years and could die at any moment. Lutu City is doomed sooner or later. Of all the people you could have joined, you chose Lutu City? This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Zhong retorted coldly. It truly has nothing to do with you. He Jun nodded, his tone suddenly changing. But your assassination attempt on the young lord is deeply connected to me. Mentioning this matter, Zhang Zhong burned with rage, clenching his teeth tightly. That bastard He Xiaochang bullied my granddaughter while I was out of the city and wiped out my entire family. Was I wrong to try to assassinate him? Zhang Zhong, you really don't know what's good for you. He Jun countered. The young lord holds a noble status. He took a liking to your granddaughter and favored her. It was an honor for her. But she was ungrateful and even threatened to report him, leaving the young lord no choice but to kill your entire family. Shaking with anger, Zhang Zhong sneered. He Xiaochang bullied your woman and mother, and even killed your entire family. Is that also your honor? He Jun's face froze. He opened his mouth to argue but couldn't find any words to refute. Humph. He snorted coldly, glaring at Qin Chang'an. Trash, if you know what's good for you, hand over Zhang Zhong and the treasure immediately, or I'll destroy the protective shield of Lettuce City and massacre everyone. Qin Chang'an was completely baffled. What treasure? Trash, stop pretending to be clueless. He Jun sneered. Not long ago, the sky sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and a milky white beam of light descended upon Lettuce City. It was the phenomenon of a treasure's emergence. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. Qin Chang'an cursed inwardly, thinking that the phenomenon caused by his manifestation skill had led to this misunderstanding. It seemed that people would soon swarm in search of the treasure. Alas, gains always come with losses. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. He sighed helplessly. Seeing his silence, Jun said coldly, "Trash, my patience is limited. This is your final warning. If you don't hand over the person or the treasure, don't expect Lettuce City's protective shield to remain intact." Qin Chang'an turned to look at Zhang Zhong. "Old Zhang, can we make a move?" "We can." Zhang Zhong nodded decisively. "Then kill them," Qin Chang'an ordered resolutely. Although Lutu City was short on manpower, he would show no mercy to Jun and the others for causing trouble. "Yes, young lord," Zhang Zhong responded, leaping into the air and swiftly charging toward the bottom of the city wall. Jun sneered. "He dares to come down. Fatty, Monkey, go kill him." "Yes, brother Jun." Fatty and Monkey responded, rushing toward Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong strode forward to face the enemies. The three quickly met. The fat man and the monkey simultaneously swung their fists, striking toward Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong swiftly raised both hands to meet the fists. Bang, bang, two dull thuds. The fists struck Zhang Zhong's palm, hard as iron, shaking both their fists painfully, as if their bones were breaking. Even more astonishing, Zhang Zhong took the two punches head-on without flinching. The two tried to withdraw their fists, but Zhang Zhong's palm suddenly turned into an iron clamp, gripping them tightly. The fat man and the monkey struggled desperately, even using all their strength, but they couldn't break free. "Get on your knees." A furious roar erupted from Zhang Zhong's mouth as he suddenly exerted force with both hands, pressing down hard on the fists of Monkey and Fatty. Monkey and Fatty felt a surging power emanating from Zhang Zhong's palms, traveling along their arms and spreading through their entire bodies, forcing them to kneel uncontrollably to the ground. Thud, thud. The two of them heavily knelt before Zhang Zhong. "Die for me." With another furious roar, Zhang Zhong suddenly raised his knee and struck the fat man's chin. A dull thud echoed as the fat man's chin was firmly hit, causing his head to uncontrollably tilt backward. The crisp sound of a neck snapping echoed. The fat man was flung over 10 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. After a few violent spasms, he lay motionless. Taking advantage of freeing one hand, Zhang Zhong darted out his right hand like lightning, aiming straight for the monkey's nape. In the next moment, he tightly gripped the monkey's neck and lifted it up. The monkey's expression changed drastically, and he begged in terror, "Zhang, brother Zhang, I was wrong. Please spare my life." Zhang Zhong remained unmoved and fiercely clenched his right hand. Jun, along with the monkey and the fat man, had relentlessly hunted him down, vowing to leave him with no place to rest in peace. If not for being saved by Qin Chang'an and receiving that great fortune, he would have long perished. Another snapping sound echoed as the monkey's neck was forcibly snapped, its head tilted, and its eyes closed forever. Zhang Zhong casually tossed the monkey's corpse aside and strode swiftly toward Jun. Although it seemed slow, it was actually completed in an instant. Zhang Zhong's instant kill of the monkey and the fat man caught Jun off guard. Until Zhang Zhong strode toward him, Jun finally reacted. "Old man, have you broken through to the Battle King realm?" Jun's expression turned grave. Previously, the fatty and the monkey joined forces to deal with Zhang Zhong. Though they couldn't win, they could hold him off for a few moves. Now, however, Zhang Zhong defeated them in an instant, which could only mean that Zhang Zhong's cultivation had advanced to the Battle King realm. This can be glimpsed from the fact that he couldn't see through Zhang Zhong's cultivation level. That's right. Zhang Zhong did not deny it and continued to stride toward Jun. "How is that possible?" Jun was shocked. Although he had long suspected that Zhang Zhong's cultivation level had made a breakthrough, it was still hard to believe when he heard him admit it. After all, Zhang Zhong's aptitude is only at level 3. Logically, the War Marquee realm should be his limit. Nothing is impossible. Zhang Zhong sneered. "Want to know why? Go ask the King of Hell." He concealed the two great opportunities Qin Chang'an had given him. After all, the matter was unbelievable, and if revealed, it might bring trouble to Qin Chang'an. "Run!" Jun decisively retreated. He had no idea how Zhang Zhong broke through the aptitude limit, but the fact was right in front of him. With his peak War Marquee cultivation, he was simply no match for Zhang Zhong. If he didn't flee now, he might never have another chance. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhang Zhong sneered and shouted, "Gale step!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind howled as Zhang Zhong stirred up a storm beneath his feet. His figure soared into the air, swiftly pursuing Jun. His speed far surpassed Jun, forcing him to retreat step by step. Yellow-grade martial skill? A hint of envy flashed in Qin Chang'an's eyes. In this world, martial techniques are divided into 4 tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Although Gale Steps belongs to the lowest yellow tier martial techniques, its effects are remarkable. When my cultivation improves, will I be able to practice this martial technique? Qin Chang'an pondered silently, refocusing on the battle. Zhang Zhong quickly closed in on Jun. "Get back there!" Zhang Zhong roared angrily, grabbing Jun by the collar and flinging him forcefully. Jun shot toward the direction of Lettuce City like like an arrow released from a bow. Zhang Zhong followed closely behind, using gale step to pursue. After flying dozens of meters, He Jun crashed heavily to the ground. A shrill and miserable scream rang out as He Jun struggled to get up. A large foot suddenly stomped down, pressing hard on his chest and forcing him back down. The foot belonged to Zhang Zhong, whose eyes gleamed with a chilling light. "Stay still." Zhang Zhong coldly stared at He Jun, then turned to Qin Chang'an and said, "Young lord, he is from the lineage of the Black Star City Lord." Qin Chang'an pondered, "Old Zhang, are you afraid that killing him will provoke retaliation from Black Star City?" "Yes, young lord." Zhang Zhong nodded. He did not kill He Jun immediately, not because he didn't want to, but because He Jun's identity was special. Killing him would inevitably trigger a bloody retaliation from Black Star City. "Doesn't matter, kill him," Qin Chang'an ordered decisively. Lutu City and Black Star City were mortal enemies to begin with, and taking in Zhang Zhong had already offended Black Star City. What difference does killing one more He Jun make? He Jun's face changed drastically, and he shouted in terror, "You useless fool, if you kill me, my big brother won't let you off." Qin Chang'an ignored the threat and reiterated, "Kill him." "Yes, young lord," Zhang Zhong responded, his right foot exerting force fiercely. With a muffled sound like a watermelon bursting, He Jun's chest was crushed underfoot. Blood spurted out, He Jun's eyes rolled back, and he fell silent, losing his life to the underworld. At this moment, the voice of the Grand Lord system suddenly echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Lutu City has slain 3 invading enemies, gaining 900 reputation points. A hint of joy appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. He was short of manpower, and Black Star City sent him an expert like Zhang Zhong. He lacked reputation points, and Black Star City offered him 900 reputation points. It was practically like a god of wealth had descended. Zhang Zhong's face was filled with excitement. When he was being hunted by He Jun and his group, he was almost in despair, knowing it would be difficult to avenge his family, let alone save his own life. Unexpectedly, not only did he survive by sheer luck, but he also personally killed the enemy, reigniting the hope for revenge. Truly, it was a dramatic turn of events, a light at the end of the tunnel. "Ah!" Zhang Zhong let out a long breath, expelling the pent-up frustration in his heart. He glanced at the corpses of He Jun and the others, then turned to Qin Chang'an and asked, "Young lord, how should we deal with these 3 bodies?" Qin Chang'an snapped out of his surprise and pondered for a moment. "Elder Zhang, these 3 were all troublemakers. Leaving their bodies here will only lead to decay and maggots. It's better to throw them into the dense forest outside the city to feed the beasts." Although He Jun was part of the Heixing City Lord's lineage, he could not be provoked recklessly. Nowadays, Lutu City is short of manpower, and a head-on confrontation will only lead to losses. Keeping a low profile and conserving strength is the right path. Feeding the corpses to the demonic beasts not only prevents decay but also destroys the evidence, preventing Black Star City from finding proof. Without evidence, Black Star City will have no sufficient excuse to launch a siege. In this way, Lutu City might be able to gain some precious development time. "Yes, young lord," Zhang Zhong responded, grabbing one of He Jun and the other 2's legs, and dragged them toward the dense forest. After walking not far, Qin Chang'an called out, "Elder Zhang, wait a moment." "Ding! Young lord, what are your orders?" Zhang Zhong turned around. "See if they have anything valuable on them," Qin Chang'an said. The city of Letu was destitute, so every opportunity to scavenge wealth had to be seized. "Yes, young lord." Zhang Zhong began to inspect and replied after a moment, "Young lord, the 3 of them only carried some silver. Take the silver and feed the corpses to the beasts as usual," Qin Chang'an said. "Understood, young lord." Zhang Zhong nodded, collected the silver, and continued dragging the corpses into the dense forest. After throwing the corpse into the dense forest, Zhang Zhong returned to Leta City. "Young lord, I've caused trouble for Leta City," Zhang Zhong said guiltily. "Not only did I kill He Jun and the others, but also the phenomenon that occurred when you gifted me the great fortune. He Jun and the others must have mistaken it for the emergence of a treasure, and surely more people will come looking for it." "Old Zhang, you're mistaken," Qin Chang'an countered. "Killing He Jun was my order, and gifting you the fortune was my decision. If there's trouble, it's on me, not you. You don't need to feel guilty." A look of gratitude flashed in Zhang Zhong's eyes. Although it is a fact, everything is due to Qin Chang'an's great kindness to him. "Old Zhang, things have come to this point, overthinking is useless." Qin Chang'an added, "We'll deal with soldiers as they come and cover water with earth." "Yes, young lord." Zhang Zhong no longer argued about who caused trouble, only understanding the importance of aligning words with actions. "Let's not talk about this anymore." Qin Chang'an changed the subject. "Elder Zhang, although your aptitude has been raised to level 5 and your cultivation has stepped into the Battle King realm, you are still no match for He Wuchang. Revenge requires patience. From now on, train diligently and catch up with He Wuchang as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will go with you to Black Star City and annihilate He Wuchang and the lineage of the Black Star City Lord." "Yes, young lord." Zhang Zhong nodded solemnly, dropped to one knee, clasped his fists, and swore, "Young lord, Zhang Zhong will be a man of Leta City in life and a ghost of Leta City in death. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. Everything I have now is because of Qin Chang'an. If not for meeting Qin Chang'an, Chang'an, not only would there be no hope for revenge, but I might already have perished. Zhang Zhong's loyalty has risen to 100. The host is rewarded with a treasure chest, which can be retrieved through thought. Zhang Zhong's words had barely fallen when the system's voice suddenly echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. He was overjoyed. Killing 3 enemies had unexpectedly raised Zhang Zhong's loyalty to the maximum value. A loyalty of 100 meant there was absolutely no risk of betrayal. From then on, he had no more worries. Giving people, giving prestige, giving silver, and even giving loyalty. Black Star City is truly a bringer of fortune. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly. After his reflection, he quickly helped Zhang Zhong up. Elder Zhang, by joining Paradise City, we are now family. Giving you fortune is a sign of trust. You need not worry. Young lord, I understand. Zhang Zhong replied solemnly, but your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Alright. Qin Chang'an smiled and changed the subject. Elder Zhang, since there's nothing going on right now, why not accompany me for a walk in Letta City? I have some things I'd like to ask you. Alright, young lord. Zhang Zhong agreed. The 3 people and 1 dog strolled leisurely into Letta City. Elder Zhang, cultivation aptitude is innate and naturally endowed, and it's widely known that it's difficult to improve later on. Aren't you curious why I can help you enhance your aptitude in cultivation? Qin Chang'an asked. Young lord, to be honest, I really want to know. Zhang Zhong said, but I know this is your secret, so I won't ask further, nor will I reveal it. I only need to know that I am a person of Lu Tu City, a person of the young lord. Qin Chang'an nodded. He brought it up proactively to remind Zhang Zhong not to disclose the secret, to avoid causing trouble. Zhang Zhong took the initiative to express his stance, so there was no need for further reminders. Old Zhang, have you heard about my master being injured 3 years ago? Qin Chang'an continued to ask. I've heard about it. Zhang Zhong replied, not just me, people from the surrounding cities all know about it. Then do you know who injured my master? Qin Chang'an pressed on. Previously, Qin Chang'an had already harbored the thought of avenging Qin Shan. Unfortunately, in the past, as a useless person unable to cultivate, he had the will but not the strength, and could only bury this thought deep in his heart. He had asked Qin Shan multiple times about who had injured him, but he never got the truth. Although he still couldn't cultivate, with the Grand Lord system, the combined cultivation of the people in his territory became his own cultivation. He finally had the means to avenge Qin Shan, and that thought reignited within him. Young lord, I have only heard about Lord Qin being injured, but I have not heard exactly who did it. However, I paid attention to the matter at the time and noticed some coincidences. Zhang Zhong said. Uncle Zhang, what coincidences? Qin Chang'an pressed. Young lord, before the news of Lord Qin being injured spread, He Wuchang had left Black Star City. Zhang Zhong explained. He was gone for about a day, and when he returned, he seemed to be injured. Not long after his return, the news of Lord Qin being injured began to circulate. I don't know if this is a coincidence or if it has something to do with He Wuchang. Qin Chang'an's eyes flickered slightly. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? It was highly likely that He Wuchang was connected to the incident where Qin Shan was injured. As for whether Zhang Zhong deliberately involved He Wuchang to use him for revenge, Qin Chang'an did not think so. Zhang Zhong's loyalty had long been maxed out. It was impossible for him to deceive him. Furthermore, Letta City and Black Star City have always been mortal enemies, so Black Wuchang has every reason to plot against Qin Shan. Understood. Qin Chang'an nodded, making a vow in his heart. One day, he will storm into Black Star City, capture Black Wuchang alive, uncover the truth behind Qin Shan's injury, and avenge his master. Young lord, is Lord Qin doing well? Zhang Zhong asked with concern. Mentioning Qin Shan, Qin Chang'an's eyes turned red. After a moment of silence, he said, Elder Zhang, from now on, just call me Lord. Zhang Zhong was stunned. Young lord, no, Lord, did Lord Qin pass the position of Lord to you? Yes, he passed it to me, Qin Chang'an replied. My master departed for the Western Paradise this morning. Ah, Zhang Zhong was shocked. Lord, sorry, I brought up something that saddens you. It's fine. Qin Chang'an shook his head, his heart filled with sorrow. As if sensing its master's grief, the Black Panther rubbed its head against his thigh. Black Panther, I'm fine. Qin Chang'an stroked its head, understanding it was offering comfort. On the road ahead, Qin Chang'an said no more and silently walked forward. Zhang Zhong and Black Panther took positions on either side, quietly following. After walking for a while in Lutu City, Qin Chang'an spoke. Elder Zhang, it's getting late, and you're injured. I'm afraid there will still be trouble ahead. Let's head back and rest for now. Alright, Lord, Zhang Zhong responded, though his expression carried hesitation. The expression seemed to want to ask something but dared not speak. Noticing the unusual behavior, Qin Chang'an said, Old Zhang, we are family. Speak freely, there's no need to hesitate. Yes, Lord. Zhang Zhong nodded and asked, Lord, we've been walking for so long just now, why haven't we encountered anyone? Not encountering anyone is quite normal. Qin Chang'an smiled bitterly. The remaining people in Paradise City have all left today. Now, it's just the two of us. How could we meet anyone else? Zhang Zhong suddenly realized. The people of Letta City had all dispersed. No wonder he had walked around for so long without seeing anyone. Woof woof. Black Panther suddenly barked barked, full of discontent. Qin Chang'an immediately understood why it barked and raised his hand to rub its head. Sorry, I misspoke. You're still here in Lettuce City. Woof woof. Black Panther joyfully leaped up. This scene left Zhang Zhong utterly surprised. Could the dog actually understand Qin Chang'an's words? Lord, it seems like Black Panther really can understand what you're saying, Zhang Zhong said curiously. It's not like it can understand, it really can. Qin Chang'an explained, I helped it awaken its intelligence. It is no longer an ordinary dog but a demonic beast. Zhang Zhong was utterly shocked. Able to help animals awaken their intelligence? On second thought, since Qin Chang'an could enhance his cultivation aptitude and level, it wasn't surprising that he could also help the Black Panther awaken its intelligence. Old Zhang, now there's only you, me, and Black Panther in Lettuce City. Do you regret joining? Qin Chang'an asked. I don't regret it, Zhang Zhong said resolutely. Lord, if it weren't for you saving me, if it weren't for you helping me improve my aptitude in cultivation, let alone avenging myself by killing He Jun and the others, I'd probably already be a corpse. As for Lettuce City having only the three of us left, that's not a problem at all. The world is never short of people, and since you, Lord, can enhance aptitude, as soon as the news gets out, people will surely join Lettuce City. Old Zhang, that may be true, but now is not the time to spread the news, Qin Chang'an said. Enhancing aptitude defies common sense and is an enormous temptation. If the news spreads, it may indeed attract people, but it will also inevitably bring trouble. And with just the three of us, me, you, and Black Panther, we can't handle such trouble right now. The Lord is right, I didn't think it through, Zhang Zhong said. He only wanted to spread the news that Qin Chang'an could enhance aptitude to attract people, but he overlooked the immense trouble this would bring to Lettuce City. It's fine. Qin Chang'an shook his head. Elder Zhang, among the people you know, are there any trustworthy individuals with good character? My lord, I'm not good at socializing and have very few friends, Zhang Zhong said awkwardly. Those few friends are all from Black Star City. My entire family was killed by Black Wu Chang, and none of them spoke up for me. Lettuce City is now in a precarious situation. If I contact them, it would be fortunate if they don't report me to Black Wu Chang, let alone leave Black Star City to join Lettuce City. Sigh. Qin Chang'an let out a long sigh. Originally, he had wanted Zhang Zhong to find some people to join, but given the current situation, he could only give up on the idea. However, with Zhang Zhong guarding Lettuce City, recruiting people was not an urgent matter. At this moment, the three had already returned to the Lord's mansion. Qin Chang'an arranged a resting room for Zhang Zhong and then returned to his own room. Great Lord System, open the treasure chest, Qin Chang'an said softly. After slaying He Jun and the other two, Zhang Zhong's loyalty soared to 100, and the Great Lord System immediately rewarded Qin Chang'an with a treasure chest. At that time, Qin Chang'an was conversing with Zhang Zhong and had not yet checked the contents of the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Great fortune. The host has obtained a storage ring, which can be accessed with your mind. The system's voice echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. He was overjoyed. Although the storage ring couldn't enhance combat power, it was an excellent tool for storing items. Without it, going out would require carrying a large bundle, which is both troublesome and easily attracts the covetous eyes of thieves. With a storage ring, these worries vanish completely. Extract. Qin Chang'an commanded decisively. A flash of dark light passed by, and an ancient, dark ring appeared out of thin air in his palm. Host, this ring is forged from extraterrestrial meteorite, indestructible. It requires a blood bond to recognize its master before it can be controlled at will, the system reminded again. Qin Chang'an bit his fingertip, letting blood drip onto the surface of the ring. The blood bead quickly seeped into the ring, and in an instant, a strange sensation arose. It felt as if the ring had become a part of his body, allowing him to control it freely without any hindrance. Let's see just how big the storage space of this ring is, Qin Chang'an muttered to himself. With a thought, his consciousness delved into the storage ring. An exclamation escaped his lips. He had assumed the ring's space was limited, as the storage rings in many novels from his previous life were only a few cubic meters. Who would have thought that the storage space of this ring was as vast as several football fields? Produced by the system, guaranteed to be premium. Qin Chang'an couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, happily putting the ring on his finger. Let's see how many reputation points are left, he muttered to himself, summoning the Overlord System interface. Grand Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 2. Territory capacity, 10 people. Territory reputation, 1550 points. Upgrade conditions, 2 out of 10 people, 2250/10,000. Reputation points. Skills, Insight, Enlightenment, Manifestation. Qin Chang'an calculated silently, a bright smile spreading across his face. Enlightening Zhang Zhong and manifesting the vision cost a total of 290 reputation points, but Zhang Zhong earned him 1,250 points, meaning he spent nothing and even gained 960 points. Apart from gaining prestige, he obtained the expert Zhang Zhong, broke through to the Battle King realm, and acquired this storage ring with an extremely large storage space. A huge profit with no investment, simply incredible. incredible. Not bad, not bad. This kind of no-cost business should be done more often. Qin Chang'an smacked his lips and took out a scroll from under the pillow. This is the martial arts scroll of the Tiger Subduing Fist, a gift from Master Qin Shan, hoping he would try to practice it, awaken his cultivation potential, and embark on the path of cultivation. But every time he opened it to study, he always felt drowsy. Despite trying various methods to stay alert, even resorting to hanging his head from a beam and pricking his thigh with a needle, he still couldn't shake off the sleepiness. Qin Chang'an took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Now that I have reached the Battle King realm in cultivation, I suppose I have embarked on the path of cultivation. I hope this time I can focus on studying and successfully master the Tiger Subduing Fist." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the scroll. The numbers were barely glanced at before his eyelids started to droop, and drowsiness took over. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" He slapped his cheeks, trying hard to stay awake. But no matter how he struggled, the drowsiness was still irresistible. After several attempts, he confirmed one thing. Even with the Grand Lord system and the Battle King realm cultivation, he still couldn't practice martial techniques. Sigh, it seems I am destined to have no connection with martial techniques. Qin Chang'an let out a long sigh, closed the scroll, and furrowed his brows tightly. A person's combat strength relies not only on cultivation but also on martial skills. Now, he has cultivation but no martial skills, greatly diminishing his strength. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Grand Lord system can help me achieve initial cultivation and become a practitioner. It should also allow me to acquire martial skills. It must be so. It seems necessary to recruit people quickly, earn reputation points, and upgrade the Grand Lord system level. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he stored the scroll in his storage ring and lay back on the bed. Having thought of a solution, his mind was at ease, and he soon fell asleep. At this moment, two figures were sneaking around the gate of Letta City. They were the scouts who had come to search for treasure due to the phenomenon manifested by Qin Chang'an. "Big brother, there's not a single person here. We should be the first ones to arrive. So what if we're first? With our cultivation level, we can't break through Letta City's protective barrier. It's hard enough just to get into the city. All we can do is stare helplessly. Big brother is right. So what should we do? The sky is so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. It's inconvenient to act now. Let's first find a place to hide and conserve our energy. When more people arrive, we can take advantage of the chaos. Maybe we'll manage to snatch the treasure." "Big brother, if there are more people, the treasure will be divided into smaller shares. You don't understand. This treasure can only be obtained by those destined for it. If we're fated to have it, it doesn't matter if we come late or if there are more people." "Got it? Big brother, you're so wise." "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be the big brother and not you?" The two muttered for a moment, then left the city gate to find a place to hide. Afterward, wave after wave of people arrived one after another. Due to the darkness of the night, it was inconvenient to take action. Moreover, the city's protective shield was sturdy, so everyone chose to temporarily avoid confrontation and wait for reinforcements before making plans. Qin Chang'an was completely unaware of the turmoil outside and remained sound asleep in his dreams. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning light spilled across the earth. Suddenly, bang, 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 a series of heavy thuds rang out, abruptly waking Qin Chang'an from his deep sleep. Someone is attacking the protective shield again. He leapt out of bed with a whoosh, threw on his clothes, and rushed out the door. Just as he stepped outside, Zhang Zhong and Black Panther arrived. "Lord, someone is attacking the protective shield," Zhang Zhong said urgently. "If I'm not mistaken, the attackers are all after the treasure. They mistakenly believe that the phenomenon caused when you helped me enhance my cultivation talent was the emergence of a treasure." Qin Chang'an nodded, his thoughts aligning with the situation. "Old Zhang, later call me young lord." "Yes, lord." Zhang Zhong understood Qin Chang'an's intention. Qin Chang'an wanted to make the intruders mistakenly believe that Qin Shan was still alive. Although the surrounding cities all knew that Qin Shan had been bedridden for years, as long as he was not dead, he remained a significant deterrent. "Let's go and take a look." Qin Chang'an no longer hesitated and quickened his pace, heading toward the gates of Letta City. Zhang Zhong put on a bamboo hat, with a black veil falling down to cover his face. "Old Zhang, what do you mean by this?" Qin Chang'an asked in confusion. "Lord, I am currently being hunted by Black Star City and should not show my face," Zhang Zhong explained. "If my identity is exposed, it will surely invite retaliation from Black Star City and bring trouble to Letta City. I made this bamboo hat overnight to conceal my identity." Qin Chang'an suddenly realized and said apologetically, "Elder Zhang, I have wronged you." "Lord, how is this a grievance?" Zhang Zhong shook his head. "If not for you saving me, enhancing my aptitude in cultivation, I wouldn't even be able to avenge myself by killing He Jun and the others. I'd likely already be a corpse. Concealing my identity is only temporary. Once Latu City becomes strong, there will be no need to hide anymore." Qin Chang'an pondered for a long time before solemnly saying, "Elder Zhang, that day won't be far off." "Lord, I believe you." Zhang Zhong nodded firmly. "Elder Zhang, now is not the time for a direct confrontation with the enemy," Qin Chang'an reminded. "Make sure to follow the rules generals and act on orders later. Yes, my lord, Zhang Zhong responded. The three of them hurried to the gate of Lutu city. Climbing up the city wall, they saw over 100 people frantically attacking the protective shield. 3 of them have reached the initial stage of the Battle King realm, while the rest are at the Battle Marquis realm. Behind them, there is a dense crowd, estimated to be over 1,000. Young lord, the man in black is named He Xiong from Black Star City. The man in white is named Anishwan from An City. The man in red is Qiangjia from Qishao City, Zhang Zhong introduced in a low voice. All 3 are at the initial stage of the Battle King realm. Qin Chang'an nodded and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop!" Over 100 attackers immediately stopped and looked up at the city wall. Hundreds of people in the rear also raised their heads one after another. "Who are you?" He Xiong questioned. "Qin Chang'an," he replied calmly. Black Bear was stunned, as if he had heard of it but couldn't recall for the moment. At this moment, a voice of astonishment came from the crowd. "Are you the useless disciple of Lord Qinshan?" Black Bear suddenly realized it turned out to be the useless disciple of Qinshan. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Zhang Zhong wanted to rebuke but remembered the young lord's instructions and suppressed his anger. Qin Chang'an ignored the idle gossip and asked in a deep voice, "Everyone, why are you attacking Lutu City?" "Useless fool, do you even need to ask?" He Xiong responded coldly, "Hand over the treasure, or don't blame us for blasting through the protective shield." "Is it done?" "Not yet." "Treasure?" Qin Chang'an looked completely puzzled. "What treasure?" "Useless fool, don't play dumb." He Jun sneered. "Last night, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder roared, and a milky white beam of light descended from the heavens, landing in Lutu City. A phenomenon marking the emergence of a treasure. To tell you the truth, everyone here is after the treasure. I'll say it again, hand over the treasure if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for raising the city." Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned, then retorted, "There was indeed a phenomenon last night, but I don't know what so-called treasure you're talking about. That beam of light didn't land in Lutu City, it was 1,000 meters behind you." The crowd immediately turned and sprinted toward the rear. Though unsure whether Qin Chang'an's words were true or false, if true, why not investigate? Moreover, with He Jun, and Ishwan, and Qiangjia here, the chances of seizing the treasure are slim. A few chose to leave, but more people remained in place. These idiots. He Xiong glanced at those leaving and turned to Qin Chang'an. "Trash, I don't believe you. Even if you're telling the truth, the treasure must have already been taken by you." Everyone nodded in agreement. "To be honest, I also thought about going to see it, but ultimately gave up," Qin Chang'an said. "As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. You all know the current situation of Letta City. If the phenomenon truly signifies a treasure, it might not be a blessing for Letta City but rather a disaster. To avoid trouble, none of us went to the place where the light pillar landed. Believe it or not, but everything I said is the truth." He Xiong frowned deeply. Qin Chang'an's words made sense, forcing him to reconsider the possibility that the treasure was not in Letta City. "Waste, you'd better pray we can find the treasure." He Xiong snorted coldly and turned to leave. "The Paradise City is right ahead, there's no escape. The protective shield is sturdy and cannot be broken in a short time. Go to the place Qin Chang'an pointed out first to avoid a wasted trip." After He Xiong left, and Ishwan and Qiangjia also pondered for a moment before quietly retreating with their subordinates. The people in the rear saw this and followed suit, leaving one after another. Although the chances of obtaining the treasure were slim with He Xiong and Ishwan and Qiangjia personally leading their teams, what if they really managed to get it? Besides, even if they couldn't get it, following along would still allow them to enjoy the spectacle. Before long, the scene was deserted, not a single figure remained. "Lord, why did you deceive them?" Zhang Zhong asked, puzzled. "The situation is urgent, and I haven't come up with a solution yet," Qin Chang'an explained. "I deliberately delayed to buy some time to think and see if I could come up with a plan." Zhang Zhong suddenly understood, his expression turning serious. "Lord, Black Bear and the others will definitely return if they can't find the treasure. They firmly believe that last night's phenomenon signals the emergence of a treasure and will surely force us to hand it over. Today is bound to be troublesome." "Yes," Qin Chang'an sighed, "we must rack our brains and come up with a solution." "Understood, Lord." Zhang Zhong frowned in deep thought. Qin Chang'an also racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a good plan for the moment. "Mr. Zhang, do you have any ideas?" Qin Chang'an asked. "Lord, I really can't think of anything," Zhang Zhong said with a bitter smile. "Sigh." Qin Chang'an sighed helplessly. Today's matter is truly an unsolvable deadlock. He Xiong and the others are convinced that the anomaly is a treasure. If they can't find it, they will assume that Lutu City is hiding the treasure and will surely force him to hand it over. But that vision was not a treasure at all, so how could he hand over something that does not exist? Such a deadlock, even if an immortal descended, would be impossible to resolve. "Lord, this matter arose because of me," Zhang Zhong said with guilt. "If they come again, I'll fight to the death." "Old Zhang, I've already told you, this has nothing to do with you," Qin Chang'an said slowly. "Moreover, He Xiong, and Ishwan, and Qiangjia are all at the early stage of the Battle King realm. You alone cannot possibly stand against them. Fighting recklessly is no different from courting death. It's futile." Zhang Zhong gave a bitter smile. Though he understood the reasoning, he found it hard to suppress the anger and sense sense of responsibility in his heart. Zhang Lao, don't act impulsively, Qin Chang'an advised. There is always a way forward when the cart reaches the mountain. Though today's troubles are great, they may not be without a solution. Let's observe the situation first and make plans later. If it truly comes to it, fighting desperately won't be too late. Yes, Lord, Zhang Zhong agreed. The two stood silently on the city wall, waiting for He Xiong and his group to return. But today's matter is truly an unsolvable deadlock. Even immortals have no solution. Time passed silently, hour after hour. They're here. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Chang'an's eyes. Zhang Zhong's expression was grave. Black Bear and his men suddenly emerged from the dense forest, striding quickly toward Litu City. Useless. We've dug 3 feet into the ground and still found no treasure, Black Bear said coldly. Couldn't find it? Qin Chang'an's expression remained calm. That milky white beam of light indeed landed 1,000 meters away. If you can't find it, it only proves that it wasn't a treasure appearing. Useless. Do you take us for fools? Black Bear sneered. A natural phenomenon, a milky white beam of light descending, how could it not be a treasure? The treasure must have been taken by you. I advise you to hand it over quickly, or I'll blast through the protective shield and slaughter the city, wiping out your clan. I haven't obtained the treasure from Litu City. How can I hand it over? Qin Chang'an asked in a deep voice. You think I believe you? He Xiong shouted harshly. The protective shield of Litu City is covered in cracks. Blasting it apart won't be difficult. I'll say it one last time, hand over the treasure. I've already made it clear, Litu City doesn't have any treasure. Qin Chang'an replied in a deep voice. Useless fool, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. He Xiong sneered coldly and roared. Troops of Black Star City, break through the protective shield of Litu City. Yes. The men in black responded in unison and attacked the protective shield. All troops of An City, break through the protective shield of Leta City. All troops of Qishao City, break through the protective shield of Leta City. The orders of Anishuan and Qiingja rang out, and their subordinates took action one after another. The rest stood still, neither leaving nor making a move. Qin Chang'an's gaze was cold and sharp, engraving this scene in his memory. If Litu City can survive this calamity, it will surely annihilate the 3 cities of Black Star, Ans, and Qishao. Young Lord, Zhang Zhong said anxiously, the protective shield is already covered in cracks and won't hold for long. With Black Xiong and the others attacking so fiercely, the shield might collapse at any moment. I know, Qin Chang'an said in a deep voice. Don't panic, follow me. With that, he turned and walked toward the bottom of the city wall. The time he stalled by persuading He Xiong and the others was not in vain. He had finally come up with a solution. Although Zhang Zhong did not understand Qin Chang'an's plan, he followed closely behind, and Black Panther also caught up. Reaching the base of the city wall, Qin Chang'an arrived at the steel box beside the city gate. The steel box was made of refined steel, square in shape, with 3 embedded knobs. Inside the box was an energy stone that powered the protective shield, and the 3 knobs served as the unlocking mechanism. Qin Chang'an grasped the knobs with both hands and rotated them several times in both directions. With a crisp sound, the box door sprang open, revealing a half cubic meter space. Inside lay a palm-sized, dark black stone covered in cracks. This stone was the energy source for the protective shield. The more cracks it had, the more depleted its energy was. Let's hope this plan works, or else something truly disastrous will happen today. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly and slowly closed his eyes to focus. Zhang Zhong looked puzzled. When Qin Chang'an opened the steel box containing the energy stones, Zhang Zhong instinctively thought the Lord was about to replace the energy stones. However, Qin Chang'an closed his eyes and did not proceed with the replacement. Although he was confused, he did not ask questions but waited quietly. At this moment, Qin Chang'an was silently gazing at the cracked energy stone, pondering for a long time. Manifest. Suddenly, a soft shout echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Immediately afterward, a flawless energy stone appeared out of thin air in his palm. That's right, using the materialization skill to create energy stones was precisely the solution he came up with to break the deadlock. Ding! He intended to use this to repair the protective shield of Litu City and dispel the idea of He Xiong and others destroying the shield. This scene made Zhang Zhong's expression turn peculiar. Does it really take so much preparation just to retrieve an energy stone? He thought to himself, but soon his worried heart settled down. After all, with the new energy stone, it wouldn't be so easy for He Xiong and the others to destroy the protective shield. Qin Chang'an raised his hand to place the energy stone into the steel box and looked up at the sky. He saw the faint cracks on the protective shield disappearing at an astonishing speed. He let out a slight sigh of relief, but the relaxation was only temporary. Because this method is not perfect, if Black Bear and the others continue their attack, today's crisis will still be difficult to resolve. Closing the steel box, Qin Chang'an stepped toward the city gate, followed closely by Zhang Zhong and Black Panther. Upon reaching the city gate, Qin Chang'an opened it. In front of him, Black Bear and the others had already stopped their attack, their faces grim, clearly realizing the protective shield had been fully restored. Fool, do you think replacing one energy stone can shake our resolve? Black Bear angrily rebuked, his face dark. Qin Chang'an smiled bitterly in his heart. What you fear comes true, and what he worried about indeed happened. Our Litu City truly has no treasures. Why don't you believe me? Qin Chang'an retorted. Whether there are treasures or not, is it up to you to decide? He Xiong said coldly. Trash, I'll give you two choices, hand over the treasures, or let us destroy the protective shield and slaughter the city to search for them. Qin Chang'an's face suddenly changed. Previously, he patiently persuaded Black Bear, not out of a lack of anger, but in hopes of resolving the matter peacefully. Since Black Bear was resolute, there was no need for him to feign civility any longer. Black Bear, I'm telling the truth, I have no treasure to hand over, Qin Chang'an responded coldly. Since you don't believe me, there's no point in saying more. While the energy stones may not be abundant, they are certainly not baseless. Let's see when you manage to break through. Useless, pretending to be tough. Black Bear sneered. Do you think I don't know that the people of Lutu City have already fled and emptied the warehouse? Claiming there are still energy stones, how ridiculous. Believe it or not. Qin Chang'an snorted coldly. Then I want to see how many energy stones you have left. He Xiong sneered and commanded. Troops of Black Star City, continue attacking the shield. Troops of Qishao City, continue attacking. Troops of An City, continue attacking. And Ishuan and Xiingzhi's orders rang out, and everyone began punching and attacking. Qin Chang'an frowned deeply. The situation he had been worried about had finally arrived. His mind stirred, and he quickly summoned the Overlord system interface to check the consumption of the manifestation energy stones. The result made his heart ache. His reputation points had plummeted from 1,550 to 1,050, consuming a full 500 points. At this moment, he had no time to worry about the losses. His heart weighed down with unspeakable heaviness. The remaining reputation could only materialize at most 2 more energy stones. He Xiong and the others were determined, forcing the treasure. Materializing energy stones was merely a delay tactic. Once the 3 energy stones were exhausted and the protective shield fell, He Xiong and the others would drive straight in. By then, not only he, Zhang Zhong, and Black Panther would be doomed, but Lutu City would also face destruction. What should I do? Qin Chang'an was anxious, his mind racing as he racked his brains for a solution. He had just acquired the Grand Lord system, and as long as he had time, he could surely build up the strength to protect himself and safeguard Lutu City. He was unwilling to die like this, and even more unwilling to face his ancestors in shame after Qin Shan's death. Therefore, he had to find a way to break the deadlock and resolve today's crisis. Zhang Zhong frowned deeply, his fists clenched. He knew Qin Chang'an was trying to intimidate He Xiong and the others. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, but he had also heard what He Xiong said and knew that the people of Leta City had already fled. If the energy stones were truly sufficient, how could the protective shield be repeatedly damaged? Why else would Qin Chang'an look so grim? The Black Panther angrily glared at Black Xiong and the other attackers, its front paws clawing at the ground, fury surging. Young lord, we'll fight to the death, Zhang Zhong said in a low voice. Old Zhang, don't act impulsively. Qin Chang'an advised softly. Leta City is my master's life's work. It will never be allowed to be destroyed. If there truly is no way out, I will give the order myself, but now is not yet the time for a desperate fight. Understood, young lord. Zhang Zhong nodded. Qin Chang'an continued to ponder. Where exactly lies the best strategy to break the impasse? A sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind, but it was interrupted by Zhang Zhong speaking. However, he vaguely felt that if he could grasp that inspiration, he would be able to resolve the crisis. Moments later, Qin Chang'an's eyes lit up abruptly. Old Zhang, Black Panther, wait here. I'll go handle something, Qin Chang'an said. Although Zhang Zhong didn't understand the intention, he decisively agreed. Yes, young lord. Woof woof. Black Panther responded, obediently staying in place. Qin Chang'an turned and left. A few minutes later, he returned dragging a large burlap sack. Seeing Qin Chang'an dragging that heavy burlap sack over, Zhang Zhong was completely baffled, unable to understand what the young lord was up to. Young lord, what are you doing? Zhang Zhong couldn't help but ask. Old Zhang, you'll find out soon enough. Qin Chang'an replied with a deliberately mysterious smile, his gaze sweeping toward He Xiong and the others who were furiously attacking the protective shield of Lutu City, and he shouted in a deep voice, stop. As soon as the words were spoken, Black Bear and the others immediately stopped. Trash, are you chickening out? Black Bear sneered sarcastically. Don't overthink it. Qin Chang'an shook his head, firmly grasped the bottom of the large sack, and suddenly emptied its contents. Clink, clank. Crisp sounds of collision rang out as pitch-black stones rolled out of the bag, piling into a small hill. The sheer quantity was clearly no small amount. This scene caused Black Bear and the others' expressions to change drastically. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, but the sight before them remained unchanged. How is this possible? Black Bear exclaimed. These are all energy stones. Almost everyone in Paradise City has left, and the warehouse was looted. How could there still be so many? The crowd was even more astonished. Energy stones are extremely rare and precious. No city has many of them, let alone Paradise City blatantly storing them in large sacks. Zhang Zhong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He originally thought that Lutu City couldn't possibly hide many energy stones, but he hadn't expected Qin Chang'an to have so many in his possession. His face quickly lit up with wild joy, thinking that with the strength of He Jun and the others, it was absolutely impossible for them to shatter the protective shield in one go. They could only slowly deplete the power of the energy stones bit by bit. Now that Qin Chang'an had taken out so many energy stones, who knows how many years it would take He Xiong and his group to exhaust their energy. Nothing is impossible, Qin Chang'an said calmly. Weren't you all trying to destroy the protective shield of Lutu City? Go ahead, I'd like to see how long it takes to wear you out and when you'll finally deplete these energy stones. Black Bear and the others looked grim. They knew that depleting the energy of a single energy stone would already take quite some time. If it were only one or two, they would still feel confident. But with hundreds of them piled up in front of them, how long would it take? An eternity. Impossible, Black Bear sneered. Even Black Star City doesn't have this many. How could your Lutu City possibly have them? Your energy stones must be fake. As soon as these words were spoken, Anishwan, Xiangja, and the others were all invigorated. He Xiong made a valid point. After all, their city didn't have many energy stones. He Xiong, are you blind? Qin Chang'an shouted angrily. Can't you recognize these? Besides looking like this, do energy stones resemble any other kind of stone? I don't have the patience to argue with you. If you want to blast through the shield, go ahead. I'd like to see you try. He Xiong and the others were stunned. Qin Chang'an's words were not without reason. There really weren't many stones in this world that looked so much like energy stones. This made them hesitant about whether the energy stone Qin Chang'an brought out was genuine. He Xiong pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, everyone, whether this is an energy stone or not, will know once we deplete the energy in this stone. And Ishwan and Xiangja both nodded. Black Bear shouted loudly, troops of Black Star City, continue the attack. Immediately after, the people of An City and Qishao City also took action one after another. Zhang Zhong's heart, which had just settled, was on edge again. He hadn't thought much of it initially, but after hearing Black Bear's words, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Those energy stones were very likely fake. He turned to look at Qin Chang'an, and his anxious heart settled down again. Qin Chang'an's expression was calm, showing no trace of panic. Since he wasn't worried, what did Zhang Zhong, someone who should have gone to the underworld long ago, have to fear? A fight to the death it would be. He Xiong and the others frantically attacked the protective shield, while Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and Black Panther quietly observed. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Grumble, grumble. Qin Chang'an's stomach suddenly began to protest. He rubbed his stomach and shook his head with a wry smile. Last night, before he could finish a chicken drumstick, Black Panther jumped off the city wall, and Zhang Zhong, busy with his tasks, didn't eat either. This morning, he was woken up by the sound of banging before he was fully awake, and he hasn't eaten anything since. How could his stomach not protest? Old Zhang, you wait here. I'll go get something to eat, Qin Chang'an said, then turned and climbed up the city wall. He picked up the roasted chicken and wine flask left behind from last night and slowly descended the wall. Old Zhang, Black Panther, dinner's ready, Qin Chang'an called out, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He tore off a chicken wing for Zhang Zhong and Black Panther, then continued gnawing on the unfinished drumstick. Zhang Zhong and Black Panther, seeing the Lord enjoying his meal, also began eating heartily. Qin Chang'an gnawed on the drumstick and took a few sips of fine wine. Old Zhang, would you like to have a drink too? Qin Chang'an asked. Sure. Zhang Zhong readily took the wine jug, drank a few gulps with a glug-glug, and after savoring it carefully, his face showed astonishment. Young lord, this wine is elegant and delicate upon entry, smooth and not spicy, with a lingering aftertaste and a mouthful of fragrance. I've had plenty of good wines, but never anything this exceptional, Zhang Zhong praised. This is a fine wine materialized using reputation points, so naturally, the taste is excellent, Qin Chang'an muttered to himself. Actually, I crafted this using a secret method. Though the quantity is limited, it's enough for occasional sips. Thank you, young lord, Zhang Zhong said gratefully. This scene made He Xiong, and Ishwan, Xiangja, and the others look livid. They were exhausted, pounding on the protective shield like dying dogs, while Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong sat inside the city feasting heartily, a mockery that stung deeply. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out. A new crack has appeared in the protective shield of Lutu City. Upon hearing the crisp sound of breaking, Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and He Xiong, along with the others, instinctively turned their gaze toward the protective shield of Lutu City. A clear crack had appeared on the shield. This slightly eased the grim expressions on He Xiong and the others' faces. After all, they had been attacking relentlessly like exhausted dogs for so long and finally saw some results. Young lord, Zhang Zhong hesitated to speak, but Qin Chang'an gently interrupted him. It's fine, keep eating, Qin Chang'an said calmly. Zhang Zhong could only swallow his words, nod silently, and continue gnawing on the chicken wing in his hand. He Xiong glanced at Qin Chang'an and saw him still leisurely eating roast chicken and drinking fine wine, his expression growing increasingly grim. Everyone, we've already created a crack in the protective shield. Let's keep up the effort and continue attacking. Before long, we will surely break through the shield, charge into the city, and seize the treasure, He Xiong encouraged loudly. After speaking, he was the first to throw a punch, followed closely by Anishwan and Xiangja, as everyone once again launched a frenzied attack on the protective shield. However, He Xiong knew deep down that reality was far less optimistic than his words suggested. From the morning until now, Their continuous attacks had only managed to create a single crack, with the force of the attacks falling far short of expectations. Even worse, judging by the current situation, breaking through the protective shield was clearly not a task that could be accomplished in a short time. But how could he back down? First, greed drove him to seize the treasure. Second, he had already boasted arrogantly, if he retreated now, where would his dignity be? Qin Chang'an remained calm, not even sparing Black Bear a glance, continuing to enjoy the roast chicken and fine wine. Soon, the three of them finished off the roasted chicken and emptied the jug of fine wine. Though it wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, it was still better than being hungry earlier. Now that we're full, it's time to get moving. Qin Chang'an stood up, looked at Black Bear and the others who were still furiously attacking the protective shield, and said with a cheeky grin, "Your efficiency is way too low. Put in some more effort." Crack! Black Bear and the others were so furious their teeth were grinding. They wished they could tear Qin Chang'an apart alive, but with the protective shield in place, they couldn't even hope to enter the city, let alone deal with him. Qin Chang'an continued to tease, "Haven't eaten? So hungry you've got no strength?" Before he finished speaking, he added, "Makes sense, you haven't had a sip of water or a bite to eat since morning. Where would you get the energy?" Black Bear roared, "You useless fool, you're too arrogant." Qin Chang'an smiled slyly, "So what if I'm arrogant? Come bite me if you can." Black Bear roared furiously, "You useless trash, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death." Qin Chang'an rolled his eyes and mocked, "I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, blast through the protective shield. If not, stop shouting nonsense." Black Bear was so angry he almost spat blood, but he was helpless. "I'm not underestimating you, but with your level of strength, breaking through the protective shield is as hard as climbing to the heavens," Qin Chang'an continued. "You've been attacking since morning, and all you've managed is a single crack. This is far from the state of my Lutu City shield, which was covered in fissures before. By my estimation, it'll take at least 10 days to break through the shield." Black Bear opened his mouth to argue but ultimately said nothing. What Qin Chang'an said was indeed the truth. Sigh. Qin Chang'an sighed. "Previously, I kept a low profile in Letta City and didn't exchange energy stones, not expecting you all to mistake us for being easy to bully. Since we've been exposed, and Letta City has so many energy stones, there's no need to stay low-key anymore. This crack is unpleasant to look at, so I'll fix it first." After speaking, he picked up a dark energy stone and turned to walk into Letta City. Ding! Black Bear and the others felt a tightness in their chests. They still doubted the authenticity of the pile of energy stones, but unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an actually picked one up to repair the shield. They couldn't help but look up at the sky, only to see the cracks disappear at an extremely fast speed. "It's really fixed." Everyone was dumbfounded. They misjudged the situation. The energy stones on the ground are all genuine, otherwise, how could the shield have been restored to its original state? Damn it! He Xiong cursed under his breath. He had thought that Lutu City was out of ammunition and on the verge of destruction, but who would have expected it to have such an abundant reserve of energy stones? Qin Chang'an returned to the city gate and said with a cheerful smile, "Why are you all standing there? Keep attacking." He Xiong and the others' faces grew even darker, their mouths twitching. They had spent most of the day creating a crack, only for Qin Chang'an to repair it in an instant, rendering their efforts futile. What was even more frustrating was that it was extremely difficult to deplete the energy of just one energy stone, and the energy of hundreds of energy stones would likely take an eternity to exhaust. "Waste, this matter won't end like this." He Xiong roared, "Just you wait." With that, he turned and left. And Ishuan and Qiingja followed closely behind, and the crowd gradually dispersed. They knew full well that staying was pointless if the shield couldn't be broken. Zhang Zhong saw He Xiong and the others retreat and let out a long sigh of relief. He had once thought that Letta City was on the brink of disaster, even prepared to fight to the death, but he hadn't expected Qin Chang'an to resolve it so easily. Just as he was relaxing, Qin Chang'an's voice suddenly rang out, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wait a moment." Upon hearing Qin Chang'an's words, the expressions of He Xiong, and Ishuan, and Qiingja instantly turned even darker. They were about to leave when Qin Chang'an unexpectedly told them not to rush off. Was he deliberately provoking them? "Trash, what do you want? Are you trying to keep us here?" He Xiong shouted grimly, "That's not what I meant." Qin Chang'an shook his head and quickly explained, "I just wanted to ask you all to help spread a message. Lutu City is recruiting. No restrictions on cultivation level or aptitude, but spots are limited. Those who want to join Lutu City should seize the opportunity." Upon hearing this, He Xiong, and Ishuan, and Qiingja were all stunned. They had just been utterly humiliated and forced to retreat in disgrace, wishing they could kill Qin Chang'an on the spot and destroy Lutu City. Unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an actually wanted them to help promote recruitment for Lutu City. Had his brain been slammed in a door? Useless. Lutu City is about to collapse, and you're still recruiting people? He Xiong sneered. "He Xiong, this has nothing to do with you." Qin Chang'an retorted without backing down. "Humph, so what if it has nothing to do with me?" He Xiong sneered. "You want us to help you promote it? Dream on." As the words fell, he turned and left without looking back. And Ishuan and Qiingja followed closely behind, turning and leaving as well. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Lord system suddenly echoed in Qin Chang'an's Chang'an's mind. Lutu City successfully scared off a powerful enemy, earning 5,000 reputation points. Qin Chang'an's face showed a look of shock. He hadn't expected that just scaring off Black Bear and his men would earn him a full 5,000 reputation points. The number was astonishing. However, he quickly calmed down, thinking, although the enemies numbered over 1,000, 5,000 reputation points averaged out to less than 5 points per person, which wasn't much at all. He let out a long breath and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. These 5,000 reputation points temporarily resolved the worry of insufficient reputation points. Watching Black Bear and the others leave, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but ask in confusion, Lord, Black Bear and his group are eager to destroy Paradise City. How could they possibly help us with recruitment promotion? I know you understand this, so why are you still doing it? Old Zhang, they indeed won't actively help with promotion, but they will unintentionally help us spread the word. Qin Chang'an smiled. Unintentionally? Zhang Zhong was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Zhang, let me ask you a question. Qin Chang'an stared at him. Do you think they would treat my request for them to help promote recruitment in Paradise City as a joke? Of course they would. Zhang Zhong nodded without hesitation. After all, asking the enemy to help with promotion, who wouldn't find that laughable? Exactly. Qin Chang'an said with a smile, they'll treat it as a joke and will inevitably talk about it. When others hear it, they'll spread the word, and the news about Paradise City's recruitment will naturally get around. Of course, He Xiong and his group might realize my intention and choose to keep quiet, but with thousands of people knowing about this, it's impossible for everyone to stay silent. The news will spread sooner or later. Zhang Zhong suddenly realized. Qin Chang'an never expected the Black Bear gang to help with the promotion. Instead, he leveraged their tendency to treat this matter as a joke, turning the situation around to achieve the goal of spreading the word. As for whether people would join after the news spread, he had no doubt. The areas of the cities are limited, as is the number of people they can accommodate. Many are forced to wander in the wilderness, constantly facing the danger of attacks from demonic beasts. If we can join Lutu City, at least we'll have a relatively safe place to stay. What's more, Qin Chang'an even generously revealed a large bag of energy stones, ensuring the safety of Lutu City. Since there are no restrictions on cultivation level or aptitude, how could no one be willing to join? The Lord is truly a man of great wisdom. Zhang Zhong exclaimed. Elder Zhang, you flatter me. Qin Chang'an replied modestly with a wry smile. This is actually a last resort. Lutu City urgently needs manpower. You're being hunted by Black Star City and can't go out freely, and I can't leave either, so I had no choice but to use this strategy. Even if it was a move made out of helplessness, it still highlights your extraordinary ingenuity, Zhang Zhong sincerely admired. Using the enemy's words to spread the message and recruit people who could have thought of such a tactic? It's simply a stroke of genius, beyond words. Old Zhang, stop praising me, or I'll start floating up to the heavens. Qin Chang'an rubbed his nose and quickly changed the subject. After this battle, Lutu City should be stable for a while. I hope my strategy works, otherwise, we'll have to think of another way to recruit people. Let's go back. With that, Qin Chang'an turned and walked toward the interior of Lutu City. Lord, those energy stones haven't been collected yet, Zhang Zhong reminded. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin Chang'an looked a bit embarrassed. Zhang Zhong was taken aback. That was an energy stone, something everyone in the city cherished like a treasure, and Qin Chang'an actually forgot about it? Old Zhang, those are all fake, Qin Chang'an explained. He Xiong and his men are dead set on believing that last night's anomaly signaled the emergence of a treasure, and they're desperately trying to seize it. After thinking for a long time, I realized there was only one way to make them give up, to show them that they can't break through the protective shield of Letta City. So, I made some fake energy stones that look very realistic. Zhang Zhong suddenly realized. No wonder Qin Chang'an could forget about those energy stones. Who would care about fake ones? Lord, then how did you repair the shield? Zhang Zhong asked curiously. With energy stones, Qin Chang'an said helplessly. I still have real energy stones. Thinking of this, Qin Chang'an felt a pang of heartache. To scare off Black Bear and his group, he first used his materialization skill to create a pile of fake energy stones, costing 50 reputation points, and then materialized a real energy stone, which cost 500 reputation points. Although it pained him, he knew that if he didn't do this, Black Bear and the others would never back down easily. At that point, not only would he be in danger, but even Paradise City would be doomed. Compared to the safety of himself in Paradise City, these 550 reputation points were nothing. What's more, scaring off Black Bear and the others earned him 5,000 reputation points. After deducting costs, he still made a net profit of 4,450 points. It was an absolute windfall. Zhang Zhong's face was full of admiration, not only because of Qin Chang'an's ingenuity but also because his acting skills were masterful. You have to know, Qin Chang'an used fake energy stones to fool Black Bear and his group, and even he himself was almost deceived. Better put away those fake energy stones, they might come in handy someday, Qin Chang'an said as he turned and walked toward the city gate. After taking just a few steps, he saw a young woman, around 28 or 29 years old, walking briskly toward Lutu City. Qin Chang'an's brows furrowed slightly. He Xiong and Ishuan, and Chiingja had already left. What could this young woman be coming here for? A thought flashed through his mind. Could she be trying to use her beauty to seize the treasure? Although the young lady was not very old, appearing to be only 16 or 17, she was tall, with skin as smooth as jade, bright eyes, and pearly teeth. She was clearly a budding beauty who would undoubtedly become a devastatingly attractive figure in the future. However, her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her clothes were dirty, clearly not having been changed for a long time. It shouldn't be a ploy of beauty. Qin Chang'an immediately dismissed his own suspicion. Using the beauty trap is usually done by flirtatious and charming women, as this is more effective in seducing men. However, this young girl looks pure and innocent, and she's wearing dirty clothes. Who would use someone like her to execute a beauty trap? At this moment, Zhang Zhong also noticed the young girl and softly reminded, "Lord, someone is coming." "I see her," Qin Chang'an nodded, quietly waiting for the girl to approach. Before long, the girl quickly ran up to Qin Chang'an. "Hey, I just vaguely heard you mention recruiting for Letta City in the dense forest." Her voice was clear and melodious, like the song of an oriole. "Yes." Qin Chang'an did not deny it. "Then I want to join Letta City," the girl said straightforwardly. Qin Chang'an glanced at her and thought, so direct? "Little girl, why do you want to join Paradise City?" he asked. "Well," the young lady hesitated, "you're recruiting, and I'm willing to join. Why are you asking so many questions?" Qin Chang'an smiled helplessly. "What you said seems to make sense, but since you want to join, how can I not ask clearly?" After thinking for a moment, he decisively used his insight skill. Immediately, a trace of a complex expression appeared on her face. This young girl was named Yi Qinggu, possessing a 7th level cultivation talent, advanced war marquee realm cultivation, and hailing from the Yi family of Yuzhou. What is going on here? Qin Chang'an was filled with doubt. Although he had never heard of the Yi family of Yuzhou, any family that could bear the name Yuzhou was clearly no ordinary one. Without a certain foundation of power, one wouldn't dare to use a regional title, let alone the fact that Yi Qinggu possesses a 7th level cultivation talent. Cultivation talent is innate, inherited from one's parents. Typically, parents with low-level talent find it difficult to produce offspring with higher talent than themselves, yet Yi Qinggu possesses a 7th level talent, indicating that her parents must also have at least 7th level cultivation. A family capable of possessing 7th level cultivation talent is by no means ordinary. He couldn't help but wonder why Yi Qinggu had left the Yi family in Yuzhou and traveled thousands of miles to this remote little county of Wulong. "Little girl, you didn't run away from home, did you?" Qin Chang'an asked tentatively. After all, Yi Qinggu came from a prominent family and was beautiful, yet she had come alone to this distant place. He really couldn't think of any other reason. "How did you know?" Yi Qinggu asked in surprise. "Judging from various circumstances," Qin Chang'an said with a smile. "So, you're really running away from home. Tell me, why did you run away? And why come to a place like Wulong County?" Yi Qinggu hesitated, clearly weighing whether to reveal the reason for leaving home. Qin Chang'an was in no hurry and quietly waited for her to speak. After a moment, Yi Qinggu asked, "If I tell you, will you agree to let me join Lido City?" "Not necessarily." Qin Chang'an shook his head. "But if you don't say it, I probably won't agree." Now, Lido City is fraught with crises, and Yi Qinggu comes from the Yi family of Yuzhou, a prominent clan. Any mishap could bring catastrophic disaster to Lido City. Although Lido City is protected by a shield, that shield is not indestructible. If the enemy is powerful enough, they can still easily destroy it. If given enough time, he wouldn't take the Yi family of Yuzhou seriously at all, and even many prominent families of the Huaxia Empire wouldn't dare to underestimate him. However, reality is harsh, and he has to be cautious. "Alright, I'll tell you," Yi Qinggu explained bitterly. "My uncle arranged a marriage for me, wanting to marry me off to someone I don't like. I don't want to accept it, but I have no right to oppose it, so I had no choice but to run away from home." Qin Chang'an fell into deep thought. Yi Qinggu's gaze was pure, without any trace of deceit. "Don't your parents care?" Qin Chang'an asked. Hearing this, a trace of loneliness appeared on Yi Qinggu's face. "My parents went out a few years ago and have been missing ever since. According to my uncle, they are most likely no longer alive." Qin Chang'an felt a bit awkward. "Sorry for bringing up something that makes you sad." "It's okay." Yi Qinggu shook her head. "I've already told the truth. It really is like this. I can even swear that everything I've said is true. Now, can I join Lido City?" The last question, Qin Chang'an asked, "Since there are many cities around, why did you choose Letta City?" "Your Letta City is recruiting people." Yi Qinggu's gaze shifted evasively. Qin Chang'an slightly curled his lips. This young lady's evasive look clearly showed she wasn't telling the truth. "That's not a valid reason," Qin Chang'an said. "Little girl, there aren't many people in Wulong County with a Battle King cultivation level. With your advanced Battle Marquee cultivation, it wouldn't be hard for you to enter any city. I'll give you one more chance to honestly state the real reason you want to join Letta City. Otherwise, you'll go back to where you came from. Stop driving me away all the time." "Can't I just say it?" Yi Qinggu said resentfully. "A master guided me and told me to keep heading in the direction of Wulong County. The place where a milky white beam of light descends is my blessed land. Only in the blessed land can I escape the marriage marriage arranged by my uncle. I was initially skeptical, but when I saw a milky white beam of light descend last night, I believed it and hurried over. I only arrived this morning, but when those people attacked Latu City earlier, I hid in the woods and only came out after they left. Crack. Don't worry, apart from that master, no one knows I've come here. I won't cause you any trouble. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Before Qin Shan's demise, he had mentioned a prophecy left by the Qin family's ancestor. Now, Yi Qingwu spoke of being guided by an expert. Both matters were shrouded in mystery, yet certain details began to emerge, making him feel unusually strange. Can I join Latu City now? Yi Qingwu asked eagerly. Yes, Qin Chang'an agreed without hesitation. The reason he was so straightforward was not because Yi Qingwu mentioned being guided by a master, but because Latu City is currently in dire need of people, and she possesses a 7th-level cultivation talent, actively offering herself. How could he easily give up on such talent? In Wulong County, let alone a 7th-level cultivation talent, even someone with a 5th-level cultivation talent would be enough to make an entire city boil with excitement and become widely known. As for his previous reluctance, apart from worrying about trouble, he was more interested in figuring out why Yi Qingwu chose to join Latu City. As for the trouble she might bring, Yi Qingwu herself said that apart from that master, no one knows she came here, so she won't cause him any trouble. Besides, as the saying goes, when you have too many lice, you stop itching. Latu City already has enough trouble, one more won't make a difference. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice immediately echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. The host has recruited a member for Leta City, gaining 700 reputation points. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Previously, he only gained 300 reputation points when recruiting Zhang Zhong. Why did he gain 700 points this time for recruiting Yi Qingwu? Crack. He quickly understood that the reputation points gained from recruiting members were related to their cultivation talent level. Specifically, the reputation gained equals the cultivation talent level of the recruited member multiplied by 100. This explains why Zhang Zhong only has 300 points, while Yi Qingwu has 700 points. Next, Qin Chang'an clearly felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body. This energy rapidly tempered his flesh, muscles, and bones, and he could feel his physical attributes improving quickly. This feeling came quickly and disappeared just as fast, but in just a brief moment, he felt much stronger than before. Hearing Qin Chang'an agree, Yi Qingwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, she was really worried about being rejected, but fortunately, it didn't happen. Can I enter Leta City now? Yi Qingwu asked. Of course. Qin Chang'an nodded, then immediately deactivated the protective shield at the city gate. Once she entered, he quickly reactivated it to prevent others from coming and going freely. Little girl, put the energy stones on the ground into the sack. Qin Chang'an ordered. I'm not called little girl, my name is Yi Qingwu, she immediately retorted. And you don't look much older than me, so why are you calling me little girl? It's just a term of address, it doesn't matter what you're called as long as you respond, Qin Chang'an said confidently. Besides, how much older I am than you isn't the point. The point is that I am older than you. As long as I'm older, even if it's just by a day, I can call you little girl. Who told me to be older than you? Yi Qingwu was instantly choked with anger. She wanted to retort, but Qin Chang'an's words were indeed reasonable, leaving her momentarily speechless. Little girl, hurry up and pack the energy stones into the big sack, Qin Chang'an urged again. Zhang Zhong shook his head helplessly. Yi Qingwu is so beautiful, yet Qin Chang'an mercilessly orders her around. Isn't this a bit too inconsiderate? Lord, let me do it. Zhang Zhong volunteered. Old Zhang, don't move, let her do it, Qin Chang'an said. How can such a trivial matter be left to you? She's a newcomer, and newcomers should have the awareness of being one. From now on, all the chores in Latu City will be handed over to her. Zhang Zhong was momentarily stunned, vaguely sensing that Qin Chang'an was deliberately targeting Yi Qingwu. Are you the Lord of Leta City? Yi Qingwu asked in surprise. That's right. Qin Chang'an nodded and urged, hurry up. Zhang Lao, Black Panther, and I are leaving first. After speaking, Qin Chang'an turned and left, with Zhang Zhong and Black Panther following closely behind. Watching Qin Chang'an's departing figure, a trace of hesitation appeared on Yi Qingwu's face. She had long noticed that Qin Chang'an held an extraordinary position in Latu City, otherwise, he wouldn't have the authority to decide whether she could join. But she hadn't expected Qin Chang'an to be the lord of Latu City. However, what troubled her wasn't this matter, but whether what the expert had said was true. As the saying goes, youth lacks experience, and work lacks reliability. Qin Chang'an was so young yet already a lord. She doubted whether Latu City was truly her lucky place and whether it could help her escape the marriage arranged by her uncle. Hesitating for a long time, Yi Qingwu ultimately chose to trust the expert's guidance. First, that expert was quite renowned in Yuzhou. Second, some of the things he mentioned had already come true. Humph. Yi Qingwu lightly waved her small fist, then swiftly began packing the energy stones on the ground into a large sack. In the distance, Zhang Zhong asked in a low voice, Lord, why do I feel like you're deliberately targeting Miss Yi? Zhang Lao, I'm not targeting her, I'm just testing her, Qin Chang'an explained. Although what she said is likely true, it's ultimately just her words and cannot be verified. We can believe her, but we can't fully trust her. There are too many secrets at stake to reveal them lightly. If what she says is true, she definitely won't leave just because I'm making things difficult for her. Let's go first and leave her there to handle the energy stones. It's also a test for her. Keep in mind, energy stones are extremely valuable. If her reasons for joining aren't pure, she might be tempted by greed and flee Latu City with the energy stones. Zhang Zhong suddenly saw the light. Qin Chang'an's worries were indeed reasonable. He had thought about it too simply. At this moment, Yi Qingwu's voice suddenly rang out. Lord, Elder Zhang, wait for me. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong turned around at the same time, only to see Yi Qingwu hurrying over with a large sack on her back. Lord, it seems Latu City has gained a new member. Zhang Zhong said with a smile. Old Zhang, I think so too. Qin Chang'an nodded, standing in place waiting for Yi Qingwu. As she approached, Qin Chang'an stepped forward without hesitation and continued walking. At this moment, the defeated black bear suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood in place, pondering for a moment, then turned to look at an Ishwan and Qiangja, who had followed behind him. As they approached, He Xiong said in a deep voice, Brother Qi, today we were humiliated by that useless Qin Chang'an. I can't swallow this anger. Can you? Of course not. An Ishwan responded without hesitation. Qiangja also spoke up. I can't swallow it either. I've thought of a way to vent my anger. He Xiong said mysteriously. I wonder if Brother and Brother Qi are interested in hearing it? Of course we're interested. And Ishwan and Qiangja nodded and responded without hesitation. He Xiong was not surprised at all by their response. Today, after being humiliated and defeated by Qin Chang'an, Black Bear was filled with anger. Now that he finally had a way to vent, how could an Ishwan and Qiangja remain indifferent? Brother Qi, follow me. With that, Black Bear turned and walked to the side. And Ishwan and Qiangja followed closely behind. After creating some distance, Black Bear stopped and said in a low voice, Brother Qi, there are so many energy stones in Paradise City that we can't possibly blast through its shield. That useless guy is hiding in Paradise City and doesn't dare to come out. If we want to vent our anger, we can't attack head-on. We have to use strategy. Whoosh! Didn't that useless guy say Paradise City is recruiting people with no restrictions on cultivation level or talent? We can send some refugees with no cultivation talent or skills over there to disgust him and see if he accepts them. And Ishwan pondered for a moment and said softly, Brother Black, this approach doesn't seem appropriate. Why not? Black Bear asked, puzzled. Black brother, you overlooked 2 points. And Ishwan explained, first, most of the people in Latu City have already left, and what they lack the most now is manpower. Second, that useless person cannot cultivate on his own, has no cultivation, and wouldn't dare leave Latu City. If we send some refugees over, not only would it fail to disgust that useless person, but it would actually help him. After all, refugees are also labor force, and that useless person can completely use them for production and work. That's right, how could I forget about this? Black Bear patted his forehead and continued, then let's send some under 10-year-old little beggars without any cultivation over there. They won't be of any help and will definitely disgust him. That's a good idea. And Ishwan nodded in agreement. Little beggars under 10 years old have no labor capacity, making it hard for Qin Chang'an to make use of them. Moreover, people are not plants, they need to eat, which will undoubtedly increase the burden on Leta City. I agree as well, Qiangja said, but what if that useless person refuses to accept? It doesn't matter if they don't accept either. The Black Bear sneered. Didn't that useless guy say that recruitment has no restrictions on cultivation level or talent? If he doesn't accept us, then he's breaking his word. That would be a slap in his face and help vent some of our anger. Indeed. Qiangja nodded with a smile. We could even spread the word widely, letting people around know that Latu City is untrustworthy, tarnishing its reputation. Brother Qi is absolutely right. Black Bear laughed. This is just the beginning of my plan. We can also send people disguised as refugees to infiltrate Paradise City, investigate the secret of the treasure, and even have them help open the city's protective shield. By then, not only can we easily enter the city and obtain the treasure, but we can also kill that useless fool and destroy Paradise City. Upon hearing this, an Ishwan and Qiangja's eyes immediately lit up. Rather than simply disgusting Qin Chang'an, they were more eager to obtain the treasure and personally destroy Paradise City. Black Bear's plan perfectly fulfilled their wishes. And Ishwan said decisively, Brother Hey, brilliant. Qiangja agreed repeatedly. There's another question. What level of cultivation should the person infiltrating Leta City have? Black Xiong frowned and said, I've thought about it, but I haven't made up my mind yet. Brother Hey, what are you struggling with? And Ishwan asked, struggling whether to send the refugees or our own people. Black Bear explained, the refugees have no cultivation and are easier to gain the trust of that useless person. We can promise them benefits to help us open the protective shield, but refugees are not our own people and cannot be relied upon. If the refugees think they can settle settle in Paradise City, they might reveal our plan to that useless person. Once he becomes alert, our operation will be difficult to carry out. And Ishwan and Qiangjia nodded in agreement. Black Bear's concern was indeed reasonable, as settling in a city was highly attractive to refugees. Let's send our own people. And Ishwan said, the opportunity to infiltrate Latu City might only come once, and we absolutely cannot make any mistakes. What we need is to enter the city, not to gain that fool's trust. Moreover, there are some among the refugees with lower cultivation levels. We can find a few people with low cultivation talent and levels to disguise as refugees. Fooling that idiot won't be difficult. Brotherin is right. Qiangjia agreed. Hey Xiong, why not listen to Brotherin and send our own people? Alright, then we'll send our own people. Hey Xiong nodded. The more people there are, the greater the risk of exposure. To avoid being exposed, how about each of us sends one person disguised as a refugee? I agree. And Ishwan readily agreed. I agree too. Ding. Qiangjia also nodded in agreement. What about the number of little beggars? Qiangjia asked. That's true, not afraid of that useless person finding out. Hey Xiong laughed and said, the little beggar can't help much, only adds to the burden, so naturally, the more the better. We'll search as much as we can, find as many as we can. That makes sense. And Ishwan nodded and asked, when do we gather? The sooner, the better. Hey Xiong said, but finding the little beggar will take time. How about gathering here early tomorrow morning? And Ishwan and Qiangjia readily agreed. Alright, it's decided then. Hey Xiong made the decision. Tomorrow, we'll escort the little beggar and the imposter here together. There are many wild beasts outside, and letting them come on their own is too risky. They might get eaten, and all our efforts would be wasted. If we come personally, we can also see that loser's reaction when he sees the little beggar. No problem. And Ishwan said excitedly, I can't wait to see that loser's expression. Qiangjia looked full of anticipation. Brotherin, Brother Qi, think about whether there are any additions or improvements to the plan after we return. We'll discuss it again when we gather tomorrow. Hey Xiong said. Alright, brother Hey. And Ishwan and Qiangjia spoke in unison. Let's go, see you tomorrow. Hey Xiong waved goodbye and left with the people of Black Star City. And Ishwan and Qiangjia also departed with their respective groups. Qin Chang'an was completely unaware that a conspiracy targeting him was quietly brewing. At this moment, he had just returned to the Lord's mansion with old Zhang, Yi Qinggu, and Black Panther. Lord, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Yi Qinggu spoke up. Little girl, you want to ask? Qin Chang'an suddenly stopped mid-sentence and changed his tone. Since you're not sure if you should ask, then don't ask. He had originally intended to say, are you wondering why we didn't encounter a certain person? But considering that he couldn't fully trust Yi Qingwu yet, he decided not to show her a friendly face and continued to test her. Yi Qingwu's face darkened slightly. She had only spoken out of politeness, but she hadn't expected this guy to show no mercy at all. I think I can ask now. Yi Qingwu hurriedly added, it's already afternoon, and logically speaking, Latu City should be bustling with activity. Why is it that on the way back, I didn't see a single soul? Not seeing anyone is quite normal, Qin Chang'an said frankly. For certain reasons, almost everyone in Latu City has left. Right now, the only ones in the city are me, old Zhang, and Black Panther, and now you. The surrounding cities all knew that Latu City was short on manpower, and Qin Chang'an had no intention of hiding it. Besides, Yi Qingwu wasn't foolish, she would eventually uncover the truth, and there was no way to keep it from her. Yi Qingwu was stunned. Were there really only the three of them and a dog in Latu City? Now she understood why. During the siege by He Xiong and his men, only Qin Chang'an, old Zhang, and Black Panther were present. There simply weren't more people to bring. Little girl, do you regret it? Qin Chang'an asked. If you regret it now, it's still not too late. I allow you to leave Latu City. Yi Qingwu fell into a dilemma. Not only was the lord of Latu City young and inexperienced, but there were also very few people, making it truly unreliable. This made her doubt whether this place was her destined haven. But soon, she made up her mind to stay in Latu City. Whether or not Latu City is truly her place of fortune, at least it is safer than the wilderness, providing a relatively stable place to settle. Having made up her mind, Yi Qingwu firmly said, I have no regrets. I want to stay in Latu City. Qin Chang'an slightly curled his lips, knowing in his heart that she wasn't actually that resolute, she just hadn't admitted it yet. He didn't expose her, merely instructed, little girl, I'm hungry, old Zhang is hungry, and Black Panther is hungry. Go cook, and be quick about it. Yi Qingwu's face was full of black lines. She was really being treated like a servant. Serving Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong was one thing, but now she even had to take care of a dog. This was simply too much. Why do I have to cook? She asked indignantly. If you don't cook, should I do it? Should old Zhang do it? Or should Black Panther do it? Qin Chang'an rolled his eyes. Little girl, don't tell me you don't know how to cook. How could I not? Yi Qingwu immediately retorted. Over the years, my parents have been away, and my uncle planted a lot of people around me. To avoid being monitored, I drove all the servants away. I've been cooking for myself all these years. Oh, that's good. Qin Chang'an nodded and urged, turn left when you go out. That's the kitchen. Hurry up. Yi Qingwu glared fiercely at Qin Chang'an, turned around with a dark dark expression and walked away. Living under someone else's roof, unable to act freely, what else could she do? She could only obey orders. Watching Yi Qingwu's back, Qin Chang'an touched his nose and laughed. Old Zhang, this girl is quite a temper. She really dared to glare at me. Lord, this girl has an extraordinary temperament. She is definitely not from an ordinary family, Zhang Zhong said with a smile. Just the fact that she dared to drive away all the people her uncle planted and dared to run away from home shows that her character is quite remarkable. Mr. Zhang, you have sharp eyes, Qin Chang'an agreed. This girl is indeed extraordinary, and her talent for cultivation is also quite good. Zhang Zhong was a bit puzzled. Yi Qingwu hadn't revealed her background or cultivation level, so why was Qin Chang'an so certain? But since Qin Chang'an was unwilling to elaborate, he didn't press further. The two chatted idly while waiting for their meal. Soon, Yi Qingwu came over carrying the dishes, and even prepared a bowl for Black Panther filled with food. Lord, it's time to eat. Yi Qingwu's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Qin Chang'an ignored her tone and said with a smile, for dishes and one soup so quickly. Although the presentation is average, it smells delicious. Looks like you weren't lying about cooking often at home. With that, Qin Chang'an picked up some food, chewed a few bites, and nodded in praise. The taste is good. Old Zhang, Black Panther, little girl, let's eat. Qin Chang'an called out. Yi Qingwu's expression improved slightly. First, Qin Chang'an praised her cooking skills. Second, he invited her to eat together, not leaving her out. The three people and one dog ate heartily, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. After eating and drinking his fill, Qin Chang'an said, little girl, tidy up. I'm a bit tired and going back to rest. After speaking, he dragged the large burlap sack filled with fake energy stones and headed toward the bedroom. Yi Qingwu hesitated for a moment and asked Zhang Zhong, Uncle Zhang, everyone in Letu City has left. Why haven't you gone? Little Yi, I just joined yesterday, Zhang Zhong said with a smile. If it weren't for the Lord saving me, I'd already be a corpse. Yi Qingwu's face showed a look of surprise. Doesn't this mean that before yesterday, there were only Qin Chang'an and a dog in Letu City? Little Yi, there are some things I can't tell you for now, but I can give you a hint. Zhang Zhong said seriously, the Lord is by no means the useless person Black Xiong and others talk about. He is not an ordinary person. As long as you sincerely join Letu City, your issues won't be a problem. You might even feel fortunate and proud to have joined Letu City. Yi Qingwu was stunned. Apart from his handsome appearance, she really couldn't see what was so special about Qin Chang'an, but Zhang Zhong spoke with such conviction that it was definitely not just empty talk. She couldn't help but start pondering, what exactly was extraordinary about Qin Chang'an? Little Yi, this is all I can tell you. Zhang Zhong added, whether you believe it or not, it's all up to your own fate. Mr. Zhang, I understand. Yi Qingwu nodded and got up to swiftly clear the dishes. She didn't press Zhang Zhong for more information, since he said he could only say so much, asking further would be pointless. At this moment, Qin Chang'an had already returned to the bedroom. He stored the large sack in his storage ring and lay down on the bed to rest. Just as he closed his eyes, the voice of the Grand Lord system echoed continuously in his mind. Listening to the continuous voice of the Grand Lord system echoing in his mind, Qin Chang'an was completely dumbfounded. He was staying in the Lord's manor, doing nothing, so how could the reputation of Paradise City keep increasing? But he quickly realized that it must be the news of Black Bear and his men returning in defeat today that had spread, shocking the surrounding cities, thereby causing the reputation of Paradise City to rise continuously. Understanding what was going on, a smile immediately appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. Earning reputation points doesn't seem as difficult as he imagined. Just like now, doing something shocking in Letu City can continuously earn him reputation points. Although doing so only earns a few reputation points at a time, the frequency is high. With the accumulation of instances, even if he only earns one reputation point each time, the final harvest is still very impressive. Not bad, not bad. Qin Chang'an smacked his lips and continued sleeping, but he quickly realized something was wrong. Although the notifications from the Overlord system sounded pleasant, sleeping required a quiet environment. Yet the Overlord system's voice kept echoing in his mind, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. Overlord system, can you pause the notifications while I'm sleeping? Qin Chang'an said helplessly. Alright. The voice of the Grand Lord system followed. The next moment, the reminder sound of the Grand Lord system vanished. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an focused his mind and summoned the Grand Lord system. Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 2. Territory capacity, 10 people. Territory reputation, 6,238 points. Upgrade conditions, 3 out of 10 people, 7988/10,000 reputation points. Skills, insight, enlightenment, manifestation, over 6,000 reputation points. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, but before he could finish his words, the Grand Lord system interface flashed and changed. Qin Chang'an took a closer look and found no significant changes, except for a few more reputation points. Swish, swish, swish. Next, the Grand Lord system interface kept flickering. Each time it flickered, the reputation points would increase by a few. Watching the steadily growing reputation points, Qin Qin Chang'an's face was full of a radiant smile. However, while he was happy, the constantly flickering Overlord system interface was making his eyes hurt. Closing the Overlord system interface, Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, a total of over 6,000 reputation points, and they're still increasing. I can finally get a good night's sleep. As the words fell, Qin Chang'an continued to sleep. This time, he quickly drifted into slumber. Although he had rested last night, the immense pressure in his heart prevented him from sleeping well. Instead, he had several nightmares, leaving him exhausted despite sleeping through the night. Now, with over 6,000 reputation points and the number still steadily increasing, he felt somewhat confident in safeguarding Letu City. The pressure in his heart was no longer as overwhelming as before. Qin Chang'an slept through the night and only woke up from his dreams the next morning. That was such a good sleep. Qin Chang'an stretched lazily and got out of bed. The first thing he did was summon the Overlord system, eager to see how many reputation points he had gained. Lord Qin Chang'an. System level, level 2. Territory capacity, 10 people. Territory reputation, 7,308 points. Upgrade conditions, 3 out of 10 people, 9058/10,000 reputation points. How come I only gained over 1,000 reputation points? Qin Chang'an was somewhat surprised. However, he quickly realized that the events of yesterday had just started to spread, and soon it was evening. Not many people might have heard about what happened yesterday, but today, the story will surely continue to circulate and more reputation points should come in. Thinking of this, Qin Chang'an closed the Overlord system, then walked out of the bedroom and into the courtyard of the Lord's manor. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was stretching in the courtyard, and Black Panther was jumping around energetically. Seeing Qin Chang'an, Black Panther immediately dashed over, affectionately rubbing against Qin Chang'an's leg. Lord, you're up. Zhang Zhong greeted. You're up. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, Old Zhang, the sky has just started to brighten. Why are you up so early? Getting older, I sleep less. Couldn't sleep, so I got up to move around a bit. Zhang Zhong paused for a moment and then said, Lord, I'm not up that early. There's someone who got up even earlier than me. As the words fell, Zhang Zhong turned his head to look at the kitchen not far away. Qin Chang'an instinctively followed his gaze and immediately saw a figure busy in the kitchen. That figure was none other than Yi Qingwu. Mr. Zhang, what's going on with this girl? Qin Chang'an asked in confusion. Yesterday, when I asked this girl to cook, she was so reluctant. Why is she so proactive today? Lord, after you left yesterday, I subtly reminded her. Zhang Zhong explained in a low voice. I told her that staying in Letu City would only benefit her and do her no harm. Then, this morning, I saw her busy in the kitchen. Judging by her behavior, she must have believed what I said. Well done, old Zhang. Qin Chang'an gave Zhang Zhong a thumbs up. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off in front of Yi Qingwu, hoping to strengthen her resolve to join Leta City, but he hadn't expected Zhang Zhong to beat him to it. Lord, I'm just doing what I can. Zhang Zhong said sheepishly. I didn't expect Yi girl to believe it, but she did. At this moment, Yi Qingwu, who was busy in the kitchen, noticed Qin Chang'an. She shouted loudly, Lord, the meal will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. All right. Qin Chang'an responded and started stretching with Zhang Zhong. In no time, Yi Qingwu had finished preparing the meal and brought the dishes to the stone table in the courtyard. Just like last night, she also specially prepared a bowl for Black Panther. Lord, old Zhang, Black Panther, it's time to eat. Yi Qingwu called out. Got it. Qin Chang'an responded and ran to the stone table to get ready to eat. Zhang Zhong and Black Panther followed closely behind. But at this moment, a dull crashing sound suddenly rang out. Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, Black Panther, and Yi Qingwu all turned their heads simultaneously to look in the direction of the city gate. The dull crashing sound just now had come from that direction. It seemed someone was attacking the protective shield of Letu City. Lord, logically speaking, after Black Xiong and the others retreated in defeat, they shouldn't come back. Do you think it could be that after yesterday's news spread, someone wants to join Letu City? Zhang Zhong said. Maybe. Qin Chang'an paused for a moment, then said, we probably can't eat for now. Let's go and see what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an got up and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Black Panther followed closely behind. Arriving at the city gate, Qin Chang'an opened the gate and saw He Xiong, and Ishwan, and Qingja standing right at the entrance. Why is it these three guys? Qin Chang'an frowned and said, you still haven't given up, have you? Loser, you misunderstood. Black Bear grinned mischievously and said, didn't you ask us yesterday to help spread the word about Paradise City's recruitment? We thought just spreading the word wasn't enough, so we personally brought people over for you. Qin Chang'an subtly curled his lips. Black Bear and the others being so kind? He wouldn't believe it even if it killed him. However, he was too lazy to argue with Black Bear, so he asked, where are the people you brought? Black Bear did not answer. He looked toward one side of the city gate and said, come out, all of you. Immediately, over a dozen disheveled, emaciated, and poorly dressed children emerged from the wall beside the city gate. The faces of these children were filled with fear, but within that fear, there was also a trace of hope. Black Bear and his group found them, saying they could let them join Paradise City. They somewhat believed it. After all, they were ordinary people with without any cultivation talent, and no city would accept them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. Faced with Black Bear and his group, they had no right to oppose. Coupled with a trace of hope in their hearts, they followed Black Bear and the others to Paradise City. These children were all found in the wilderness by He Xiong, and Ishwan, and Chiingja. Originally, they wanted to find more, but due to limited time, they could only find this many. Besides, they were also a bit worried that Qin Chang'an might not accept them, and if they found too many, it would all be in vain. Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingbu frowned simultaneously. Black Bear and his group brought a bunch of children over. How could this be out of goodwill? Clearly, they came to mock Letu City. Qin Chang'an remained unfazed. He had long realized that Black Bear and his group wouldn't kindly deliver people to him. He instantly understood that their purpose in bringing a group of children was to disgust him. Unfortunately for them, their clever plan had backfired. Letu City was extremely short on manpower. Whether adults or children, as long as they were people, he wanted them. Moreover, compared to adults, he preferred children because they were more moldable. Trash, we kindly brought these people to you. You wouldn't refuse to take them, would you? Black Bear said with a wicked smile. Qin Chang'an remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to take in these children. In fact, he wanted to accept them immediately. However, Black Bear and the others were doing this to disgust him. He couldn't appear too eager, or else Black Bear and the others might not hand over the children to him. Seeing Qin Chang'an remain silent, Black Bear mocked. Trash, yesterday you said cultivation has no limits, and talent for cultivation has no limits. Now we've kindly brought people to you, yet you say nothing. Are you going back on your word? Who said I would go back on my word? Qin Chang'an looked as if he had been provoked. Since you're not going back on your word, then take them in. He Xiong chuckled. Fine, I'll take them in. Qin Chang'an let out a cold snort, looked at the dozen or so children, and said, Are you willing to join Letu City? Willing, a dozen children said in unison. Their cheeks were full of longing, and their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Wandering in the wilderness, they not only couldn't eat their fill or stay warm, but also had to constantly guard against attacks from beasts. They couldn't even get a good night's sleep, as the slightest mistake would make them prey for the beasts. If they could join Paradise City, at the very least, they would have a relatively safe place to stay, without constantly worrying about attacks from demonic beasts. Alright, Qin Chang'an said with a face full of frustration, I accept you. From now on, you are members of Paradise City. Ding! As soon as Qin Chang'an's words fell, the voice of the Overlord system echoed in his mind. The host has recruited 15 members for Letu City, earning 150 reputation points. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Recruiting 15 people only earned 150 reputation points, averaging just 10 points per person? However, he quickly realized that these children were ordinary people with no talent for cultivation, and thus wouldn't significantly contribute to the strength of Letu City, so earning 150 reputation points was already quite good. Hearing Qin Chang'an agree, the 15 children were overjoyed one by one. From this moment on, they were no longer refugees but people of Letu City, and they no longer needed to constantly worry. A moment of carelessness would no longer make them prey for demonic beasts. Ha ha ha. He Xiong, and Ishwan, and Chiingja burst into laughter. Yesterday, they were humiliated and forced to retreat by Qin Chang'an, but today they successfully disgusted Qin Chang'an, undoubtedly venting some of their pent-up frustration. But that's not the main point. The main point is that Qin Chang'an so easily accepted 15 children, making it highly likely that their people could effortlessly infiltrate Letu City. And once their people infiltrate Letu City, dealing with Qin Chang'an would be a piece of cake. Trash, since you've accepted them, hurry up and let them enter Paradise City. Black Bear laughed loudly. You all leave first, Qin Chang'an said. Black Bear agreed decisively. He understood that Qin Chang'an wanted them to leave first because he was worried they might take the opportunity to rush into Paradise City. He also knew that if they didn't leave, Qin Chang'an wouldn't close the protective shield of Paradise City, so there was no need to waste words with Qin Chang'an. As the words fell, He Xiong turned and left, and Ishwan and Chiingja followed closely behind. However, after walking a certain distance, they stopped again. Useless trash, we've run this far, isn't it enough? He Xiong shouted loudly. Come in, all of you. Qin Chang'an ignored He Xiong and decisively closed the protective shield at the entrance of Letu City. Upon hearing this, the 15 children scrambled to enter Letu City, as if afraid that if they were even a bit slower, Qin Chang'an might change his mind and refuse to let them join Letu City. Once all 15 children had entered Letu City, Qin Chang'an immediately reactivated the protective shield at the city gate. Seeing this, Black Xiong laughed heartily and said, Trash, this time we're a bit tight on time, so we only brought you this many people. Next time, we'll send more your way. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Xiong turned and left, followed by an Ishwan and Chiingja. Watching Black Xiong and the others leave, the frustration on Qin Chang'an's face instantly vanished, replaced by a hint of a smile. Yesterday, he had asked Black Xiong and the others to help him spread the word about recruiting people purely out of desperation. Yet, he hadn't expected them to actually bring him 15 children. While Black Xiong and the others thought they had disgusted him, little did they know they had done him a huge favor. favor. Given time, Black Bear and the others will realize this matter. At that time, he was very curious to see what expressions Black Bear and the others would have. Little Yi, you stay here and watch. I have something I want to discuss with the Lord, Zhang Zhong said. Alright, Elder Zhang. Yi Qingwu nodded. Zhang Zhong said no more and pulled Qin Chang'an aside. After walking a short distance ahead, Zhang Zhong stopped. Old Zhang, are you worried that there might be a spy among these children? Qin Chang'an asked. Yes, my lord. Zhang Zhong said. He Xiong and the others sent these children over, seemingly to disgust us, but we can't rule out the possibility that they might have planted spies among them. If there aren't any, that's fine, but if there are, it could lead to big trouble. Old Zhang, I have also considered this matter. Qin Chang'an said. I just observed these children. Each of them is pale and thin, malnourished, and their eyes are filled with a longing to join Letu City. At a glance, they seem to be refugees from the wilderness. When I agreed to let them join Paradise City, they were all so happy. That kind of longing, that kind of happiness was completely genuine and hard to fake, so I believe there shouldn't be any spies planted by Black Bear and his men among these kids. However, nothing is absolute. Before we can confirm that none of these kids are spies, we still need to be cautious. Next, I'll trouble Elder Zhang to keep a close eye on them and see if they exhibit any unusual behavior. Qin Chang'an left one thing unsaid. When he saw the 15 children, he had considered using his insight skill to check their backgrounds, but after some thought, he dismissed the idea. Using the insight skill once consumes 100 reputation points, and using it on 15 children would consume 1,500 reputation points. Honestly, it feels like a bit of a waste, and if Black Bear and the others have bribed these children, the insight skill might not even work. Moreover, these children are ordinary people without any cultivation talent. As long as they are closely monitored, even if there are spies among them, they won't be able to cause much trouble. So, there's no need to waste 1,500 reputation points. Understood, Lord. Zhang Zhong agreed decisively. Old Zhang, is there anything else? Qin Chang'an said. If there isn't, let's take them back to the city. No, Lord. Zhang Zhong shook his head. Alright, let's go. As Qin Chang'an spoke, he headed toward the city gate, with Zhang Zhong following behind. But before they could reach the city gate, they saw 3 disheveled, ragged, and blood-covered skinny youths stumble out of the dense forest ahead, staggering as they ran toward Lettuce City. Lord, Black Bear and the others just left, and now these 3 have appeared. Could there be a problem? Zhang Zhong asked. Let's assess the situation first. Qin Chang'an replied. At this moment, in the dense forest in front of Lettuce City, He Xiong, and Ishwan, and Qi hid in the dense forest, watching the 3 young men running toward Letu City. Brother He, Brother Qi, do you think our plan will succeed? And Ishwan asked. According to their plan from yesterday, their people were supposed to join Letu City along with those children. However, considering that they had only found children, the inclusion of 3 young men seemed a bit abrupt, so they changed their plan again. They first wanted to see if Qin Chang'an would accept those children. If they accept, let their people disguise themselves as refugees and head to Paradise City. Shouldn't be a problem. Black Bear said. That useless guy accepted those kids, so he should accept our people too. I think it won't be a problem either. And Ishwan followed up. To avoid any flaws, we specifically chose individuals with only first-level cultivation talent and a frail physique. We even went through various disguises and fabricated traces of injuries caused by beasts. We considered everything we could think of, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Let's hope so. And Ishwan nodded and fixed his gaze on the 3 young men running toward Letu City. He Xiong and Qi also said nothing more, similarly fixing their gaze on the 3 young men running toward Letu City. Soon, 3 young men ran to the gate of Lettuce City. One of the young men asked eagerly, we accidentally heard that Lettuce City is recruiting people, with no restrictions on cultivation talent or level. Is that true? It is true, Qin Chang'an replied. Hearing this, the 3 young men were overjoyed. They exclaimed excitedly in unison, we want to join Letu City. Qin Chang'an did not agree immediately. He looked the 3 youths up and down and asked, what are your cultivation talents? What is your level of cultivation? The first youth to speak hesitated for a moment and said, didn't you say there are no restrictions on cultivation talent? No restrictions on cultivation level? That's true, I was just asking about the situation. Qin Chang'an said, I see. The young man said, we all have level 1 cultivation talent, with only beginner warrior level cultivation. Qin Chang'an nodded and then said, show me your cultivation talent so I can take a look. Alright, the young man responded, and a crimson light burst forth from within him. Immediately after, crimson light also erupted from the bodies of the other 2 young men. Qin Chang'an asked again, are the 3 of you the only ones who came? That's not it. The young man choked up and said, some relatives and friends came along with us, but we encountered demonic beasts on the way. They were ordinary people and were bitten to death by the beasts. The 3 of us, having some cultivation, barely managed to escape with our lives. Qin Chang'an pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, I will take you in. From now on, you are members of Lutu City." Hearing this, the three young men were overjoyed. But before they could enjoy their happiness for long, they saw Qin Chang'an frown, which made their hearts tighten suddenly. Could it be that Qin Chang'an had discovered something and started to suspect them? "Can we enter the land of Bliss City now?" the young man probed. Qin Chang'an gave the three young men a deep look, then closed the protective shield at the entrance of the land of Bliss City. Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, said nothing. Seeing the protective shield at the gate of Letta City close, the three youths hurriedly entered Letta City. Qin Chang'an then reopened the protective shield at the gate of Letta City. "Let's go. You walk in front, we'll follow behind," Qin Chang'an said. The three youths and 15 children responded and headed into Letta City. Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and Yi Qingwu followed from a distance. At this moment, He Xiong and Ishuan and Qiangjia, who were hiding in the dense forest, were all very excited. "Brother He, Brother Qi, our plan succeeded," and Ishuan was thrilled. "Alright, I saw it," Black Xiong excitedly said. "Brother and Brother Qi, let's head back immediately to gather our men. We'll meet here at dawn tomorrow, then charge into Lita's city to search for treasures, kill that useless fool, and slaughter Lita's city. And also, as we discussed this morning, if there are many treasures, we'll split them evenly. If there's only one, we'll bid for it, and the highest bidder will get it. The money from the bidding will be divided among the other two on the spot. I hope neither of you will go back on your word." "Brother He, I guarantee I won't go back on my word," and Ishuan said, patting his chest. "I won't go back on my word either." Qiangjia followed up. "Alright, let's go." He Xiong nodded and turned to leave, and Ishuan and Qiangjia followed and left. Qin Chang'an slowed his pace, and before long, he had fallen behind the three young men and 15 children ahead. "Black Panther, go keep an eye on them up front," Qin Chang'an said, "especially those three young men. If they make any suspicious moves, alert me immediately." "Woof woof." Black Panther responded with a sound and dashed off towards the three youths and 15 children. Watching Black Panther leave, Qin Chang'an said again, "Old Zhang, little girl, just now you both seemed hesitant to speak, as if you had something to say. Now that I've sent those people ahead, if there's anything you want to say, go ahead." "Lord, those three youths might be suspicious," Zhang Zhong said. "They appear thin and haggard, but their faces are somewhat flushed, unlike those children who are all pale and emaciated. They don't seem like refugees wandering in the wilderness. I also think those three young men are likely problematic." Yi Qingwu immediately spoke up. "The expressions and reactions of those three young men gave me a somewhat deliberate feeling, and when they said their relatives and friends were bitten to death by the beasts, they didn't show much sadness. Your observation skills are quite impressive." Qin Chang'an sighed and said with a smile, "Old Zhang, little girl, you can remove the words likely." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu were a bit confused. They didn't quite understand Qin Chang'an's meaning. However, they quickly realized that they had just said those three young men were likely problematic. Removing the word likely meant those three young men were indeed problematic. Qin Chang'an was absolutely certain there was an issue with them. The truth was exactly as Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu had thought. Qin Chang'an was indeed very sure that those three young men had problems. One reason was because of the situation described by Yi Qingwu and Zhang Zhong, which he had already noticed. Second, when he accepted the three young men, the overlord system did not notify him of gaining reputation points. However, when he accepted 15 children earlier, the overlord system immediately provided a notification. This was the reason for his recent frown. Moreover, he had just asked the overlord system why accepting the three young men did not earn him reputation points. The overlord system's response was that the three young men were not yet residents of Paradise City. But he had clearly already accepted the three young men, so why were they still not considered residents of Paradise City? There is only one explanation. The three young men are from other cities, and their identities and origins are now clear. They are spies sent by He Xiong and his people. After receiving the response from the Grand Lord system, Qin Chang'an was very excited, because he discovered a quick way to determine whether someone wanting to join Latu City is from another city by checking if he gains reputation points after accepting them. "Lord, since you are so certain they are spies, why did you still accept them?" Zhang Zhong asked in confusion. Yi Qingwu immediately perked up her ears, as Zhang Zhong's confusion was also her confusion. Old Zhang, Black Bear, and the others definitely wouldn't leave if they wanted to plant spies in Latu City. If I'm not mistaken, they were all hiding in the woods just now, watching our movements. Qin Chang'an paused for a moment, then continued, "They sent 15 children, not just to disgust me, but probably to test us as well. If I hadn't accepted those three young men, they wouldn't have sent anyone else to us." Hearing this, Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu suddenly saw the light. Black Bear and the others were no fools. If Qin Chang'an refused to accept the three young men, they would realize that their scheme had been exposed. At that point, how could Black Bear and the others possibly send more people to Latu City? "Lord, accepting them is like inviting wolves into the house," Zhang Zhong said. "Old Zhang, they don't qualify as wolves, at most, they're just fleas." Qin Chang'an said, "I had them reveal their cultivation talents precisely to avoid inviting wolves into the house. clothes. Cultivation talent cannot be faked, and since they only have first-level cultivation talent, with us keeping an eye on them, what kind of waves could they possibly stir up? That's true, Zhang Zhong nodded and added, but guarding against thieves every day is very difficult. Guarding against thieves every day is indeed troublesome, so I don't plan to guard for that long. Qin Chang'an said, originally, I planned to take them in and then kill them, but after thinking about it, since they came to me willingly, killing them outright would be too simple. So, I decided to repurpose the waste instead. Lord, how do we recycle waste? Zhang Zhong asked curiously. You'll find out in a moment. Let's go, we'll follow them. Qin Chang'an kept him in suspense and then quickly walked forward. Zhang Zhong didn't ask further, he'd find out soon enough. Yi Qinwu looked at Qin Chang'an's back with a face full of astonishment. When Qin Chang'an accepted the three young men, she thought Qin Chang'an was somewhat foolish, with no sense of caution at all. But now she suddenly realized she was wrong. Qin Chang'an was not foolish at all, he was wise while appearing simple. Old Zhang was right, this guy is definitely not useless. Maybe this place really is my lucky spot. Yi Qinwu muttered to herself and quickly followed. Before long, Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and Yi Qinwu caught up with the three young men and 15 children ahead. Stop for a moment. Qin Chang'an called out to the three young men and 15 children, then looked at Zhang Zhong and said, Old Zhang, take these little ones to wash up and change into clean clothes. Hearing this, the 15 children all breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, they were a bit worried that Qin Chang'an had taken them in out of helplessness, but now they felt a bit more at ease. After all, if it were out of helplessness, why would Qin Chang'an let them bathe, and even give them new clothes? The three young men were momentarily stunned. Isn't Qin Chang'an the young lord of Lutu City? Why is this old man wearing a bamboo hat calling Qin Chang'an lord? However, they quickly snapped out of their daze and returned to their usual expressions. After all, they had infiltrated Lutu City with a mission, and they absolutely couldn't let Qin Chang'an notice any flaws. Otherwise, not only would the mission fail, but they would be doomed as well. Besides that, there was still some confusion lingering in their hearts. Not only were those 15 children filthy all over, but they were also filthy all over and injured. Why did Qin Chang'an only let the 15 children bathe and change clothes, but not them? They were merely puzzled, but they dared not ask more questions for fear of revealing any flaws. Understood, Lord. Zhang Zhong responded and quickly left with the 15 children. Follow me, you three, Qin Chang'an said as he walked forward. The three young men exchanged glances and stepped forward to follow Qin Chang'an. Yi Qingu and Black Panther were positioned behind the three, clearly on guard against any tricks they might pull. Along the way, the three young men appeared to be walking straight ahead, obediently following behind Qin Chang'an, but in reality, their eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings. They infiltrated Lutu City not only to carry out the task of helping He Xiong and others shut down the city's protective shield but also to assess how much strength Lutu City still possessed. They continued walking forward. Not long after, Qin Chang'an led Ji Qinwu, Black Panther, and three young men to the vegetable garden behind the Lord's mansion. During the heyday of Lutu City, this vegetable garden was planted with a variety of vegetables, providing a large supply of produce to the city every day. However, as Lutu City declined and manpower dwindled, the garden fell into disuse. After glancing at the spot where Qin Shan was buried, Qin Chang'an stood silently for a moment, then walked into a small shed beside the garden. He retrieved several sets of farming tools from inside and came back out. You three, clear out the weeds in this vegetable garden. Qin Chang'an looked at the three young men and said, clean it thoroughly, even the roots of the weeds must be dug out. The three young men were stunned. Yes, sir. Just moments ago, they were wondering why Qin Chang'an had brought them here. They had considered many possibilities, but never imagined that he had brought them here to treat them like laboring cattle. Turning to look at the desolate vegetable garden, the corners of the three young men's mouths couldn't help but twitch a few times. This vegetable field spans over a dozen acres and is still overgrown with weeds. With just the three of them, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to clean it up completely. If possible, the three young men would very much prefer not to be worked like oxen by Qin Chang'an. Unfortunately, there is no such if. They came with a mission, and since the mission is not yet complete, they can only act according to Qin Chang'an's orders. Otherwise, if they anger Qin Chang'an and he expels them from Lidu City, how would they complete their mission? Yes, Lord. The three young men responded and took the farming tools, starting to clear the weeds in the vegetable field. However, although they agreed readily, they worked sluggishly, looking like they were slacking off. What are you dawdling for? Qin Chang'an shouted sternly, get a move on. What? Do you want me to whip you all? Three young men looked aggrieved. What does it mean to whip them with a lash? This was truly treating them like oxen. However, despite their grievances, they were too afraid to anger Qin Chang'an for failing to complete the task, so they didn't dare to resist. Let me tell you, Qin Chang'an said again, it's just this little bit of work. Finish it, and you can rest. If you don't finish, keep working until you do. Otherwise, if you piss me off, watch me beat you to death. Upon hearing this, the corners of the three young men's mouths twitched violently a few more times. This vegetable field is at least a dozen acres, and it's overgrown with weeds. You call this just a little bit of work? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding misunderstanding about the words a little bit? At this moment, the three young men really wanted to beat Qin Chang'an up, but thinking about the mission they were tasked with, they each held back. Otherwise, not only would the mission fail, but they might not even make it out of Lu-Tu City. Damn it, let this useless guy enjoy himself for a little longer. Tomorrow, when I shut down Lu-Tu City's protective shield and lead people into the city, I'll make sure to repay today's humiliation twice over. The three young men cursed inwardly while speeding up their work. Seeing that the three young men were no longer dawdling, Qin Chang'an said nothing further. Yi Qingwu looked at the three young men with a face full of pity. These three fellows were probably thinking of swallowing their anger and waiting for an opportunity to shut down the protective shield of Lu-Tu City, unaware that Qin Chang'an had long discovered they were spies sent by He Xiong and his men. Next, the three young men worked hard, while Qin Chang'an, Yi Qingwu, and Black Panther sat quietly at the edge, watching. When the three young men had moved a certain distance forward, Yi Qingwu whispered, "Lord, if I didn't know you were into recycling waste, I might have thought you were one of those infamous capitalists in history who exploited labor to the extreme." Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose and said with a cheerful smile, "Little girl, what if I really am?" Yi Qingwu couldn't help but shiver. Qin Chang'an's smiling appearance clearly showed ill intentions. She firmly denied, "Lord, you are not, absolutely not, at least you haven't exploited me." Qin Chang'an still wanted to tease Yi Qingwu a few more times, but before he could speak, the voice of the Grand Lord system echoed repeatedly in his mind. Ding! Reputation in Paradise City has increased, gaining 2 reputation points. Ding! Reputation in Paradise City has increased, gaining 1 reputation point. Ding! The reputation of Paradise City has increased, gaining 2 reputation points. A smile appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. His judgment was correct. As the news spread, there were indeed reputation points earned today. However, once everyone in the surrounding cities knows about this, there will be no more reputation points coming in. Qin Chang'an focused his mind and summoned the Overlord system. Overlord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 2. Territory reputation, 7,463 points. Upgrade conditions, 18/10, people, 9213/10,000, reputation points. I previously thought the number of people couldn't exceed the limit, but it turns out it can. Wait, the territory capacity option is gone. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned and asked in his heart, Great Lord system, why is the territory capacity option gone? When the number of people in the territory exceeds the territory capacity limit, the Great Lord system will cancel the population restriction for the territory. The voice of the Great Lord system promptly sounded. Qin Chang'an was taken aback. Is there really such a rule? Great Lord system, why didn't you tell me about this earlier when I asked you about the capacity issue? Qin Chang'an asked. At that time, I didn't tell the host in order to make the host upgrade the system level as quickly as possible. The Grand Lord explained. Now that the host has realized the importance of upgrading the system level, there's no need to set additional conditions to force the host to upgrade the system level. Qin Chang'an was speechless. This damn system was quite cunning. However, lifting the restriction on the number of people was a good thing for him, so he decided not to argue with the Grand Lord system. Grand Lord system, you may take your leave. Qin Chang'an rolled his eyes and pondered silently. Now, the number of people has already met the upgrade requirements, and the reputation points are less than 800 short. Judging by the current rate of gaining reputation points, at the latest by tonight, the reputation points will meet the upgrade conditions, and then the system can be upgraded. Thinking of this, Qin Chang'an was filled with anticipation. What kind of skills would he gain after the Grand Lord system leveled up to 3? Yi Qingwu looked at Qin Chang'an with a strange expression. This guy was clearly about to say something just now but held back at the last moment. However, she wisely chose not to ask. Otherwise, if Qin Chang'an told her to go work too, should she do it or not? Because of the anticipation in his heart, Qin Chang'an no longer teased Yi Qingwu. While keeping an eye on the steadily increasing reputation points on the Overlord system interface, he also paid attention to the movements of the 3 youths. After about 10 minutes, one of the youths suddenly stopped working. He turned to look at Qin Chang'an and said, Lord, I need to relieve myself. May I go take care of it? Need to pee? Qin Chang'an glanced at the young man and said, Hold it in if you need to pee. If you can't hold it, take care of it on the spot. Needing to pee is a very normal thing, but the young man was a spy sent by He Xiong and the others. Qin Chang'an couldn't help but suspect that the young man wasn't really in a hurry to pee, but was looking for an excuse to slack off or do something else. Moreover, if the young man were to go somewhere else to resolve the matter, he would still have to follow and keep an eye on him to prevent any mischief. This would indeed be quite troublesome, so it's better to handle it on the spot. After all, the young man is a spy, so no matter what he does, it can't be considered excessive. The young man inwardly wanted to curse. How could something like an urgent need to relieve oneself be held back? Lord, isn't it inappropriate to handle this on the spot in front of that young lady? The young man said timidly. Nothing. Yi Qingwu said, We're so far away from you, just turn your back to me. But I still want to take care of a big one, the young man argued. It's fine too. Yi Qingwu added, Remind me, and I'll turn around. The young man was about to go crazy. Where did this little girl come come from? How could her train of thought be so peculiar? Why do you have so many troublesome requests? Qin Chang'an said in a deep voice, if you're going to solve it quickly. If not, get to work efficiently. Damn it! The young man cursed under his breath and started working again with his butt sticking out. He had originally planned to slack off under the pretense of needing to pee and take the opportunity to assess how much strength Letu City still had. But he hadn't expected to be harshly rebuked by Qin Chang'an and then subtly jabbed by Yi Qinggu. What the hell was this all about? After this incident, the three young men immediately became obedient. It wasn't that they wanted to be obedient, but they knew that being unruly was completely useless. Not long after, Zhang Zhong came over with 15 children. At this moment, the 15 children had completely transformed. No longer the disheveled, ragged little beggar from before, but now clean and neat, with a satisfied smile on the youthful cheeks, looking nothing like a refugee. Seeing the three young men bent over, working in the vegetable field, Zhang Zhong immediately understood what Qin Chang'an meant by waste reuse. He was treating the three young men like oxen. Lord, we couldn't find suitable clothes. Zhang Zhong said, I could only shorten the adults' clothes for them to wear. Nothing. Qin Chang'an said with a smile, when we have time, let's go to the city and see if there are any clothes for children in other houses. If not, I'll find a way to make some clothes for them. Lord, there's no need to go to so much trouble. A child quickly added, we're already very grateful to have clean and complete clothes to wear. Little ones, now that you have joined Paradise City, you are part of Paradise City. Qin Chang'an said, as the Lord of Paradise City, it is my responsibility to take care of your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. I promise you, as long as you remain loyal to Paradise City, your future days will only get better. The child who had just spoken knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in salute, and said, Lord, you are willing to take us in and spare us from the suffering of wandering the wilderness. This kindness is like being reborn. I, Iron Egg, swear to be loyal to Paradise City to the death, and loyal to the Lord to the death. Qin Chang'an was full of astonishment. This little guy in front of him isn't very old, but he speaks with remarkable seriousness. As for the name Tai Dan, Qin Chang'an wasn't the least bit surprised. People living in the wilderness can barely manage to feed themselves. How would they have the time or energy to come up with a nice name? Swear allegiance to Paradise City. Swear allegiance to the Lord. The remaining 14 children knelt on one knee in unison, clasping their fists with both hands. Good. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, everyone, stand up. Hearing this, Tai Dan and the other 14 children all stood up. Lord, I'm going to work. Tai Dan said this and walked toward the vegetable field. Seeing this, the other 14 children also hurried toward the vegetable field, clearly intending to work as well. Although they were all quite young, having lived in the wilderness for years, their temperament was far more mature than children living in the city, and their perceptiveness was also much sharper than those city-dwelling children. They all clearly understand that they are ordinary people without any talent for cultivation, and their help to Letu City is extremely limited. Therefore, they must work harder and demonstrate their value in order to stay in Letu City for a long time. No need. Qin Chang'an stopped them and said, come back here and sit with me. Just watch, that's enough. Tai Dan decisively turned around and walked toward Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an is the Lord of Letu City. No matter what Qin Chang'an says, he will follow it without hesitation. Seeing Tai Dan turn around, the other 14 children also turned around one after another and walked toward Qin Chang'an. This scene made the three young men feel a bit uneasy. They didn't want to work, but Qin Chang'an forced them to. On the other hand, Tai Dan and the other children volunteered to work, yet Qin Chang'an wouldn't let them. This made them unable to stop wondering if Qin Chang'an had discovered something. Otherwise, why would he treat them so differently? However, suspicion is just suspicion. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to voice it, or it would be like there's no silver buried here. Looking at Tai Dan and the other children approaching, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude toward Qin Shan. If Qin Shan hadn't taken him as a disciple, he, without cultivation and unable to practice, would likely be wandering the wilderness like Tai Dan and the others, or worse, he might have been eaten by demonic beasts and turned into their excrement. Little girl, we haven't eaten yet, and these little ones are probably hungry too. Qin Chang'an said, go bring the food over. If it's not enough, make some more. Alright, Lord. Yi Qinggu responded and headed toward the Lord's mansion. About half an hour later, Yi Qinggu came over carrying a large basin half a meter wide and holding a bag. The bag contained bowls, chopsticks, spoons, and Black Panther's exclusive food bowl. Lord, old Zhang, Black Panther, little ones, time to eat. Yi Qinggu called out, then placed the large bowl on the ground and started serving the food. Hearing this, the three young men who were working exchanged glances and walked toward the edge of the field. Seeing this, Qin Chang'an shouted in a deep voice, did I tell you to come over? Keep working. The three young men looked aggrieved, but feeling guilty, they didn't dare to argue and could only continue working with their heads down. Lord, why don't you let them eat? A child asked curiously. Before Qin Chang'an could answer, Tiadun's voice rang out first. Ernyo, is it your place to question what the Lord does? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Oh, Ernyo responded, quickly apologizing, Lord, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. It's fine. Qin Chang'an shook his head and said with a smile, hurry up and eat, everyone. Get more after you finish, until you're full. After that, Qin Chang'an and the others sat together, holding their bowls and eating. While eating, Qin Chang'an turned his head and glanced at Taidan. This little guy not only knows how to talk but also has a good sense. He's a promising talent. After finishing the meal, Qin Chang'an was pleasantly surprised to discover that one of the upgrade conditions for the Grand Lord system, the reputation points, was also sufficient. Finally, I can upgrade. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly. Apart from excitement, there was also a hint of oddness in his heart. Excitement needs no words. After the upgrade of the Grand Lord system, new skills can be obtained. The peculiarity lies in how quickly the Grand Lord system could upgrade, all thanks to Black Bear and his group. If it weren't for Black Bear and his group besieging Paradise City to seize the treasure, it would have been difficult for him to gain nearly 10,000 reputation points so quickly. If it weren't for Black Bear and his group trying to spite him and plant spies in Paradise City, he wouldn't have been able to gather 10 members. Misfortune is where fortune depends, and fortune is where misfortune lies hidden. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly once more and decisively said, Great Lord system, upgrade. The Great Lord system has been upgraded to level 3. The voice of the Great Lord system echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Immediately after, the Grand Lord system interface flashed with light and changed. Grand Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 3. Territory reputation, 8,258 points. Upgrade conditions, 18 out of 100. People, 10008/1000000. Reputation points. Skills, insight, enlightenment, manifestation, improvement. The next upgrade requires 100 people and 100,000 reputation points. It's a long road ahead. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the skills section. Then he noticed that the Overlord system had gained a new skill improvement. He immediately raised his hand and placed it on the word improvement. The next moment, a row of small characters appeared. Improvement, optimize the martial skill, upgrade the martial skill by 1 level. Qin Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up. Martial skills are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The higher the level, the greater the power. The skill improvement can optimize martial techniques, raising them by 1 level. This means that a yellow grade martial technique can be upgraded to a profound grade martial technique after improvement, and the same applies to other levels of martial techniques. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the martial technique, the fewer there are. The highest grade martial technique possessed by Lu Tu City is a profound grade martial technique. However, with the skill improvement, he can upgrade a profound grade martial technique to an earth grade martial technique. But that's not the main point. The key is that after acquiring the Overlord system, he gained cultivation, yet he still couldn't practice martial techniques, making it impossible to fully unleash the power of his cultivation. The skill improvement might very well allow him to possess martial techniques. Qin Chang'an casually flipped his hand, and an ancient-looking scroll appeared out of thin air in his palm. This scroll is precisely the tiger subduing fist that Qin Shan gave to Qin Chang'an. He wanted to try whether obtaining the improved skill could grant him martial techniques. Opening the scroll, Qin Chang'an eagerly began to study it. Seeing Qin Chang'an take out a scroll to study, Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu were both a bit puzzled. They couldn't understand why Qin Chang'an suddenly took out a scroll and started studying it. However, they all tacitly chose not to disturb Qin Chang'an. This time, Qin Chang'an didn't doze off after reading just a few words like before. Instead, he read from beginning to end without the slightest hint of drowsiness. Not only that, after finishing the scroll on the tiger subduing fist, he clearly remembered every word on it, and a new martial techniques operation route even emerged in his mind. This new operating route should be the improved version of the tiger subduing fist, right? Qin Chang'an muttered to himself and then stood up. He wanted to try whether he could perform the tiger subduing fist. Qin Chang'an took a deep breath and then mobilized his strength according to the route that appeared in his mind. Immediately, a surging and overwhelming force quickly coursed through his body along the route in his mind. Moments later, he suddenly raised his fist and punched forward. A somewhat ethereal tiger appeared out of thin air in front of his fist and then shot forward violently. I have martial skills now. Qin Chang'an's cheeks were full of surprise. His judgment was correct. The Grand Lord system not only allowed him to possess cultivation but also martial skills, and the improvement skill was the key to enabling him to acquire martial skills. Yi Qingwu and Zhang Zhong were both utterly shocked, though the reasons for their shock were somewhat different. Yi Qingwu was shocked that she couldn't see through Qin Chang'an's cultivation, and moreover, Qin Chang'an was displaying a profound level martial skill. Doesn't this mean that Qin Chang'an's cultivation had already stepped into the Battle King realm? Swish! You must know that only by reaching the Battle King realm can one easily perform profound level martial techniques. After the shock, Yi Qingwu was filled with confusion. Previously, He Xiong and the others had called Qin Chang'an a waste, but Qin Chang'an had already reached the Battle King realm at such a young age. How could this be considered wasteful? You must know that in Yuzhou, people of Qin Chang'an's age who have reached the Battle King realm are extremely rare. Apart from being shocked that Qin Chang'an had the cultivation of the Battle King realm, Zhang Ji was astonished by something else. The tiger subduing fist is the signature martial technique of Let a City. As far as he knew, the Tiger Subduing Fist was a yellow tier martial technique, so why did Qin Chang'an's execution of it give him the impression of a profound tier martial technique? Lord, at such a young age, your cultivation has already reached the Battle King realm. Yi Qingwu asked in confusion. This level of cultivation speed doesn't qualify as a peerless genius, but it can still be considered genius. Why do those people attacking Let a City call you a waste? Could it be that the people of Wulong County are all extraordinary? That's not the case. Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose and explained, the highest cultivation level in Wulong County is the Battle King realm. Those guys don't know that my cultivation has already reached the Battle King realm, and in their eyes, I'm just a useless person who can't cultivate. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. She thought to herself, if Qin Chang'an had reached the Battle King realm at such a young age, how could he possibly be considered useless? If Qin Chang'an were useless, then wouldn't she be the most useless of all? Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu's conversation was not deliberately concealed, and the three young men who were working with their backs bent heard it clearly, which left them feeling very puzzled. Wasn't Qin Chang'an a useless person incapable of cultivation? How did he suddenly step into the Battle King realm? The next moment, the eyes of the three youths flickered slightly. Qin Chang'an was known throughout Wulong County as a useless person. Now that he suddenly possessed the cultivation of the Battle King realm, they instinctively suspected whether this had something to do with the treasure that appeared in Lita's city not long ago. Zhang Zhong was overjoyed. When Qin Chang'an helped him improve his cultivation talent and strength, he thought Qin Chang'an had no cultivation abilities and only possessed some special skills. Otherwise, how could he have earned the title of a waste? But what he didn't expect was that Qin Chang'an not only had cultivation abilities but also an extraordinary cultivation talent. Otherwise, how could his cultivation progress be so fast? With a lord like Qin Chang'an, who is both capable and possesses such extraordinary cultivation talent, how could Litu's city not prosper? Qin Chang'an had no idea what Yi Qingwu and Zhang Zhong were thinking. At this moment, he was pondering over something. He vaguely felt that improving skills wasn't as simple as he thought, but he couldn't quite figure out what exactly made it complicated for the time being. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chang'an said, "Old Zhang, perform the Gale Step in its entirety." "All right, Lord." Zhang Zhong didn't know why Qin Chang'an said that, but he still agreed decisively and then began to perform the Gale Step. As Zhang Zhong performed the Gale Step, gusts of wind accompanied the sound. A whirlwind suddenly appeared beneath Zhang Zhong's feet, and then he soared into the air, swiftly darting forward. Qin Chang'an decisively activated the improved skill. At the same time, he kept a close eye on Zhang Zhong, who was using Gale Step, fearing he might miss even the slightest movement. Moments later, Zhang Zhong changed direction and flew to Qin Chang'an's side. At this moment, a martial arts technique's operational path emerged in Qin Chang'an's mind. This operational path was precisely the one for Gale Step. However, it was not the original operational path of Gale Step but a modified and improved version. Gale Step. A soft shout came from Qin Chang'an's mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, gusts of strong wind followed. Suddenly, whirlwinds appeared beneath Qin Chang'an's feet, and then he soared into the air, swiftly darting forward. This scene made Zhang Zhong suddenly freeze. Qin Chang'an also knows Gale Step? But that's not the main point. The main point is that Qin Chang'an was clearly using Gale Step, so why was his speed much faster than his own? He even faintly felt that Gale Step in Qin Chang'an's hands was no longer a yellow grade martial skill, but a profound grade martial skill. Feng Qinggu, however, didn't think much about it. She came from Yuzhou and wasn't very familiar with Qin Chang'an's reputation. Moreover, the power of the same martial skill varies depending on the cultivation level of the person using it, so Qin Chang'an's speed when using Swift Wind Step was faster than Zhang Zhong's. Nothing surprising about that. Qin Chang'an laughed heartily. He had always thought that improving skills wasn't as simple as he imagined. Then he wondered, if skill improvement could enhance the martial techniques on scrolls, could it also improve the martial techniques performed by others? It turned out that what he had in mind was absolutely correct. He only watched Zhang Zhong perform Swift Wind Step once, and a new operation route for Swift Wind Step emerged in his mind. But that's not the main point. The key is that after improving the skill, he could perform the modified martial technique with incredible ease, as if he had been immersed in this martial technique for decades. After flying around once, Qin Chang'an changed direction and flew to Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu's side. "Lord, you can also use Swift Step?" Zhang Zhong asked curiously. "I couldn't before, but now I can." Qin Chang'an replied honestly, "Elder Zhang, I just learned it from you." Zhang Zhong was momentarily stunned. "Just by watching it once, you've mastered it? What kind of monstrous cultivation talent is this?" Yi Qingwu questioned. "Lord, the practice of martial techniques emphasizes gradual progress and mastery through repetition. Yet when you performed Swift Wind Step, you did it it with such ease and casualness. It didn't look like you had just learned it. It seemed like you already knew it. You little girl actually dares to question me? Qin Chang'an raised his hand and gave Yi Qinggu a flick on the forehead, then said proudly, "This is called talent, understand?" Yi Qinggu raised her hand to rub her head, which had been knocked painfully by Qin Chang'an, then couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had seen many people who liked to show off, but had never seen anyone as good at it as Qin Chang'an. It wasn't that she didn't trust Qin Chang'an, but coming from Yuzhou, she had seen many geniuses. Yet, she had never heard of anyone who could learn a martial technique just by watching someone perform it once. It was hard for her to believe. Qin Chang'an no longer paid attention to Yi Qinggu. He raised his hand to hold Zhang Zhong's hand and said, "Elder Zhang, relax your mind." Zhang Zhong did not know why Qin Chang'an held his hand, nor did he understand why Qin Chang'an asked him to relax his mind. However, he trusted Qin Chang'an completely, so he followed the instructions without asking any questions and relaxed his mind. The next moment, he noticed a martial arts operation route appearing in his mind. This martial arts operation route seemed somewhat similar to the operation route of Swift Wind Step, but it was also slightly different. "Old Zhang, try out the operation route I just passed on to you," Qin Chang'an said. Zhang Zhong decisively agreed. He did not immediately mobilize his energy to follow the route in his mind, but first carefully studied it. After memorizing the route, he then began to mobilize his energy to move along it. In the next moment, the sound of strong winds suddenly arose. Suddenly, gusts of fierce wind appeared beneath Zhang Zhong's feet, and he soared into the air, swiftly darting forward. Yi Qinggu was suddenly stunned. Zhang Zhong's speed had become much faster compared to before, though it seemed a bit clumsy. After snapping out of her daze, Yi Qinggu looked at Qin Chang'an with a strange expression. Just now, Qin Chang'an suggested that Zhang Zhong try the route he had passed on to him, and Zhang Zhong's speed became much faster than before. This matter should be related to Qin Chang'an, but she couldn't figure out what was going on. Soon, Zhang Zhong flew back and landed beside Qin Chang'an. He said excitedly, "Lord, I adjusted my power according to the route you gave me. The consumption is about the same as before, but the speed is much faster, as if Gale Step has turned into a profound level technique." "Old Zhang, it's not as if, it actually is," Qin Chang'an said with a smile. "The Gale Step has indeed become a profound rank technique." Receiving Qin Chang'an's confirmation, Zhang Zhong asked curiously, "Lord, the route you gave me is somewhat similar to the Gale Step's route, but there are many differences, and the Gale Step is a yellow rank technique, so how did it become a profound rank technique?" Qin Chang'an glanced at the three young men working with their backs bent and lowered his voice, "Because I can improve techniques and elevate martial skills by 1 rank. Zhang Zhong suddenly understood. As for whether Qin Chang'an was telling the truth, he did not doubt it in the slightest, because Qin Chang'an could enhance his cultivation talent, improve his cultivation level, and refine martial techniques, elevating them by 1 grade. What was so surprising about that? Moreover, this was something he had personally experienced. Yi Qinggu was utterly shocked. There were indeed people in this world who could refine martial techniques, but those individuals were all of extremely high cultivation levels. Furthermore, refining martial techniques was not an easy task. It could even be said to be an extremely arduous one. To be precise, wanting to improve a martial technique often requires thousands of failures and may still not succeed. Yet Qin Chang'an only looked at it once and managed to improve it in an extremely short time. How is that even possible? If I believe that, I must be crazy. Yi Qinggu quickly shook her head, driving the thought of believing Qin Chang'an out of her mind. Then, with a peculiar expression, she glanced at Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong. Could these two guys have teamed up to fool her? She was reluctant to think of Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong that way, but apart from that, she really couldn't think of any other explanation. Seeing Yi Qinggu's expression, Qin Chang'an immediately knew that Yi Qinggu didn't believe what he had just said. He said irritably, "Little girl, what's with that expression?" "Lord, I really don't want to doubt you," Yi Qinggu said helplessly, "but what you said goes beyond my understanding. It's hard not to doubt. Can we brag a little more modestly? Otherwise, it won't take others to expose it. It'll fall apart on its own." Upon hearing Yi Qinggu question Qin Chang'an for bragging, Zhang Zhong decisively spoke up to refute her. "Yi girl, the Lord isn't bragging, he's speaking the absolute truth." Yi Qinggu had already decided that Zhang Zhong was cooperating with Qin Chang'an to put on an act, so she naturally wouldn't believe what Zhang Zhong said. "Old Zhang, it's one thing for the Lord to show off in front of me. After all, he's still young," Yi Qinggu said helplessly, "but you're already so old, why are you even helping him show off in front of me?" Zhang Zhong was speechless. When did he ever help Qin Chang'an show off in front of Yi Qinggu? He's indeed speaking the truth, isn't he? "Little girl, what do you mean by beyond your understanding?" Qin Chang'an immediately followed up. "Just because you don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist in this world. Just because you think something can't be done doesn't mean others can't do it." Borrowing your own words, with your age, how much could you possibly know? How many things have you experienced? "Lord, I never claimed to know everything," Yi Qinggu retorted, "but what you said is indeed too unbelievable. It's hard for me not to doubt it." Qin Chang'an raised his hand and touched his nose. What Yi Qinggu said wasn't unreasonable. After all, what he had just said was indeed too unbelievable. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an asked, little girl, what benefit do I get from showing off in front of you? Yi Qinggu thought for a moment. You can earn my admiration and then join Lutu City with even more sincerity. Qin Chang'an was stunned for a moment. Damn, what you said makes way too much sense. You win. Qin Chang'an gave Yi Qinggu a thumbs up and added, I have serious business to attend to right now, so I don't have time to waste words with you. But everything I said is the absolute truth, believe it or not. Lord, are you at a loss for words to defend yourself? Yi Qinggu said smugly. Qin Chang'an couldn't be bothered to respond to Yi Qinggu, this self-righteous girl. He looked at Zhang Zhong and said, Old Zhang, show me all the martial techniques you know. Zhang Zhong was the strongest person in Lutu City aside from him. Many matters required Zhang Zhong to step in and resolve, so he intended to improve all of Zhang Zhong's martial techniques. This way, Zhang Zhong's combat power would see a significant boost. Lord, I know very few martial techniques. Zhang Zhong explained somewhat awkwardly, martial techniques are basically controlled by the various lords, and it's very hard to buy them outside. When I was in Black Star City, because I wasn't part of the main lineage, I could only choose one technique to train in among movement, defense, and attack skills. I see. Qin Chang'an said gloomily. Originally, the Sutra Pavilion in Lutu City had quite a few martial techniques, but with the decline of Lutu City, the techniques in the Sutra Pavilion were looted by those who left. Even if I wanted you to train, there are no techniques available. Lord, it's fine. Zhang Zhong said, martial skills are about quality, not quantity. Being greedy only makes it harder to master. One technique each for movement, defense, and attack is enough for me. That's true. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, but not having martial skills is only temporary. I can learn from others' techniques. Sooner or later, the Sutra Pavilion of my Lutu City will be filled with all kinds of martial skills. Lord, I believe. Zhang Zhong nodded heavily. Qin Chang'an could instantly learn martial techniques and even improve them. Why worry about Lutu City lacking martial techniques to use? Yi Qingwu, on the other hand, was speechless. These two guys were really putting on quite the act. She hesitated for a moment and reminded, Lord, stealing others' martial techniques is unethical. Ethics? Ha ha. Qin Chang'an curled his lips in disdain and said, little girl, you live in an ivory tower, unaware of the hardships of the world. In this apocalypse, what use is ethics? Can it be eaten? Can it save your life? Can it kill monsters? Let me tell you, in this world, having the bigger fist is the truth. If you don't want to be bullied, if you want to obtain everything, you have to fight for it with your fists. Relying on ethics is useless. Take my Lutu City as an example. When Lutu City was at its peak, countless people wanted to join, but when it declined, everyone abandoned it. The reason behind this doesn't need me to explain, does it? And as for you, if your strength were strong enough, would your uncle dare to plant people around you? Would he dare to arrange a marriage for you without your consent? Would you still need to run away from home? Yi Qingwu was left red-faced and flustered by Qin Chang'an's retorts, because everything Qin Chang'an said made perfect sense, and she couldn't even find a way to argue back. But shouldn't there be a limit to what one does to gain something? Yi Qingwu retorted, I actually agree with what you said. One should still have principles as a person. Qin Chang'an nodded and added, however, I don't think learning someone else's martial arts secretly is crossing the line, because I obtained it through my own abilities. Moreover, the martial arts I learned secretly are not the same as their original techniques. Lord, what you said seems to make some sense. Yi Qingwu paused for a moment, then suddenly changed her tone. But the premise is that what you said earlier is true. If it's not true and you're just showing off, is that okay? Great, now we're back to the topic of showing off. Qin Chang'an rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Zhong, saying, Old Zhang, show all the martial techniques you know. Got it, Lord. Zhang Zhong was very excited. He wasn't stupid. How could he not understand that Qin Chang'an was helping him improve his martial techniques? He had been worried about not having any Shen-level martial techniques to use after his cultivation reached the Battle King realm, and now Qin Chang'an was helping him refine his techniques. Wasn't this like someone delivering a pillow just when he needed one for a nap? As soon as the words fell, Zhang Zhong began to demonstrate the martial techniques he knew. The offensive technique was called Thunderous Palm, and the defensive technique was called Scarlet Armor Shield. After Zhang Zhong finished demonstrating, two operational routes emerged in Qin Chang'an's mind. One operational route was the improved version of the Thunderbolt Hands route. The other operational route was the improved version of the Red Armor Shield's route. Qin Chang'an then performed both the Thunderbolt Hand and the Red Armor Shield. Just like the Swift Wind Step, the Thunderbolt Hand and the Scarlet Armor Shield also possessed the power of a profound level technique in Qin Chang'an's hands. Immediately after, Qin Chang'an passed the improved operational routes of the Thunderbolt Hand and the Scarlet Armor Shield to Zhang Zhong. Following the operational routes taught by Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong performed the Thunderbolt Hand and the Scarlet Armor Shield once, and then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his aged face. Lord, the Thunderbolt Hand and the Scarlet Armor Shield also possessed the power of a profound level technique. Isn't that perfectly normal? Qin Chang'an laughed and said, the Thunderous Palm and the Red Armor Shield are both Shen-level martial techniques, naturally possessing the power of Shen-level martial techniques. Standing to the side, Yi Qingwu frowned frowned tightly. Logically speaking, she had already exposed Zhang Zhong's collusion with Qin Chang'an to put on a show, so the two of them shouldn't have any reason to continue acting in front of her. Yet, they were still acting. Moreover, Zhang Zhong's excitement didn't seem fake. It actually looked like he had truly obtained Xian-level martial techniques. Could this guy really learn someone else's martial arts just by watching it once? Could this guy really improve martial arts in an instant, raising it by one level? Two consecutive thoughts flashed through Yi Qingwu's mind. At this moment, Yi Qingwu's thoughts wavered. It wasn't that she didn't want to stick to her beliefs, but rather that Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong's actions were somewhat strange. Lord, can you really improve martial techniques? Yi Qingwu couldn't help but ask. Little girl, I said I could, but you don't believe me, so why are you even asking? Qin Chang'an retorted. Yi Qingwu felt a bit awkward being rebuked by Qin Chang'an. It wasn't that she was unwilling to believe Qin Chang'an, but what he said was too unbelievable. It was hard for her to believe even if she wanted to. Yi girl, I wasn't cooperating with the Lord to put on an act. Zhang Zhong advised. The Lord really isn't bragging. Everything he said is absolutely true. You just saw it. My martial technique was upgraded from a yellow tier technique to a profound tier technique after being improved by the Lord. Yi Qingwu felt even more embarrassed, because she had personally witnessed Zhang Zhong's martial techniques being upgraded to mystic level techniques, which made her waver in her thoughts. Lord, can you help me improve my martial techniques too? Yi Qingwu said. Little girl, does this mean you believe what I said? Qin Chang'an asked in return. Yi Qingwu thought for a moment and said, I kinda believe it, but not entirely. You could say I'm half convinced. However, if you help me improve my martial skills, I think I won't have a choice but to believe. Don't you think so? You do make a bit of sense. Qin Chang'an nodded, then suddenly changed his tone. But whether you believe it or not makes no difference to me. It neither benefits nor harms me. Why should I waste my effort improving your martial skills just to gain your trust? Lord, that's where you're wrong. Yi Qingwu retorted. If I thought you were bragging, it would definitely affect your credibility in my heart. But if I believe you, I will admire you, and then I will join Paradise City even more sincerely. That does seem to be the case. Although Qin Chang'an said this, he didn't actually think so in his heart. What he had just said wasn't because he was unwilling to help Yi Qingwu improve her martial arts techniques, but because he wanted to retaliate a little for her doubts about him. After all, by helping Yi Qingwu improve her martial arts techniques, he could also learn Yi Qingwu's techniques himself, so why not? Moreover, Yi Qingwu was from Lutu City and one of his subordinates, yet she repeatedly questioned him. This was completely disregarding the Lord as a leader. If he didn't curb Yi Qingwu's arrogance now, it would be difficult to keep her in check in the future. Yi Qingwu had no idea what Qin Chang'an was thinking. She heard Qin Chang'an acknowledge her words and seized the opportunity to say, Lord, then can you help me improve my martial arts techniques? Alright, Qin Chang'an no longer refused, but let me remind you, the improved martial technique will be upgraded by one level, and you only have the cultivation of the Battle Marquis realm. Theoretically, only those at the Battle King realm can perform profound level techniques, so after the improvement, you won't be able to use it. Lord, that's not necessarily true. Yi Qingwu said, the reason profound level martial techniques can't be performed below the Battle King realm is because the power within the body isn't sufficient to sustain the consumption of such techniques. But just now, Elder Zhang mentioned that the consumption of the improved martial technique is about the same as before. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an was suddenly stunned. Zhang Zhong did indeed mention that the consumption of the improved martial technique was about the same as before, yet its power had greatly increased. However, he had just been too happy about obtaining the martial technique to pay attention to what Zhang Zhong had said. Now, hearing Yi Qingwu's words, he immediately realized this matter. If the consumption of the improved martial technique is indeed comparable to before, it might truly defy convention, allowing someone at the Battle Marquis realm to perform a profound level martial technique. That seems to be the case. Qin Chang'an urged, little girl, quickly use your martial skill. Alright, Yi Qingwu responded and immediately began to display her martial skill. Falling flower palm. A delicate shout escaped from Yi Qingwu's mouth, and then she swung her palm forward. Petals, somewhat ethereal, appeared out of thin air and drifted downward, creating a scene of stunning beauty. However, compared to ordinary falling petals, these petals descended at a much faster speed. Once Yi Qingwu finished executing the falling flower palm, a route of operation emerged in Qin Chang'an's mind. The next moment, Qin Chang'an raised his hand and struck forward. Petals, somewhat ethereal, reappeared out of thin air and began to drift downward. These petals were larger than those that appeared when Yi Qingwu performed the falling flower palm, and their descent was much faster. Clearly, the power of the falling flower palm in Qin Chang'an's hands was far greater than when it was in Yi Qingwu's hands. This was partly due to Qin Chang'an's cultivation being higher than Yi Qingwu's, and partly because the falling flower palm had been improved, transforming it from a yellow tier martial skill into a profound tier martial skill. This scene left Yi Qingwu utterly shocked. Qin Chang'an actually performed the falling flower palm, and it was his first time using it, yet there wasn't the slightest hint of unfamiliarity. He executed it with such ease and casualness that it seemed as if Qin Chang'an had been immersed in the falling flower palm for decades. grades. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the falling flower palm had truly been elevated from a yellow grade technique to a profound grade technique. Little Yi, do you believe it now? Zhang Zhong said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I believe you. Swish. Yi Qingguo nodded, her delicate face full of shock. Zhang Zhong might have cooperated with Qin Chang'an to put on an act, but she definitely hadn't. Unless Qin Chang'an had already mastered the falling blossom palm, which was simply impossible, because the falling blossom palm was the secret technique of the Yi family in Yuzhou, and only direct descendants of the Yi family could practice it. This meant that Qin Chang'an had truly learned the falling blossom palm just by watching her perform it once, and had even instantly improved upon it. The evidence was right in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. Girl Yi, have you realized the Lord's extraordinary talent? Zhang Zhong said again. I've realized it. Yi Qingwu nodded again. Just by watching once, he can learn others' martial techniques, perform them effortlessly and gracefully, and even instantly improve the techniques, elevating them by a level. She had never heard of anyone being able to do such a thing in her entire life. If this can't be considered monstrous, then she truly doesn't know what can be called monstrous. Qin Chang'an coughed a few times and said, little girl, I'll teach you the new operation route. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an grabbed Yi Qingwu's small hand. The moment Qin Chang'an held Yi Qingwu's small hand, she instinctively wanted to pull away as if she had been electrocuted. However, thinking that Qin Chang'an was doing this to teach her a new operation route, she forcibly suppressed the urge to withdraw. Before this, Qin Chang'an hadn't thought much about it. But the moment he held Yi Qingwu's small hand, he couldn't help but overthink. Yi Qingwu's small hand was soft and delicate, and the sensation was truly pleasant. He couldn't resist squeezing it a few times. Noticing Qin Chang'an's small actions, Yi Qingwu's pretty face instantly turned an intense shade of red. This was the first time in her life she had held hands with a peer of the opposite sex, making her heart race uncontrollably. Lord, quickly teach me the new operation route. Yi Qingwu reminded with a flushed face. Oh, Qin Chang'an immediately came back to his senses. He responded and was about to teach Yi Qingwu the new operation route. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem. Forgot to check how many reputation points are needed to use the improvement skill. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly. The skills of insight, enlightenment, and manifestation all consume reputation points when used, and the manifestation skill is no exception. It's just that he doesn't know how many reputation points are required to use the improved skill. If the consumption is small, then it's not a big deal, but if it's significant, he'll have to be more cautious when using it in the future. Fortunately, he currently has several thousand reputation points, so he doesn't need to worry about running out of them in the short term. Qin Chang'an focused his mind and summoned the Overlord System interface. Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level, level 3. Territory reputation, 7,868 points. Upgrade conditions, 18 out of 100 people, 10-118/100,000 reputation points. Skills, insight, enlightenment, manifestation, improvement. Previously, there were 8,258 reputation points. Now there are 7,868 reputation points, a decrease of 390 reputation points. From the upgrade conditions, I gained 110 reputation points during this period, adding up to exactly 500. I improved 5 martial techniques in total, which means improving one martial technique consumes 100 reputation points. Not too much. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself in his heart. Seeing that Qin Chang'an still hadn't made a move, a trace of embarrassment and annoyance appeared in Yi Qingwu's beautiful eyes. Earlier, when Qin Chang'an was teaching Zhang Zhong the movement route, he was straightforward and decisive. But now, when Qin Chang'an was teaching her the movement route, he was dawdling, and even holding her small hand. She strongly suspected that Qin Chang'an was deliberately stalling to take advantage of her. At this moment, Yi Qingwu really wanted to pull her small hand out of Qin Chang'an's clutches and give him a good scolding. However, since she wanted the Xian-level falling flower palm, she could only endure the embarrassment and annoyance in her heart. Hey, hurry up and teach me the running route, Yi Qingwu urged again. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an immediately snapped back to his senses. Sorry, I just suddenly remembered something and got distracted. Qin Chang'an explained briefly and then said, I'll teach you the running route right away. Yi Qingwu subtly pursed her lips. Did he really just suddenly remember something and get distracted? But before she could think further, a route of operation appeared in her mind. This route of operation was precisely the improved version of the falling flower palm technique after its enhancement. The next moment, Yi Qingwu noticed that Qin Chang'an had let go of her small hand. Yi Qingwu was stunned. Wasn't Qin Chang'an trying to take advantage of her? Why did he let go of her small hand right after teaching her the operation route? Could it be that she misunderstood? Did Qin Chang'an really just suddenly remember something and get distracted? Little girl, try and see if you can perform it, Qin Chang'an said. Oh, Yi Qingwu responded and began studying the movement route that appeared in her mind. Falling flower palm. A moment later, Yi Qingwu let out a delicate shout and swung her palm forward. Petals, somewhat illusory, appeared out of thin air and then drifted downward. These petals were slightly larger than the ones that appeared when she previously used the falling flower pong, and their descent was also a bit faster. This also meant that her judgment was correct. With her cultivation at the Battle Marquee realm, she could perform the improved falling flower pong, now elevated to a profound grade martial technique. Lord, it really can be performed. Yi Qinggu exclaimed in surprise, and it doesn't consume much more than the original falling flower pong. I saw it. Qin Chang'an's face was also filled with ecstasy. The improved skill was even more powerful than he had imagined. Generally speaking, warriors at the Battle Marquee level can only perform yellow rank martial techniques, but the martial technique improved by the skill defied common sense. During battles, while other combatants use yellow rank martial techniques, the people of Lu-Tu City employ the more powerful profound rank martial techniques. What would the outcome be? There's no need to elaborate. Lord, I know other martial techniques too. Can you help me improve them as well? Yi Qingwu said excitedly. Qin Chang'an was not surprised at all by Yi Qingwu's suggestion. After all, being able to use profound rank martial techniques with only slightly more energy consumption than yellow rank techniques, who would still want to use yellow rank techniques? No problem. Qin Chang'an agreed decisively. Using the improved skill once only consumes 100 reputation points. Currently, he has several thousand reputation points, and they are still continuously increasing, so a few hundred reputation points are nothing to him. Moreover, by helping Yi Qinggu improve her martial arts techniques, he can also learn the techniques she knows. This not only enriches his martial arts library but can also be recorded to enhance the Sutra Pavilion of Lu-Tu City. Why not do it? Thank you, Lord. I'm going to perform my martial skill. Yi Qinggu expressed her gratitude and began to perform her martial skill. Qin Chang'an watched intently without blinking. Yi Qinggu didn't know many martial skills. To be precise, like Zhang Zhong, she only had one skill each for attack, defense, and movement. The reason was the same as Zhang Zhong's: martial skills should be refined rather than numerous, as greed for more would lead to inefficiency. But this issue is not a problem for Qin Chang'an, because once he learns a martial skill, he masters it completely, so there's no need to worry about biting off more than he can chew. Besides, there's another reason. Yellow grade martial skills are the lowest level of martial skills, merely transitional, so there's no need to learn too many. After Yi Qingwu finished performing all the martial techniques, Qin Chang'an took Yi Qingwu's small hand again and taught her the improved martial technique operation routes after modification. This time, Qin Chang'an did not hold on to Yi Qingwu's small hand and dawdle. He immediately taught Yi Qingwu the operation routes and then decisively let go of her small hand. Yi Qingwu frowned slightly. Previously, Qin Chang'an held her small hand and wouldn't let go. Now, Qin Chang'an let go as soon as he touched it. Was he feeling uncomfortable holding her small hand? However, despite her displeasure, Yi Qingwu didn't question Qin Chang'an. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask, but she couldn't exactly question him by saying, "Why did you hold my hand tightly before, but now let go immediately?" Qin Chang'an had no idea what Yi Qingwu was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely be speechless. Holding your little hand and not letting go, you think I'm taking advantage of you. Letting go as soon as I touch it. You wonder if holding your little hand feels uncomfortable. There are only two choices, to hold or not to hold, but both choices are wrong. Women truly are complex creatures. No wonder there's a lyric that goes, "Don't try to guess a woman's thoughts, you'll never figure them out." Alright, old Zhang, little girl, did you know any profound rank martial techniques before this? Qin Chang'an asked. No, Zhang Zhong said with a bitter smile. Back then, I was still at the Battle Marquee realm and couldn't access profound rank martial techniques. I could access them though. Yi Qinggu followed up, but I can't cultivate, so I haven't studied it. A trace of regret appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. Just now, he was thinking that if Zhang Zhong or Yi Qinggu knew Shen level martial techniques, he could use his improvement skill to upgrade the Shen level martial techniques to Earth level martial techniques. In that case, perhaps with his Battle King realm cultivation, he could perform Earth level martial techniques. It's okay, Qin Chang'an said. I'll keep an eye on them. You focus on practicing your martial skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an turned to look at the three young men weeding with their backsides sticking out. Yi Qinggu and Zhang Zhong exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. Qin Chang'an only needs to look at it once to learn martial techniques, and once he learns, he becomes extremely proficient. But what about them? Although they have an accurate route to follow, they can also quickly learn martial techniques, but they are not skilled yet. They still need to practice diligently to master them. This is truly a bit discouraging. Old Zhang, let's not compare ourselves to a freak. Let's focus on training. Yi Qingwu said softly. I won't compare myself to a pervert. Zhang Zhong nodded. Next, Yi Qingwu and Zhang Zhong began practicing the martial arts techniques that had been improved after skill refinement. Qin Chang'an, on the other hand, sat on the ground, staring at the three young men working with their butts in the air. The Black Panther lay beside Qin Chang'an, while Taidan and 15 other children also sat nearby. Time quietly passed, and before anyone realized it, evening had arrived. Yi Qingwu stopped practicing martial arts, greeted Qin Chang'an, and ran back to the Lord's manor to prepare dinner. Zhang Zhong followed her to lend a helping hand. Before long, Yi Qingwu and Zhang Zhong each carried a large bowl of food back, and then Qin Chang'an, Yi Qingwu, Mingwu, Zheng Zhong, Black Panther, Iron Egg, and 15 other children began eating together in the field. 3 young men were still bent over, working in the field. After working the entire day without a moment's rest, without drinking a sip of water or eating a bite of food, the 3 young men were already exhausted. Now, smelling the aroma of food, their stomachs immediately began to rumble. "Lord, may we take a break and eat something?" one of the young men asked. "Do you not understand human speech?" Qin Chang'an said coldly, "I said it before, it's just this bit of work. When you finish it, you can rest. If you don't finish, you'll keep working until you do. Otherwise, if you piss me off, let's see if I won't beat the hell out of you." The faces of the 3 young men turned extremely dark. They had been working for an entire day and had only managed to clear less than 1/10 of the area. This meant that it would take them at least 10 more days to clean up the entire vegetable field, even if they worked non-stop for several days. According to Qin Chang'an, if they didn't finish, they had to keep working. Doesn't that mean they'd have to work non-stop for several days? And during this time, they wouldn't even be able to eat a single bite of food or drink a drop of water? "Lord, we are humans, not cattle." The young man said, "We've been working all day. Even if we were cattle, we'd need to rest for a while." "You are indeed not cattle." Qin Chang'an nodded, then suddenly changed his tone. "But as refugees wanting to join Luta City and gain a stable place to settle, you must show your sincerity, right?" The young man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but the words were swallowed back before they could come out. He was not a refugee, nor did he care for a place to settle in Luta City, but these thoughts could only remain in his mind. He couldn't say them out loud, or wouldn't that immediately expose him? "Why don't those kids have to work, even though they just joined Luta City?" another young man asked. "How do you know they just joined Luta City?" Qin Chang'an countered. The young man didn't know how to answer for a moment. He knew that Tai Dan and the other 15 children were brought in by He Xiong and his group to discuss Qin Chang'an, but he couldn't say that. "Lord, we were just guessing." The young man who spoke first said, "When we joined Paradise City, they were already there, and they were dressed even more raggedly than us. They should be refugees from the wilderness, so we thought they were also newly joined members of Paradise City." Qin Chang'an glanced at the young man who had spoken. This guy's reaction was quite quick, and the reason he found was flawless. If this guy weren't a spy sent by He Xiong and his men, he would really consider recruiting the young man under the banner of Lutu City. "What you said is correct," Qin Chang'an said, "but they are still young, and this is the time for them to grow. They can't be overworked." "Does my answer satisfy you?" "Of course, it doesn't matter if you're not satisfied, because here, I make the decisions, and you have no say." The young man's face turned even darker. "I have no say in this, so why are you asking me if I'm satisfied? Are you trying to disgust me on purpose?" The next moment, the young man's eyes rolled around a few times, and then his legs gave out, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, the young man next to him instinctively asked, "What happened to you?" "I'm so tired I can't even stand," the young man replied feebly. Qin Chang'an subtly curled his lips. This guy is actually trying to act in front of him? This is completely like showing off one's sword skills in front of Guan Yu, an amateur showing off in front of an expert. Old Zhang, that guy is a cultivator after all, yet he's exhausted after just one day of work. Keeping him around is just a waste of food. Go loosen his muscles a bit, and if he still can't work, just kill him," Qin Chang'an said. "Yes, my lord," Zhang Zhong responded, put down his bowl and chopsticks, got up, and quickly walked toward the young man. Seeing this, a trace of nervousness immediately appeared on the young man's face. He didn't know whether Qin Chang'an was just trying to scare him or was serious. After a brief moment of thought, he choked up and said, "Lord, I'm really too tired to stand up. Please, I beg you, spare me this time." Qin Chang'an acted as if he hadn't heard the young man's plea for mercy and continued devouring his meal. Soon, Zhang Zhong walked up to the young man and, without a word, began punching and kicking him. "Ah, ah, ah." Immediately, a series of pig-slaughtering-like screams burst out from the young man's mouth. This made him suddenly realize that Qin Chang'an wasn't trying to scare him but was actually serious. Not wanting to die, he could only change his tune and say, "Lord, I have strength again, I can work." "Got your strength back, huh?" Qin Chang'an said, "Then keep working." "Yes, yes, yes." The young man hurriedly responded a few times, then quickly got up from the ground and continued working with his butt sticking out. Seeing this, the other 2 young men also quickly stuck their butts out and continued working. "A bunch of troublemakers," Qin Chang'an threatened. "Let me tell you, considering this is the first time, I won't hold it against you. If there's a next time, it won't just be a simple beating." The 3 young men were seething with hatred in their hearts, but they dared not show the slightest hint of it on their faces. However, they secretly vowed in their hearts that when they shut down the protective shield of Lutu City tomorrow morning and let He Xiong and the others in, they would make Qin Chang'an pay. They would return today's humiliation to him tenfold. Qin Chang'an had no idea what the young men were thinking and continued to eat his meal heartily. When everyone had finished dinner, the sky had already turned dark. "Black Panther, it's getting late. Take Tai Dan and the others back to rest," Qin Chang'an said. "Woof woof." Black Panther barked once and led Tai Dan and the other 15 children toward the Lord's mansion. "Old Zhang, little girl, I have something to take care of. I'll be back by midnight at the latest." Qin Qin Chang'an looked at Zhang Zhong and Yi Qinggu again and said, keep an eye on them here. If they dawdle and don't work properly, don't bother asking for my opinion, just kill them directly. The faces of the three young men turned ashen, because from what Qin Chang'an said, it seemed like he intended to make them work tirelessly without rest. Yes, Lord. Zhang Zhong and Yi Qinggu responded in unison. Lord, forgive me for speaking out of turn. Zhang Zhong added, there are beasts roaming the wilderness, especially at night. It's not safe for you to go out at night. Old Zhang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen, Qin Chang'an said. Zhang Zhong didn't try to persuade him further. He had said all he needed to say, and since Qin Chang'an insisted on going out at night, as a subordinate, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to say more. Lord, there's one more thing. Zhang Zhong lowered his voice and said, should I or Yi girl keep an eye on Taidan and the other 15 children? No need. Qin Chang'an said, Black Panther will keep an eye on it, and Black Panther is more suitable for the job than you all. That's right, how could I forget about Black Panther? Zhang Zhong raised his hand and patted his forehead. They went to keep watch. Even if there were spies planted by He Xiong and others among the 15 children, including Tai Dan, they wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. But having He Bao keep watch was a different matter after all. Who would be on guard against a dog? Yi Qingwu's face was full of bewilderment. Sending a dog to keep watch, why did this feel so strange? Lord, are you sure He Bao can handle the surveillance? Yi Qingwu questioned. Although Black Panther is very intelligent, it's still just a dog. Little girl, Black Panther is no ordinary dog, but a demon. Qin Chang'an said, it's not just intelligent, it has sentience. Do you think it can do it? Yi Qingwu was stunned. She just felt that the Black Panther was very spiritual, but she never thought it was actually a sentient demon. Old Zhang, little girl, keep a close eye on those three. You absolutely cannot let them out of your sight. If you get tired, take turns resting. I'm off. Qin Chang'an gave another reminder before turning around and leaving, heading toward the gate of Lutu City. He left Lutu City this time to hunt demon beasts in the wilderness and hone his combat skills. The strength of a person's combat ability depends on three factors: cultivation, martial techniques, and experience. Now, he possessed cultivation and martial skills, but he had never experienced combat and had no battle experience to speak of. Therefore, he needed to seize the time to enhance his combat experience, and the best way to do so was through actual combat. He had thought about going out during the day to find demonic beasts to fight, but after some consideration, he decided against it. Lutu City needed some time to develop and grow stronger. This was not the time to expose to outsiders that he possessed cultivation, otherwise, outsiders might associate his cultivation with the arrival of some treasure in Lutu City. At that time, it could very likely bring trouble to Lutu City once again. During this period, Lutu City was once again in a turbulent season, and someone could appear around Lutu City at any time. If one went out during the day to search for and fight beasts, they might be seen by outsiders, so it's better to go out at night. As for the claim that beasts are more active at night than during the day, making it unsafe, Qin Chang'an was aware of this, but he didn't care. At this moment, he was no longer the useless person who couldn't even trust a chicken. He was now a Battle King realm expert. Ordinary beasts couldn't do anything to him, and he wouldn't stray too far from Lutu City. If he encountered trouble, he could just run back to the city. Soon, Qin Chang'an arrived at the gate of Letta City. He tore off a piece of his clothing to cover his face, so even if he encountered someone, he wouldn't be easily recognized. Opening the city gate, Qin Chang'an paused for a moment in silence before stepping out. At this moment, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a bit excited, because since arriving in this world, the number of times he had left Letta City could be counted on one hand, and this was his first time leaving Letta City alone. Stepping out of Letta City, Qin Chang'an turned around and examined Letta City under the bright moonlight. I've finally come out on my own. A sigh escaped from Qin Chang'an's mouth, his handsome face filled with excitement. At this moment, Qin Chang'an's state of mind had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. Before this, Paradise City was nothing more than a cage to him, because, without any cultivation, he didn't dare to venture out and was confined to the small area of Paradise City. But now it's different. If he wants to leave Paradise City, he can do so anytime. At this moment, Paradise City is no longer a cage to him but a home in this world. Qin Chang'an took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and turned to walk toward the dense forest ahead. Most of the demonic beasts were hidden in the dense forest. If he wanted to find them to fight, he had to venture deep into the woods. However, after taking a few steps forward, he seemed to think of something and turned back. Arriving at the gate of Paradise City, Qin Chang'an looked at the large tree planted at the entrance, his face showing a thoughtful expression. A moment later, he activated the enlightenment skill and raised his hand to touch one of the trees. Yes, Qin Chang'an intended to enlighten the tree. Next, Black Bear and the others would also come to Paradise City. As the news of Paradise City recruiting people spread, it was very likely that individuals wanting to join would arrive. He needed a gatekeeper to relay messages to him immediately. However, there were not enough people in the land of Bliss City, and even fewer whom he could trust, so he could only use the big tree as a gatekeeper. In the next moment, the big tree shook violently a few times, then lowered a branch, gently touching Qin Chang'an's arm. This big tree was no longer an ordinary plant. After being enlightened by Qin Chang'an, it had turned into a spirit. "You are a poplar tree, so I'll call you Little Poplar," Qin Chang'an said. "Little Poplar, from this moment on, if anyone comes, just lightly tap the protective shield of Lettuce City to alert me that someone has arrived. Later, I'll find a few more companions for you to help relay the message." The little poplar swayed its trunk a few times, nodding its treetop downward several times. It was nodding to indicate to Qin Chang'an that it understood. "Little Poplar, this is the first opportunity I'm giving you," Qin Chang'an said. "Perform well, and there will be more opportunities for you in the future." The small poplar tree shook its trunk a few more times, and the top of the tree nodded downward a few times again. Qin Chang'an said no more and turned to walk toward the dense forest. Upon reaching the edge of the dense forest, Qin Chang'an did not immediately search for exotic beasts but instead enlightened another large tree, gave it some instructions, and then walked along the forest's edge. Next, Qin Chang'an enchanted a large tree every certain distance, including the small poplar tree at the gate of Lettuce City. He enchanted a total of 5 trees. The small poplar tree alone could not deliver messages to him in time. By enchanting a large tree every certain distance, he could know in advance if someone was heading to Lettuce City, giving him enough time to reach the city gate. Transforming 5 big trees costs 1,000 reputation points. Although it's somewhat extravagant, being able to receive timely information makes spending these 1,000 reputation points completely worthwhile. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, "Ahoo!" At that moment, a beast's roar suddenly echoed from not far away. Qin Chang'an looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw a pair of green, copper bell-sized eyes. "It's been years since I last had demonic beast meat. I really missed the taste of it." Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose, almost drooling. Under the bright moonlight in the sky, Qin Chang'an clearly saw a wolf demon about a meter tall standing not far ahead. The green, shiny eyes he just saw, as big as copper bells, were the eyes of the wolf demon. When he first arrived in this world, with Qin Shan around, he often got to eat demon beast meat. Not only was the meat chewy, but it also had a unique fragrance that poultry meat lacked, making it incredibly delicious. But ever since Qin Shan was seriously injured, no one hunted demon beasts for him, and he lost his chance to enjoy such delicacies. At this moment, only Qin Chang'an was here. If anyone who knew him were present, they would surely be at a loss for words. "This is your first time facing a beast. It's one thing not to be afraid, but you even want to slaughter it and eat it? Aren't you being a bit too bold?" Thud, thud, thud. The wolf demon spread its 4 legs and charged at Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an stared intently at the charging wolf demon, ready to enter battle at any moment. Soon, the wolf demon charged toward Qin Chang'an, opening its bloodthirsty maw to bite him. Qin Chang'an did not retreat. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, delivering an uppercut to the wolf demon's jaw. Although Qin Chang'an had never fought a demon beast before, nor had he ever fought anyone, he had practiced boxing techniques over the years to gain some ability to protect himself. At this moment, his usual practice proved useful. He had considered using martial techniques, but after some thought, he decided against it. The wolf demon possessed the cultivation level of a demon general, equivalent to the human warrior general level. With his warrior king level cultivation, dealing with a wolf demon of the demon general level wouldn't require the use of martial techniques. Moreover, his purpose on this trip wasn't to kill enemies but to hone his combat skills. In the next moment, a series of muffled collision sounds suddenly rang out. Qin Chang'an was seen punching the wolf demon squarely on its jaw. Immediately, the wolf demon was sent flying by Qin Chang'an's punch, tumbling through the air as it was knocked back. "So weak?" Qin Chang'an was somewhat surprised, lowering his just raised left fist. Had the once formidable demon beast in his eyes been sent flying by just one punch? However, he quickly realized that it wasn't the wolf demon being too weak, but rather him being too strong. Swish! With his Battle King realm cultivation, he was 2 entire realms higher than the wolf demon at the demon general realm. Even without using martial techniques, dealing with a wolf demon at the demon general realm was a piece of cake for him. Otherwise, his cultivation would be too superficial. Boom, boom, boom. Having come to his senses, Qin Chang'an strode forward to chase after the wolf demon. Another dull thud echoed as the wolf demon fell from the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Chang'an followed closely behind. He leaped into the air, landed astride the wolf demon, and then swung his fists, striking left and right, punching the wolf demon's head again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Awoo, awoo, awoo. At the same time, the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh and the piercing howls rang out one after another. After a few punches, the wolf demon's head was smashed into a pulp by Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an stood up, waved his hand casually, and stored the wolf demon's corpse into his storage ring. Demonic beast meat is incredibly delicious. Leaving it here would be quite a waste. Better to use it as his rations. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an did not venture deep into the dense forest but instead moved along its edge. Beasts harbor great hostility toward humans and will actively attack upon sight, so there's no need to rush into the dense forest. Before walking far, a grasshopper the size of a soccer ball suddenly leaped out of the dense forest, lunging at Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an immediately noticed the soccer ball-sized grasshopper and swung his fist to meet it head-on. This grasshopper, as big as a soccer ball, only had the cultivation level of a demon soldier. It wasn't as tough as the wolf demon at the demon general level, and Qin Chang'an smashed it to pieces with just one punch. Grasshopper meat, better forget it. Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose and continued walking along the edge of the dense forest, waiting for the beasts to come to him on their own. After that, beasts would occasionally leap out from the dense forest to attack Qin Chang'an. The cultivation of these demonic beasts was not high, with the strongest only at the peak of the demon general realm. Qin Chang'an easily dealt with them all, and the corpses of some edible demonic beasts were stored in his storage ring, becoming his provisions. However, the good times did not last long. After Qin Chang'an slew more than a dozen demonic beasts in succession, the situation changed. No demonic beasts actively attacked him anymore, and those he discovered fled frantically at the first opportunity without engaging in battle. Regarding this, Qin Chang'an was not surprised. Beasts are intelligent creatures. Knowing his strength yet still attacking him is simply courting death. Time to venture deeper into the dense forest. Qin Chang'an sighed softly, returned to the edge of the dense forest directly opposite the gates of Lutu City, and then stepped into the forest. He ventured into the forest from this direction to verify his earlier judgment. Walking along the edge of the dense forest for a few steps, Qin Chang'an's gaze fell on a patch of grass. This patch of grass was pressed flat to the ground, shaped like a human figure, suggesting someone had been lying here. Qin Chang'an turned his head to look around and discovered two more patches of flattened grass. He Xiong and the others really didn't leave. Instead, they hid here to confirm whether any spies had infiltrated Lutu City. Qin Chang'an's gaze flickered slightly. Earlier, upon realizing that the three young men were spies, he had already deduced that He Xiong and his group must be hiding in the dense forest, observing whether the spies had infiltrated Lutu City. Facts proved that his judgment was spot on. As for where He Xiong and his group are now, he instantly thought that He Xiong and his group must have returned to gather reinforcements after seeing the spies infiltrate Lutu City. It's inconvenient to act in the dark. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, if my judgment is correct, Black Bear and the others should appear tomorrow. As his words fell, Qin Chang'an stood silently in place for a moment, then ventured deep into the dense forest in search of demonic beasts. Wulong County was remote, and Letta City even more so. In this godforsaken place, there were basically no high-level demonic beasts, so he wasn't worried about encountering danger while venturing into the dense forest. However, basically, it doesn't mean there is absolutely none. Since this matter concerns his safety, he remains extremely cautious. Next, Qin Chang'an began searching for demonic beasts in the dense forest to enhance his combat experience. Unknowingly, several hours had already passed. During these hours, Qin Chang'an encountered dozens of exotic beasts. All of them fell under his fists, and the corpses of some demonic beasts were stored in his storage ring, becoming his provisions. Finding a demonic beast meant a battle, and with every fight, Qin Chang'an would gain something. After dozens of battles, his combat experience skyrocketed at an incredible speed. I told old Zhang and the little girl earlier that I'd be back by midnight at the latest. It's already close to midnight. It's time to head back, or I'll make old Zhang and little Yi worry. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave. But at this moment, a shiver suddenly rose in his heart. It felt as if something was staring at him. Swift wind step. A soft shout echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. The next moment, several gusts of wind suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and he shot out toward the edge of the dense forest. He didn't know what had set its sights on him, but the shiver in his heart clearly told him that whatever it was wouldn't be easy to deal with, and since he didn't know what it was better to get away first. In just an instant, Qin Chang'an had already dashed out of the dense forest. He immediately turned around and looked behind him. Through the gaps in the dense forest, he vaguely saw two glowing green eyes, and the position of those green eyes was shockingly above where he had originally been. Damn it, good thing I ran fast. Qin Chang'an couldn't help but curse under his breath. If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have been successfully ambushed by the beast in the dense forest. However, what puzzled him was how the beast had managed to get so close to him. Why hadn't he heard the slightest sound? Qin Chang'an quickly reacted. The location of those two green eyes was several meters above the ground, suggesting that the beast hiding in the dense forest was perched on a tree, launching a sneak attack from above. That's why he hadn't heard a single sound. At that moment, a hissing roar suddenly echoed from the dense forest. Closely following, those two green eyes quickly moved forward, and in just a moment, they had dashed out of the dense forest. Under the bright moonlight in the sky, Qin Chang'an finally saw clearly what kind of beast had just ambushed him. It was a pitch-black snake demon, with a body as thick as a water barrel. Qin Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't discern the snake demon's cultivation level, which meant the snake demon's cultivation was higher than his. No wonder a trace of dread had surfaced in his heart. Qin Chang'an decisively activated Gale Step and darted to one side, dodging the serpent demon's violent attack. At the same time, he cast an insight on the serpent demon, and its information appeared in his mind. Serpent demon demon, mid-level cultivation of the Demon King realm. Thankfully, its cultivation isn't much higher than mine, otherwise, I'd probably have no choice but to flee. Qin Chang'an secretly thought to himself how lucky he was, while an overwhelming battle intent surged in his eyes. After Yi Qinggu joined Lutu City, his cultivation improved further. Although he had not yet reached the intermediate level of the Battle King realm, he was not far from it. Facing the intermediate level cultivation of the Demon King realm Snake Demon, he might not necessarily lack the strength to fight. Seeing Qin Chang'an dodge once again, the Snake Demon grew furious. It let out a sharp scream, turned its body, opened its blood-red maw, and lunged at Qin Chang'an once more. Qin Chang'an immediately activated Swift Step to dodge, but the Snake Demon seemed determined to devour Qin Chang'an, opening its bloody maw again and again to bite him. Facing the Snake Demon's relentless attacks, Qin Chang'an remained calm. He used Swift Step to maneuver back and forth, evading the Snake Demon's attacks while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The Snake Demon had a thick waist and moved somewhat clumsily. Qin Chang'an circled around the Snake Demon, and after a few rounds, the Snake Demon could no longer keep up with Qin Chang'an's speed. It even became dizzy from spinning repeatedly, thanks to Qin Chang'an's maneuvering. Here's my chance. Qin Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, and he decisively charged toward the Snake Demon. In an instant, Qin Chang'an closed in on the Snake Demon's neck. He grabbed the Snake Demon's neck with one hand and swung his fist toward its head with the other. Accompanied by a dull thud, Qin Chang'an's punch landed squarely on the Snake Demon's head. Hiss hiss. The Snake Demon couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Under the immense force of Qin Chang'an's punch, its head was forcibly slammed to the ground, hitting it solidly. With one successful strike, Qin Chang'an wasted no time, landing punch after punch on the Snake Demon's head. The Snake Demon was hit so hard by Qin Chang'an that it saw stars. It desperately wanted to swallow Qin Chang'an whole, but with Qin Chang'an clinging to its neck, its mouth couldn't tilt backward, making it impossible to bite him. Frustrated, it could only swing its tail to lash at Qin Chang'an. Seeing this, Qin Chang'an decisively ducked down, pressing tightly against the Snake Demon's neck. Immediately after, the Snake Demon's tail swept past just above his back. Dodging the Snake Demon's tail, Qin Chang'an continued swinging his fists, punching the Snake Demon's head again and again. Missing Qin Chang'an with its tail the first time, the Snake Demon swung its tail again, aiming to strike Qin Chang'an. This time, the Snake Demon's tail was pressed even lower. If Qin Chang'an didn't dodge, even if he lay flat on the ground, this tail would undoubtedly hit him. Qin Chang'an immediately realized this. He didn't lie down again, nor did he loosen his grip on the Snake Demon. Instead, he held onto the Snake Demon's neck and shifted to its side, using the Snake Demon's body to shield his own. The next moment, the Snake Demon's tail swept over him once again from above. Qin Chang'an decisively flipped over and sat up, continuing to swing his fists furiously at the Snake Demon's head. The unwilling Snake Demon kept flinging its tail, attempting to whip Qin Chang'an off its neck. But the saying "a single trick can take you far" is not without reason. Every time, Qin Chang'an used the same method, shielding himself with the Snake Demon's body to avoid its swinging tail. After several failed attempts to hit Qin Chang'an, the Snake Demon finally realized its tail was useless. It then raised its neck and began to thrash wildly, trying to fling Qin Chang'an off. However, Qin Chang'an's arms were like iron clamps, tightly gripping its neck. No matter how much it thrashed, it was to no avail. And that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that Qin Chang'an's fists were relentlessly pounding its head. The Snake Demon was already seeing stars from Qin Chang'an's punches. After its frantic thrashing, it became even more dizzy, and then, losing control, its head once again slammed solidly into the ground. It struggled a few times, trying to lift its head again, but unfortunately, none of its attempts succeeded. This wasn't because it was seeing stars or feeling dizzy, but rather because Qin Chang'an's punches to its head weren't for nothing. Its skull was now noticeably more caved in compared to before. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thudding sounds echoed continuously. That was the sound of Qin Chang'an punching the Snake Demon's head again and again. Under Qin Chang'an's relentless pounding, the Snake Demon's body convulsed violently. However, it didn't convulse for long before being beaten to death by Qin Chang'an's fists. Damn it, finally dealt with this beast. Qin Chang'an couldn't help but curse, his cheeks full of excitement, because, as someone with a beginner-level Battle King cultivation, he had managed to defeat a mid-level Demon King Snake Demon. However, he also knew that his victory over the Snake Demon was achieved through clever tactics. If he were to face a mid-level Battle King human, he might not have the chance to win. Qin Chang'an let out a long breath. With a casual wave of his hand, he stored the Snake Demon's corpse into his storage ring, then used Gale Step to rush rapidly toward the gates of Lettuce City. At this moment, He Xiong and Ishuan and Qiangjia were leading their men toward Lettuce City. Returning to Lettuce City, Qin Chang'an went straight to the vegetable garden behind the Lord's mansion. Seeing Qin Chang'an return, Zhang Zhong and Yi Qinggu both let out a sigh of relief. Before this, they were indeed somewhat worried that Qin Chang'an might encounter trouble after leaving Lutu City. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. Qin Chang'an returned safely. Neither of them asked Qin Chang'an what he did after leaving Lutu City. It wasn't that they weren't curious, but as Qin Qin Chang'an's subordinates, they shouldn't have too much curiosity. Yi Qingwu looked Qin Chang'an up and down and said, Lord, judging by your appearance, it seems like you've been through a fierce battle. Sort of, Qin Chang'an said truthfully, I encountered a snake demon with a demon king level cultivation outside of Lidu city. It took some effort to kill it. If not for that, I would have returned a bit earlier. Yi Qingguo and Zhang Zhong didn't think much of it. Qin Chang'an was at the battle king level of cultivation, so killing a demon king level snake demon wasn't anything surprising. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Chang'an had won by fighting across realms. Lord, there aren't many demon beasts of demon king level cultivation in Wulong County, and most of them stay deep within the dense forest, rarely venturing outside. How did you encounter a snake demon of demon king level cultivation? Zhang Zhong asked. Qin Chang'an thought for a moment and said, it must have been because I killed some demon beasts in the dense forest and startled it. I see. Zhang Zhong nodded. Qin Chang'an slaying demonic beasts in the dense forest and alarming a snake demon at the demon king level is not hard to understand. Old Zhang, are these three guys up to any tricks? Qin Chang'an asked. Lord, not long after you left, these three started acting up, trying to find ways to slack off. But after I gave them a good beating, they all straightened up. Zhang Zhong explained. A bunch of troublemakers. Qin Chang'an curled his lips and said, Old Zhang, little girl, you've been watching these three guys for so long. You should take a break. I'll keep an eye on them next. You two rest. Lord, you should take a break instead. Zhang Zhong said. It was little Yi who had been watching earlier. I've already rested for a while. I'll keep an eye on them next. You and little Yi take a break. Alright, then I'll sleep for a while and then switch with you. Qin Chang'an didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Zhong. As the words fell, Qin Chang'an lay down on the ground fully clothed. Seeing this, Yi Qingwu also lay down on the ground fully clothed. The night passed without a word. The next morning, the sky had yet to fully brighten. Black Xiong, and Ishuan, and Qiyingzhe led their men to the dense forest outside Paradise City. Brother Black, Brother Qi, do you think our plan will succeed? And Ishuan asked. Of course it will. Black Xiong said confidently, that fool hasn't realized those three are our people, so he definitely won't be on high alert. Our men will surely be able to shut down Paradise City's protective shield as planned. I think so too. Qiyingzhe followed up. That's good. And Ishuan said excitedly, I can hardly wait to storm into Lettuce City. I can hardly wait to storm into Lettuce City too. Qiyingzhe said excitedly. Brother Zhu, Brother Qi, calm down. He Xiong laughed and said, according to our plan, the moment the sky is fully bright is when our people will shut down the protective shield of Lutu City. But right now, the sky is just starting to brighten, not fully bright yet. Let's wait patiently. At this moment, beside the vegetable field behind the Lord's mansion of Lutu City, Zhang Zhong looked toward the city gate with a face full of confusion. Not long ago, he heard faint sounds of impact, and judging by the sound, it seemed to be coming from the city gate of Lutu City. He instinctively turned his head toward the sound and vaguely saw the large tree at the entrance of Paradise City striking the city's protective shield with its branches. Moreover, it seemed to follow a certain rhythm, but there wasn't the slightest breeze, so logically, the tree shouldn't be swaying at all. Faced with this, Zhang Zhong was genuinely puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the tree was swaying without any wind, and it even seemed to follow a pattern. After pondering for a while and still unable to make sense of it, Zhang Zhong finally decided to wake up Qin Chang'an. Lord, Lord, Zhang Zhong called softly. Hearing Zhang Zhong's call, Qin Chang'an immediately woke up from his sleep. He turned over and sat up, rubbed his eyes, and said awkwardly, Old Zhang, I'm sorry, I slept until dawn and couldn't take over watching those three guys for you. Lord, it's fine. Zhang Zhong said indifferently, I'm older now, and I don't sleep much. I only sleep a few hours a day, and the rest I got last night was enough. I called you not because of that. Then what is it about? Qin Chang'an asked, somewhat puzzled. Lord, look at the big tree at the city gate. Zhang Zhong explained, there's no wind at all right now, yet the big tree at the city gate is swaying back and forth, striking the protective shield of Lutu City, and it seems to be doing so in a very rhythmic manner. This matter is indeed quite strange. Old Zhang, there's nothing strange about it. Qin Chang'an said, the big tree at the city gate isn't an ordinary plant, but a demon. Its gentle tapping on the protective shield of Lettuce City is a warning to us that someone has arrived. Zhang Zhong suddenly understood. He thought so without any wind. Why would the big tree keep swaying, and in such a rhythmic manner? Now that the big tree at the city gate is a demon, everything makes sense. As for the big tree at the city gate being a demon, is this surprising or not? He wasn't surprised at all, because the Black Panther is a demon, and the big tree at the city gate is also a demon. There's nothing surprising about it. Lord, someone is coming. Should we go take a look? Zhang Zhong asked. Qin Chang'an turned his head and glanced at the three young men still bent over working, and said, no need. If I'm not mistaken, the visitors are Black Xiong and his group. They're waiting for these three guys to help them shut down the protective shield of Lutu City. Zhang Zhong's face was full of odd expressions again. Outside Paradise City, He Xiong and his group were waiting bitterly for their insider to deactivate the city's protective shield. Little did they know, their insider had long been discovered by Qin Chang'an and was now being used by him like an ox working in the fields. At this moment, moment, Yi Qinggu slowly woke up from her slumber. She sat up and, seeing Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong chatting together, curiously asked, "Lord, Elder Zhang, what are you two talking about?" "Didn't talk about much," Qin Chang'an said, "just feeling hungry, discussing what to eat this morning." "What can we eat?" Yi Qinggu said helplessly, "There's only rice, flour, and ordinary vegetables in the kitchen, not even a bit of meat." "That was before, now we have meat." Qin Chang'an spoke as he took out a rabid demon's corpse from his storage ring, then tossed it to Yi Qinggu, saying, "Little girl, handle this beast. We'll eat it this morning. Make it tasty." "Got it," Yi Qinggu responded cheerfully, happily dragging the rabid demon's corpse away. During the time she ran away from home, she never had meat. Today, she could finally indulge. Watching Yi Qinggu leave, Zhang Zhong chuckled and said, "Lord, those three guys must be panicking, right?" "Of course they're panicking, but being anxious won't help." Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, those three guys are racking their brains right now, trying to figure out how to escape and shut down the protective shield of Lutu City. They can rack their brains all they want, it won't help." Zhang Zhong chuckled. If they hadn't discovered that the three young men were spies, the trio might have had a chance to shut down the protective shield of Lutu City. But now that they've uncovered their identity, how could they possibly give them the opportunity to disable the shield? Just as Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong had said, the three young men were in a panic at this moment, their faces full of anxiety. According to the agreement, dawn was the time for them to deactivate the protective shield of Paradise City and let He Xiong and his group enter. However, dawn was fast approaching, and they were still being watched by Qin Chang'an and the others, with no chance to escape. A young man softly reminded. Hearing the young man's reminder, the two young men beside him turned their heads simultaneously to look. "Time is almost up, and we're still being closely watched. What should we do?" the young man asked in a low voice. The two young men looked at each other, both wearing expressions of utter helplessness. It wasn't that they were too foolish, but rather that they were being tightly monitored by Qin Chang'an, who kept forcing them to work non-stop, not even allowing them a moment's rest. Not to mention them, even a deity wouldn't be able to think of a way to escape. "Damn it, what's wrong with that useless guy?" a young man couldn't help but curse, showing sincerity. "I can understand, but how can they make us work non-stop, not even letting us eat a bite, drink a sip of water, or take a moment to rest?" Another young man hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you think they might be suspicious of us? Otherwise, why would they make us work day and night without stopping, and keep watching us non-stop?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other two young men froze. They weren't fools. Being treated like beasts of burden by Qin Chang'an and watched like thieves by him and his people, how could they not wonder if they'd already been exposed? Moreover, their answers were all the same. They all deliberately avoided this issue because the only outcome of exposure was death. Since they didn't want to die and had no other solution, they could only deceive themselves and pretend not to see the truth. But now the agreed time was almost up, and someone raised the issue again, leaving them unable to avoid it. "Most likely, we've been exposed." A young man smiled bitterly and said, "I just can't figure out how that useless person discovered us." "I can't figure it out either." Another young man immediately spoke up. Although he didn't answer directly, his words already explained everything. "Now is not the time to think about this." The young man who had just asked the question said, "No matter whether that useless person has discovered us or not, we absolutely cannot admit it, otherwise the only possible outcome is death. What we need to consider now is how to get out of this and complete the mission." "What's there to consider about this?" a young man said in despair. "That useless guy is watching us closely, even forcing us to relieve ourselves on the spot. In this situation, no matter how much we think, there's no way to come up with a plan to escape." "I know everything you're saying," the young man who had just asked the question said solemnly, "but if we keep wasting time here, we'll either be killed by that useless guy or be worked to death like oxen. Do you want to die? If not, then we must find a way to escape." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two young men froze again, because what the young man said was not without reason, and they didn't want to die. "How about this?" the young man continued. "That useless person has most likely become suspicious of us, but may not have necessarily discovered our identities. Let's try again to see if we can get away, and if not, we'll find a way to escape. Not running means either being killed or dying from exhaustion. Instead of that, we might as well take a chance. Who knows, we might not only escape alive but also manage to shut down the protective shield of Paradise City, allowing Lord He and the others to enter. Also, don't forget that our families are still under the control of Lord He and the others. If we don't shut down Paradise City's protective shield on time, our families will be in trouble. What do you two think?" The two young men exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. As the young man said, if they don't run, they'll either be killed or worked to death, and their families will also face trouble. None of them wanted to die, so rather than resigning themselves to fate, they might as well take a gamble. Perhaps they could seize a slim chance to escape alive. "Alright, I'll try feigning death first and see if I can get away." The young man said this, then his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, falling silent. Seeing this, the two young men exchanged glances once again, then simultaneously shouted, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong immediately noticed the fallen young man. "Old Zhang, he's been pushed to the limit and is putting on a show for us again. Qin Chang'an said with a laugh. Lord, I think so too. Zhang Zhong replied. Let's go and see what's going on. Be careful, don't get tricked. Qin Chang'an spoke as he stepped toward the fallen young man, followed by Zhang Zhong. Arriving beside the group of young men, Qin Chang'an asked, what's his condition? Reporting to the Lord. One of the young men said, I don't know what happened either. Just now, he was working, and suddenly he collapsed. It should be from working day and night without rest, without drinking a sip of water or eating a bite of food, and fainting from exhaustion. Really? Qin Chang'an asked with a smile. Probably. The young man added, Lord, this is just my guess. I don't know if it's correct. Qin Chang'an no longer paid attention to the young man. He squatted down, raised his hand to check under the young man's nose, then placed his hand on the young man's wrist. After a moment, he muttered to himself, it really seems like he fainted from exhaustion. Hearing this, the two young men were overjoyed. It seemed their feigned death plan had succeeded. The young man who had just spoken said, Lord, he fainted from exhaustion and should rest properly. How about we carry him somewhere to rest and let him eat something? Don't rush. Qin Chang'an shook his head and said, he has no breath, but he has a pulse. This is indeed quite strange. Lord, having a pulse but no breath should indicate temporary asphyxiation. Zhang Zhong said, I've encountered similar situations before, and this kind of situation is easy to resolve. How about I give it a try? Old Zhang, how do we solve this? Qin Chang'an asked. Lord, allow me to keep it a secret for now. Zhang Zhong said mysteriously, if I reveal my method, it won't work anymore. Besides, you'll understand at a glance. Bang! I see. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, alright, old Zhang, your turn. Got it, Lord. Zhang Zhong let out a sly laugh and stepped toward the young man. Seeing Zhang Zhong approaching, the two young men were somewhat nervous. Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong didn't know the young man wanted to fake his death to escape, but they were very clear about it. They didn't know how Zhang Zhong would awaken the young man pretending to be dead, but they were somewhat worried that the young man's plan to fake his death and escape would be exposed. If that happened, they would have no choice but to take a gamble and see if they could escape from Letu City. Lord, watch closely. Zhang Zhongyin let out a cold laugh and stepped directly on the hand of the young man lying on the ground. The next moment, a scream as miserable as a pig being slaughtered erupted from the young man's mouth. This scene made the faces of the two young men standing nearby look somewhat unpleasant, because the young man's plan to fake his death and escape was exposed, and that wasn't even the main issue. The main issue was that their identities as spies had likely also been uncovered. Otherwise, Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong wouldn't have treated them this way. The young man who faked his death didn't look any better either. He had intended to fake his death to escape, but not only did he fail, he also got stomped on hard. Wasn't this just shooting himself in the foot? Qin Chang'an suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Zhong wanted to keep it a secret. No wonder Zhang Zhong said he could tell at a glance. This method of treatment relies on the element of surprise. Once revealed, even if effective, its impact would be greatly diminished. Lord, does my method work? Zhang Zhong asked. Qin Chang'an laughed and said, it works very well. It's practically instant. As he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an looked at the young man feigning death and said with a smile, are you still tired? If you're still feeling worn out, I don't mind letting old Zhang put in a bit more effort to treat you again. Not tired. The young man shook his head decisively. Zhang Zhong's method of treatment was to step on him a few times, and since he had no masochistic tendencies, he couldn't admit to being tired even if he was. If you're not tired, then keep working, Qin Chang'an said indifferently. Yes, my lord. The young man responded and got up from the ground, continuing to work with his back bent. The other two young men didn't dare to dawdle either and quickly got to work. Qin Chang'an then turned and walked toward the edge of the field, with Zhang Zhong following behind. When Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong had walked far away, the young man who had just feigned death said in a low voice, our identities have definitely been exposed. Now we only have one choice left, and that is to take a gamble and see if we can fight for a chance to survive. The two young men nodded in agreement without hesitation. When the young man's plan to escape by feigning death failed, they had already prepared themselves to take a gamble. Now is not the time yet. Let's wait a little longer. The young man who faked his death said again, I just noticed that little girl went to cook. Later, when they are eating, their attention will be somewhat distracted. That will be the time for us to execute the plan. Wait for my command. The two young men nodded again, indicating they understood, and then obediently continued working. Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong were unaware that the three young men were plotting to escape. They returned to the field and sat on the ground, watching the three young men working with their heads down while waiting for Yi Qingwu to finish cooking and bring the food over. Before long, Yi Qingwu came over carrying a large basin. Black Panther led Iron Egg and 15 other children, following behind Yi Qingwu. Lord, Elder Zhang, it's time to eat. Yi Qingwu called out and began serving the food. Then everyone, along with Black Panther, sat together to eat. At that moment, three young men who had been working with their backs bent suddenly stood upright and fled toward the gates of Letu City. Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong noticed the scene immediately. They can't hold back anymore. Qin Chang'an smiled and ordered, "Old Zhang, capture them." "Got it." Zhang Zhong responded, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and used Gale Step to chase after the three young men. "Lord, I'll go too." Yi Qinwu also put down her bowl and chopsticks and chased after the three young men. Qin Chang'an, on the other hand, continued holding his bowl, eating his meal heartily. Zhang Zhong possesses the cultivation of the Battle King realm, while Yi Qinwu has the cultivation of the Battle Marquis realm. Dealing with three youths of the Battle Soldier realm is a piece of cake for them, and there's no need for the Lord himself to take action. As Qin Chang'an had expected, the three youths were quickly captured by Zhang Zhong and Yi Qinwu. Zhang Zhong carried one youth in his hand, while Yi Qinwu dragged another by the leg, and they returned. At this moment, the faces of the three youths were extremely pale, not because they were beaten by Zhang Zhong and Yi Qinwu, but because they were terrified. They were well aware of the consequences of being caught by Qin Chang'an. "Swish, tell me, why did you run?" Qin Chang'an said calmly, "Let me remind you, you only have one chance. If you behave honestly, I might spare your life, but if you don't, I'll kill you directly." I'll talk. The young man who had just faked his death was the first to speak. "I was instructed by Black Bear to infiltrate Paradise City, then disable the protective shield at the city gate to let Black Bear enter Paradise City. Lord, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Please spare my life. I won't serve Black Bear anymore. I can join Paradise City and serve you wholeheartedly." The other two young men spoke up, and what they said was not much different from the youth who faked his death. They confessed so readily not because they lacked courage, but because Qin Chang'an had said that being honest might give them a chance to live, while dishonesty would lead to immediate death. Moreover, they only had one chance. Not wanting to die, they could only confess truthfully. Tai Dan and the other 15 children suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Chang'an treated them so well but was exceptionally harsh toward the three young men. It turned out these three were spies. "Will you die on your own, or shall I send you on your way?" Qin Chang'an asked. Earlier, he hadn't let Zhang Zhong kill the three young men because he wanted Tai Dan and the other 15 children to understand why he was tormenting them, so as not to leave a bad impression in their hearts. Now that the three young men had confessed, there was no need to keep them alive. In addition, he wanted to make an example of them, letting Tai Dan and the others witness firsthand the fate of those who posed a threat to Lutu City. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three young men suddenly changed dramatically. "Swish!" The young man who had just feigned death exclaimed in terror, "Lord, you promised to spare our lives. Is there something wrong with your ears?" Qin Chang'an said with a smile, "What I said earlier was that I might spare your lives, not that I definitely would. And now, I don't want to spare you spies. I have no interest in having you join Paradise City either." You actually tricked us," the feigned dead youth said angrily. "I didn't trick you. I made it very clear it was a possibility, not a certainty." Qin Chang'an paused for a moment, then continued, "What's more, you were spies sent by He Xiong, and Ishwan, and Qiangjia. Even if I did trick you, so what?" The feigned dead youth's expression froze abruptly. He wanted to refute, but didn't know how. But this time he knew he was doomed. "I won't let you go even as a ghost," the feigned dead young man roared angrily. "Old Zhang, kill him." Qin Chang'an rolled his eyes and directly ignored the young man's threat. He is a young man who grew up under the red flag and doesn't believe in superstitions at all. "Yes, Lord." Zhang Zhong responded and directly snapped the necks of the three young men. Tai Dan, are you scared? Qin Chang'an asked with a smile. "Lord, I'm not afraid." Tai Dan said, "They are spies, trying to harm Lutu City. They deserve to die." Bang! "Good that you're not afraid." Qin Chang'an nodded, picked up the ladle from the large basin, served some beast meat to Tai Dan and the other 15 children, and added, "You are all still young and growing. Eat more beast meat to nourish yourselves." Tai Dan and the other 15 children were momentarily stunned, then each of them had tears in their eyes. At this moment, the voice of the Grand Lord system suddenly echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Iron Egg's loyalty has increased to 60. Air Nyo's loyalty has increased to 60. Nyo-Nyo's loyalty has increased to 60. The voice of the Grand Lord system echoed continuously in Qin Chang'an's mind, a total of 15 times, clearly corresponding to the 15 children, including Tai Dan. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Why did Tai Dan and the other 15 children's loyalty suddenly rise to 60? However, he quickly realized that it must have been his act of killing the chicken to warn the monkey that had taken effect. In other words, his actions had alleviated the worries in Tai Dan and the others' hearts, especially since he had been extremely harsh on the three young men before. In addition, there was probably another reason. He had given some demonic beast meat to Tai Dan and the other 15 children and had spoken a few heartfelt words of care, which made them feel deeply grateful. Understanding what had happened, a smile immediately appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. Loyalty reaching 60 means that Tai Dan and the others have already recognized Lutu City, and the possibility of betraying Lutu City is now minimal. This eliminates the possibility of Tai Dan and the others being spies, so he no longer needs to worry about them being traitors. Moreover, with Tai Dan and the others' loyalty reaching 60, is 80 still far off? Once Tai Dan and the others' loyalty reaches 80, he will be able to obtain 15 treasure chests. By then, casually opening some useful items from the treasure chests will further enhance the strength of Lu Tu City. Phew. Qin Chang'an let out a long breath, turned his head to look at Yi Qingwu, and said nothing. With the loyalty of Taidan and the other 15 children rising to 60, the only ticking time bomb left in Paradise City that was unlikely to explode was Yi Qingwu. He had to figure out a way to make Yi Qingwu acknowledge Paradise City as well. Seeing Qin Chang'an looking at her without speaking, Yi Qingwu asked in confusion, "Lord, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," Qin Chang'an said calmly. "I was just thinking, you're not very old, but your cooking skills are quite impressive." The breakfast you made this morning was very fragrant and delicious." My cooking skills are truly exceptional," Yi Qingwu said proudly. "You really do shine brightly with just a little praise." Qin Chang'an smiled and called out to everyone, "The food is getting cold, let's eat quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong, Iron Egg, and the other 15 children began eating swiftly. Yi Qingwu shot Qin Chang'an a glance, but considering his earlier compliment about her cooking, decided not to argue with him and started eating heartily. In no time, everyone had finished off the large bowl of food, and all of them were full and satisfied. Brr, Zhang Zhong burped and asked, "Lord, how should we deal with the corpses of these 3 guys? Throw them out to feed the beasts." Qin Chang'an paused for a moment and then said, "Better to leave them here for now. Black Bear and the others are probably waiting outside Paradise City for these 3 to shut down the city's protective shield. Let's wait until tonight to throw them out." "All right, my lord," Zhang Zhong responded and added, "My lord, I've noticed that the kitchen doesn't have much rice, flour, or vegetables left. If we cultivate this piece of land and plant some vegetables, what do you think?" "Of course, that's fine," Qin Chang'an said regretfully. "Sigh, I had those 3 guys cultivate this piece of land earlier just to grow some vegetables, but they couldn't hold back before finishing the work, so I had no choice but to kill them." "Lord, leave this task to me," Zhang Zhong said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong walked toward the vegetable field. "Lord, I'll go too." "I'll go too." "Me too." Taidan and 15 other children spoke up one after another, then headed toward the vegetable field. "Lord, I'll go wash the dishes and then come over to help," Yi Qingwu said. "All right," Qin Chang'an nodded. Yi Qingwu swiftly put away the tableware, then carried the large basin and headed toward the Lord's mansion. Watching Yi Qingwu leave, Qin Chang'an turned his head to look at Zhang Zhong, Taidan, and others weeding in the vegetable field. Moments later, a smile appeared on his face again. A few days ago, Paradise City was still a place of desolation. Nowadays, although there are not many people in Letta City, everyone is working hard for its revival. This is undoubtedly a sign of Letta City's revival, and Letta City has already embarked on the path to recovery. "Black Panther, let's get to work too," Qin Chang'an said as he walked toward the vegetable field. "Woof woof." Black Panther barked once and galloped after him. Seeing Qin Chang'an also come to the vegetable field to work, Zhang Zhong, Iron Egg, and the other 15 children were all very surprised. In their minds, Qin Chang'an was the lord of Lu Tu City, someone who only needed to issue orders without personally getting involved. But what they didn't expect was that Qin Chang'an showed no airs of being a lord and worked alongside them in the vegetable field. Noticing the surprised looks from everyone, Qin Chang'an instantly realized what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "What are you all looking at? Who says a lord can't work in the fields? Stop staring and get to work." "Yes, lord," Zhang Zhong, Iron Egg, and the others responded in unison, then worked even harder. With Qin Chang'an, the lord of Lu Tu City, personally working in the fields, what reason did they have not to work hard? Next, Qin Chang'an and the others, along with Black Panther, worked swiftly in the vegetable field. Although it was exhausting, smiles were beaming on everyone's faces. Before long, Yi Qingwu came running back again. When she saw Qin Chang'an also working in the vegetable field, she was a bit surprised. This guy seems a bit different from the other lords. Yi Qingwu blinked her eyes and directly squatted down at the edge of the field to start pulling weeds. At the edge of the field, there was a patch of slightly withered weeds. Earlier, while they were sitting around, the 3 young men hadn't worked here. Now that the 3 young men were dead, this patch of weeds at the edge of the field needed to be dealt with. The next moment, Yi Qingwu was stunned. The weeds in this area were very easy to pull out. With just a gentle tug, the weeds came out with their roots intact. It felt as if they hadn't grown there naturally but had been transplanted here not long ago. Moreover, she noticed that the soil beneath the weeds had been turned over by someone, appearing very loose. Yi Qingwu was utterly puzzled. When she joined Leto City, there was no one left in the city, so no one should have tampered with this place. Later, when the 3 young men were weeding, they didn't work here. Why has the soil below been disturbed? And why were some weeds deliberately transplanted here? Puzzled, Yi Qingwu shouted loudly, "Lord, it seems like the soil here has been tampered with, and it looks like some weeds were deliberately transplanted here." Hearing Yi Qingwu's words, Qin Chang'an suddenly felt a bad premonition in his heart. He instinctively turned his head to look back, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing where Yi Qingwu was standing. The next moment, a cry of alarm burst out from Qin Chang'an's mouth. "Little girl, you dug up the old lord's grave." Hearing Qin Chang'an's exclamation, Zhang Zhong, Taidan, and the others all looked at Yi Qingwu in unison. Yi Qingwu was completely dumbfounded. She had only pulled out a few weeds. How How could it be that she had dug up the old lord's grave? The next moment, Qin Chang'an quickly ran toward Yi Qingwu. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong, Taidan, and the others followed along. They wanted to see what was going on. Seeing Qin Chang'an running over, Yi Qingwu said speechlessly, "Lord, I just pulled out a few weeds and found something unusual here. How does that mean I dug up the old lord's grave?" Qin Chang'an looked at the spot where Yi Qingwu was standing and said, "You're standing right on the old lord's remains." Yi Qingwu let out a startled cry and, like a frightened cat, jumped away with a whoosh. "Lord, what is going on here?" Zhang Zhong asked. "Old Zhang, my master is buried right here," Qin Chang'an explained. Zhang Zhong was stunned for a moment. He knew about Qin Shan's passing, but he didn't know that Qin Chang'an had buried Qin Shan here. "Lord, you can't blame me for this," Yi Qingwu said aggrievedly. "I saw that the weeds here hadn't been cleared, so I wanted to clean them up. There's neither a grave mound nor a tombstone here. How was I supposed to know the old lord was buried here?" "Little girl, I'm not blaming you, just giving you a reminder," Qin Chang'an said. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes. "Who reminded you that you dug up the old lord's grave, and even stood on the old lord's remains?" However, seeing Qin Chang'an's slightly reddened eyes, she didn't say anything further. "Lord, forgive me for asking too much," Zhang Zhong asked without explanation. "The old lord is buried here, so why is there no burial mound, and no tombstone?" Sigh. Qin Chang'an sighed and explained, "Elder Zhang, when master was not around, I was still a useless person unable to cultivate. At that time, I had no confidence in being able to protect Lutu City. To ensure that master's remains would not be disturbed by others in the future, I neither built a grave mound for him nor erected a tombstone." Hearing this, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Taidan, and the others suddenly came to a realization. Unlike Yi Qingwu, Taidan, and the others, Zhang Zhong still had a trace of doubt in his heart. According to Qin Chang'an, Qin Shan was not present on the day he joined Lutu City. Qin Chang'an also mentioned that he was unable to cultivate when Qin Shan was absent. Doesn't this mean that Qin Chang'an advanced to the Battle King realm within just a few days? However, the matter of cultivation emphasizes gradual progress. How could it be possible to elevate one's cultivation to the Battle King realm in just a few days? However, upon thinking that Qin Chang'an could enhance his cultivation, the doubts in his heart were instantly resolved. Qin Chang'an could even elevate his cultivation, so raising it to the Battle King realm within a few days was nothing extraordinary. "Lord, you previously lacked the strength to protect Lutu City, but now you have the power to safeguard it. Shouldn't the old lord's tombstone be erected?" Zhang Zhong said. "It is time to erect it." Qin Chang'an nodded and squatted down to clear the weeds on the ground. These weeds were transplanted by him to cover up and mislead others. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Taidan, and the others all wanted to help, but they were stopped by Qin Chang'an. "Don't move, I'll handle this myself." As the only disciple of Qin Shan, Qin Chang'an naturally took it upon himself to handle Qin Shan's funeral arrangements. Therefore, he didn't want anyone else to help with the task of building a tomb and erecting a monument for Qin Shan. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Taidan, and the others quietly stood in place, watching Qin Chang'an busy himself alone. In no time, Qin Chang'an had cleared away the wild grass transplanted on the ground. Then, after a moment of thought, he dug into the top layer of soil and retrieved a token from within. This token was none other than the Lord's token of Leta City. Previously, he lacked the confidence to protect Lutu City, so he buried the Lord's token on Qin Shan's remains to prevent it from being taken by others. Now, with the ability to safeguard Lutu City, he intends to use the Lord's token to revive the city. Wiping the dirt off the Lord's token, Qin Chang'an placed it in his pocket. Then, he grabbed his shovel from a nearby house and began building a mound for Qin Shan's grave. After spending about an hour, Qin Chang'an created a large grave mound for Qin Shan. He then ran to the Lord's mansion, found a large stone, cut it into the shape of a tombstone, and placed it at the head of Qin Shan's grave. Qin Chang'an took a deep breath, gathered his strength into his fingers, and carved 2 lines of text onto the tombstone: "Grave of Qin Shan, the 99th Lord of Lutu City, erected by disciple Qin Chang'an. Lord, when you were building the tomb for the old lord just now, I found some white paper to make paper money." Little Yi prepared some small dishes and brought a jug of wine. Zhang Zhong said as he handed the basket he was carrying to Qin Chang'an. "Thank you, old Zhang." "Thank you, little girl." Qin Chang'an expressed his gratitude, took the basket, and placed the small dishes from the basket in front of the stone tablet. Then, he picked up the wine from the basket, opened the cork, poured 3 circles around Qin Shan's grave, placed the remaining wine in front of the tombstone, and lit the paper money. "Master, before, I promised you to revive Leta City to prevent you from dying with regrets. In truth, I had no confidence in reviving Leta City, but now it's different." Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, "Not only can I cultivate now, but I also possess the Battle King realm's power. I promise you, I will definitely revive Leta City, and I will make the name of Leta City resound throughout the entire Huaxia Empire, and even the whole world. Master, I will also avenge you. I promise you, not a single person who harmed you back then will escape. I will even annihilate their 9 clans, making them pay for their blood debts. By the way, if you meet the ancestors of the Qin family in the underworld, you can confidently tell them that you did not disgrace the Qin family, because because you have me as your disciple. I will also become your pride. As the words fell, Qin Chang'an knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times with a loud thud, thud, thud. Phew! Qin Chang'an took a deep breath and stood up. He stood in front of Qin Shan's grave for a while, then looked at Elder Zhang and the others, saying, "Let's continue working." "Yes, Lord." Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Taidan, and the others responded in unison. Next, Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Taidan, and others continued working in the vegetable field. Unlike Zhang Zhong and the others who were fully focused on their work, Qin Chang'an was still pondering some matters. To be precise, he was considering when to enhance the cultivation talents of Taidan and the others. Taidan and the others had already been cleared of suspicion as spies and had acknowledged Letu City. Enhancing their cultivation talents had become urgent, but this matter was somewhat troublesome. Previously, when he helped Zhang Zhong improve his cultivation talent, he caused a spectacular phenomenon. If there were no phenomenon when helping Taidan and others improve their cultivation talent, it would definitely arouse Zhang Zhong's suspicion. But if he continued to create a spectacular phenomenon, it would surely make people from other cities mistakenly believe that a treasure had emerged in Letu City. Neither option seemed right, leaving him quite conflicted about the matter. In the dense forest outside Leta City, Heixiong and Ishuan, Xiangjia, and others were lurking in the forest, keeping a close watch on the gates of Leta City. At this moment, Heixiong and Ishuan and Xiangjia all had furrowed brows. According to the agreement, the spies they had planted in Leta City would open the city gates and deactivate the protective shield at the entrance of Leta City at dawn, allowing them to enter. But at this moment, it has been a while since dawn, yet there is still no movement at the gate of Letu City. "Brother He, why do you think our people haven't made a move?" And Ishuan couldn't help but ask. Heixiong thought for a moment and said, "They must have been delayed by something, which is why they haven't managed to shut down the protective shield at the gate of Letu City as agreed. Let's wait a little longer, maybe they'll shut down the protective shield soon." And Ishuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother He, do you think our people might have been exposed?" "It shouldn't be," Heixiong said. "We've thought of everything we could, and we've done all the necessary disguises. Besides, that useless fool is just an idiot. You can tell from how easily he led our people into Paradise City. Yesterday, he didn't notice the disguises of the people we sent, so he probably won't notice them today either." And Ishuan nodded. But even though he said so, the furrowed brows on his face clearly showed that he didn't have much confidence in what Heixiong had said. Actually, it's not just in Ishuan who lacks confidence, even Heixiong himself doesn't have much confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be using vague words like maybe and should, but rather very assertive language. Next, Heixiong and Ishuan, Xiangjia, and the others continued to lurk in the dense forest, waiting for their people who had infiltrated Letu City to open its gates and deactivate the protective shield at the entrance. They waited until noon, but there was still no movement at the entrance of Letu City. "Brother He, Brotherin, I'm afraid our people have been exposed," Xiangjia said, frowning. Black Bear and Ishuan both looked somewhat grim. They had also thought of this, but they simply hadn't voiced it. If possible, they really didn't want to think this way. It's just that the people they sent wouldn't care about the residency qualifications of Letu City, and their families were under their control, making betrayal impossible. However, with so much time having passed beyond the agreed deadline without any sign of activity, it's hard for them not to think this way. "Let's wait a little longer," Heixiong said. "Maybe they got caught up in something. We'll wait until evening, and if they still haven't opened the gates of Letu City, then they might really have been discovered by that useless fool." "Let's hope so." And Ishuan and Xiangjia agreed in unison. They knew that Heixiong's words didn't mean he wasn't suspicious that their people had been exposed, but rather that he still held onto a sliver of hope in his heart. Not only Black Bear felt this way, they agreed because they still held onto a glimmer of hope in their hearts. You must know that they had been planning for this matter for a long time and had put in considerable effort. They were truly unwilling to give up so easily, so it was better to patiently wait a little longer. What if their people opened the gates of Paradise City and deactivated the protective shield at the entrance of Paradise City later? However, what they didn't know was that the hope in their hearts was destined to be unfulfilled, because Qin Chang'an had long discovered their conspiracy, and the 3 people they had planted in Paradise City had already had their necks twisted by Zhang Zhong. As Black Bear and the others waited, time quietly slipped away. At the same time, the hope in the hearts of Black Bear and the others grew increasingly faint. By the time evening arrived, the hope in the hearts of Black Bear and the others had completely vanished. "Brotherin, Brother Chi, it seems our men were really discovered by that useless fool," Black Bear said with a dark expression. And Ishuan and Xiangjia's expressions were not much better either. They had long realized this point. Otherwise, with their family under their control, the people they had planted in Paradise City would not have failed to shut down the protective shield at the city gate as agreed upon. They were merely holding onto a sliver of hope, but now even that sliver of hope was gone, because no matter what might have held them up, it couldn't possibly delay them for an entire day. "Damn it!" Heixiong cursed loudly and said in confusion, "Brotherin, Brother Chi, that useless guy clearly didn't notice any flaws, otherwise, he wouldn't have let our people enter Paradise City. I really can't figure out how our people got exposed." And Ishuan and Xiangjia smiled thought bitterly. This was also something they couldn't figure out. Brother, hey, what's done is done. Thinking about it now is useless. And Ishwan paused for a moment and then said, let's think about what to do next. I was just considering this, but no matter how much I think, I can't come up with a good solution. He Xiong said gloomily, that useless guy is stubbornly defending Luta City, and Luta City has so many energy stones. It's very difficult to break through Luta City's shield. Now that useless guy is on alert, it will be even harder for us to plant someone in Luta City. I do have a solution that's not really a solution. Shi Yingzhe spoke up. Black Xiong and Anishwan were completely puzzled. A solution is a solution. What does it mean by a solution that's not a solution? Brother, hey, brotherin, have you forgotten about the Wulong competition? Shi Yingzhe reminded them. Alright. Upon hearing this, Black Xiong and Anishwan were both stunned for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Brother Qi, are you talking about the rules of the Wulong competition? Anishwan asked. That's right. Shi Yingzhe said, according to the rules of the Wulong competition, all cities must participate in the Wulong competition. If any city fails to participate for more than 3 years, the eligibility of the city's lord lineage will be forcibly revoked, and a new lord will be chosen. Lutu City has already gone 3 years without participating in the Wulong competition. If it doesn't participate this year, it will violate the rules of the Wulong competition. At that point, we can justifiably unite with people from all the cities to forcibly invade Lutu City, revoke Qin Shan's lordship, kill that useless Qin Chang'an, and avenge our humiliation. That's right, He Xiong exclaimed in surprise. There are only a little over 10 days left until the Wulong competition, and Qin Shan has been bedridden for several years. Most of the people from Letta City have already left, so they definitely won't participate in the Wulong competition. So we don't need to come up with any more plans? Chimes continued, we just need to patiently wait for these 10 days. Once the Wulong competition is over, we'll join forces with people from all the cities to attack Letta City. Even if Letta City has plenty of energy stones, it won't be able to withstand the combined assault of everyone in Wulong County. Alright, it's decided then. He Xiong decisively made the call and sneered, let that good-for-nothing jump around for another dozen days. Once the Wulong competition is over, I want to see how he can still act up. By then, I'll make sure he wishes he were dead. Brother, hey, brotherin, let's go. Shi Yingzhe added, the Wulong competition is not far off now. We should head back and prepare properly. The vegetable garden behind the Lord's mansion in Lutu City. Qin Chang'an looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was already a bit dim, and the moon had climbed into the sky. Old Zhang, little ones, it's already dark. Qin Chang'an said, the little girl should have already prepared the meal. Let's wrap up and head home. Everyone has worked hard all day. Tonight, let's rest well and continue tomorrow. Yes, Lord. Zhang Zhong, Iron Egg, and the 15 other children responded in unison. Old Zhang, Black Panther, take the little ones back. Qin Chang'an added, I'll throw the corpses of those 3 guys outside to feed the beasts. Lord, let me handle the corpses of those 3 guys. Zhang Zhong said, I'll go. Qin Chang'an said, Old Zhang, I have something to do outside, and I'll take care of their corpses along the way. Oh, I'll be back by midnight at the latest. Have the little girl save some food for me. Zhang Zhong didn't insist further, nor did he ask what Qin Chang'an was going out to do. Let's go. Qin Chang'an didn't delay any further. He stored the 3 young men's corpses into his storage ring and headed toward the gate of Letta City. He arrived at the gate of Letta City. Qin Chang'an didn't leave immediately but instead climbed up the city wall, gazing out at the dense forest beyond the city. In the morning, the small poplar tree informed him that someone had arrived. Those people were definitely Black Bear and his group. He wondered if they had left by now. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an looked at the small poplar tree beside him and softly said, Small poplar tree, have the people who came this morning left? If they haven't, shake your head. If they have, nod your head. The small poplar tree's treetop gently nodded downward a few times. Seeing this, a bright smile instantly appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. It wasn't because He Xiong and the others had left, but because his sudden inspiration last night to appoint the small poplar tree and other large trees as sentinels was truly a brilliant decision. After all, who would have thought that a few big trees could serve as his informants? Small poplar tree, great job. Qin Chang'an spared no effort in his praise. The small poplar tree excitedly swayed a few times, then lowered a branch and gently touched Qin Chang'an's shoulder. I have other things to do, I'm leaving. Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch the branch of the young poplar tree and then leapt off the city wall. Walking forward a short distance, Qin Chang'an casually waved his hand, and the corpse of a young man appeared out of thin air on the ground. Then, he jumped onto a tall tree and hid. Originally, he had planned to randomly find a place to dispose of the 3 young men's corpses. However, considering that beasts are highly sensitive to the scent of blood, he decided to use the 3 corpses as bait to lure the beasts. This way, not only could he repurpose the corpses, but he also wouldn't need to search for beasts throughout the dense forest. As for whether this was cruel, Qin Chang'an didn't think so. 3 young men infiltrated Letta City with ill intentions, aiming to harm the city. If he hadn't been vigilant and uncovered the identities of the 3 young spies, both he and Letta City would have suffered. Now, he is merely using the corpses of the the three young men as bait, which can hardly be considered cruel at most. It's just revenge. Before long, a tiger demon emerged from the dense forest, following the scent of blood. The tiger demon's cultivation level was not high, only at the demon marquis realm. Qin Chang'an did not use martial techniques and quickly dealt with the tiger demon, gaining some combat experience and a tiger demon corpse as food. Next, one exotic beast after another was drawn by the scent of blood. Most of the time, only one demon beast came at a time, though occasionally 2 or 3 demon beasts arrived together. However, their cultivation levels were not high, and Qin Chang'an easily dealt with them, turning them into his food. However, as time passed, the frequency of demon beasts arriving gradually decreased. The reason is not that the beasts were scared of Qin Chang'an, but rather that the surrounding beasts had been slaughtered by him, and the ones farther away found it difficult to catch the scent of blood due to the distance. To improve the efficiency of slaying beasts and gaining combat experience, Qin Chang'an would change his battlefield every so often. That night, Qin Chang'an did not encounter any beasts of the Demon King realm. Beasts of the Demon King realm have their own territories and will repel other Demon King realm beasts from entering. The beast of the Demon King realm in this territory had already been killed by Qin Chang'an, so there would not be any more Demon King realm beasts in the vicinity for a while. By midnight, Qin Chang'an had slain as many as 60 to 70 beasts, gaining considerable combat experience while also collecting a substantial amount of beast provisions. It's time to head back. Qin Chang'an looked up at the sky, decisively ending the slaughter and returning to Lutu City on time. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qinggu, and Black Panther were all waiting for Qin Chang'an at the Lord's mansion. When they saw him return, they didn't ask much, simply greeted him before heading back to their respective rooms to rest. Qin Chang'an ate some food to fill his stomach and returned to his room to rest. In the days that followed, Qin Chang'an worked in the vegetable fields during the day with Zhang Zhong, Yi Qinggu, Taidan, and others, while at night, he sneaked out of Lettuce City alone to slay beasts and improve his combat experience. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, Qin Chang'an suddenly thought of a question. Mr. Zhang, logically speaking, the news about recruiting in Lutu City has already spread, so there should be people wanting to join Lutu City. Why is it that after several days, not a single person has arrived? Qin Chang'an asked. Lord, I've been pondering this question over the past few days as well. Zhang Zhong said, after thinking it over, I can only come up with one explanation. Surely there are people who want to join Lutu City, but not necessarily anyone who can make it here. After all, with beasts roaming the wilderness, traveling through it without some strength is simply courting death. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an suddenly came to a realization. He considered it somewhat simplistically, or rather, he overlooked the fact that the wilderness is very dangerous, and ordinary people simply cannot traverse long distances in the wild. As for those cultivators with abilities, most of them have already been recruited by the surrounding cities. From the perspective of people in other cities, Lutu City has already declined. Who would betray other cities to join the declining Lutu City? Old Zhang, why don't Black Bear and the others escort people anymore? Qin Chang'an asked again. I've thought about this issue as well, and there are two possibilities. Zhang Zhong explained. The first possibility is that He Xiong and the others have realized their conspiracy has been uncovered by you, and they also know it's difficult to plant spies in Lutu City anymore, so they gave up. The second possibility is that the Wulong competition is approaching, and the rewards for the Wulong competition are quite generous. They need to prepare well for the competition and don't have time to cause trouble in Lutu City. Qin Chang'an nodded. What Zhang Zhong said made sense. Lord, speaking of the Wulong Grand Competition, I happen to have something to tell you. Zhang Zhong said again. Old Zhang, what is it? Qin Chang'an asked. It's related to the Wulong Grand Competition. Zhang Zhong said with a solemn expression. Lord, this matter concerns the life and death of Lettuce City. Life and death? Qin Chang'an was stunned. Old Zhang, is it that serious? It is indeed very serious. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, Lord, I was originally planning to tell you in a few days, but since the Wulong competition was brought up today, I might as well tell you now so we can prepare early. Old Zhang, go ahead. Qin Chang'an said. Lord, the Wulong competition is held every year, and there is one particular rule. Zhang Zhong explained. All the cities within Wulong County must participate in the Wulong competition. If any city fails to participate for more than 3 years, the lineage of that city's lord will be forcibly disqualified, and a new lord will be chosen. Because the old lord of Lettuce City was seriously injured, it has been 3 years since we last participated in the Wulong competition. If we don't participate this year, it will violate the rules of the Wulong competition, and then Lettuce City will be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an frowned. He knew about the Wulong competition, but he didn't know there was such a rule. Alright, Lord, so this year Lettuce City must participate in the Wulong competition? Qin Chang'an asked. Must participate. Zhang Zhong said, if we don't participate, either we voluntarily leave Lettuce City, or the prefect of Wulong County orders all the cities within Wulong County to jointly attack Lettuce City. At that time, no matter how many energy stones we have, it won't be enough to sustain us. Then we'll participate. right. Qin Chang'an said decisively. Lord, if only things were that simple. Zhang Zhong said with a bitter smile. Participating in the Wulong Grand Competition every year has no ranking requirements, but if you skip participation or fail to participate for several consecutive years, ranking requirements will be imposed. Moreover, if you fail to participate for 3 consecutive years, you must achieve a top 3 ranking in the Wulong Grand Competition, otherwise, the lineage of the city lord of that city will be forcibly abolished, and a new lord will be selected. Qin Chang'an frowned again. Wulong County has a total of 18 cities, and achieving a top 3 ranking among so many cities is no easy task. What's more, Letu's city is in ruins and lacks manpower, making it even harder to achieve a top 3 ranking. It's as difficult as reaching the heavens. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an said, Old Zhang, I used to be a useless person who couldn't cultivate. I only knew about the Wulong competition but didn't understand its rules. Tell me the rules of the Wulong competition first. Zhang Zhong explained. The Wulong competition is divided into 3 rounds: the competition of the Warrior General Realm, the competition of the Warrior Marquis Realm, and the competition of the Warrior King Realm. Each round requires each city to send 1 participant, and the top 10 of that round are determined in the end. The first place earns 10 points, the second place earns 9 points, and so on, with the 10th place earning 1 point. After 3 rounds, the rankings are determined based on the total points. Judging by past rankings, achieving a top 3 position requires at least 20 points. Qin Chang'an frowned deeply. The rules of the Wulong competition are simple, but scoring more than 20 points is no easy task. How much time is left until the Wulong competition? Qin Chang'an asked. There's roughly 10 days left. Zhang Zhong replied. Only 10 days left. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself and then asked, Old Zhang, is there a reward for the Wulong competition? There is. Zhang Zhong explained. In previous years, the rewards were energy stones and martial techniques. This year's rewards should be no different. The top 10 cities in the rankings can receive rewards, and the higher the ranking, the greater the reward. Alright, I understand. I'll figure something out for this. Qin Chang'an said. Alright, Lord, I'll get to work then. Zhang Zhong nodded and walked toward the vegetable field. Watching Zhang Zhong enter the vegetable field, Qin Chang'an sat at the edge of the field, frowning in thought. Currently, in Lutu City, only he, Zhang Zhong, and Yi Qingwu are practitioners. He and Zhang Zhong are at the Battle King level, while Yi Qingwu is at the Battle Marquis level. These 2 levels have people who can fight, but there is no one at the Battle General level who can go to battle. Moreover, apart from the Battle King realm, participants in the Battle Marquis realm and Battle General realm are undoubtedly at the peak of their respective realms. Yet, Yi Qingwu is only at the advanced level of the Battle Marquis realm, making it almost impossible for her to achieve a good ranking in the Battle Marquis competition. The matter of enhancing the cultivation talents of Tai Dan and the other 15 little ones cannot be delayed any longer. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. When the loyalty of Tai Dan and the other 15 children reached 60, he had already intended to enhance their cultivation talents. However, he hesitated over whether the enhancement would manifest any phenomena, which caused the delay until now. But now it can no longer be delayed, because enhancing the cultivation talents of Tai Dan and the other 15 children, increasing their loyalty to him, and thereby obtaining treasure chests is the only solution he can think of to deal with the Wulong competition. Having made up his mind, Qin Chang'an no longer hesitated. Old Zhang, come here for a moment. Qin Chang'an called out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong immediately put down what he was doing and quickly ran over. Lord, what's the matter? Zhang Zhong asked. Old Zhang, I owe you an apology. Qin Chang'an said. An apology? Zhang Zhong was a bit confused. Lord, you have only shown me kindness. Why would you apologize to me? Because I tricked you. Qin Chang'an said awkwardly. Elder Zhang, do you still remember the phenomenon that occurred when I enhanced your cultivation talent? Of course I remember. Zhang Zhong decisively nodded. That was the moment when his life underwent a significant transformation. How could he possibly forget? Actually, those anomalies were deliberately created by me. Qin Chang'an explained. Enhancing your cultivation talent wasn't that difficult for me, but at the time, I was the only one in Letu City. To make you feel deeply grateful to me, I intentionally created some anomalies and even pretended it was a very arduous task. It was true that Qin Chang'an had enhanced his cultivation talent, and it was also true that he had boosted his cultivation level. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Qin Chang'an had deceived him. So it was those anomalies. Lord, you gave me quite a scare. Zhang Zhong said. I thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a small matter. Qin Chang'an was stunned. Old Zhang, you don't mind? What's there to mind? Zhang Zhong said. Lord, it was the first time we met back then, and we didn't know each other. I didn't trust you, and you were cautious of me. That's perfectly normal. Moreover, you enhanced my cultivation talent and improved my cultivation level, giving me the chance to avenge my grievances. I am only grateful to you. How could I mind such a trivial matter? Hearing this, Qin Chang'an immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Before this, he had indeed been somewhat worried that Zhang Zhong might hold a grudge over this matter. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Now that the matter was resolved, resolved he could enlighten Tai Dan and the other 15 children, enhancing their cultivation talents. Territory reputation 13,258 points. Upgrade conditions 18 out of 100 people 15008/100,000 reputation points. Performing enlightenment once consumes 200 reputation points. Enlightening 15 people means 3,000 reputation points. Now there are over 13,000 reputation points, more than enough. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself, his face brimming with a radiant smile. In recent days, as news spread of He Xiong and Ishuan, Qiangjia, and others besieging Letu City but retreating in defeat, he gained quite a few reputation points daily, which led to his reputation points surpassing the 10,000 mark for the first time. However, the speed of gaining reputation points has slowed down in the past few days. Regarding this, Qin Chang'an had anticipated it long ago. After all, as more and more people received the news, fewer new people would learn about it, and with fewer people, the speed of gaining reputation points would naturally slow down. Old Zhang, as long as you don't mind, Qin Chang'an said, I plan to enhance the cultivation talents of Tai Dan and the other little ones right now. Alright, I'll call them over. Zhang Zhong responded with a loud shout, little ones, come over here. There's a great opportunity waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Tai Dan and the other 15 children immediately stopped what they were doing and quickly ran over. Yi Qinggu followed along, curious to see what Zhang Zhong meant by a great opportunity. Soon, Tai Dan and the other 15 children ran over and stood firmly in front of Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an stood up and got straight to the point. Little ones, do you want to become cultivators? Yes. Tai Dan and the others nodded collectively without hesitation. After years of wandering in the wilderness, they had endured enough hardships in life which made them dream of becoming cultivators. Because only by becoming cultivators can they become strong and stop suffering the hardships of life. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes. Alright, my lord. The way you said that makes it sound like if Tai Dan and the others want to become cultivators, you can just make them cultivators. Qin Chang'an said, I will now give you an opportunity to become cultivators, but I cannot guarantee what level of cultivation talent you will have. Only afterward will we know. Upon hearing this, Tai Dan and the others were instantly filled with excitement. They could become cultivators too. Yi Qingwu was momentarily stunned. After these few days of interaction, her opinion of Qin Chang'an had greatly improved. But now, her impression of him plummeted again, because while she had encountered many braggarts before, she had never seen anyone boast as much as Qin Chang'an. It must be understood that cultivation talent is innate. It's not something that can be granted just because you say so. Leah. Yi Qinggu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. She had intended to question Qin Chang'an, but seeing how excited Tai Dan and the others were, she couldn't bring herself to expose Qin Chang'an's bragging, so as not to dampen their spirits. Qin Chang'an glanced at Yi Qingwu. Although Yi Qingwu didn't finish her sentence, he knew what she wanted to say. However, he didn't plan to explain to her, because facts speak louder than words. Soon, Yi Qingwu would naturally know whether he was bragging or not. Qin Chang'an stepped forward to Tiedan's side, activated the enlightenment skill, and raised his hand to touch Tiedan's forehead. Yi Qingwu was speechless. You could have just said it, but you even went as far as acting it out. Aren't you afraid of being exposed later? Just as her thoughts were about to settle, she saw Tiedan suddenly tremble all over as if struck by lightning. Immediately afterward, a crimson light burst forth abruptly from Tiedan's body. This scene made Yi Qingwu's eyes widen instantly, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her delicate face. It is widely known that the color of light emanating from one's body signifies the level of cultivation talent they possess. The crimson light bursting from Tiedan's body indicates that he has a first-level cultivation talent. But Tiedan is clearly an ordinary person without any cultivation talent, so how could he suddenly possess cultivation talent? That's not right. Cultivation talent is innate. How could someone without cultivation talent suddenly gain it just because Qin Chang'an casually pointed at them? So, Tiedan must have had cultivation talent all along, but simply didn't know it before. However, before this thought could settle in her mind, she saw Qin Chang'an walk up to Ernio and then raise his hand to point at Ernio's forehead. Immediately after, a situation similar to iron eggs occurred. Ernio suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning, and then a crimson glow erupted from within his body. This scene left Yi Qingwu utterly stunned. If Iron Egg originally had a talent for cultivation that was merely awakened by Qin Chang'an, then how could Ernio be explained? This is not the main point. The main point is that she saw Qin Chang'an walk up to the remaining children one by one, each time raising his hand to touch the child's forehead, and then a scene similar to what happened with Tiedan played out repeatedly. After Qin Chang'an finished enlightening all the children, Yi Qingwu suddenly began to question her understanding of life. All the children, after Qin Chang'an raised his hand and touched their foreheads, had scarlet light erupt from within their bodies. This couldn't be explained by saying that Tiedan and the others originally had cultivation talent. After all, it's understandable for one person to be unaware of their own cultivation talent, but could it be that all 15 of them were unaware? Could this guy really grant someone the ability to cultivate? A thought flashed through Yi Qingwu's mind. If it were possible, she was very reluctant to think think this way, because this matter truly exceeded her understanding and could even be said to overturn her perception. But apart from this, there was simply no way to explain the bizarre scene before her. Qin Chang'an noticed Yi Qingwu's astonishment, but at the moment he had no mood to pay attention to her. He was intently staring at Tai Dan and the other 14 children, wanting to see to what level their cultivation talents could ultimately be raised. Zhang Zhong suddenly understood, not only Qin Chang'an, but Zhang Zhong as well. Under the watchful eyes of Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong, the radiance emanating from Tai Dan and the other 15 children shifted from red to orange, then from orange to yellow, and finally from yellow to green. At this point, the light on 8 of the children stopped changing. However, the light on Tai Dan and the other 7 children continued to transform. After a moment, the light on the 5 children stopped changing and finally settled on cyan. Immediately after, the light on Ernyo also stopped changing and finally settled on blue. The light on Tai Dan was the last to stop changing, finally settling on purple. This scene left Yi Qingwu completely dumbfounded and filled with self-doubt. Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong's faces were filled with ecstasy, because as the light on Tiedan's body disappeared, the final result was revealed. Among the 15 children, the lowest had a level 4 cultivation talent, 5 had level 5 cultivation talent, Ernyo had level 6 cultivation talent, and Taidan, like Yi Qingwu, had level 7 cultivation talent. Qin Chang'an focused his mind and summoned the Overlord system. Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level 3. Made a fortune. Qin Chang'an was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Skills, insight, enlightenment, manifestation, improvement. Congratulations, my lord. Best wishes, my lord. Zhang Zhong congratulated him. Old Zhang, the same to you. The same to you. Qin Chang'an was grinning from ear to ear. Yi Qingwu subtly pursed her lips. Among the 15 children, only Ernyo with a 6th level cultivation talent and Tai Dan with a 7th level cultivation talent stood out. As for the rest, children with cultivation talents below the 6th level were a dime a dozen in Yuzhou. She really couldn't understand what Qin Chang'an was so excited about. However, what she didn't know was that in Wulong County, the emergence of even one person with a 5th level cultivation talent would call for a grand celebration with gongs and drums. Yet, in Lettuce City, 7 youths with 5th level or higher cultivation talents had appeared all at once. Especially Tai Dan with a 7th level cultivation talent. Qin Chang'an could still enlighten Tai Dan twice. Even if each enlightenment only raised his cultivation talent by 1 level, Tai Dan's cultivation talent would reach the 9th level. This was undoubtedly a 9th level cultivation genius. Moreover, the other 8 children all possess 4th level cultivation talent, with the potential to reach the Battle King realm. The highest cultivation level in Wulong County is also the Battle King realm. Once Tai Dan and the other 15 children grow up, they will all become prominent figures in Wulong County. Lettuce City suddenly has so many outstanding talents. How could Qin Chang'an not be excited? However, these things were not the main point for Yi Qingwu. The key point was that Qin Chang'an could actually grant ordinary people cultivation talent, and even enable them to possess a 7th level cultivation talent. Lord, how did you do it? Yi Qingwu couldn't help but ask. You don't need to know this. Qin Chang'an said, little girl, you just need to know that I can do it. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes. This guy was still playing mysterious with her. But then again, the fact that Qin Chang'an could grant ordinary people the ability to cultivate was truly shocking and utterly unbelievable. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for Qin Chang'an not to tell her the truth. Girl Yi, do you understand now what I told you before? Zhang Zhong said. Yi Qingwu was stunned for a moment, and Zhang Zhong's words from before surfaced in her mind. Girl Yi, there are some things I can't tell you for now, but I can give you a hint. The Lord is by no means the useless person Black Bear and the others claim him to be, nor is he an ordinary person. As long as you sincerely join Lettuce City, your little issue will be no problem at all. In fact, you will even feel fortunate and proud to have joined Lettuce City. At that time, she couldn't understand why Zhang Zhong said that, but now she understood. Under the leadership of an exceptionally intelligent lord who also possessed the ability to grant ordinary people the talent for cultivation, how could Lettuce City not prosper? And once Lettuce City flourished, would her little matters even count as problems? Good. Mr. Zhang, I understand now. Yi Qingwu nodded, her face full of anticipation, and said, Lord, can you enhance my cultivation talent? Yes. Qin Chang'an nodded without hesitation. Hearing this, Yi Qingwu was overjoyed. She grabbed Qin Chang'an's arm and said expectantly, Lord, can you upgrade me too? It's not the right time yet. Qin Chang'an shook his head and said, besides, you have a 7th level cultivation talent, so there's no need to rush at this moment. Yi Qingwu was stunned. How did Qin Chang'an know she had a 7th level cultivation talent? However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that she wanted Qin Chang'an to help her improve her cultivation talent. Lord, why is now not the right time? Boom, boom, boom. Yi Qingwu shook Qin Chang'an's arm, acting coquettishly. Qin Chang'an was instantly overwhelmed by Yi Qingwu. He couldn't handle women acting coquettishly toward him, especially a little beauty. Qin Chang'an brushed away Yi Qingwu's jade-like hand from his arm and said with a dark expression, go by yourself. herself. Yi Qingwu was a bit confused. She didn't know why it wasn't the right time now, or what she was thinking. Mr. Zhang, could you give me some advice? Yi Qingwu pleaded. Zhang Zhong didn't answer immediately but turned to look at Qin Chang'an. When he saw that Qin Chang'an had no intention of opposing, he reminded her, "Little Yi, the Lord's assistance in enhancing the cultivation talents of Tai Dan and the others may seem simple, but it is actually quite challenging. For those who truly acknowledge Lutu City, he is never stingy." Yi Qingwu frowned slightly. Qin Chang'an seemed to think that she had not fully acknowledged Lutu City yet, and indeed, she hadn't. After all, she wasn't like Tai Dan and the others. With such limited manpower and strength in Lutu City, it was genuinely difficult for her to fully acknowledge it. Understood, Elder Zhang. Yi Qingwu nodded, her expression thoughtful. At this moment, the 15 children, including Tai Dan, snapped out of their ecstatic state. Although they had been living in the wilderness until now, being part of this world, they might not have eaten pork, but they had certainly seen pigs walk, so they were fully aware of what had just happened to them. Thud. Tai Dan knelt on one knee, clasped his fists with both hands, and said, "Thank you, Lord, for your grace of rebirth. From this moment on, in life, I am a person of Letta City. In death, I am a ghost of Letta City. I swear to serve Letta City to the death and to pledge my loyalty to the Lord." Seeing this, Ernyo and the other 14 children knelt on one knee, clasping their fists with both hands. "Swear allegiance to Paradise City. Swear allegiance to the Lord. Everyone, get up quickly." Qin Chang'an said, "Little ones, from now on, you are no longer ordinary people but cultivators. This is your first opportunity that I am giving you. As long as you perform well in the future, more opportunities will await you." "Yes, Lord." Tai Dan and the other 15 children responded in unison. Qin Chang'an said no more. He was waiting for the notification sound from the Grand Lord system, as well as the appearance of the treasure chest. After all, the treasure chest was the only method he could think of to handle the Wulong Grand competition. The next moment, the voice of the Overlord system echoed continuously in his mind. Iron Egg's loyalty has increased to 80, rewarding the host with a treasure chest, which can be retrieved using mental intent. Second Ox's loyalty has increased to 80, rewarding the host with a treasure chest, which can be retrieved using mental intent. No more, no less. The Overlord system's notification sounded a total of 15 times, corresponding to Iron Egg and 14 other children. Qin Chang'an let out a long breath, his anxious heart slightly eased. Before this, he was genuinely worried that enlightening Tai Dan and the others, enhancing their cultivation talents, might not raise their loyalty to 80. Fortunately, his concerns did not materialize. As for why his anxious heart was only slightly eased and not completely at rest, it was because the contents of the treasure chest were unknown. Only by opening it would he know what it contained. If something useful for the current crisis is obtained, that would naturally be the best. But if nothing useful for the current crisis is obtained, then it would be a tragedy. Seeing that Qin Chang'an was silent, Tai Dan said, "Lord, shall we go to work?" "Wait a moment first." Qin Chang'an shook his head, took a deep breath, and decisively gave the order in his mind. "Grand Lord System, open all the treasure chests. Open the treasure chests. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nameless mental technique, which can be extracted with your thoughts. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the yellow rank movement technique Phantom Step, which can be extracted with your thoughts. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of cultivation, which can be extracted with thought. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon Crimson Blood Dagger, which can be extracted with thought. Open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the universal technique, which can be extracted with your thoughts." The notification sound of the Grand Lord system echoed continuously in Qin Chang'an's mind. Qin Chang'an felt a bit nervous. What he desired most was not martial skills or weapons, but cultivation, because only by advancing cultivation can the abilities of Yi Qingwu, Zhang Zhong, and others be improved, thereby increasing the likelihood of securing a top 3 position in the Wulong competition. After the reminder from the Grand Lord system faded, Qin Chang'an silently tallied the rewards. The 15 treasure chests yielded a total of 15 rewards: 3 Huang-tier martial techniques, 3 Shin-tier martial techniques, 1 mental technique, 1 weapon, 2 storage rings, 4 strands of cultivation, and the Wanwu art. Among them, the 3 Huang-tier martial techniques and Shin-tier martial techniques respectively encompass offensive techniques, defensive techniques, and movement techniques. Qin Chang'an let out a slight sigh of relief. 4 strands of cultivation were fewer than he had expected, but if used properly, they might just be enough. However, the specific outcome would only be known after using them. Grand Lord system, extract the nameless mental method and the 10,000 things technique. Qin Chang'an said in his heart. Among the 15 rewards, martial techniques, weapons, storage rings, and cultivation were all easy to understand, but he didn't know what the nameless mental method and the 10,000 things technique were, so he wanted to extract them to take a look. Nameless mental method and all things technique have been extracted. Immediately after, 2 streams of information surged into Qin Chang'an's mind one after another. They were the cultivation methods of the nameless mental method and the all things technique. After a brief study, Qin Chang'an understood the functions limitations of the nameless mental method and the all things technique. The nameless mental method is a meditation technique that can greatly enhance cultivation speed. All things have nothing to do with cultivation, but they can allow him to understand the language of all things. These are all great things. Qin Chang'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The nameless mental technique needs no further explanation. It can greatly enhance the speed of cultivation. How could it not be a great thing? As for the all things art, Qin Chang'an possesses the skill of transformation, allowing him to transform all things for his own use. While it's relatively easier with humans due to shared language, animals and plants are different. Even after transformation, communication remains difficult. Take, for example, his transformation of the Black Panther and the young poplar tree. The Black Panther and the young poplar tree understand what he says, but he has to guess their meanings. With the all things art, he can easily communicate with the Black Panther and the young poplar tree. After marveling at this, Qin Chang'an began to consider how to allocate the 4 strands of cultivation. Ahem. After a moment, he made up his mind. Iron Egg, I will grant you another opportunity. Qin Chang'an looked at Iron Egg and said, this opportunity is to enhance your cultivation. I'm not entirely sure how much it can improve, but I need you to remain at the peak of the warrior general realm. If your cultivation doesn't reach the peak of the warrior general realm, so be it. But if it does, you must suppress it and prevent it from breaking through the warrior general realm. Do you understand? Understood, Lord. Iron Egg's face was full of excitement. Yi Qingwu was momentarily stunned. Qin Chang'an being able to grant ordinary people the talent for cultivation was already remarkable, but to think he could even enhance others' cultivation levels? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. Overlord system, extract a strand of cultivation. Qin Chang'an secretly instructed the Overlord system and then raised his hand to tap on Tiedan's forehead. The next moment, Qin Chang'an clearly felt a surge of energy emerging from within him, flowing into his fingers, and then through his fingers, entering Tiedan's forehead. Almost simultaneously, Tiedan also clearly felt a surge of energy flowing out from Qin Chang'an's fingers, entering his forehead. That energy then rapidly coursed through his body, improving his physical condition while also enhancing his cultivation level. A surge of momentum suddenly erupted from within Tiedan, then began to rise steadily. Beginner warrior realm, intermediate warrior realm, advanced warrior realm. It quickly advanced to the peak of the warrior realm. After staying at the peak of the warrior realm for a period of time, Tiedan's internal aura began to surge again, breaking through the barrier of the warrior realm in one fell swoop and stepping into the general realm. Is it over? Not yet. After Tiedan's cultivation reached the general realm, it continued to rise steadily, from the beginner level of the general realm, to the intermediate level, to the advanced level, until it reached the peak of the general realm before finally stopping. Iron Egg, suppress it, Qin Chang'an immediately reminded. He didn't know if Iron Egg's cultivation could still improve, but regardless of whether it could or not, it must not improve further. Otherwise, if Iron Egg's cultivation broke through to the warrior general realm, his plan would be disrupted. In the next moment, the aura around Iron Egg began to rise again, but it seemed as if an invisible force was preventing the momentum from rising, causing the aura erupting within Tiedan to become somewhat chaotic. However, it didn't take long for the aura erupting within Tiedan to stabilize and then gradually fade away. Ding! It's done! Ding! The first step of his plan had succeeded, which was undoubtedly a good start. Yi Qingwu's pretty face was full of astonishment. Qin Chang'an could actually enhance someone else's cultivation. Phew! Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, was not surprised at all, as he had known about this for a long time. Niu and the other 14 children were filled with admiration. Their lord not only granted them the talent for cultivation but could also enhance their cultivation levels. Truly formidable. Tiedan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, filled with ecstasy. Today, not only did he gain a 7th level cultivation talent, but he also became a warrior level expert, making him feel as if he were dreaming. However, he clearly knew this was no dream, and he also knew that all of this was brought to him by Qin Chang'an. Tiedan knelt on one knee, clasped his fists with both hands, and said, "Thank you, Lord. There's no need to be polite among family." Qin Chang'an helped Tiedan up and asked, "Tiedan, how much do you think your cultivation can still improve?" Tiedan thought for a moment and said, "Lord, the energy you transferred into my body is almost depleted. It can raise my cultivation to the battle marquee realm without issue, but further improvement might not be possible." Qin Chang'an nodded. Tiedan's words gave him a rough idea of how much a strand of cultivation could amount to. "Little girl, come over here." Qin Chang'an looked at Yi Qingwu. Her expression clearly showed that she hadn't expected Qin Chang'an to call her, as improving cultivation talent had nothing to do with her. "Lord, are you calling me?" Yi Qingwu was somewhat in disbelief. "Yeah," Qin Chang'an said with a smile. "If you don't want to come over, you don't have to. I'll come over. I'll come over," Yi Qingwu said as she quickly ran over to Qin Chang'an's side. Qin Chang'an calling her over was most likely to help her improve her cultivation. "Only a fool wouldn't come. Little girl, you should know why I called you over," Qin Chang'an said, "but before that, there's something I need to make clear to you. Helping you improve your cultivation is not free. I need you to contribute to Leda City in the upcoming upcoming Wulong competition. Wulong competition? Yi Qingwu looked puzzled. Yes, Qin Chang'an explained, the Wulong competition is an annual grand event in Wulong County. For some reasons, Lettuce City has not participated for 3 years. If it fails to participate again or cannot secure a top 3 position in the Wulong competition, Lettuce City will have to yield to others. This matter concerns the fate of Lettuce City and allows no room for error. Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. She said speechlessly, why would you think of me? Turns out you want to use me. Qin Chang'an felt a bit awkward. Phew, if there were other options, he wouldn't choose Yi Qingwu, who hadn't yet accepted Lettuce City. After all, one shouldn't let benefits flow to outsiders. If he enhanced Yi Qingwu's cultivation and she left Lettuce City, it would all be for nothing. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. Little girl, you can say I'm using you, Qin Chang'an said, but I'm not using you for nothing. Just tell me, do you agree or not? I agree. The voice of the Great Lord System echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Yi Qingwu nodded decisively. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Qin Chang'an helped him improve his cultivation, so it is only right for her to fight a battle for Lettuce City. She added, I can also promise you that I will give it my all, but as for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. Those words are enough for me. Qin Chang'an said, little girl, I should be able to raise your cultivation to the peak of the Battle Marquee realm. Whether it can go any further, I don't know, but you must suppress your cultivation to the peak of the Battle Marquee realm. Understood. Yi Qingwu nodded. Overlord system, extract a strand of cultivation. Qin Chang'an secretly instructed the Overlord system and then raised his hand to tap Yi Qingwu's forehead. Just like with Iron Egg, as Qin Chang'an's finger tapped down, a surge of aura erupted within Yi Qingwu. The momentum was also rising steadily, quickly breaking through the advanced level of the Battle Marquee realm and stepping into the peak level of the Battle Marquee realm. However, before Yi Qingwu's cultivation could reach the peak limit of the Battle Marquee realm, the momentum on her body gradually disappeared, which also meant that the trace of cultivation could not elevate Yi Qingwu's cultivation to the Battle King realm. Qin Chang'an was not surprised by this. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to improve, and the more energy it requires. Previously, the trace of cultivation elevated Zhang Zhong's cultivation to the Battle King realm because Zhang Zhong's cultivation had already reached the peak limit of the Battle Marquee realm. Old Zhang, Qin Chang'an called out, then extracted a strand of cultivation and raised his hand to point it at Zhang Zhong's forehead. This time, Qin Chang'an did not give Zhang Zhong any instructions. Firstly, because this strand of cultivation might not necessarily elevate Zhang Zhong's cultivation to the mid-level of the Battle King realm. Second, because the highest cultivation level in Wulong County is the Battle King realm, the higher Zhang Zhong's cultivation, the better, there's no need to limit it. Facts have proven that Qin Chang'an's thoughts were not without reason. This strand of cultivation only slightly enhanced Zhang Zhong's cultivation but did not elevate it to the intermediate level of the Battle King realm. However, 3 strands of cultivation did elevate Qin Chang'an's cultivation to the intermediate level of the Battle King realm. Boom! The reason lies in the fact that Qin Chang'an's cultivation is the sum of the cultivation of all the people in Lettuce City. Originally, Qin Chang'an's plan was to use a strand of cultivation to elevate Zhang Zhong's cultivation to the mid-level of the Battle King realm. If one strand wasn't enough, he would give Zhang Zhong another. However, as his cultivation stepped into the mid-level of the Battle King realm, he changed his mind, because even giving Zhang Zhong another strand of cultivation wouldn't be enough to elevate his cultivation to the mid-level of the Battle King realm. This was evident from the fact that it took 3 consecutive strands of cultivation to raise his level to the mid-level of the Battle King realm. Moreover, in the Battle King realm, those who can go to battle are not limited to Zhang Zhong. Qin Chang'an himself is also an option. If worst comes to worst, he can simply go to battle himself. After a brief contemplation, Qin Chang'an gave his last strand of cultivation to the Black Panther. During the Wulong competition, he planned to leave Lettuce City with Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Taidan. Enhancing the Black Panther's cultivation would allow it to better guard Lettuce City and take better care of Ernio and the other 14 children. This strand of cultivation directly elevated the Black Panther's level to the early stage of the Battle Marquee realm. This also confirmed what Taidan had just said, a single strand of cultivation could raise his level to the Battle Marquee realm, but further improvement would be impossible. Little ones, Qin Chang'an looked at Ernio and the other 14 children and said, I can enhance your cultivation talent and also improve your cultivation level, but certain conditions are required. Right now, I can no longer help you improve your cultivation level, so this time the enhancement ends here. Once the conditions are met in the future, I will help you improve your cultivation level again. Yes, Lord. Ernio and the other 14 children responded in unison. They did not harbor any resentment because Qin Chang'an did not help them improve their cultivation level. Firstly, because Qin Chang'an spoke very plainly, it wasn't that he didn't want to help them improve, but that he was unable to do so. Second, because they can have a stable place to settle down and possess the talent for cultivation, they are already very content. A smile appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. Qin Chang'an nodded and then said, next, I will teach you a mental technique. This technique is a form of meditation that can enhance your cultivation speed. As long as you work hard enough, your cultivation level can also improve rapidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an imparted the nameless mental technique to Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Panther, Iron Egg, and the other 15 children. Yi Qingwu was somewhat surprised. This was not because she had obtained a cultivation method, as she already had one. What surprised her was that she had thought Qin Chang'an would ignore her, but unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an did not overlook her. However, what she didn't know was that Qin Chang'an had considered whether to pass on the nameless heart method to her. But since he had already enhanced Yi Qingwu's cultivation, giving her one more heart method wouldn't make much difference. Otherwise, it would seem a bit petty. Swish, Lord, both Yi girl and I have martial techniques. Zhang Zhong reminded, Iron Egg and the others don't have martial techniques yet. Shouldn't you pass on a few martial techniques to them? Old Zhang, not only should it be taught to Taidan and the others, but also to you. Wait a moment. Boom. Qin Chang'an explained briefly and then slowly closed his eyes. He was improving the martial technique he had just acquired. Currently, Letu City has candidates for the Battle General, Battle Marquis, and Battle King realms, but they are merely candidates. Whether they can secure a top 3 spot in the Wulong competition, he has no confidence at all. Therefore, he needs an additional layer of assurance, which is the improved martial technique. Theoretically, warriors at the War General and War Marquis levels can only perform yellow tier martial techniques, while those at the War King level can perform profound tier martial techniques. However, the improved martial techniques have broken this theory, allowing practitioners to perform higher level techniques. As mentioned earlier, if two people of the same realm face off, with one using yellow tier martial techniques and the other using more powerful profound tier techniques, what would the outcome be? Even if they can't completely crush their opponent, they can still gain a significant advantage. Yi Qingwu was stunned. Qin Chang'an quickly completed the improvement of the 6 martial techniques he had just acquired. After the improvement, the 3 yellow grade martial techniques were upgraded to 3 profound grade martial techniques, and the 3 profound grade martial techniques were upgraded to 3 earth grade martial techniques. Then, he passed the improved techniques on to Zhang Zhong, Iron Egg, and the other 15 children. Old Zhang, what I just taught you are earth grade martial techniques. Qin Chang'an then looked at Iron Egg and the other 15 children and said, Little ones, you are not yet capable of performing earth grade martial techniques. What I just taught you are profound grade martial techniques. Once you are able to perform earth grade techniques, I will teach you those. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Zhong and the 15 children, including Iron Egg, expressed their gratitude in unison. Lord, why won't you teach me martial techniques? Yi Qingwu couldn't help but ask. If Qin Chang'an hadn't just taught her the mental cultivation method, she might have let it go. But since he had taught her the mental cultivation method earlier, yet now refused to teach her martial techniques, could it be that he was still wary of her? Little girl, it's not that I won't teach you, but there's no need. Qin Chang'an explained, you already have martial skills, and learning new ones would require starting from scratch. Why go through the trouble? Besides, you can't use earth-level martial skills right now. When you're able to, I'll teach you earth-level martial skills. Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. She stuck out her little tongue in embarrassment because she had misunderstood Qin Chang'an. Lord, there's something I need to ask if it's necessary. Zhang Zhong said, Taidan and the others have rather simple names. If they were ordinary people, it wouldn't matter, but now they are cultivators and will represent the face of Leta City in the future. Should we give them new names? Qin Chang'an did not answer immediately. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Taidan and the other 15 children and said, Little ones, are you willing to change your names? If you are, I'll help you choose new ones. If not, then we won't change them. Lord, we are willing. Taidan, Ernio, and the other 15 children said in unison. They also knew their names were somewhat plain, but in the past, it was hard enough just to survive who would care about something like names. Now it was different. Just as Zhang Zhong had said, as cultivators, they would represent the face of Leta City in the future. They couldn't bring shame to Leta City, so it was better to change their names to avoid people from other cities mocking Leta City because of them. Alright, then I'll give you new names. Qin Chang'an nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, Little ones, joining Leta City can be considered a brand new life for you. How about you all take Lu as your surname? Taidan, Ernyo, and the others once again responded in unison. Qin Chang'an raised his hand to scratch his head and said awkwardly, I'm not very good at naming things. Complicated names are also hard to remember. How about we name them Lu Yi to Li Shiwu based on their cultivation talent and age? Before the 15 children, including Taidan, could speak, Yi Qingwu's voice rang out first. Lord, aren't the names Lu Yi to Li Shiwu a bit too casual? Little Yi, I don't quite think so. Zhang Zhong said, the names from Lu Yi to Li 15 may seem simple, but they are actually quite good. First, the names include Letu City, and second, 1 to 15 represent that they were the first to join Letu City. It's truly a clever double meaning. Old Zhang, what you said makes some sense, but I joined earlier than they did. Yi Qingwu said, Little Yi, how about you call yourself Lu Yi then? Zhang Zhong said with a smile. No, Yi Qingwu resolutely refused. Unlike Taidan and the others, she had a surname, and how could a surname be changed so casually? casually. What's more, the name Yi Qingwu sounded much better than the name Louis. Lord, I am willing. Taidan said, from now on, I will no longer be called Taidan. My name is Louis. Lord, my name is Luer. Ernie immediately followed up. Lord, my name is Lu San. Lord, my name is Lucy. Lord, my name is Lu Wu. The remaining children all agreed happily and even lined up in order on their own. Qin Chang'an nodded, looking at Lu Yi to Li Shiwu with a face full of smiles. Although these children are quite young, their cultivation talents are remarkable. Given time to grow, they will become the backbone of Letta City and form its foundational core. Lord, is there anything else? Zhang Zhong said, if there's nothing else, we'll get back to work. Old Zhang, what work is there to do? Qin Chang'an said, from this moment on, you have only one task. Dedicate yourselves to cultivation and strive to master the martial techniques I have taught you as skillfully as possible before the Wulong Grand Competition arrives. Little girl, you must also cultivate diligently. Zhang Zhong raised his hand and patted his forehead, a trace of regret appearing on his old face. What Qin Chang'an said made a lot of sense. After all, the Wulong Grand Competition was a matter of life and death for Lido City, and everything else had to make way for it. How could he have forgotten about this? Lord, I still need to cook for everyone. Yi Qingwu said, this period, you don't need to do it. I'll cook for everyone. Qin Chang'an said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Idala 15 were all stunned. Although they all knew that Qin Chang'an was doing this to let them focus on their cultivation and prepare for the Wulong competition, the fact that Qin Chang'an was willing to cook for them such a down-to-earth lord they had never seen before. Lord, may I timidly ask a question? Yi Qingwu said with a strange expression, the food you cook, is it edible? You little girl, how dare you look down on me like that? Qin Chang'an raised his hand and flicked Yi Qingwu on the forehead, saying irritably, don't worry, the food I cook won't poison you, and I guarantee you'll be able to swallow it. Zhang Zhong, Lu Yi, and Le 15 couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Qingwu made a funny face at Qin Chang'an. Good, everyone, start cultivating. Qin Chang'an ordered. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Yi to Le Shiwu responded and immediately began cultivating. Zhang Zhong and Iron Egg were practicing the martial techniques taught to them by Qin Chang'an. Luer to Le 15, since they have not yet cultivated any skills, are practicing the nameless mental technique taught to them by Qin Chang'an. Yi Qingwu is also practicing the nameless mental technique, as she wants to see which is better between the nameless technique and her original one. Seeing everyone immersed in their cultivation, Qin Chang'an nodded imperceptibly. Now, everything that needed to be done has been done, and everything that could be done has been done. The outcome will depend on the destiny of Letta City. At this moment, the Black Panther let out a cry toward Qin Chang'an, then rubbed its head against Qin Chang'an's thigh. A peculiar expression appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. It seemed he understood the meaning of the Black Panther's cry, but he quickly realized that he possessed the all things technique, which allowed him to understand the sounds of all creatures. So being able to understand the Black Panther's cry wasn't anything surprising. Black Panther, do you also want martial skills? Qin Chang'an asked. Although he had already figured out the reason for understanding Black Panther's cries, it was still better to confirm. Black Panther let out a cry and nodded again. Qin Chang'an pondered for a moment and said, Black Panther, I don't have beast martial techniques. I'll first teach you human martial techniques to see if you can cultivate them. If not, I'll find a way to get you some beast martial techniques. Black Panther cried out again. Qin Chang'an didn't hesitate and directly taught Black Panther 3 types of Shen-level martial techniques that he had improved, covering attack, defense, and movement techniques. Then, he also passed on the nameless mental method to Black Panther. The Black Panther rubbed its head against Qin Chang'an's leg, then sat on the ground in a proper manner and began cultivating. Looking at the Black Panther's serious demeanor, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but feel like laughing, but in the end, he held it in. If the Black Panther really managed to cultivate human martial arts, wouldn't laughing now be a bit embarrassing? Territory reputation, 10,358 points. Upgrade conditions, 18 out of 100, people, 15908/100000, reputation points. Transforming Louis, the little one, consumed 3,000 reputation points, and improving 6 martial techniques consumed 600 reputation points. The total reputation points increased by 700, of which 650 points were gained from Louis and the little girl's cultivation improvement, while the remaining 50 points were the continuous gains during this period. Just now, he helped Louis and Yi Qingwu improve their cultivation, and the improvement in their cultivation also represented an enhancement in the strength of Lu Tu City. Therefore, the Overlord system rewarded him with some reputation points. Unfortunately, he did not gain any reputation points for helping Louis and the others improve their cultivation talents. This was partly because Louis and the others had already joined Lu Tu City, and partly because their cultivation talents were enhanced using the Enlightenment skill. By the way, the improvement skill can enhance martial techniques. I wonder if it can improve mental techniques. A thought flashed through Qin Chang'an's mind, and he immediately decided to give it a try. If the improvement skill can enhance the nameless mental technique, wouldn't it greatly increase cultivation speed? Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. After activating the improvement skill, no new operational route appeared in his mind, which meant the improvement skill could not enhance the nameless mind technique. Grand Lord system, the improvement skill can enhance martial techniques, so why can't it improve the nameless mind technique? Qin Chang'an asked. The improvement skill can only enhance martial techniques and mind techniques that have levels. The Grand Lord system explained, the nameless mind technique has no level, so it cannot be improved. Qin Chang'an suddenly realized and said, Great Lord system, extract everything that's left. Swish, swish, swish. Alright, as soon as Qin Chang'an finished speaking, 2 storage rings and a fiery red dagger appeared in his palm. Good. This fiery red dagger was none other than the Scarlet Blood Dagger. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an placed the 2 storage rings into the storage ring he was wearing. He planned to give 1 storage ring to Zhang Zhong, while keeping the other one for now. Once Yi Qinggu approves of Lutu City, he would give her one as well. This wasn't because he had any other intentions, but simply because Yi Qinggu needed to retrieve ingredients for cooking, and having a storage ring would make it much more convenient. What a fine dagger! Staring at the crimson blood dagger in his hand, Qin Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. The crimson blood dagger gleamed brilliantly, its entire body a deep red color. Without mentioning anything else, just its appearance alone was extraordinary. At that moment, Yi Qingwu's voice suddenly rang out. Lord, the cultivation speed of the nameless mental technique you taught me far surpasses the cultivation speed of my Yi family's mental technique. Produced by the system, how could it not be awesome? Qin Chang'an muttered to himself and said, if it's better than your Yi family's technique, then just switch to the nameless technique. Of course, I'll switch. Yi Qingwu said excitedly, if there's a better technique, why would I still use the Yi family's technique? Wouldn't that be foolish? Qin Chang'an smiled and no longer paid attention to Yi Qingwu. He quietly watched the others immersed in their cultivation. Not long after, Qin Chang'an suddenly sensed a warm current entering his body. Such a feeling was very familiar to Qin Chang'an. It was a sign of cultivation progress. In the next moment, he felt a surge of momentum erupting from Lu'er. I'll go. Alright, Qin Chang'an exclaimed, how long has it been? Lu'er has already cultivated strength and stepped into the warrior realm. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. Lu'er's advancement to the warrior realm seemed to have opened the floodgates for the little ones to step into the warrior realm. Next, Lu Santala 15 successively stepped into the warrior realm. The nameless heart technique is truly awesome. Qin Chang'an was grinning from ear to ear. It wasn't just because Lu Tutala 15 had all stepped into the warrior realm, but also because every time one of them advanced in their cultivation, his own cultivation would improve as well. The feeling of sitting still while his cultivation continuously increased was simply exhilarating. Soon, it was already noon. Qin Chang'an looked up at the sky and then got up to head toward the Lord's mansion. Earlier, he had said he would be responsible for cooking for everyone, and those weren't just empty words. Before long, Qin Chang'an returned carrying a large basin. Old Zhang, Black Panther, little girl, little ones, it's time to eat. Qin Chang'an called out and began serving food for everyone. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, Black Panther, and Lu Idala 15 all ended their cultivation and gathered around. Wow, so much meat. Yi Qingwu sighed, Lord, you're even more generous than I am. Ha ha ha, you are all working hard on your cultivation, so I must provide you with enough nutrition, right? Qin Chang'an said. Yi Qingwu nodded and added, Lord, the dishes you cook look decent and smell quite fragrant, but I wonder if they taste good? Try it and you'll know. Yes, Lord. Qin Chang'an glared at Yi Qingwu. This girl actually doubted his cooking skills again. You should know that ever since Qin Shan was seriously injured, in order to prevent anyone from sabotaging him, Qin Chang'an had been personally cooking for Qin Shan. That period of practice greatly improved his culinary skills. Although he hadn't reached the level of an imperial chef, his cooking was still quite presentable. Yi Qingwu picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, but hesitated to put it in her mouth. Go ahead and eat, it won't poison you, Qin Chang'an said irritably. Yi Qingwu bit her lip, put the meat in her mouth, chewed a few times, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, Lord, the food you made is even better than mine. Woof woof, at least you said something honest for once. Qin Chang'an glared at Yi Qingwu again and urged, hurry up and eat while it's hot. Next, everyone began eating heartily. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone immersed themselves in cultivation once again. Qin Chang'an, on the other hand, gathered the bowls and chopsticks and carried the large basin to wash them. When he returned after cleaning the dishes, he was stunned to find the Black Panther running back and forth, with afterimages flashing beneath its feet. Qin Chang'an was a little stunned. Why was there an afterimage flashing under the Black Panther's feet? And its speed was much faster than before. He turned his head to look around, and then saw Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Idala 15 all dumbfoundedly watching the Black Panther running back and forth. Woof woof, old Zhang, what's going on here? Qin Chang'an couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong immediately snapped out of his confusion. Woof woof, Lord, I don't know what's going on either. Just after you left, the Black Panther started running back and forth. At first, it was nothing, but later its speed kept increasing, and there were afterimages under its feet. Lord, the Black Panther seems to have mastered the phantom step, Lu Yi quickly added. Qin Chang'an was stunned for a moment. Wasn't the afterimage under Black Panther's feet exactly the manifestation of using the phantom step? Black Panther, you've learned the phantom step? Qin Chang'an asked. Black Panther let out a cry and continued running back and forth. Swish! Qin Chang'an focused his mind and summoned the Overlord system. Lord, Qin Chang'an. System level 3. Holy crap, it really learned it. Qin Chang'an let out a startled cry, instantly dumbfounded. Skills, insight, enlightenment, manifestation, improvement. Among the 3 profound level martial techniques he taught the Black Panther was the phantom step. However, he only taught the Panther human martial techniques because he lacked beast martial techniques, never expecting the Panther to successfully master it. Hearing Qin Chang'an's startled cry, Zhang Zhong and Li's mouths twitched violently. Qin Chang'an muttered to himself. Zhang Zhong said gloomily, I can't believe a dog learns faster than me. It's truly embarrassing. I feel embarrassed too. Lu Yi also looked frustrated. Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose and said, Old Zhang, Lu Yi, Black Panther is a demon. Black Panther let out another cry and continued sprinting wildly. Qin Chang'an added, Black Panther is saying, don't underestimate me. Lord, I have begun my cultivation. Zhang Zhong finished speaking and started practicing martial arts techniques. Lord, I have also begun my cultivation. Lu Yi followed closely, speaking up and also starting to practice martial arts techniques. I see. Yi Qinggu and Lu Er to Le 15 silently sat on the ground and began cultivating. Qin Chang'an's face was full of odd expressions. Was he struck down by the Black Panther? At the same time, he felt a bit fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when he saw the Black Panther's serious demeanor earlier, he didn't laugh out loud. Otherwise, he'd be slapping his own face right now. Next, except for Qin Chang'an, everyone in Letu City, including Black Panther, is diligently training. Qin Chang'an is responsible for everyone's 3 meals a day. To ensure sufficient nutrition, he adds a considerable amount of beast meat to every meal. After all, he hunted quite a few beasts in the past few days, enough to sustain consumption for a while. As usual, every evening, Qin Chang'an leaves Letu City to hunt beasts, improving his combat experience while also collecting some beast carcasses as provisions for emergencies. In order to save time, everyone in Leta City, except Qin Chang'an, worked tirelessly day and night. During the day, they meditated or practiced martial arts, and at night, meditation replaced sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. Zhang Zhong, who was practicing martial arts, suddenly stopped, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating to enhance his cultivation. Immediately afterward, Lu Yi also stopped practicing martial arts techniques. After these days of training, they had already mastered the martial arts techniques taught to them by Qin Chang'an with great proficiency. Their quick mastery was thanks to Qin Chang'an providing them with precise operational routes. They only needed to repeatedly practice along the routes to become skilled. Unlike Zhang Zhong, after Lu Yi stopped practicing martial arts techniques, he didn't know what to do next. Seeing this, Qin Chang'an asked, Lu Yi, what's wrong? Lord, I have already mastered martial arts to the point where I can wield them as effortlessly as my own limbs. There is no need for further practice. Lu Yi said, I originally wanted to enhance my cultivation, but my cultivation is currently in a suppressed state. If I continue to increase it, it might break the current balance, making it impossible for me to suppress it further and causing me to break through to the battle marquee realm. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, Lu Yi, a person's combat strength is not only related to martial arts and cultivation but also to combat experience. Let me spar with you to improve your combat experience. Attack me with all your might. Lord, let me do it instead. Yi Qingwu's voice followed. My cultivation has already reached the peak limit of the battle marquee realm. I can't continue cultivating, or else, if I can't suppress it, my cultivation will break through to the battle king realm. Alright, then the 3 of us will spar together. Qin Chang'an did not refuse. Next, Qin Chang'an, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Yi began sparring. But Qin Chang'an quickly noticed something was off. Because they were familiar with each other and knew no one would go all out, Lu Yi and Yi Qingwu felt no pressure, which greatly reduced the effectiveness of the sparring. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Chang'an said, Little girl, Lu Yi, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an headed out of Leta City. Yi Qingwu and Lu Yi didn't know what Qin Chang'an was planning to do, but they didn't ask any questions and followed him. Leaving Leta City, Qin Chang'an led Yi Qingwu and Lu Yi through the dense forest, searching for beasts. When encountering a beast with cultivation equal to Lu Yi's, let Lu Yi handle it. When encountering a beast with cultivation equal to Yi Qingwu's, let Yi Qingwu handle it. Meanwhile, he would stay on the sidelines to provide support, ensuring neither of them got injured by the beasts. Beasts certainly wouldn't hold back, which greatly increased the pressure on Lu Yi and Yi Qingwu. The sparring effect was maximized, and Qin Chang'an gained yet another task, taking Lu Yi and Yi Qingwu out daily to find beasts for sparring. Amid everyone's busyness, time quietly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. That morning, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Zhang Zhong's body. Qin Chang'an immediately noticed this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. After days and nights of relentless cultivation, Zhang Zhong's strength successfully advanced passed from the initial stage of the Battle King realm to the intermediate stage. With Zhang Zhong stepping into the intermediate stage of the Battle King realm, the Wulong Grand Competition might no longer require him to personally take action. Moments later, Zhang Zhong slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement, and there was a hint of relief on his cheeks. He also knew that a beginner-level Battle King cultivation was basically unqualified to participate in the Wulong Grand Competition, and if he wanted to contribute to Lutu City, he had to elevate his cultivation to intermediate-level Battle King. Now, he had finally achieved it. That's true. Old Zhang, congratulations on your cultivation progress. Qin Chang'an congratulated. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Zhong expressed his gratitude and reminded, Lord, tomorrow is the day of the Wulong competition. Lutu City is quite a distance from the County Lord City, so we need to set out early to avoid any delays. Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Yi Qingwu, Black Panther, and Lu Yidel of 15 all stopped their cultivation. A trace of solemnity appeared on their faces, as they were well aware that this Wulong competition would determine the life and death of Lutu City. This day has finally come. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly. He had hoped this day would come later, giving Lutu City more time to grow. Unfortunately, time would not slow its pace just because he wished it so. Qin Chang'an took a deep breath, a trace of determination appearing in his dark eyes. Everything that needed to be prepared was ready. Whether this calamity could be overcome would depend on tomorrow. Everyone, gather. A loud shout burst out from Qin Chang'an's mouth. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu, Black Panther, and Lu Yidel of 15 simultaneously stopped their cultivation and then ran toward Qin Chang'an. Soon, everyone gathered around Qin Chang'an. Tomorrow is the day of the Wulong Grand Competition. I, Elder Zhang, the little girl, and Lu Yi must set off. Qin Chang'an paused for a moment, looked at Lu Ertel of 15, and said, Little ones, this time I can't take you with me. Stay in Leta City and cultivate well. When there's an opportunity in the future, I'll take you out. Yes, Lord. Lu Ertel of 15 responded in unison. By the way, Qin Chang'an added, over the past few days, I've prepared plenty of food for you. It's all stored in the cellar next to the kitchen. It should be enough for you to eat for more than 10 days, and we'll be back in just a few days. Lord, don't worry. Lu Er said, although we're not very old, we've wandered in the wilderness for so many years, so we can cook a little. We won't go hungry. You all be careful during the Wulong competition. We'll wait for you in Leta City to come back. Qin Chang'an nodded, then looked at Black Panther and said, Black Panther, stay at home and take care of them. Black Panther let out a cry and reluctantly rubbed its head against Qin Chang'an's leg. Good boy. Qin Chang'an raised his hand and rubbed the Black Panther's head. He understood the Black Panther's meaning. The Black Panther said, Master, I will. Old Zhang, little girl, Louis, I've prepared everything for the journey, food, drink, and supplies. There's no time to lose. Let's set off. Woof woof. Qin Chang'an did not delay any further. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the city gate. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Louis followed closely behind. Farewell to the Lord. Lu Er clasped his fists and said, wishing the Lord a triumphant victory and a safe return. Lu Santil of 15 clasped their fists and said, Farewell, Lord. Wishing you a triumphant start and a victorious return. Sigh. Qin Chang'an did not look back. He raised his hand and waved, continuing to walk toward the city gate. Leaving Lutu City, Qin Chang'an said awkwardly, Elder Zhang, I just remembered something. I haven't left Lutu City many times, so I'm not very familiar with the situation outside. I also don't know where the Lord City is. Do you know? Woof woof. Got it. Zhang Zhong said, Lord, the County Lord City is located at the very center of Wulong County, while Leta City is situated at the far west of Wulong County. We just need to keep heading east to reach the County Lord City. If we calculate the time, we should be able to arrive before nightfall. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, then let's go. After that, Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Louis headed east all the way to the County Lord City. On the road, from time to time, demonic beasts would jump out to attack Qin Chang'an and the others. However, these beasts were not very powerful, and without Qin Chang'an or even Zhang Zhong needing to take action, Yi Qingwu and Louis easily dealt with them. This, however, showed just how dangerous the wilderness was. Wandering around the wilderness without any cultivation was simply courting death. As Qin Chang'an and the group of 4 continued their journey, the morning quickly passed. Qin Chang'an looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky and said, Old Zhang, little girl, Louis, it's already noon. Let's take a break, have something to eat, and then continue on our way. Yes, Lord. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Louis responded. Finding a shady spot to sit down, Qin Chang'an took out a table from his storage ring, then placed some pre-marinated beast meat and water on the table. The group of 4 began eating. Lord, you even prepared a table. You've got everything ready. Yi Qingwu said with a smile. Of course, everything has to be prepared. Qin Chang'an said with a smile, this trip concerns the fate of Lutu City, and you are participants in the Wulong competition. You could say the fate of Lutu City is in your hands. How could I not take good care of you? Not long ago, Qin Chang'an took the initiative to handle the cooking, and she felt that Qin Chang'an was different from other lords. Now, she felt it even more. To be precise, Qin Chang'an didn't have the slightest air of being a lord. Snapping out of her daze, Yi Qingwu giggled and said, "Lord, what you said is absolutely right. Hurry up and take good care of this lady, or else I'll play the trick of slacking off on you, and you'll be crying without tears." Qin Chang'an raised his hand and gave Yi Qingwu a flick on the forehead. He laughed and scolded, "You little brat, give you a bit of sunshine and you start shining? Do you really think I, the Lord, am not an official?" Yi Qingwu was speechless. This guy knocked on her head again. She seriously suspected that Qin Chang'an was a monk in his past life. Why a monk? Because monks don't know how to cherish beauty and love, and they like knocking on wooden fish. You're the one who said it like that. I just went along with it. Is it my fault then? Yi Qingwu said aggrievely. It's not your fault, so it's mine then? Qin Chang'an retorted and urged, "Hurry up and eat. We still have to hit the road after the meal." Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes at Qin Chang'an and obediently gnawed on the beast meat. "I see." At this moment, Zhang Zhong said, "Lord, someone is coming." Noticed. Qin Chang'an said, "Ignore them, let's continue eating." Yi Qingwu and Louis looked up and saw 7 or 8 people walking toward them. Among them were both old and young, and some were carrying luggage. Judging by their appearance, they were probably also heading to participate in the Wulong competition. Soon, those people walked near Qin Chang'an and the others. They glanced at Qin Chang'an and his group before preparing to leave. But the next moment, the young man leading the group suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on Yi Qingwu, and he began to size her up from head to toe with a lecherous expression. Noticing where the young man's gaze was directed, Qin Chang'an frowned slightly. The young man suddenly stopped and stared lecherously at Yi Qingwu, clearly harboring improper thoughts about her. In this chaotic world, weakness is the original sin, and beauty is equally a sin. Qin Chang'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A beautiful face brings disaster. The ancients did not deceive me. Sure enough, in the next moment, the young man laughed and said, "Little beauty, I not only have the finest beast meat here but also the finest wine. Would you like to join me for a few drinks?" She could also feel the young man's blatant and fiery gaze, a look that made her feel as if she had been stripped naked. But to avoid causing trouble for Lutu City, she forced herself to endure without reacting. She was already enduring with great difficulty, but now the young man teased her with his words, and she could no longer hold back. "Get lost," Yi Qingwu said coldly. "How dare you?" A middle-aged man standing beside the young man said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to speak to the young lord like that?" "Shut up." The young man glared at the middle-aged man and said, "Did I allow you to speak? Don't scare my little beauty." "Young lord, I was wrong." The middle-aged man admitted his mistake decisively. The young man then looked at Yi Qingwu, his face full of a lewd smile. So beautiful, and such a fiery personality. The young man sneered lewdly, "Little beauty, do you know, I'm not into those gentle, soft-spoken women with sweet voices. I just love fiery little chili peppers like you. You've scratched my heart like a cat clawing at it so itchy." Yi Qingwu felt her stomach churn with nausea. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten much yet, or she might have thrown up from the disgust. "Are you deaf? Or do you not understand human speech?" Yi Qingwu said with a dark expression. "I'll say it one more time, get lost." "Ah, my heart itches even more." The young man raised his hand to scratch his chest and continued, "Little beauty, don't be so quick to refuse. I am Sun Biaobiao, the young lord of Yongqing City. As long as you serve me well, I guarantee you'll never have to worry about food or drink, and you'll live a life of comfort." Yongqing City? Qin Chang'an's eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed through his pitch-black pupils. If he were to name the city he hated the most, Black Star City would only rank second, Eternal Green City would be first. Eden City and Eternal Green City are not far apart. During Eden City's peak, Eternal Green City was respectful and obsequious, eager to become Eden City's subordinate, even willing to be its loyal dog. But after Qin Shan was severely injured and bedridden, Eternal Green City abandoned its former respect and obsequiousness. Not only did it spread the news of Qin Shan's injury, but it also disseminated rumors about Eden City everywhere and even led attacks against Eden City. It was precisely because of Eternal Green City's disruption that Eden City fell into chaos, suffered massive personnel losses, and within just 3 years, went from being one of the strongest cities in Wulong County to becoming a ghost town. Yi Qingwu's pretty face turned bright red with anger. She had seen many shameless people, but she had never encountered someone as shameless as Sun Biaobiao. Yi Qingwu couldn't help but want to curse out loud, but before she could say a word, Qin Chang'an's voice rang out first. "Damn it, can't even eat in peace." Qin Chang'an cursed loudly, "Where's tea? Where's this fly buzzing around my ear? I really want to slap it to death." Good. Qin Chang'an had been silent just now, and she thought he didn't want to cause trouble for Lettuce City and wanted to settle things peacefully. But she didn't expect that when Qin Chang'an finally spoke, it would scare her out of her wits. Woof woof. Sun Biaobiao's face instantly darkened. He wasn't stupid. How could he not know that the fly Qin Chang'an referred to was him? And the one Qin Chang'an wanted to swat was also him? As the young lord of Yongqing City, when had he ever been insulted or belittled like this? Kid, say that again. The middle-aged man standing next to Sun Biaobiao shouted in a deep voice. This time, Sun Biaobiao didn't stop him. He looked at Qin Chang'an with a cold sneer, his eyes full of hostility. Without even lifting his head, Qin Chang'an said indifferently, "Another fly has come. So damn noisy. Slap his mouth." Zhang Zhong responded with a sound and was about to make a move, but before he could take any action, he saw Yi Qingwu walking towards Sun Biaobiao. Seeing this, Zhang Zhong turned his head to look at Qin Chang'an. Noticing that Qin Chang'an had no intention of stopping her, he also refrained from saying anything. Seeing Yi Qingwu walking toward him, the cold sneer on Sun Biaobiao's face and the malice in his eyes instantly disappeared. He grinned lewdly and said, "Little beauty, have you thought it through?" "Yes, I've thought it through." A radiant smile blossomed on Yi Qingwu's pretty face. At the same time, her lowered right hand suddenly shot up like lightning, raising her palm and striking towards Sun Biaobiao's cheek. Sun Biaobiao was so captivated by the smile on Yi Qingwu's charming face that he was completely intoxicated, never expecting Yi Qingwu to suddenly make a move. As a result, he didn't even have time to react before Yi Qingwu landed a solid slap on him. "I see." Accompanied by a crisp sound of a slap, Sun Biaobiao was sent sprawling to the ground by Yi Qingwu's strike. This scene left Sun Biaobiao's subordinates completely dumbfounded. They also thought that Yi Qingwu's bright smile meant she had changed her mind, but unexpectedly, Yi Qingwu went straight up and gave Sun Biaobiao a hard slap, knocking him to the ground. Qin Chang'an and Zhang Zhong were not surprised at all. Yi Qingwu was from the Yi family in Yuzhou. How could she be intimidated by someone as insignificant as Sun Biaobiao? Lui, on the other hand, covered her mouth in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that Yi Qingwu could be so fierce. "You figured it out, haven't you? Why did you hit me?" Sun Biaobiao looked completely baffled. "I have figured it out," Yi Qingwu said coldly, "but what I figured out is that dealing with trash like you shouldn't involve any nonsense. It should be done directly. You don't even take a look at yourself in the mirror, with that crooked and ugly face of yours, and yet you have the audacity to think about me." As she spoke, Yi Qingwu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Sun Biaobiao. Sun Biaobiao was beaten by Yi Qingwu until he cried out for his parents, curling up on the ground and tightly hugging his head with both hands. His appearance was completely like a turtle retreating into its shell, showing none of his previous arrogance and recklessness. Yi Qingwu was stunned. Hearing Sun Biaobiao's miserable cries, his subordinates immediately snapped out of their daze. But just as they raised their hands, Zhang Zhong appeared beside Yi Qingwu. Bang! He stared coldly at the middle-aged man and the others, saying, "If you don't want to die, stay put." The middle-aged man and the others were stunned. The old man in front of them, wearing a bamboo hat, was alone, yet he dared to threaten so many of them? "Old man, you're courting death." The middle-aged man roared angrily and swung his fist toward Zhang Zhong. Several others followed suit, throwing punches at Zhang Zhong. However, sometimes having more people doesn't necessarily help. For instance, a few sheep fighting against a tiger. This was exactly the situation at hand. Zhang Zhong, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, took down one person with each move. In just a few swift strikes, he had knocked the middle-aged man and the others to the ground. Not a single one could withstand even one round against Zhang Zhong. This scene made Sun Biaobiao instantly despair. Originally, he had hoped that the middle-aged man and the others could save him, but he never expected that the helpers he relied on would be taken down by Zhang Zhong as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs, all within just a brief moment. A Battle King realm expert? The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Zhong with a face full of terror. He possessed the peak cultivation of the Battle Marquis realm, yet he was no match for Zhang Zhong in a single move. Moreover, he couldn't discern Zhang Zhong's cultivation level, which could only mean one thing: Zhang Zhong was at the Battle King realm. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Sun Biaobiao became even more desperate. Initially, he saw that Qin Chang'an's group consisted of only 4 people, with 1 elder and 3 youths, and thought they would be easy to bully. This led him to act on his lustful intentions, never expecting Zhang Zhong to be a Battle King realm expert. He had completely hit a steel wall. However, what he didn't know was that not only was Zhang Zhong at the Battle King realm, but Qin Chang'an, whom he had dismissed, was also at the Battle King realm and in existence even stronger than Zhang Zhong. In extreme despair, Sun Biaobiao cried bitterly and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Auntie, I truly know I was wrong. It was my fault for failing to recognize greatness, my fault for being blind. Please, I beg you, spare my life." Sigh. Yi Qingwu completely ignored Sun Biaobiao's pleas for mercy and continued punching and kicking. Yi Qingwu frowned slightly. One after another, pig-slaughtering screams erupted from Sun Biaobiao's mouth, the sound unbearably tragic. Watching Yi Qingwu continue punching and kicking as if she hadn't heard Sun Biaobiao's pleas for mercy, Qin Chang'an's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. When a woman seeks revenge, it truly is terrifying. No wonder people say it's better to offend a petty person than to offend a woman. After beating Sun Biaobiao for quite a while, Yi Qingwu finally stopped. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ha, ridiculous. Yi Qingwu kicked Sun Biaobiao again and turned to walk toward Qin Chang'an. Sun Biaobiao let out a long sigh of relief, his tense heart easing slightly. When Yi Qingwu was violently beating him just now, he was very worried that she might beat him to death. Fortunately, his fears did not come true. The middle-aged middle-aged man and Sun Biaobiao's subordinates also let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Sun Biaobiao was not beaten to death by Yi Qingwu, otherwise, even if they managed to escape today's ordeal, Sun Biaobiao's father would never have spared them. Big sister Yi, you're so fierce. Lu Yi gave Yi Qingwu a thumbs up. Yi Qingwu's pretty face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. She knew Lu Yi was praising her and meant no harm, but using fierce to describe her made her feel like she was some kind of female demon. Xiao Yi, actually, I'm usually very gentle, Yi Qingwu said. Qin Chang'an subtly curled his lips. This girl could lie through her teeth without even blushing. Ever since he had known Yi Qingwu, he truly hadn't found the slightest connection between her and the word gentle. However, adhering to the principle of better to provoke a scoundrel than a woman, he didn't expose Yi Qingwu's blatant lie. At this moment, Sun Biaobiao's voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Qin Chang'an didn't answer. He smiled and asked in return, what? Looking for revenge? No, I just want to know whose hands I fell into, Sun Biaobiao said. His gaze was somewhat evasive. Clearly his answer was insincere. As the young lord of Yongqing City, he had never suffered such a loss in his life. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? However, the current situation was beyond their control, and their lives were in Qin Chang'an's hands. He wasn't foolish enough to admit he wanted revenge, otherwise, if he angered Qin Chang'an and ended up being killed, it would be a tragedy. That's quite a good excuse, Qin Chang'an said with a smile. Although you didn't admit it, I know you want revenge, but it's okay, I can satisfy your curiosity. We are from Lettuce City. Lettuce City? Sun Biaobiao and his subordinates' expressions suddenly changed drastically. If they had offended people from other cities, perhaps out of respect for Yongqing City, they might not face serious consequences. But since Qin Chang'an and his group were from Lettuce City, they were likely in trouble. However, the next moment they calmed down again. The current Paradise City is no longer the Paradise City of the past. It could even be said that Paradise City is like a toothless tiger, a starving and emaciated sick cat, unlikely to dare do anything to them. But before their thoughts could settle, Qin Chang'an's voice rang out again. I'm telling you so you can die knowing. Kill them. Yi Qingwu was stunned. The earlier words were directed at Sun Biaobiao and the others, while the latter words were addressed to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong responded and walked towards Sun Biaobiao and the others. His life was saved by Qin Chang'an, and the strength he has now is also thanks to Qin Chang'an. It can be said that without Qin Chang'an, he wouldn't have what he has today. Therefore, no matter what Qin Chang'an asks him to do, he will carry it out without hesitation. The faces of Sun Biaobiao and the others instantly turned deathly pale. They originally thought Qin Chang'an wouldn't dare do anything to them, but they never expected Qin Chang'an would actually want to kill them. You can't kill me. Yes, sir, Sun Biaobiao said in terror. I am the young lord of Yongqing City. If you kill me, my father won't let you off. Your father? Had. Qin Chang'an sneered. Your father won't live much longer either. Let me kindly remind you, don't walk too fast on the road to the underworld, or your father might not be able to catch up with you. Sun Biaobiao wanted to say something more, but before he could utter a word, a foot descended from the sky. Accompanied by a sound resembling a watermelon bursting, Zhang Zhong stomped directly and crushed Sun Biaobiao's head. Sun Biao is dead, and he died with great resentment. His father didn't want to lead the team to participate in the Wulong competition to avoid embarrassment, so he volunteered. After all, with Yongqing City's strength, participating in the Wulong competition was just a formality, but unexpectedly, he ended up on a path of no return. After dealing with Sun Biaobiao, Zhang Zhong turned to kill the middle-aged man and the rest of Sun Biaobiao's subordinates. In no time, he set all of them on their way to report to the underworld. Old Zhang, throw them into the dense forest to feed the demonic beasts, Qin Chang'an added. Zhang Zhong responded with a nod and threw Sun Biaobiao and the others into the dense forest. Lu Yi also ran over to help. Smack! After Zhang Zhong and Lu Yi finished their tasks, Qin Chang'an said, let's continue eating, and after the meal, we'll keep moving. Next, Qin Chang'an and the others continued to gather around the table to eat. Except for Yi Qingwu, Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and Lu Yi all ate with great appetite, as if nothing had just happened. Qin Chang'an glanced at Yi Qingwu and said, little girl, why aren't you eating? Old Zhang stomped on that trash's head, which made me feel a bit sick and lose my appetite. Yi Qingwu explained briefly, then added, Lord, from the way you speak, do you have a grudge against Yongqing City? More than just a grudge? Qin Chang'an said coldly, it's an irreconcilable hatred. Can you tell me about it? Yi Qingwu asked curiously. There's nothing I can't say. Qin Chang'an briefly recounted what Yongqing City had done to Letu City. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu, Zhang Zhong, and Louis suddenly saw the light. No wonder Qin Chang'an not only wanted to kill Sun Biaobiao and the others but also wanted to send Sun Biaobiao's father to reunite with him. The hatred of betrayal, the hatred of kicking someone when they're down, the hatred of destroying the city. With so much hatred combined, how could he not hate? How could he not strike ruthlessly? Everyone, hurry up and eat. Qin Chang'an said, little girl, if you can't eat now, you can eat later. There's always food available. Okay. Yi Qingwu nodded. Soon, Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and Lu Yi were full and satisfied, and the group of four continued heading toward toward the county lord's city. It seemed that encountering Sun Biaobiao had exhausted all their bad luck. After that, they encountered nothing along the way, not even many demonic beasts. By the time they arrived at the county lord's city, it was already evening. Lord, it's getting dark. Zhang Zhong said, let's find an inn to stay for the night and have a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's Wulong competition. Alright, Elder Zhang. Xin Chang'an nodded and walked along the street ahead, followed by Zhang Zhong and the others. They had not gone far when a group of people approached them head-on. Seeing the group of people dressed in black ahead, a sharp killing intent flashed in Zhang Zhong's eyes, because the leader of that group was none other than the enemy who had destroyed his entire family, Black Star City's young lord, He Xiaochang. However, the next moment, the killing intent in Zhang Zhong's eyes disappeared again. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill He Xiaochang to avenge himself, but the timing was wrong, and the location was inappropriate. Tomorrow is the day of the Wulong competition, which is crucial to the survival of Leta City. This place is the county lord's city, where fighting is strictly prohibited. He couldn't let his personal matters plunge Leta City into an irreparable disaster. Xin Chang'an turned his head to glance at Zhang Zhong, then looked at the group of black-clad men approaching, his eyes filled with coldness. He didn't know He Xiaochang, but the black attire was the symbol of Black Star City, and he recognized the young man beside He Xiaochang. That person was none other than He Xiong, who had led the attack on Leta City. At this moment, He Xiong had also spotted him and was looking at him with a sinister smile. Soon, the two sides met, neither showing any intention of stepping aside, and then both stopped simultaneously. Young lord, let me introduce you to. The black bear sneered. This pretty boy in front of us is the useless young lord of Lutu City, Xin Chang'an. He Xiaochang glanced at Xin Chang'an, then shifted his gaze to Yi Qingwu, his eyes filled with a greedy green glint. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. He had played with so many women, from teenagers to those in their 40s, but had never encountered a woman as beautiful as the one before him. If he could get this woman into bed, he would undoubtedly stay there for 7 days and nights, completely captivated. Phew. Feeling Black Xiaochang's gaze, Yi Qingwu frowned slightly. However, she merely frowned and said nothing. She had encountered similar situations far too many times and had long learned to ignore them. Otherwise, if she killed every man she encountered, she would have completed 100 kills by now. Phew. Xin Chang'an glanced at Black Xiaochang. The black bear referred to this guy as the young lord, and this guy is none other than the young lord of Black Star City, He Xiaochang. No wonder a sharp killing intent burst out from Zhang Zhong just now. He had seen his enemy. What a small world for enemies to meet. Xin Chang'an raised his hand and touched his nose, the coldness in his eyes growing even more intense. On the way to the princess's city, he encountered people from Yongqing City. Now, just after entering the princess's city, he ran into He Xiong and others from Black Star City, as well as Zhang Zhong's enemy He Xiaochang. Isn't this a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road? Trash, you dare to show yourself? He Xiong paused for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, oh, I remember now. Lutu City hasn't participated in the Wulong competition for 3 years. If it doesn't participate again this year, the lord's lineage of Lutu City will be forcibly abolished. You had no choice but to come out, huh? So what if I came out? Xin Chang'an asked with a smile. What, are you going to bite me? On the way to the princess's city, Zhang Zhong told him many of the city's rules, so he was well aware of the strict prohibition against fighting there. If not for this, he would have already rolled up his sleeves and taken care of He Xiong, He Xiaochang, and the others. He Xiong was momentarily stunned. This useless man being arrogant while hiding in Lutu City was one thing, but now that he's out, he still dares to act so brazenly? Trash, do you believe I'll kill you? Black Bear said coldly. Oh no, I'm so scared. Xin Chang'an raised his hand and patted his chest, putting on a frightened look. But in the next moment, his tone suddenly changed. Black Bear, I'm standing right here. I promise I won't move an inch. If you have the guts, come and kill me. If I so much as frown, I'll take your surname. Black Xiong raised his hand, pointing at Xin Chang'an as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't get the words out. What he said earlier was just to scare Xin Chang'an. If it really came to taking action, he wouldn't dare. Otherwise, making a move in the princess's city, let alone being a direct subordinate of Black Star City, even if he were the lord of Black Star City, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Cat got your tongue? Xin Chang'an mocked. I thought you were so impressive, but it turns out you're just all talk. Black Bear was trembling all over with anger. He roared furiously, you useless fool. If it weren't for the ban on fighting in the princess's city, I would have slapped you to death already. If it weren't for what? If it weren't for? Xin Chang'an mocked. There aren't so many if onlys in this world. If you dare to make a move, then come and kill me. I'll stand right here without moving. If you don't dare, then stop blabbering nonsense in front of me. Black Xiong wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Black Xiaochang with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. He looked at Yi Qingwu, leering with a lascivious smile, and said, little beauty, Lutu City is almost done for, and the guy next to you is just a useless waste who can't cultivate. There's no future with him, so why not follow me instead? Yi Qingwu was utterly unreserved. She was already disgusted by Black Xiaochang's lecherous gaze, and now that he was provoking her, wasn't he just asking for trouble? Black Xiaochang Xiaochan's expression suddenly froze. He had played with so many women, but never had any woman dared to so directly and bluntly tell him to get lost. However, the next moment, a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't interested in women who came to him submissively, he liked women who were challenging like this, because conquering a challenging woman brings a greater sense of accomplishment. Without paying further attention to Yi Qingwu, He Xiaochan looked at Qin Chang'an and bluntly said, "Useless trash, Lutu City is about to fall. If you give her to me, I can guarantee the safety of Lutu City." Bang! Qin Chang'an also gave He Xiaochan a single word. For someone like He Xiaochan, he didn't even have the mood to feign politeness. He Xiaochan's face looked somewhat unpleasant. Yi Qingwu told him to get lost. Considering that Yi Qingwu was a beauty, he could let it slide. But for Qin Chang'an, this good for nothing, to also dare to tell him to get lost, this was simply intolerable. However, this was the princess's city, and he dared not act recklessly here. No matter how intolerable, he had to endure it. "Yes, sir." Forcing down the anger in his heart, He Xiaochan said coldly, "You good for nothing, let me remind you, it's not enough for Lidu City to merely participate in this year's Wulong competition. You must also secure a spot in the top 3 to preserve the lineage of Lidu City's lordship. Do you think Letta City can achieve the top 3? If you're smart, just listen to me. I can arrange some manpower for you to help Letta City secure a top 3 spot in the Wulong competition and preserve the lineage of Letta City's lord. Do you not understand human language?" Qin Chang'an said indifferently, "I can say it again, get lost." He Xiaochan's face instantly darkened. "Useless. You're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. This is truly not understanding human speech." Qin Chang'an sighed and said, "Do you want me to say it again? Loser, you're finished." He Xiaochan's face was as dark as could be. He gave Qin Chang'an a cold glance, as if he were looking at a dead man. He then looked at Yi Qingwu with a face full of reluctance, before flicking his sleeve and leaving. "Useless trash, just you wait." He Xiong snorted coldly and led his men to follow. Watching He Xiaochang, He Xiong, and the others from Black Star City leave, Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose and said, "That beast is quite good at enduring. Lord, you mustn't underestimate him." Zhang Zhong said, "That beast may be lustful, but he's definitely not a fool. He's harmed so many people and still lives carefree. Apart from having Black Star City as his backing, there's another reason he knows who he can't mess with and where he can't act recklessly." Qin Chang'an nodded inside. "You really can't underestimate anyone. Lord, that beast holds grudges." Zhang Zhong added, "Today, he was harshly rebuked by you and Miss Yi. This matter definitely won't end here. I'm not too worried about other things, but I'm a bit concerned he might stir up trouble during the Wulong competition." "Old Zhang, no need to overthink," Qin Chang'an said with a smile. "We'll deal with soldiers as they come and water as it flows. He won't be able to stir up trouble for long. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an walked forward, followed by Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Louis. The Princess City truly lives up to being the largest city in Wulong County. Its prosperity is far beyond comparison to Letta City. On the wide street, people came and went, with rows of shops lining both sides. From time to time, people entered and exited. "Old Zhang, little Yi, Louis," Qin Chang'an said, "one day, Letta City will be as prosperous as the county lord's manor, and it might even surpass the county lord's city." "Lord, I believe," Zhang Zhong and Louis said in unison. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes and said, "Lord, do you know what this is called?" "What is it called?" Qin Chang'an asked. "A country bumpkin entering the city, never seen the world." Yi Qingwu explained. "You call this bustling? Go take a look at the cities in Yuzhou. Compared to the cities in Yuzhou, this place is nothing more than a small village. However, compared to the desolation of Letta City, it is indeed relatively bustling." Qin Chang'an was speechless with frustration. He was being looked down upon, but he didn't know how to refute it. After arriving in this world, apart from Lutu City, he had only been to the county lord city, so he indeed lacked much experience. "Little girl, you're right. I really don't have much experience right now." Qin Chang'an paused for a moment, then suddenly changed his tone. "But that's just for now. I might not be the same in the future." She had thought Qin Chang'an would refute her, but to her surprise, he actually admitted it. This truly caught her off guard. This guy really is a bit different, huh? Yi Qingwu looked at Qin Chang'an with a peculiar expression. Highly capable yet approachable, without the airs of a lord, able to lower himself but also decisive and ruthless, and willing to face his own flaws. Such people are indeed rare. At this moment, a thought suddenly emerged in Yi Qingwu's mind. If Qin Chang'an does not fall prematurely, the achievements of Lutu City will definitely exceed her imagination. At this moment, the voice of the overlord system echoed in Qin Chang'an's mind. Yi Qingwu's loyalty has increased to 60. Why did this girl's loyalty suddenly increase to 60 for no apparent reason? However, he just thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on it. After all, Yi Qingwu's loyalty increasing to 60 was a good thing for him, so there was no need to overthink it. What he didn't know was that his honesty had significantly elevated Yi Qingwu's opinion of him and greatly boosted her confidence in Lutu City. It must be said, this was quite an unexpected gain. While Qin Chang'an and the others were talking, He Xiaochang, He Xiong, and the others were also conversing. "He Xiong, don't you think the old man beside that that good-for-nothing looks somewhat familiar? He Xiaochang asked. Young lord, I don't have that feeling. He Xiong said, that guy is wearing a bamboo hat and there's a black veil hanging from it, so his face can't be seen. However, I do feel that the child standing next to that good-for-nothing looks somewhat familiar, but I just can't recall where I've seen him before. Oh, maybe I was overthinking. He Xiaochang directly ignored He Shun's latter words and asked again, have you seen He Jun recently? No. He Xiong said, I haven't seen him for a while. Young lord, what's the matter? Nothing. He Xiaochang shook his head. He had sent He Jun to lead people to hunt down Zhang Zhong. Reasonably, they should have returned by now, but there was no news at all. He had considered the possibility that He Jun might have met with misfortune, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Because Zhang Zhong is no match for He Jun, and He Jun also brought helpers, nothing should have gone wrong. Seeing that He Xiaochang didn't want to talk, He Xiong didn't ask further. However, he vaguely guessed that He Jun hadn't shown up for such a long time because he was sent by He Xiaochang to hunt down Zhang Zhong. He Xiong, send someone to keep an eye on that useless person. He Xiaochang ordered, report to me as quickly as possible if they make any moves. Damn it, a useless fool dares to defy me like this? I'll skin him alive and tear out his tendons. Yes, young lord. He Xiong responded, then looked at the two young men following behind him and said, you two, go keep an eye on that useless fool. Be careful not to let them notice you. Oh, and your clothes are too conspicuous. Make sure to change them. The two young men acknowledged the order and immediately turned around to follow after Qin Chang'an and the others. Qin Chang'an didn't know that He Xiaochang had sent people to follow him. At this moment, he was leading Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Yi to look for an inn. There were quite a few inns in Junju City, but they were told that the guest rooms were full in every inn they entered. Old Zhang, several inns in a row are full. I'm afraid the other inns might be the same. Qin Chang'an said gloomily, did we arrive a bit too late? Get lost. Lord, I overlooked this matter. Zhang Zhong said with a wry smile, the Wulong competition is an annual grand event in Wulong County. Not only do participants come, but many people also come to watch the excitement. Every year during the Wulong competition, the county lord's city is packed with people. We should have come earlier. Well, it's too late to say anything now. Qin Chang'an said with a bitter smile, let's keep looking, otherwise, we might have to sleep on the streets tonight. Next, Qin Chang'an continued to search for an inn in the princess's city with Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Yi. Unfortunately, the inns on both sides of the main street were already fully occupied. Helpless, they had to look for more secluded inns. However, to their surprise, even the more secluded inns were also fully booked. They wandered until nightfall, and Qin Chang'an finally found an inn in a corner of the princess's city that wasn't fully occupied yet. However, this inn only had 2 rooms left, which was far from enough for the 4 of them. Let's keep looking, Qin Chang'an said, his face full of helplessness. Get lost. Lord, let's stop looking. Zhang Zhong advised, this inn is already very secluded, and even this inn is almost full. You can imagine the situation in other inns. Moreover, it's not just us looking for an inn. If we don't settle now, I'm afraid there won't be any left later. Old Zhang, I understand everything you're saying, Qin Chang'an said helplessly, but there are only 2 rooms, and we have 4 people. It's simply not enough. We can't possibly split up, with 2 people staying here and the other 2 staying at another inn, can we? Lord, there's no need to split up. Zhang Zhong said, I'll share a room with Lu Yi, and you can share a room with Yi Xiaotu. Yi Qingwu froze for a moment. What kind of arrangement is this? However, before she could open her mouth to retort, Qin Chang'an's voice rang out first. Mr. Zhang, there should be boundaries between men and women. This is inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Zhang Zhong countered. It's just a place to stay, and we're all people of the martial world. Why bother with so many formalities? Besides, it's only asking you and Miss Yi to share a room, not to sleep in the same bed. Old Zhang, it's still not appropriate. Qin Chang'an refused again. Originally, Yi Qingwu also felt that Zhang Zhong's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate, but with Qin Chang'an repeatedly opposing, she suddenly became displeased. She, a young lady, hadn't said anything, yet Qin Chang'an kept opposing. Was he looking down on her? Lord, I, a young lady, haven't said anything. Yi Qingwu said unhappily, why are you, a grown man, being so fussy? What, do you think I'm going to eat you or something? Qin Chang'an was speechless. Is this being fussy? This is about the difference between men and women. He was thinking about Yi Qingwu's well-being, wasn't he? Lord, look, Miss Yi doesn't mind, so why should you, a grown man, care? Zhang Zhong advised. Then let's settle it. Qin Chang'an no longer refused. Just as Zhang Zhong said, since Yi Qingwu didn't mind, why should he, a grown man, care? What's more, Yi Qingwu had already said he was being overly fussy. If he refused again, wouldn't that prove Yi Qingwu right? Zhang Zhong responded with a quick got it, and ran off to book a room. Yi Qingwu's delicate face suddenly turned bright red. She had only said that earlier because she was annoyed at Qin Chang'an for repeatedly refusing. She hadn't actually intended to share a room with him, but since she had just called him overly fussy and claimed she hadn't said much, now she couldn't stop Zhang Zhong even if she wanted to. At this moment, Yi Qingwu really wanted to slap herself. Qin Chang'an's repeated refusals were actually a good thing for her, so why did she have to blurt blurt out that one sentence. Soon, Zhang Zhong came running back again. He said cheerfully, "Lord, Yi girl, Lu Yi, the rooms are already booked. Follow me." As the words fell, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked forward. Qin Chang'an and Lu Yi followed, and after hesitating for a moment, Yi Qingwu also followed. After taking a few turns with Zhang Zhong, the four of them arrived at a corner of the inn. "Lord, Yi girl, you two will stay in this room." Zhang Zhong raised his hand and pointed to a room nearby, then led Lu Yi into another room. Qin Chang'an then said, "Little girl, it's getting late. Let's go rest too." After saying that, Qin Chang'an pushed the door open and walked in. Yi Qingwu bit her lip, took a step, and followed. "The bitter fruit you brewed yourself must be swallowed, even if it means gritting your teeth. Otherwise, if you regret it now, wouldn't it be a joke?" Upon entering the room, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu immediately felt extremely awkward. The room wasn't big, with a 1.2-meter wide bed placed in the middle, leaving little space on either side. How were the two of them supposed to sleep? Yi Qingwu blushed and said, "Lord, it's just gotten dark and I can't sleep. Since it's my first time in the princess's city, I want to go out for a walk and see the night view. Why don't you rest first?" Yi Qingwu was stunned. "It's not safe for you to go out alone." Qin Chang'an said, "I was just thinking of going out for a walk too. Let's go together." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an turned and walked toward the door, with Yi Qingwu following close behind. Leaving the inn, the two wandered aimlessly along the street. Neither Qin Chang'an nor Yi Qingwu had any intention of speaking. Both of them were well aware that they weren't out for a stroll but were trying to avoid the awkwardness of sharing the same room. Ding! It's worth noting that earlier, when they were looking for an inn, they almost ran their legs off. Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Not far behind the two, there were two young men closely following. These two young men were the ones sent by He Xiaochang to monitor Qin Chang'an and the others. One of the young men whispered, "That good-for-nothing brought the little beauty out." Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be planning to stroll for a while. "You go quickly and inform the young lord, and I'll follow them," marking the way along the route. The other young man responded with a sound and then turned around, quickly leaving. Next, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu continued walking forward. The young man closely followed behind Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu, making marks along the way. About 10 minutes later, Qin Chang'an suddenly whispered, "Little girl, someone is following us, and they're occasionally making marks on the wall. They must be leaving signs. Don't look back. If I'm not mistaken, that person is likely one of He Xiaochang's men." Yi Qingwu resisted the urge to turn around and asked in confusion, "The county lord's city strictly prohibits fighting. As long as we don't leave the county lord's city, they won't dare do anything to us. Why are they following us?" Qin Chang'an did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Little girl, do you know what this is called?" "What is it called?" Yi Qingwu asked, somewhat puzzled. "Naivety and lack of worldly experience," Qin Chang'an explained. Why did she feel this conversation sounded somewhat familiar? The next moment, she realized that she had previously used a similar tone to say Qin Chang'an was inexperienced. Realizing this, Yi Qingwu was utterly speechless. Wasn't she just teasing Qin Chang'an a little? This guy seized the chance to retaliate. How petty. She retorted, "How am I inexperienced and somewhat naive? Little girl, if everyone followed the rules, would there still be conflicts?" Qin Chang'an said earnestly, "Rules are made by people and are meant for the weak to follow. If your fist is strong enough, you are the rule. This is an unchanging truth in chaotic times. Or let me put it this way, if someone acts in the princess's city but no one sees it, do you think they would be punished for breaking the rules?" Yi Qingwu was stunned again. What Qin Chang'an said is not without reason. After all, if no one sees it, who would know that you broke the rules? And if no one knows you broke the rules, how would you be punished? You mean to say they want to make a move in a place where no one is around? Yi Qingwu asked. "There's a high possibility." "Yes, sir." Qin Chang'an nodded and then said, "Do you dare to take a stroll with me and see what they really want to do? What's there to be afraid of?" Yi Qingwu decisively said, "I also want to see what exactly they plan to do." "Alright, then let's keep strolling," Qin Chang'an said. After that, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu continued wandering around the princess's city. However, unlike before, they were not just wandering around but also looking for opportunities to observe the situation behind them. It didn't take long for them to notice that a few people had joined up with the young man tailing them. "Little girl, someone has joined up with the guy who's been following us," Qin Chang'an said in a low voice. "It seems my judgment was correct. They plan to make their move in Junju City." "I noticed that too." Yi Qingwu nodded and said, "What should we do now?" Qin Chang'an pondered for a moment and said, "Little girl, do you dare to play big with me? What's there to be afraid of?" Yi Qingwu decisively agreed. "Just tell me what to do. He who kills shall be killed." Qin Chang'an said, "A dark, windy night is perfect for murder. Don't you think it suits the current situation?" Yi Qingwu turned her head to glance at Qin Chang'an. This guy had murder in his heart and was planning to take out those who were following them. That does seem quite fitting. Yi Qingwu nodded, a trace of cold sharpness appearing on her delicate face. When she encountered He Xiaochang in the evening, He Xiaochang had teased her. Now, He Xiaochang had sent people to follow her and Qin Chang'an. She believed it wasn't just because of Qin Chang'an but more because of her. So, she also wanted wanted to teach He Xiaochang a lesson. Follow me. Qin Chang'an said this and turned around, heading toward the gate of the princess's city. Seeing this, Feng Qingwu asked, "This is the direction out of the city. Are you planning to leave the city?" "That's right," Qin Chang'an said. "There are still many people on the streets right now. I'm afraid they won't find an opportunity to kill us, so I have to take the initiative to create one for them. Besides, taking action outside the princess's city won't cause any trouble." "That makes sense." Yi Qingwu nodded and followed closely behind Qin Chang'an. Walking forward all the way, Qin Chang'an looked around, seemingly searching for something. Not far behind Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu, He Xiaochang's subordinates were closely following. Soon, they also realized that Qin Chang'an was heading in the direction of leaving the city, but they did not think he intended to leave the county lord's city. Instead, they believed Qin Chang'an was looking for a shop to buy something. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Chang'an's glances left and right were meant to mislead them. It wasn't until Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu walked out of the county lord's city that they realized something was wrong. However, what they realized was somewhat incorrect. Not good. That useless guy left the county lord's city overnight with the little beauty. He must be afraid that the young lord is fixated on the little beauty and wants to send her back overnight. This is troublesome. The young lord has repeatedly instructed us to capture the little beauty alive. If they escape, how are we supposed to explain this to the young lord? I actually think this is great. With people coming and going in the county lord's city, we couldn't find an opportunity to act. Now that they've voluntarily left the city, it's undoubtedly a great chance for us to capture the little beauty alive. Stop wasting time here. Whether it's good or bad, we must hurry and catch up, capture the little beauty alive, and present her to the young lord. Otherwise, if they escape, we might not be able to handle the consequences. Yes, we must hurry and catch up. After a brief discussion, the group quickened their pace and rushed out of the city of the county lord. Got it. Rushing out of the city, they saw Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu not far ahead. The group immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu hadn't escaped, otherwise, they would have been in trouble. Catch up with them. The young man who had been tracking Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu earlier let out a low shout and used his movement technique to chase after Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu. The others followed suit. In the princess's city, fighting is strictly prohibited, but outside the princess's city, there are no such restrictions. So being seen doesn't matter after all. Litu's city is about to fall, and no one will stand up for Litu's city. Qin Chang'an immediately noticed that the young man and his group had quickened their pace. He quickly said, "Little girl, the people following us have sped up. Let's quicken our pace as well, but don't use any movement techniques." Although it was nighttime, the entrance to Leta city was brightly lit. It wasn't far from the lord's city, and he could vaguely see it. If he were to make a move here, the fact that he possessed cultivation would be exposed. Leta city had not yet grown, and his reputation as a good-for-nothing was well known. If it were revealed that he possessed cultivation, it would surely arouse suspicion and bring trouble to Leta city. It was better to find a more secluded place. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chang'an turned and ran to the side, with Yi Qingwu following closely behind. Not far ahead of them, there were several rows of tall trees. If they ran behind those trees, they could avoid the sight of the city guards of the princess's territory. Soon, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu ran behind those trees. However, it wasn't long before they were caught up by the young man and his group. "Trash, weren't you acting all arrogant?" the young man mocked. "Why are you running away overnight with the little beauty?" Qin Chang'an raised his hand to touch his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. He was planning to lure the young man and his group out of the princess's city and then take them down, but he hadn't expected these guys to think he was fleeing overnight with Yi Qingwu. But on second thought, it made sense. His reputation as a good-for-nothing was well known throughout Wulong County. Who would have thought he was setting a trap for the young man and his group? "Trash, if you know what's good for you, hand over the little beauty to us, then kneel and beg for mercy, kowtow 3 times, and maybe if I feel generous, I'll leave you with an intact corpse," the young man sneered. Yi Qingwu's pretty face was full of coldness. Her judgment was correct. He Xiaochang sent people to follow them, and she was the most important reason. "What if I refuse?" Qin Chang'an asked. "Not agreeing? Ha ha." The young man sneered. "Trash, you are already surrounded by us, there's absolutely no way to escape. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter to us, but if you agree, maybe I'll leave you a whole corpse." Qin Chang'an paused for a moment and then said, "Black Xiaochang's men? Spot on, you're quite clever." The young man did not deny it. Just as he had said earlier, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu were already surrounded by them. In his view, the two were like fish in a barrel, with absolutely no chance of escape, so he disdained to deny it. "Not bad," Qin Chang'an said. "You guys are pretty smart too." The young man was momentarily stunned, somewhat unsure of what Qin Chang'an meant. "Waste? What do you mean?" "Alright, you changed your clothes," Qin Chang'an said with a smile. "If you hadn't changed your clothes, I would have discovered you were following me even earlier." The young man suddenly understood. However, the next moment he realized something was off. Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu had already been surrounded by them, and he was about to kill Qin Chang'an. Yet, this guy was still smiling? The young man was truly puzzled by this. After all, how could someone who was about to die still still managed to smile. Alright, I won't waste any more time with you. Qin Chang'an stretched his neck, then his wrists, and continued, it's time to send you on your way. Yi Qingwu was stunned. On our way? The young man was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Just now I said you were smart, and now you've turned stupid again. Qin Chang'an let out a cold laugh and swung his fist toward the young man. Seeing Qin Chang'an make a move, the young man and the few people following him were all stunned. That expression clearly showed he hadn't expected Qin Chang'an to make a move. After all, in their eyes, Qin Chang'an was just a useless person incapable of cultivation. Trash, you're courting death. The young man roared angrily and swung his fist to meet him. At this moment, the young man's expression was extremely grim. Qin Chang'an was well known as a good-for-nothing in Wulong County. Ignoring his words was one thing, but daring to take the initiative to strike at him? If he didn't teach Qin Chang'an a proper lesson, where would his dignity go in the future? The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Just as he raised his fist, Qin Chang'an's fist had already arrived. Accompanied by a dull thud, Qin Chang'an's fist landed squarely on the young man's chest. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound followed. It was the sound of the young man's ribs being directly shattered by Qin Chang'an's punch. A scream of agony escaped from the young man's mouth. At the same time, he flew backward like a cannonball, blood spurting wildly from his mouth while still in midair. He flew back several meters before finally falling from the air and crashing heavily onto the ground. He struggled a few times, trying to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. This scene left the few people following the young man completely dumbfounded. Wasn't Qin Chang'an supposed to be a useless person incapable of cultivation? How did he manage to seriously injure a young man with an initial stage battle marquee cultivation level with just one punch? Something's not right. A middle-aged man was the first to react. Gritting his teeth, he said, that useless person isn't useless at all. He has cultivation, and it's not low either. We've all been deceived by him. No, the entire Wulong County has been deceived by him. Quick reaction, Qin Chang'an said with a smile, but sorry, realizing it now is already too late. As he spoke, Qin Chang'an stepped toward the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sneered, trash, don't think that just because you have some cultivation, you can act arrogant in front of me. Qin Chang'an smiled slightly, did not refute, and continued walking toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then swung his fist and charged at Qin Chang'an. The young man only had the initial level of the battle marquee realm, while he was at the peak of the battle marquee realm. Qin Chang'an might be able to seriously injure the young man with one punch, but it might not be the same with him. He simply underestimated Qin Chang'an and overestimated himself. Suddenly, Qin Chang'an's lowered right hand shot up like lightning, striking the middle-aged man's cheek with a speed too fast to react. In the next moment, a crisp slap sound rang out sharply. Qin Chang'an's palm, though moving second, landed first, delivering a solid slap to the middle-aged man's cheek, directly sending him tumbling to the ground. At this point, the middle-aged man's fist was still about 20 centimeters away from Qin Chang'an's chest. The middle-aged man struck first, while Qin Chang'an struck later, yet Qin Chang'an's move was faster and more precise. This clearly demonstrated the remarkable results of Qin Chang'an's recent training with Yi Qingwu and Lui, as well as his experience in slaying beasts in the wild. Is it over? Not yet. With a slap, the middle-aged man was knocked to the ground. Qin Chang'an lifted his foot and stomped toward the man's head. Accompanied by a sound resembling a watermelon bursting, the middle-aged man's head was crushed under Qin Chang'an's foot. The middle-aged man was a lackey of Black Star City, so killing him brought no psychological burden. This scene caused the expressions of the remaining two people nearby to change drastically. They couldn't discern Qin Chang'an's cultivation level. This wasn't because Qin Chang'an's cultivation was higher than theirs, but rather because the aura emanating from Qin Chang'an gave them an elusive feeling, making it impossible to judge. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that the middle-aged man, who was at the peak of the battle marquee realm, was decisively slapped to the ground by Qin Chang'an and had his head crushed with a single stomp. From this, it was evident that Qin Chang'an was at least at the Battle King realm. Realizing this, the remaining two trembled uncontrollably in their hearts. In the eyes of everyone in Wulong County, Qin Chang'an was nothing more than a complete waste who couldn't cultivate. But in reality, Qin Chang'an was a Battle King realm expert whose mere stomp could make the entire Wulong County tremble. This misunderstanding was quite outrageous. Moreover, they actually wanted to mess with a Battle King realm expert. Isn't this like a mouse licking a cat's nose courting death? Run! A loud shout erupted simultaneously from the two of them as they immediately used their movement techniques to flee frantically. They, with only the cultivation level of the Battle Marquee realm, were no match for Qin Chang'an. Staying here would only lead to death, and they had to inform He Xiaochang of the fact that Qin Chang'an was a Battle King realm expert. Otherwise, He Xiaochang would suffer a great loss. Do you think you can escape? Qin Chang'an sneered coldly, quickly advancing a few steps steps and reaching out to grab one person's neck. In the next moment, he seized that person's neck and suddenly exerted force. With a crisp crack, Qin Chang'an directly snapped the person's neck. At this moment, another person had already fled more than 10 meters away. Qin Chang'an remained completely calm. He casually tossed the person in his hand aside, then took a few steps forward, transforming into a series of afterimages as he pursued the last remaining individual. In just a few breaths, Qin Chang'an caught up with the person and blocked their path. Finally managed to lure you out, Qin Chang'an said with a smile. Do you think you can escape? The face of the last remaining person suddenly changed drastically again. They were wrong. Qin Chang'an wasn't planning to leave with Yi Qingwu overnight. Instead, he had already discovered them and deliberately lured them out of the county lord's city, while they unknowingly fell into the trap Qin Chang'an had set for them. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. The last remaining person pleaded in terror. Please spare my life, I promise. Before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut off. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but because Qin Chang'an had grabbed him by the neck, making it impossible for him to speak. Spare your life so you can reveal my secret? Qin Chang'an asked indifferently, then suddenly exerted force without waiting for the person's response. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, that person's neck was forcibly snapped by Qin Chang'an. Casually tossing the person to the ground, Qin Chang'an stepped toward the young man. With his strength, killing the young man with a single punch would be no challenge at all. But he didn't do that, because the young man was still of some use to him. All of this seemed slow in the telling, but it happened in a very short time, so much so that Yi Qingwu hadn't even reacted. Looking at Qin Chang'an walking toward her, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Yi Qingwu's mind. One kills a man every 10 steps, traveling 1,000 miles without stopping. The young man, on the other hand, was filled with terror. He instinctively wanted to move back, but his injuries were too severe for him to budge. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. That seems to be the case. Overwhelmed by extreme fear, the young man kept repeating the same sentence like a broken record. Walking up to the young man, Qin Chang'an squatted down. He looked at the young man and asked with a smile, now you know what it means to send you on your way, right? Got it, got it, got it. The young man nodded like a pecking chick. When Qin Chang'an crushed the middle-aged man's head with one stomp, he already understood what Qin Chang'an meant by sending them on their way. It meant killing them. Well, you're not too stupid. Qin Chang'an nodded and said, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, I might spare your life. You only get one chance, so it's up to you whether you seize it or not. I'll seize it, I'll seize it, I'll seize it. The young man nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. That's right, very perceptive. Qin Chang'an asked, first question, how did He Xiaochang instruct you? At first, he just told us to keep an eye on your every move and report immediately if anything happened. The young man explained, I noticed that after you left the inn, someone was sent back to report, and then the young lord sent people to join us, instructing us to look for an opportunity to attack, to hack you to death with random blades, and capture the little beauty alive. The second question, Qin Chang'an asked again, how many people did you bring on this trip? Who will participate in the Battle King Realm competition at the Wulong tournament? We brought a total of more than 10 people on this trip. The young man answered honestly, the lord and the young lord have both come. Apart from those participating in the Wulong Grand competition, the rest are just here for the excitement. For the battle at the War King level in the Wulong Grand competition, the lord will personally take action. The third question, Qin Chang'an asked again, did He Xiaochang mention how they plan to target us in the Wulong Grand competition? That, I don't know. The young man explained, I met you in the evening and have been following you ever since. What I said is true. Well, we caught the wrong person. Qin Chang'an sighed inwardly, feeling a bit frustrated. He didn't kill the young man with a single punch because he wanted to gather some information from him. He wanted to find out how many people Black Star City had brought to the Wulong competition and whether He Xiaochang would cause trouble for Leda City during the event. As a result, the young man had been following him ever since their encounter in the evening, completely unaware of He Xiaochang's subsequent plans. However, not knowing doesn't matter. The Wulong competition is a contest of strength, and everything must be determined by power. Even if He Xiaochang wants to target Leda City in the Wulong competition, he still needs to rely on strength to make his point. This is something you don't even know. Qin Chang'an said, you can go die. The young man was stunned. He had been following Qin Chang'an all along, and without clairvoyance or superhearing, how could he know what He Xiaochang said afterward? Bang! However, the next moment he realized that Qin Chang'an had no intention of sparing him at all. Crunch! You go back on your word. The young man suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence because he suddenly remembered that Qin Chang'an had said, maybe I can spare your life, not I will definitely spare your life. He then changed his tone and said, are you playing word games with me? Ah, ha, not so dumb after all? Qin Chang'an said with a smile, what? You're allowed to play word games with me, but I'm not allowed to play word games with you? The young man's expression froze abruptly, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Because Qin Chang'an was absolutely right, he had previously played word games with Qin Chang'an. At that time, he said that if Qin Chang'an voluntarily handed Yi Qingwu over to them and kowtowed 3 times, they might leave Qin Chang'an's body intact. However, he He said this not because he truly intended to leave Qin Chang'an's body intact, but to humiliate him. The young lord won't spare you. The young man no longer begged for mercy. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he knew Qin Chang'an would never spare him, and no matter how much he begged, it would be useless. He might not let me go, I don't know, but I definitely won't let him go. Qin Chang'an smiled, and before the young man could speak again, he raised his hand and snapped the young man's neck. Damn it. Qin Chang'an said gloomily, I was hoping to catch a big fish tonight and make Black Star City suffer a bit, but I didn't expect that beast He Xiaochang to look down on me so much, only sending small fries at the battle marquee level. Yi Qingwu's mouth twitched violently a few times. She was also at the battle marquee level of cultivation. Doesn't that make her a small fry too? Really? She said speechlessly, Lord, it's not that Black Xiaochang, that beast, looks down on you, but rather that you've hidden yourself too well. That beast thought you were a useless person incapable of cultivation. How could he possibly send a battle king level expert to deal with you? Qin Chang'an smiled awkwardly and then started searching the young man's body. Seeing this, Yi Qingwu asked in confusion, Lord, what are you doing? Making money off the dead. Qin Chang'an made no attempt to hide it. Latu City is too poor. We have to seize every opportunity to make money. Smack. This guy really is unique. Even making money off the dead can be said so frankly. Qin Chang'an paid no attention to what Yi Qingwu was thinking and continued to loot the belongings of the young man and his companions. As the lord of Letta City, he had to worry about the clothing, food, shelter, and transportation of everyone in the city. Since he currently had no means of earning money, he could only seize every opportunity to obtain wealth. Soon, Qin Chang'an had completely looted the belongings of the young man and his companions. It had to be said, Black Star City was quite wealthy. He actually managed to loot several hundred taels of silver from just a few people. Bang! Next, Qin Chang'an threw the corpses of the young man and the others into the nearby dense forest, offering them as food for the beasts, and also to destroy the evidence, leaving Black Star City no chance to find their bodies. Little girl, let's head back. Qin Chang'an called out to Yi Qingwu and started walking toward the county lord city. Yi Qingwu followed closely behind. Lord, what is your cultivation level exactly? Yi Qingwu asked curiously. I've seen plenty of Battle King realm experts and quite a few Battle Emperor realm experts. My judgment isn't bad, but the aura you exude gives off an elusive feeling. I can't even begin to determine it. Qin Chang'an raised his hand and touched his nose. The elusive aura he exuded was due to the Grand Lord system concealing his cultivation level, but there was no need to explain this to Yi Qingwu. Little girl, take a guess at my cultivation level. Qin Chang'an said with a smile. I guess you're just a big-headed fool. Yi Qingwu rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, if I could guess, would I still ask you? Little girl, are you itching for trouble? Qin Chang'an said with a stern face, is this how you talk to your lord? Yi Qingwu pouted. This guy was putting on his lordly airs again. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Yi Qingwu changed the subject and asked, why is your movement technique different from the one Black Panther and Lu Yi use? Because it's not the same technique. Qin Chang'an explained, the martial skill used by Black Panther and Lu Yi is called Phantom Step, while the one I use is called Phantom Mirage Step, which is a level higher than Phantom Step. Your movement technique is so cool. Yi Qingwu said expectantly, Lord, when my cultivation reaches the Battle King realm, can you teach me the Phantom Mirage Step? Qin Chang'an did not agree immediately. Little girl, that will depend on your performance. In the princess's city, an inn on the main street, a group of people sat in the inn's lobby. These were He Xiaochang and others from Black Star City. He Wuchang was not here. He had gone to the princess's mansion to attend the banquet hosted by the princess of Wulong County. This inn was completely booked by the wealthy and powerful Black Star City. Compared to Black Star City, Qin Chang'an and the others were staying in the most remote corner of the county lord city, sharing rooms two to a room, which was indeed quite shabby. At this moment, He Xiaochang, He Xiong, and others were sitting in the inn's lobby, enjoying some snacks and sipping on wine. Unlike the others who were happily eating and drinking, He Xiaochang seemed somewhat distracted. He kept glancing toward the inn's entrance, with a trace of urgency on his face. Crunch! Ever since he saw Yi Qingwu in the evening, his soul had been completely captivated by her. Originally, he thought he wouldn't have the chance to get close to Yi Qingwu today, but unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an left the inn with Yi Qingwu. This undoubtedly gave him a great opportunity, and emboldened by his audacity, he began to entertain the idea of making a move in the princess city. After that, he sat in the inn, anxiously waiting. However, no matter how long he waited, he didn't see his men bringing Yi Qingwu back, which made him restless. But his restlessness wasn't due to concern for the safety of his subordinates, it was because he was worried that his plan might fail. He Xiong and the others noticed He Xiaochang's restlessness. They all understood why He Xiaochang was uneasy, but they tacitly pretended not to see it, continuing to eat and drink as usual. It wasn't that they didn't want to help He Xiaochang solve her troubles, but rather that they couldn't help. Moreover, when He Xiaochang's desires flared up, her temper was extremely fiery, and the slightest misstep could result in a harsh scolding from her. Instead of risking a scolding by doing something pointless, it was better to act as if they hadn't noticed. After a little while longer, He Xiaochang finally couldn't sit still any longer. He Xiong, Zhou Tong, and the others others have been gone for a while? He Xiaochang asked. Logically, they should have returned by now. Why haven't we seen any sign of them? He Xiong carefully chose his words and said, Young lord, tomorrow is the day of the Wulong Grand Competition. Many people have flocked to the Lord's city, eager to witness the grandeur of the event. This has caused the city to remain bustling with crowds even though it's already nighttime. It's possible they haven't found an opportunity to act, which is why it's taking so long. He Xiaochang frowned deeply. Although what Black Bear said was not unreasonable, he was still a bit worried. He asked again, Black Bear, do you think something might have happened to Zhou Tong and the others? Probably not. Black Bear said, that useless guy is well known in Wulong County as someone incapable of cultivation, and that little beauty is young, her cultivation level can't be that high. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, is at the peak of the Battle Marquis realm. How could anything happen to him? He Xiaochang nodded, he thought the same. If not, he would have sent He Xiong, who was at the Battle King realm, but he still couldn't help feeling a bit worried. Now that He Xiong thought the same, the worries in his heart immediately lessened. Creak! At that moment, the inn's door was pushed open. He Xiaochang's face immediately lit up with joy. It must be the person he had sent returning. But in the next instant, his expression froze abruptly, because the person who returned was not the one he had sent, but his father, He Wuchang. Lord! The people from Black Star City, including Black Bear, all stood up and greeted. It's getting late. Black Impermanence said, tomorrow we still have to participate in the Wulong Grand Competition, so everyone should rest early. The people from Black Star City, including Black Bear, responded in unison. Black Impermanence said no more and stepped toward the inn. But after walking not far, he seemed to sense something was wrong, stopped in his tracks, and looked at Black Bear and the others. After a moment, he furrowed his brows and said, Where is Zhou Tong? Black Bear and the others lowered their heads one by one, saying nothing. Zhou Tong was sent by He Xiaochang to deal with Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu. If He Xiaochang were not here, they could report truthfully, but since He Xiaochang is present, it's better to let him explain. Father, I asked Zhou Tong to help me with something. He should be back soon, He Xiaochang explained. Upon hearing this, He Xiong's expression immediately turned grim. One knows their own child best. As Black Xiaochan's father, how could he not know his son's nature? His son was completely an animal that only thought with his lower half, so he didn't need to ask much to know what Black Xiaochang had sent Zhou Tong to do. Xiaochang, I can't be bothered with your petty matters, Black Wuchang said angrily, but don't you know Zhou Tong is going to participate in the Wulong competition? Can't you wait until the competition is over to deal with your issues? If anything happens to Zhou Tong, my plan will be ruined by you, you little brat. Father, I understand everything you're saying. Zhou Tong will be fine, Black Xiaochang argued. Nothing will happen? Black Wuchang said with a dark face, this is Junju City, not Black Star City. If anything happens here, even I won't be able to protect you. You little brat better pray nothing goes wrong, or don't blame me for putting righteousness above family. Father, I promise you, nothing will happen, He Xiaochang said, bracing himself. Your promise is worthless. Black Wuchang cursed angrily, you little brat, what are you going to use to guarantee it? Your words? Every time something goes wrong, isn't it me, your father, who has to clean up your mess? Can't you just let me worry less? For a moment, little Black Wuchang was at a loss for words and could only hang his head without speaking. Black Wuchang raised his hand and pointed at little Black Wuchang, seemingly about to curse again, but in the end, he said nothing more. The matter had already happened, and it was too late to say anything now. It was better to first figure out the situation. Do you know which faction the other party belongs to? Black Wuchang asked patiently. Got it. He Xiaochang quickly said, Dad, it's someone from Lettuce City. That useless guy from Lettuce City is leading a team to participate in this year's Wulong competition. I even reminded Zhou Tong and the others not to make a move in public, so nothing will go wrong. Someone from Lettuce City? He Wuchang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, that's right. If Lettuce City doesn't participate in the Wulong competition this year, they'll be forcibly stripped of their lordship qualifications. You stay here and wait for Zhou Tong. As soon as he returns, inform me immediately. Alright, Dad, He Xiaochang responded decisively. He Wuchang said nothing more and stepped into the inn. If it were people from other factions, there might be some trouble, but there was nothing to worry about with the people of Lettuce City, as most of them had already left. There were no individuals with high cultivation left, and Lettuce City was about to collapse. Watching He Wuchang return to his room to rest, He Xiaochang and the others continued to sit in the inn's lobby, waiting for Zhou Tong to return with his group. However, what they didn't know was that they were destined to wait in vain, because Zhou Tong and the others had already been slain by Qin Chang'an and thrown into the dense forest to feed the demonic beasts. That does seem to be the case. At this moment, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu had already returned to the princess's city and were heading to the inn where they were staying. Entering the princess's city, Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu simultaneously stopped talking. Qin Chang'an planned to lure the trackers out of the princess's city to discreetly eliminate the people from Black Star City. However, the bustling crowds within the city were not suitable for conversation. If overheard, Qin Chang'an's scheme would be in vain. Besides that, there was another matter. Yi Qingwu's face was full of bewilderment. moment. Both of them had thought about the awkward situation of sharing a room at the inn upon their return. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, and since they couldn't wander around the princess's city all night, they had no choice but to head toward the inn with forced determination. Back to the inn. Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu were unbearably awkward again. In the end, it was Qin Chang'an who spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Little girl, you need to participate in the Wulong competition tomorrow. You should rest well. You sleep on the bed. Yi Qingwu asked, then where will you sleep? I'll sleep on the floor. Qin Chang'an said, the head of the bed is quite spacious, enough for one person to sleep, but there's only one set of bedding. You can't just sleep directly on the floor, can you? Yi Qingwu asked, if I don't sleep directly on the floor, what else can I do? Should I sleep on the bed too? Qin Chang'an retorted, no way. Yi Qingwu firmly denied, I'm warning you, don't even think about it. Just kidding. Qin Chang'an said with a smile, I brought bedding. As the words fell, Qin Chang'an casually flipped his hand, and a set of bedding appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he spread the bedding at the head of the bed and lay down on it fully clothed. Yi Qingwu was momentarily stunned. Lord, could it be that you had already planned to sleep on the floor? What kind of ideas are running through your little head? Qin Chang'an explained, I prepared the bedding just in case, and I didn't expect it would actually come in handy. Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. She thought so. Qin Chang'an is not a god. How could he have predicted he would sleep on the floor? Little girl, it's getting late. Tomorrow you still have to participate in the Wulong competition. Hurry up and sleep. Qin Chang'an said again. Yi Qingwu responded with a sound, took off her shoes, and lay on the bed fully clothed. However, perhaps because she was in the same room as Qin Chang'an, even though she was very tired, she couldn't fall asleep, and her mind was filled with wandering thoughts. Does this count as cohabitation? A thought flashed through Yi Qingwu's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She and Qin Chang'an were sleeping in the same room, but she was on the bed while Qin Chang'an was on the floor. How could that be considered cohabitation? Could this guy suddenly get lustful and try something improper with me? Another thought flashed through Yi Qingwu's mind. This time, she didn't reject the thought, because she was well aware of how beautiful she was, and she had heard that most men were creatures who thought with their lower halves. Sun Biaobiao and He Xiaochang were the best examples, and Qin Chang'an was also a man, so he might not be an exception. If this guy tries to do something improper to me, should I resist? Or should I not resist? Yi Qingwu frowned in thought, but she quickly realized that her thinking was somewhat off. Tui. Yi Qingwu, what are you thinking? What do you mean by resisting or not resisting? You should resist, shouldn't you? Yi Qingwu muttered to herself, her pretty face flushed red. Clearly, it was a question that didn't need consideration, so why was she thinking about whether to resist or not? Well, it must be because this guy's cultivation is higher than mine, and resisting would be useless. That's why I thought this way. If this guy dares to do anything improper to me, I will definitely resist to the end, and I'll even finish him off. Yi Qingwu was trying to find excuses for herself, but before the thought in her mind could settle, a faint and steady breathing sound reached her ears. Judging by the sound, it seemed to be coming from Qin Chang'an, and the breathing was so even that he must have fallen asleep. Carefully sitting up, Yi Qingwu looked at Qin Chang'an and then realized that he was indeed asleep. During this period, Qin Chang'an prepared meals for Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and others during the day, took Yi Qingwu and Lu Yi to search for and train with beasts, and at night left Lu Tu City alone to hunt beasts and improve his combat experience. He was truly busy from morning till night. Today, after a long journey to the County Lord City and killing a few people from Black Star City in the evening, he was utterly exhausted. Moreover, since he had no improper thoughts about Yi Qingwu, he lay down on the bedding and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, Yi Qingwu was feeling very displeased. She, such a little beauty, was sharing a room with Qin Chang'an. It was one thing for Qin Chang'an not to act improperly toward her, but to fall asleep so quickly this was simply ignoring her existence. This is not the main point. The main point is that she was still wondering whether Qin Chang'an would do something inappropriate to her. If Qin Chang'an did something inappropriate, what would she do? In the end, while she was imagining all sorts of scenarios, Qin Chang'an simply fell asleep. This matter is truly a bit humiliating. Idiot, are you even a man? No, you definitely aren't a man. Otherwise, how could you ignore a beauty like me? Beast? No, it should be worse than a beast. Yi Qingwu waved her fists at Qin Chang'an, looking utterly furious. But speaking of which, Qin Chang'an falling asleep gave Yi Qingwu a sense of relief, stopping her wandering thoughts. She soon lay back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep not long after. Qin Chang'an, already asleep, had no idea Yi Qingwu had thought so much. Otherwise, he would definitely be speechless. You worry that I might act improperly towards you, thinking I'm like Sun Biaobiao or He Xiaoshang, men who only think with their lower halves. Yet when I don't act improperly towards you, you think I'm not a man, even worse than a beast. Why do you think like that? Why is it so hard to be a man? At this moment, He Xiaochang, He Xiong, and others are still sitting in the inn, waiting for Zhou Tong to return with his men. But as mentioned earlier, they were destined not to wait for Zhou Tong and the others to return. Originally, He Xiaochang was still relatively calm, but as time passed, he could no longer remain composed, because by now, now. It was already midnight, and Zhou Tong and the others should have returned by now. He Xiaochang suddenly stood up and strode toward the inn's entrance. Arriving at the inn's entrance, He Xiaochang opened the inn's door, and his face immediately darkened. Yes, Lord. At this moment, the wide street was already devoid of people, and since the main street was like this, the other streets must be even emptier. If Zhou Tong and the others hadn't encountered any trouble, they should have succeeded by now. But Zhou Tong and the others still hadn't returned, which meant there was a high possibility that something had happened to them. He simply couldn't understand how Zhou Tong and the others, dealing with Qin Chang'an and Yi Qingwu, could have encountered trouble. This is not the main point. The main point is that Zhou Tong was the candidate his father arranged to participate in the Wulong competition. Zhou Tong's accident will inevitably disrupt his father's plans and affect Black Star City's ranking in the Wulong competition. A silent night. The next morning, Qin Chang'an, Yi Qingwu, Zhang Zhong, and Lui got up early. After having a simple breakfast at the inn, the four of them hurried to the central square of the county lord's city. The annual Wulong County competition is always held in the central square of the county lord's city. Upon entering the main street, Qin Chang'an and the others noticed that the street was already packed with people, and the entire crowd was moving toward the direction of the central square of the county lord's city. However, not all of these people were participants in the Wulong competition. The vast majority were there to watch the excitement. Following the crowd, Qin Chang'an and the others soon arrived at the central square of the princess's city. At this moment, the central square was already packed with people, with a sea of heads everywhere. Those who arrived late couldn't even find a suitable spot to watch, let alone a place to stand. However, Qin Chang'an and the others participating in the Wulong competition had no need to worry about this, because as contestants, they all have fixed seats, and they are in excellent spots close to the arena. Looking at the crowd that packed the central square so tightly, Yi Qingwu frowned. Lord, with so many people, how do we get in? Squeeze in. Qin Chang'an responded, raised his hand, and patted the shoulder of a middle-aged man in front of him, saying, Brother, could you please make way? We need to go inside. The middle-aged man turned his head to glance at Qin Chang'an and said helplessly, Young man, it's not just you who wants to go inside. I want to go in too. Qin Chang'an explained, Brother, we are here to participate in the Wulong competition. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Chang'an with a face full of suspicion and said, Then I have even less reason to make way for you. Qin Chang'an was a little stunned. Why don't they need to give way since they're participating in the Wulong competition? Young man, you'd better stand outside honestly. The middle-aged man said, Every year, there are people who use the excuse of participating in the Wulong competition to try to squeeze to the front. At first, some believed it, but as more people said it, no one believes it anymore. Before you, I've already encountered several people saying the same thing. Qin Chang'an was speechless. They were being treated as scammers. Big brother, I'm not lying to you. We really are going to participate in the Wulong competition. Many people say the same thing. The middle-aged man raised his hand and pointed to a spot not far away, teasing, Young man, if you really are participating in the Wulong competition, then fly over there like them. In recent years, everyone who participates in the Wulong competition has been doing it this way. Qin Chang'an and the others followed the direction the middle-aged man was pointing and immediately saw a group of people rising into the air, flying over the dense crowd. That group of people was none other than the ones from Black Star City. Such a damn narrow path. Qin Chang'an cursed under his breath, then looked at Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lui, saying, Let's fly over there too. Lord, shall I take you over? Zhang Zhong asked. The fact that Qin Chang'an possessed cultivation was still unknown to the world. If Zhang Zhong carried Qin Chang'an over, there would be no need for Qin Chang'an to reveal his cultivation. However, Zhang Zhong was unsure of Qin Chang'an's thoughts, hence the question. Alright, Qin Chang'an agreed decisively. It would be best not to expose the fact that he possesses cultivation abilities, as this would avoid causing trouble for Lutu City and allow him to act covertly. However, if necessary, he would not hold back just to keep his cultivation hidden. Got it. Zhang Zhong responded with a sound, grabbing Qin Chang'an's arm with one hand and Lui's arm with the other. Then, he soared into the air, flying toward the center of the central square. Yi Qingwu followed suit, rising into the air and trailing after them. Watching Qin Chang'an and the others take to the skies, the middle-aged man was utterly dumbfounded. He initially thought Qin Chang'an and the others were frauds, but now it seems Qin Chang'an and his group are really going to participate in the Wulong competition. Also, Qin Chang'an is so young, yet he's a lord? How come he hasn't heard of any city lord being this young? Soon, Qin Chang'an and the others arrived at the center of the central square. In the center of the main square stood a platform approximately 10 meters long and wide, and about 1 meter high. Around the platform were rows of seats, a total of 18 sections. There was some distance between each section, and these 18 sections corresponded to the 18 cities of Wulong County, with the names of the cities labeled on them. Zhang Zhong scanned the area, found the location for Letta City, and then led Qin Chang'an, Lui, and Yi Qingwu to fly over and take their seats in the exclusive area for Letta City. The actions of Qin Chang'an and the others immediately caused a commotion among the surrounding crowd. Lutu City hasn't participated in the Wulong competition for 3 years. Why are they joining this year? What's so surprising surprising about that? I predicted this long ago. If Latu City doesn't participate in the Wulong competition this year, they'll violate the rules of Wulong County, and then Latu City will be forcibly stripped of its lordship lineage qualification. That's true. How could I forget about that? Latu City's participation is just a desperate struggle. According to the rules, they must secure a top 3 spot in the Wulong competition to retain their lordship lineage qualification. But most of Latu City's people have already left. How could they possibly achieve a top 3 ranking? Who wouldn't agree? Other cities have sent quite a few people, but Latu City has only sent 4, and it's just one old man leading 3 youngsters. How could this lineup possibly make it into the top 3 of the Wulong competition? A series of discussions continuously arose around them. Qin Chang'an heard the crowd's chatter, but he had no intention of paying any attention to it, because whether Latu City can make it into the top 3 is not up to these people to decide. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lu Yi all looked displeased, but seeing that Qin Chang'an had no intention of speaking, they also remained silent. However, they all secretly decided to secure the top 3 positions in the Wulong competition, not only to protect Letta City but also to deliver a resounding slap to those around who doubted Letta City. Lord, that beast He Xiaochang is glaring at us, looking like he wants to eat someone, Zhang Zhong said in a low voice. Noticed, no need to pay attention to him, Qin Chang'an said indifferently. He knew why He Xiaochang had a look as if he wanted to devour someone. It was nothing more than He Xiaochang's scheme against him and Yi Qingwu failing, and instead, he was completely taken advantage of. However, what he didn't know was that He Xiaochang's anger was not only due to the failed plan but also for another reason. That was Zhou Ton's disappearance disrupting Black Impermanence's plans, which could very likely affect Black Star City's ranking in the Wulong competition. This matter made Black Impermanence extremely angry, and he slapped Black Little Impermanence to the ground, even swelling his face. If Black Little Impermanence weren't Black Impermanence's son, Black Impermanence would have wanted to kill him. Next, Qin Chang'an and the others quietly sat in their seats, waiting. He was silently observing people from other cities, while Zhang Zhong softly introduced the people from various cities to him. In no time, more than 10 minutes had passed. Lord, the county princess is here, Zhang Zhong suddenly said. Qin Chang'an looked up and saw a figure shooting rapidly from the distance. Soon, the figure that had shot over from afar arrived and landed on the arena. The figure was a middle-aged man around 40 or 50 years old, his face full of smiles, appearing very approachable. Lord, he is Choi Dao, the governor of Wulong County, Zhang Zhong whispered. Don't be deceived by his appearance. This man is extremely cunning, a true smiling tiger. He had visited this world several times in the first 2 years after arriving, so he had met Choi Dao a few times. At that time, he had a pretty good impression of Choi Dao because Choi Dao always wore a warm smile, giving off an approachable vibe. However, Qin Shan told him that Choi Dao was a smiling tiger who would devour people without leaving a trace. Qin Chang'an nodded. Later, during the 3 years when Qin Shan was bedridden with severe injuries, Choi Dao never visited Lita City again, and he hadn't seen Choi Dao since. Now, Zhang Zhong also said that Choi Dao was deeply scheming in a smiling tiger, which proves that Qin Shan was right. As long as Choi Dao doesn't provoke him, whether Choi Dao is a smiling tiger has nothing to do with him. Princess! Everyone in the central square shouted in unison. The people from various cities seated around the arena stood up simultaneously, and Qin Chang'an and the others also stood up. Hello everyone, people from all the major cities, please take a seat. Choi Dao waved his hand with a broad smile on his face, but when he saw Qin Chang'an, the smile on his face suddenly froze for a moment, though he quickly returned to normal. You are Qin Shan's disciple, Qin Chang'an, right? Choi Dao looked at Qin Chang'an and said, Yes, princess. Qin Chang'an, who had just sat down, stood up again and said with a smile, A few years ago, when the princess visited Letta City, we met a few times. I thought the princess had already forgotten me, but I didn't expect the princess to still remember. What a great memory the princess has. Hearing Qin Chang'an admit it, the crowd in the central square was stunned. This handsome young man turned out to be Qin Chang'an, the well-known good-for-nothing of Wulong County? What a waste of such a good appearance. No wonder he didn't fly over by himself just now, but was brought over by someone else. Chang'an, you flatter me. Choi Dao responded politely and then said, Chang'an, how is brother Qin? Reporting to the princess. Qin Chang'an said, My master is still the same as always. Yi Qingwu turned her head to glance at Qin Chang'an. This guy could lie without even blushing. However, she knew very well why Qin Chang'an said this. The current Lutu city was still very weak and needed time to grow. Concealing the news of Qin Shan's passing, or rather, as long as Qin Shan was not dead, served as a deterrent to people from other cities. Choi Dao sighed and said, When I learned that brother Qin had been severely injured by someone, I was very angry. Over the years, I have been investigating the culprit who hurt brother Qin, but I haven't found a single clue. I've always been concerned about brother Qin's well-being and have wanted to visit him, but I've been too busy to make the time. When I finally have the chance, I will definitely go see brother Qin. Thank you, princess, for your concern. On behalf of my master, I thank you. Sigh. Qin Chang'an spoke politely, but his heart was full of cold laughter. Still investigating the culprit who injured Qin Qinshan, yet not finding a single clue? Such words could only fool a 3-year-old child. You must know that Qiu Dao is the princess of Wulong County. If she truly wanted to investigate, how could she possibly not find even a single clue? Also, in the years before Qinshan was seriously injured, Qiu Dao frequently visited Leda City. Yet, after Qinshan was bedridden due to his injuries, Qiu Dao suddenly became too busy to make time. Isn't this timing a bit too convenient? Too many things to handle, always too busy. It's nothing but an excuse. The real reason is simply that people lose interest when the situation changes. Leda City fell out of Qiu Dao's favor because of Qinshan's serious injury. Chang'an, you're too polite. Qiu shook his head and said, by the way, Chang'an, why did only a few of you come from Leda City? Princess, it's about quality, not quantity. Chang'an said, the few of us from Leda City are enough. There's no need to bring too many people. The people around were stunned. You're quite eloquent, but who in Wulong County doesn't know that almost everyone in Leda City is about to leave? It's not that Leda City doesn't want more people to come, but rather that no one can come, right? However, these thoughts are only kept in their hearts. No one dares to speak out in front of Qiu Dao. Chang'an's words make a lot of sense. Qiu Dao nodded and said, Chang'an, please have a seat. Thank you, Your Grace. Chang'an expressed his gratitude and then sat down. Qiu Dao glanced around, his gaze falling on an empty spot near the arena. Those seats belong to Yongqing City. Why haven't the people of Yongqing City come? Qiu asked. Does anyone here know about this matter? I don't know. The people from various cities around the arena shook their heads one after another. Chang'an had a peculiar expression on his face. Earlier, he had suspected that Sun Biaobiao and the others were here to participate in the Wulong competition, and now it seems that was indeed the case. Qiu Dao looked up at the sky and then said, everyone, there isn't much time left before the Wulong competition begins, but the people from Yongqing City have yet to arrive. Should we wait for them? Please share your opinions. Chang'an kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, showing no intention of speaking. It's not up to him to decide whether it's equal or not, and he doesn't need to get involved in such matters. Moreover, while others may not know, he is very clear that Sun Biaobiao and the others have already been killed by them. Don't even mention waiting for a while. Even if they wait until tomorrow, Sun Biaobiao and the others won't show up. People from other cities also remain silent. They also know that this matter is not something they can decide, so it's better to say less. Black Star City is an exception. Princess, how about not waiting anymore? Black Wuchang said, over the years, Yongqing City has participated in the Wulong competition, but it has always been just going through the motions. Every Wulong competition, Yongqing City ends up in last place. Whether they come or not doesn't make much difference. Oh, wait, this year's situation is a bit different. Maybe Yongqing City's participation in the Wulong competition this year won't result in them being last. The gazes of everyone around simultaneously shifted to Chang'an. Although Black Impermanence did not explicitly say it, anyone with a bit of sense could understand that when Black Impermanence mentioned Yongqing City might not come in last place in this year's Wulong competition, it was because Leda City was participating this year. Swish, swish, swish. This was outright mocking Leda City in public. They all wanted to see how this useless Chang'an would respond, or rather, if he even dared to respond. Everyone understood it, so naturally, Chang'an wouldn't fail to understand. If it were about other matters, he wouldn't bother, but this concerns the reputation of Lutu City. Moreover, in front of so many people from Wulong County, if he remained silent, wouldn't it diminish Lutu City's prestige? Wouldn't it make everyone laugh at Lutu City? Chang'an suddenly turned his head to look at He Wuchang and said indifferently, He Wuchang, if you want to say that Lutu City will be the last place in this year's Wulong competition, just say it outright. Why be so cryptic and roundabout? Hearing Chang'an's words, the crowd in the square looked at each other in dismay. They were somewhat doubtful whether Chang'an would dare to respond, but unexpectedly, Chang'an not only responded but also directly called out Black Impermanence by name and pointed it out sharply. This response was quite bold. It should be noted that Black Impermanence said that Lutu City would end up in last place in this year's Wulong competition, but he hadn't explicitly stated it. Black Impermanence's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He is, after all, a figure as renowned as Qinshan, yet Chang'an, a junior, dared to address him by name in front of so many people in Wulong County. This is undoubtedly disrespectful and clearly a provocation. Little brat, I never said that. He Wuchang said coldly, with so many people present, none of the representatives from other cities have spoken up, yet you from Leda City insist on taking it personally. I wonder, little brat, are you feeling guilty? Old man, are you afraid to own up to your actions? Chang'an retorted directly. Are you talking about my Lutu City? You know it, I know it, everyone here knows it. Are you forcing an argument and treating everyone present like fools? The crowd in the square trembled with fear. Just now, Chang'an calling Black Impermanence by name was bold enough, but now Chang'an actually referred to Black Impermanence as old thing. This is no longer just bold, it's as tough as it gets. However, they overlooked the fact that it was Black Impermanence who first called Chang'an a little brat. Or perhaps they think it's perfectly normal for Black Impermanence to call Chang'an a little brat. But Qin Chang'an doesn't see it that way. If Black Impermanence calls him a little brat, then he'll call Black Impermanence an old geezer. As for whether this would offend Black Impermanence, he doesn't care in the slightest, because Lutu City and Black Star City are mortal enemies, locked in a fight to the death. Whenever either side gets the chance, they aim to destroy the other. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, you stop feeling itchy. They're already mortal enemies, so why fear offending them once more? What's more, although the current Lutu City is not yet strong enough, it's no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze. Black Impermanence's face turned even darker. It wasn't just because Qin Chang'an publicly called him an old geezer, but also because Qin Chang'an slapped a big label on him, accusing him of treating everyone present like fools, leaving him unable to defend himself further. Because he was talking about Lettuce City, everyone present also knew he was referring to Lettuce City. Otherwise, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze wouldn't have shifted to Qin Chang'an and the others from Lettuce City. If he continued to argue, it would confirm the big accusation Qin Chang'an had placed on him. Black Impermanence snorted coldly with a dark expression and said, "You little brat, so what if I was talking about your Lettuce City?" "Not really." Qin Chang'an laughed and said, "After all, the mouth is on you, old thing. You can say whatever you want, old thing." The crowd in the square was stunned. Qin Chang'an was just as tough as could be, so why did he suddenly soften up? However, before they could think too much, Qin Chang'an's voice rang out again. "But the Wulong competition is all about strength. Whether Lutu City will be the last place is not for an old thing like you to decide. If your mouth is itching, you can predict which place Black Star City will get. Stop using Lutu City as an excuse." The crowd in the square let out a long sigh of relief. Qin Chang'an did not back down. He remained firm and unyielding. They had been a bit too hasty in their assumptions. Black Impermanence trembled with rage. This little brat actually called him an old thing over and over, and even said his mouth was itching. Truly too arrogant. If he could, he would have slapped Qin Chang'an to death, but unfortunately, there were no ifs. Fighting was strictly prohibited in the Princess City, especially during the Wulong competition. If he dared to make a move, even Xiao Dao wouldn't be able to spare him. Suppressing the fury in his heart, Black Impermanence sneered, "Little brat, who in Wulong County doesn't know that the people of Lettuce City are almost all gone? With the pitiful few you brought, do you still hope to avoid being second to last?" The crowd in the square couldn't help but burst into laughter. What Black Impermanence said was indeed a bit discouraging. After all, even aiming for second to last place seemed like a luxury, let alone any other ranking. This was essentially confirming that Lutu City would end up as the last place in this year's Wulong competition. Xiao Dao, however, still maintained his cheerful demeanor. He showed no intention of stopping the conversation, but occasionally glanced at Qin Chang'an, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qinggu, and Lui all frowned simultaneously. He Wuchang saying that Lettuce City is the last place could still be tolerated. After all, it's not just He Wuchang who thinks so. Everyone present, except for them, probably thinks the same. But for He Wuchang to say they are 3 walnuts and 2 dates, that's downright a personal attack. Zhang Zhong and Lui both suppressed their anger, while Yi Qinggu directly retorted, "Old man, don't you know the saying quality over quantity?" Originally, because of the matter with He Xiaoshang, Yi Qinggu already had no goodwill toward Black Star City. Now, with He Wuchang personally attacking her and causing everyone present to laugh, her fiery temper simply couldn't be contained. "Little girl, of course I know that saying," He Wuchang retorted, "but your 3 walnuts and 2 dates, can that be called refined?" Yi Qinggu wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Qin Chang'an with a wave of his hand. He looked at He Wuchang and said, "Old thing, so you're certain that our Lettuce City is definitely last place? So what if it is?" He Wuchang countered, "Since you, old man, are so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Qin Chang'an retorted, "You?" Black Impermanence was stunned for a moment. This little brat actually dared to bet with him? He asked, "How do we bet?" "Bet 10 energy stones." Qin Chang'an said, "If my Lutu City ends up last in this year's Wulong competition, I'll give you 10 energy stones. But if my Lutu City isn't last, you old geezer will give me 10 energy stones. Do you dare?" Hiss. The crowd in the square couldn't help but gasp. Just 1 energy stone is already quite valuable, and Qin Chang'an is betting 10. This is quite a big gamble. Black Impermanence frowned. He had indeed already determined that Leto City would come in last in this year's Wulong competition, but Qin Chang'an playing such a big game made him uncontrollably suspect whether Qin Chang'an had some kind of confidence. After all, Qin Chang'an clearly didn't look like a fool, and wouldn't be foolish enough to voluntarily give him energy stones. Seeing Black Impermanence remain silent, Qin Chang'an added, "Old man, you've already decided that my Leto City will come in last in this year's Wulong competition. I'm voluntarily giving you energy stones by doing this, so what are you hesitating for? Could it be that as the Lord of Black Star City, everything you just said was nonsense, and all you can do is talk big? Well, if you admit that all you can do is talk big, I won't bet with you." Yi Qinggu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Chang'an's move was ruthless enough to corner Black Impermanence with no way out. Xiao Dao gave Qin Chang'an a deep look. What Yi Qinggu thought of, he also thought of. Before this, he had never paid attention to Qin Chang'an. After all, a useless person unable to cultivate truly had nothing worth noticing. But now it seems that Qin Chang'an is not as worthless as the rumors suggest. Setting aside cultivation talent, Qin Chang'an's calm and fearless demeanor in the face of black impermanence, and the way he effortlessly cornered him with just a few simple words, this level of composure and cunning is not something everyone possesses. What a pity! Xiao Yi Dao sighed inwardly. If Qin Chang'an had a talent for cultivation, with his temperament and wisdom, given time, he would surely become a prominent figure. But unfortunately, in this world where martial arts reign supreme, without a talent for cultivation, no matter how outstanding one's temperament and wisdom are, they are utterly useless. The gazes of everyone in the square simultaneously shifted to black impermanence, their eyes filled with anticipation. They ran to the princess's residence to watch the excitement. They all hoped black impermanence would accept Qin Chang'an's bet. That way, not only would they have the excitement of the Wulong competition to watch, but also the excitement of the bet between Lettuce City and Black Star City. As for whether Lettuce City or Black Star City ultimately won the bet, this matter was not important to them. What mattered was that they had excitement to watch. Black Wuchang's face was as dark as ink. Swish, swish, swish. He couldn't possibly admit in front of so many people that he was all talk, so he had no choice but to accept the bet. As the Lord of Black Star City, a figure so influential that even Wulong County would tremble at his slightest move, he was now forced into a corner by Qin Chang'an, a mere young upstart. It was utterly humiliating. At this moment, Black Wuchang no longer cared whether Qin Chang'an had confidence in proposing the bet, because he had no other choice. Since you're giving me energy stones, how could I refuse to accept them? Black Wuchang sneered and said, but a bet isn't just about words, it requires stakes. You little brat, your Lutu City has already declined. Can you even come up with 10 energy stones? Old geezer, that question of yours is pretty stupid. Qin Chang'an said calmly, not long ago, Black Xiong and Ishuan and Qianjia led people to attack my Lutu City, only to leave in disgrace. Don't tell me, old geezer, you haven't heard about that? Black Impermanence's expression suddenly froze. He had indeed heard about this matter, but he had just forgotten it. Why Black Xiong and Ishuan and Qianjia couldn't break through my Lutu City? I believe many people here have heard about it. Qin Chang'an continued, old man, do you still doubt that my Lutu City can produce 10 energy stones? The crowd in the square nodded in agreement. They had heard that Qin Chang'an took out a large sack of energy stones, scaring off He Xiong and Ishuan and Qianjia. If Qin Chang'an could produce a large sack of energy stones, would 10 energy stones even be a problem? He Wuchang did not answer directly. You little brat, I accept your wager. Upon hearing He Wuchang agree, the crowd in the square was very excited, because they not only have the excitement of the Wulong competition to watch, but also the excitement of the bet between Black Star City and Lettuce City. A smile appeared on Qin Chang'an's face. With the 10 energy stones from Black Star City, he wouldn't need to use reputation points to materialize energy stones for a while. After all, earning reputation points isn't easy, so saving some is always a good idea. A smile also appeared on the faces of Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lui. Qin Chang'an is truly clever. With just a few simple words, without even lifting a finger, he not only responded to Black Wuchang's taunts but also earned 10 energy stones. This is truly a win-win situation. As for whether Lettuce City will end up last in this year's Wulong competition, if that's the case, they might as well find a block of tofu to smash their heads on. Seeing Qin Chang'an's face full of smiles, Black Impermanence felt very displeased. He sneered and said, you little brat, just wait to hand over the energy stones to me. Old man, let me kindly remind you, Qin Chang'an said with a smile, before the results are set in stone, it's better not to speak too confidently. Otherwise, if the outcome isn't what you expect, it'll be a slap in the face. Where will you put your face then? Black Impermanence snorted coldly and ignored Qin Chang'an. This wasn't because he didn't want to respond, but rather because Qin Chang'an's words made so much sense that he couldn't even find a way to refute them. Qin Chang'an blinked and looked at the crowd from various cities surrounding the arena, then said loudly, I believe it's not just that old thing He Wuchang who thinks our Lutu City will rank last in this year's Wulong competition. Surely, there are others who think the same. Is there anyone willing to bet with me? The terms of the bet are the same as with that old thing He Wuchang. This is a great opportunity to earn energy stones. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it so much you'll be slapping your thighs. Opportunities like this don't come twice. The crowd in the square was momentarily stunned. Qin Chang'an had already taken a big gamble with Black Impermanence. Now, Qin Chang'an even took the initiative to bet with people from other cities. Clearly, he wasn't afraid of playing big. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Lui were not surprised in the slightest. They came prepared. Lutu City was unlikely to rank last in this year's Wulong competition. Moreover, Lutu City was very poor, and this was a great opportunity to earn energy stones. With Qin Chang'an's money-grubbing nature, it would be surprising if he didn't seize this chance. Most of the people in the cities ignored Qin Chang'an's temptation. 10 energy stones are indeed valuable, and although although Lu2 City is on the verge of collapse, Qin Chang'an was able to corner He Wuchang with no way out. How could he be a fool? Therefore, Qin Chang'an must have confidence in what he's doing, and it's better for them not to get involved in this mess. The people of An City and Qishao City, however, were somewhat tempted. It wasn't that they were blinded by the temptation of 10 energy stones, but rather because Qin Chang'an had just publicly mentioned how An Ishuan and Qiangja led an attack on Lu2 City only to retreat in defeat, which left them feeling quite displeased. So they knew Qin Chang'an was confident in doing this, yet they still wanted to gamble with him. After all, they hadn't said anything, and if they lost the bet, it would only cost them 10 energy stones. But if they won the bet, not only could they earn 10 energy stones, but they could also vent their pent-up frustration. Qin Chang'an, I accept your bet on behalf of An City. An City's lord, In Yushu, was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, Qishao City's lord, Qi Shiran, followed suit. Qin Chang'an, I accept your bet on behalf of Qishao City. Alright, it's a deal, no going back. Qin Chang'an agreed decisively, the smile on his face growing even brighter. He was just giving it a try, never expecting anyone to take the bet, but unexpectedly, An City and Qishao City actually accepted. Well, 20 energy stones in hand. I have to say, this is quite an unexpected surprise. The crowd in the square grew even more excited. The Wulong competition had not yet begun, but the tension was already so intense. This year's Wulong competition was bound to be spectacular. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to bet with me? This is a great opportunity to earn energy stones. Seize the moment, or it will be gone forever. Qin Chang'an looked at the people from various cities around the arena, his face full of anticipation. Just as he said, this is indeed a great opportunity to earn energy stones. He really hoped that people from all the cities would bet with him, so he could truly have a big sack full of energy stones. The people from the surrounding cities around the arena once again ignored Qin Chang'an's temptation. The risk of betting with Qin Chang'an was too great. They weren't foolish. Why would they give energy stones to Qin Chang'an for nothing? Zhou coughed a few times and said, Chang'an, that's enough. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Chang'an responded with a sound and sat back in his seat, full of regret. However, he only felt a tiny bit of regret because he hadn't held much hope for people from other cities to join in. The participation of Qishao City and An City had already pleasantly surprised him. Everyone, the time is almost up. Zhou Dao looked at the people present and said, Yongqing City has yet to appear, so we won't wait for them. Before the Wulong competition officially begins, let me solemnly remind everyone of something. The Wulong Grand Competition is a grand event in our Wulong County. It is not about fighting but about exchanging skills, so everyone must stop at the right point. However, since it involves winning and losing, fists and feet have no eyes. If any situation arises, I ask for everyone's understanding. Yes, County Lord. Ahem. People from various cities responded in unison. Qin Chang'an suddenly curled his lips. Zhou Dao's words seemed to make a lot of sense, but they were vague and meaningless, completely pointless. I'll explain the rules of the Wulong competition again. Zhou Dao continued, I know everyone already knows the rules of the Wulong competition, but the rules for this year's competition have been slightly modified. From now on, all future Wulong competitions will follow the new rules, so I still need to go over them. Qin Chang'an frowned. The rules of the Wulong competition have remained unchanged for so many years, so why is there a change this year? However, that's not the main point. The main point is that he doesn't know whether this change is good or bad for Letta City. Turning to look at the people from the surrounding cities, Qin Chang'an was stunned to find that the people from other cities all had calm expressions. Their demeanor clearly showed that they had long known about the rule changes, while only Letta City was unaware. As in previous years, the Wulong competition is divided into 3 rounds of duels, namely the Warrior Realm, the Marquis Realm, and the King Realm. Each city sends one participant, and they compete in pairs. The winners advance, those with buys advance, and the losers are eliminated. Zhou Dao's voice sounded again. To ensure fairness, the Wulong competition adopts a lottery system, just like in previous years. However, there is a slight change in the scoring system for the Wulong competition. In previous years, the top 10 in each realm were determined, but since Wulong County has only 18 cities, determining the top 10 seemed a bit troublesome. Therefore, starting this year, the top 9 will be determined instead. The scoring has also been adjusted from the previous 1 to 10 points to 1 to 9 points. The first place earns 9 points, the second place earns 8 points, and so on, with the 9th place earning 1 point. The final ranking will still be based on the total score from the 3 rounds of competition. Qin Chang'an let out a long sigh of relief. He prepared according to the rules of the Wulong competition from previous years. If there were any other changes, it would definitely catch him off guard. Fortunately, it was only the ranking and scoring adjustments, which had no real impact. I know everyone has been waiting impatiently, so I won't waste any more words. Zhou paused for a moment and then shouted loudly, Now, I officially announce the start of this year's Wulong competition. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted warmly across the square. Zhou Dao raised his hand and pressed it in the air, signaling everyone to quiet down. Once everyone had fallen silent, he continued, Next, we invite the contestants of the Warrior General Realm to come on stage and draw lots. Few Phew! As soon as Qiu Yidao's words fell, figures soared into the air, flying toward the arena. These figures included both contestants and the lords of various cities. Lu Yi, you go draw lots, Qin Chang'an said. Lu Yi responded with a sound and soared into the air, flying toward the arena. When everyone landed on the arena, Qiu Yi casually flipped his hand, and a bamboo tube appeared out of thin air in his hand, containing bamboo sticks inside. Altogether, there are 18 bamboo sticks. Sticks numbered 1 to 9 each have 2, and the matches will proceed in order. Those who draw the same number will be opponents, and the person left with the last bamboo stick will automatically advance. Let's begin the draw, Qiu Yidao said. Yes, Your Highness. The group of people who ascended the stage responded in unison and stepped forward to draw their sticks. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, everyone had finished drawing their sticks. Qiu Yi said, show everyone the lots you drew. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi and the others quickly displayed the bamboo sticks in their hands for everyone to see. Yes, Lord. Lu Yi drew lot number 5. Yi Qinggu smiled and said, 17 people, including the one who directly advances without a match. There are 9 rounds in total. The 5th round is right in the middle. Lu Yi's luck is pretty good. Little girl, you only saw Lu Yi draw the number 5 lot, but you didn't see that Black Impermanence also drew the number 5 lot. Lu Yi's opponent is someone from Black Star City, Zhang Zhong said with a bitter smile. Yi Qinggu froze for a moment. She instinctively looked over, and then her brows furrowed tightly. Because Zhang Zhong was indeed correct, Black Impermanence had drawn the number 5 lot. Lord, isn't this a bit too coincidental? Yi Qinggu asked. Let's see first. Qin Chang'an did not give a direct answer. He also felt that facing Black Star City in the first round was too much of a coincidence. After all, based on probability, the chances of Paradise City going up against Black Star City were indeed quite low. But since the draw was made by Lu Yi himself, what else could it be if not a coincidence? That's enough. Qiu Yidao spoke again. The city that drew the number 1 lot will take the stage to compete. Everyone else leave the arena. What? Yes, Your Highness. Lu Yi and the others responded and walked off the arena. Black Impermanence glanced in the direction of Lettuce City, his old face full of a cold sneer. Qin Chang'an's brows furrowed slightly. He noticed the gaze from Black Impermanence. Although Black Impermanence said nothing, that gaze clearly conveyed, kid, your Lettuce City is definitely going to be last in this year's Wulong competition. Just wait to hand over 10 energy stones to me. However, this was not the reason for Qin Chang'an's frown. The reason he frowned was whether Paradise City and Black Star City meeting in the first round was a coincidence or a conspiracy. If it was a coincidence, then so be it. But if it wasn't a coincidence, the matter would be quite intriguing. Soon, Lu Yi and the others returned to their respective positions, leaving only one young man on the stage. However, in the next moment, a figure leaped into the air, holding a bamboo skewer as they landed on the arena. Qiu Yidao immediately issued the order. The first match of the Wulong Grand Competition in the Warrior Realm begins now. Accompanied by Qiu Yidao's command, the first round of the Wulong County Grand Competition instantly began. 2 young men immediately displayed their martial skills, charging at their opponents. The crowd in the square watched without blinking, afraid to miss a single moment. Qin Chang'an is no exception. Black Wu Chang glanced at Qin Chang'an and the others, then turned to a young man nearby and said in a low voice, this battle is not only about the 10 energy stones but also concerns the reputation of Black Star City. We must win this battle, and we must win it beautifully. Lord, rest assured. Heijia promised, I will definitely win this battle and eliminate the people from Lutu City. Heijia, it's not about eliminating the people of Lutu City. Hei Wu Chang reminded, but don't hold back. If you can kill the people of Lutu City, then kill the people of Lutu City for me. Yes, Lord. Heijia responded. Hei Wu Chang nodded, said no more, and shifted his gaze to the battle on the arena. At first, Yi Qinggu watched with great interest, but after a while, she found it boring. The battle between 2 warriors at the war general level kept repeating the same moves, making it really uninteresting. She turned her head to glance at Qin Chang'an and was surprised to find that he was still watching intently. Lord, is the battle at the war general level really that fascinating? Yi Qinggu said helplessly. Little girl, it's not about whether it's fascinating or not. Qin Chang'an kept his eyes on the battle in the ring while explaining, this is to know the enemy and ourselves. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and ourselves ensures victory in every battle. Those guys in the ring are likely Yu Yi's next opponents, so we need to observe them carefully. Yi Qinggu nodded and then said, but do you really have to stare without even blinking? Little girl, if I could help it, I wouldn't do this either, but Lutu City is poor. Qin Chang'an said helplessly. Yi Qinggu was a bit puzzled, staring intently without blinking. What does that have to do with Lutu City being poor? Miss Yi, the Lord means that Lutu City lacks martial techniques, Zhang Zhong reminded. Qin Chang'an stared intently without blinking. Besides wanting to know the enemy and himself, there was another very important reason, to secretly learn the martial techniques displayed by the 2 in combat. It should be noted that Qin Chang'an could learn others' martial techniques just by watching them once, and the Wulong competition, which gathered people from all the major cities of Wulong City, was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to secretly learn others' others' martial techniques. Lord, if someone finds out what you're doing, you'll get beaten up. Yi Qingwu reminded him. That's not necessarily the case. Qin Chang'an retorted, as long as I'm strong enough, I'll be the one doing the beating, and no one will be able to beat me. That's true. What you said makes perfect sense, but the premise is that you have to be strong enough. She really wanted to retort to Qin Chang'an, but after thinking about it, she decided to let it go. Because Qin Chang'an is extremely insidious and cunning, he would never easily expose the fact that he secretly learned someone else's martial techniques unless he was absolutely certain. This can be seen from how Qin Chang'an has always kept his cultivation level hidden from the world. Lord, there's no need to have so many martial techniques, just a few are enough. Yi Qingwu said, little girl, what you said applies to an individual, but not to a territory. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwu suddenly understood. Qin Chang'an retorted, it's true that one person having a few martial techniques is enough, but that's not the case for a territory. A territory has many people, and each person has different preferences and strengths. For example, some people like using fists, some prefer palms, and others favor legs. So I must prepare a variety of martial techniques. Otherwise, if there aren't suitable techniques for the people in the territory to practice, how could they remain loyal to Lutu City? Yi Qingwu stuck out her little fragrant tongue in slight embarrassment. She was only considering the issue from her own perspective, thinking that having martial techniques available was sufficient. However, Qin Chang'an was thinking from the standpoint of a city lord. With different starting points and perspectives, the conclusions naturally differed. Zhang Zhong nodded imperceptibly. Yi Qingwu was momentarily stunned. Although Qin Chang'an is very young, his way of thinking is not like that of a young person but rather mature and prudent. Coupled with Qin Chang'an's astonishing abilities, he firmly believes that as long as Qin Chang'an does not fall midway, the achievements of Lutu City will undoubtedly reach unimaginable heights. At this moment, Zhang Zhong feels even more fortunate for his initial decision to trust Qin Chang'an, because if he hadn't chosen to believe in Qin Chang'an, he wouldn't have had the chance for revenge, nor the opportunity to witness the birth of a miracle firsthand. Little girl, you won't understand the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt until you manage a household. Qin Chang'an added, I didn't understand the true meaning of this phrase before, but now I do. Lord, I'll try to help you think things through in the future. Yi Qingwu said, Lord, count me in as well. Zhang Zhong followed up, Lord, count me in too. Lu Yi quickly followed up. Qin Chang'an nodded and said with a smile, trust me, you will be proud to join Lido City in the future, but the premise is that we must get through this current crisis. So, watch carefully. Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Louis responded in unison, and then the three of them focused intently on watching the battle. The fight on the arena was extremely intense. As Zhou Yidao said, the Wulong competition is not a fight but merely a sparring match. However, it involves ranking issues, and no city would willingly concede. Everyone wants to secure a good ranking for their own city. This matter also confirmed what Qin Chang'an had previously thought. Zhou Yidao's words were completely meaningless. After a few minutes, a young man seized the opportunity and landed a punch on another young man's chest, causing him to spit blood. Yet, the injured young man did not admit defeat and still wanted to continue fighting. But sometimes, things don't go the way you want them to. In the end, the young man lost the match at the cost of being severely injured and unable to stand. However, the victorious young man didn't fare much better. Not only was he panting heavily from exhaustion, but he also endured several attacks from the other young man. In fact, after Zhou Yidao announced the end of the match, he plopped down on the arena floor. To be honest, this match was quite brutal. Good. And it wasn't just this match that was brutal. Yes, Lord. The next few matches were equally brutal, each ending only at the cost of one side being seriously injured. Now, will the person who drew number 5 please step onto the arena? Xiao Yi's voice echoed across the arena. Black Impermanence looked at Heijia and said, remember what I just told you. Heijia responded with a sound and soared into the air, flying toward the arena. Lu Yi, be careful. Qin Chang'an advised, if things become impossible, don't force it. Admit defeat in time. Lu Yi responded with a sound and then soared into the air, flying toward the arena. It was just that his determined gaze clearly proved he was set on winning this battle. Lu Yi gracefully landed on the arena. Seeing Lu Yi, Zhou Yidao, Heijia, and everyone present were all stunned. Lu Yi was thin, not very tall, and had a baby face with cheeks still showing traces of childishness. At first glance, he looked like a little kid, seemingly around 10 years old. Before this, they had all seen Lu Yi during the drawing of lots. At that time, there was no rule stating that the participants themselves had to draw, so anyone could do it. But now it was the battle phase of the Wulong competition. Why did Lutu City send a little kid up? Yes, Lord. Little kid, what are you running up here for? Heijia mocked. Hurry up and go back to drink milk. Let the participant come up. What Blacksha said immediately caused a burst of laughter among the crowd in the square. Yes, Lord. What Blacksha said was indeed somewhat humiliating, but they were here to watch the commotion. They weren't afraid of things escalating and were most delighted to see such situations. Otherwise, where would the entertainment come from? Lu Yi ignored the laughter of the crowd in the square and said in a deep voice, I am the contestant. Zhou Yidao, Blacksha, and everyone present looked at each other in astonishment. When Louis stepped onto the arena, they realized that he was likely the participant sent by Lutu City, but because Louis was just a little child, they found it hard to accept for a moment. Even now, with Louis personally stating that he is the participant, they still find it hard to accept. Swish! Black Impermanence laughed loudly and said, "You little brat, is Lutu City so devoid of people that they sent a snot-nosed kid to participate in the Wulong competition? It's simply laughable. Old geezer, have all your years of living gone to the dogs?" Qin Chang'an retorted sarcastically, "Don't you know that some things can't be judged by age? Take you and the princess, for example. You're older than the princess, but your cultivation level isn't as high as hers. What's the use of being older?" Black Impermanence's expression suddenly froze. He opened his mouth as if wanting to refute, but in the end, he said nothing, because what Qin Chang'an said was true. He was indeed older than Xiao Dao, but his cultivation level was not as high as Xiao Dao's. In this regard, being older was indeed useless. Ha ha ha, little brat, so you're very confident in that little kid? Black Impermanence said coldly. Old geezer, that question of yours is really quite stupid. Qin Chang'an said speechlessly, if I didn't have confidence in him, why would I send him to participate in the Wulong competition? Black Impermanence was once again left speechless by Qin Chang'an, because according to Qin Chang'an, the question he asked was indeed somewhat foolish, but that's not the point. He said in a deep voice, "You little brat, since you have so much confidence in that little kid, dare to bet with me again? Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up. He was still somewhat regretful that when he bet with Black Wuchang earlier, not more cities were involved, so he couldn't earn more energy stones. Yet, he hadn't expected this old thing, Black Wuchang, to come knocking again. Qin Chang'an said domineeringly, "Old man, just tell me how to bet. I'll definitely go all the way." "Alright, that's what you said." Black Wuchang laughed heartily, same betting method as before, but this time the wager only involves this battle. If Heijia wins, you give me 10 energy stones. If that little kid wins, I'll give you 10 energy stones, and the payout will be immediate after the fight. No problem. Qin Chang'an decisively agreed. Black Wuchang, I accept your wager. Black Wuchang laughed again and said, "You little brat, I really like your straightforwardness. I hope you'll still be this decisive when it's time to fulfill the wager later. Don't drag your feet and make a fool of yourself. Old man, you can rest assured." Qin Chang'an smiled and said, "Just 10 energy stones, it's nothing to me." Upon hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths on the square twitched uncontrollably several times. Those are valuable energy stones, not just random rocks you find on the roadside, and there are as many as 10 of them. Yet you use the phrase mere to describe them. Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? However, recalling that Qin Chang'an once took out a whole sack of energy stones, they no longer felt Qin Chang'an's tone was too arrogant, because for Qin Chang'an, who possesses a whole sack of energy stones, 10 really are just mere. What's there to be afraid of? Black Impermanence no longer paid attention to Qin Chang'an. He looked at Yushu and Qi Shoran and said, Brother Qi, do you want to join in on my bet with that little brat?" "Of course we do." And Yushu and Qi Shoran nodded decisively. Previously, in the bet between Qin Chang'an and Black Impermanence didn't have much chance of winning, so they were already involved. Now, in this bet, Black Wuchang has a significant advantage. It could even be said to be a sure thing. How could they not want to participate? After all, it's 10 energy stones. Ha ha ha. And Yushu looked at Qin Chang'an and said, "Qin Chang'an, we want to join Black Brothers' bet with you. Do you dare to accept?" Qin Chang'an responded boldly, "As long as you dare to join, I dare to accept." And Yushu said, "I'll bet with you too. I bet on Black Xia to win, with the same stakes." "And me." Qi Shoran then spoke, "I'll bet with you too, also betting on Heijia to win, with the same stakes." "No problem." Qin Chang'an said, "I accept your wager." The crowd in the square was all incredibly excited. They didn't believe Louis could win either, but for them, that wasn't the point. The point was that this year's Wulong competition was truly one thrilling event after another, making their long journey worthwhile. Black Impermanence looked again at the people from other cities around the arena and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to participate?" This time, the people from other cities were all very tempted. They did not participate in the previous bet between Qin Chang'an and Black Wuchang because the risk was too high, but this time is different. They don't think there is any risk in this bet, or rather, they all believe that Black Xia has a high chance of winning. A bet with almost no risk, and the chance to earn energy stones, why not? What's there to be afraid of? As for whether this would offend Lutu City, good. If it were Lutu City from 3 years ago, they might have been cautious. But now, Lutu City has declined, and it is very likely that after this Wulong competition, the lineage of the Lutu City Lord will lose its qualification. There's really nothing to fear. Count me in. I bet on Black Xia to win, with the same wager. Count me in as well. I bet on Black Xia to win, with the same wager. Me too. I also bet on Black Xia to win, with the same wager. People from numerous cities spoke up, and not a single city was an exception. After all, those are 10 energy stones, and they can be easily earned. Who wouldn't want to earn them? At this point, an unprecedented scene appeared. Lutu City in Wulong County placed bets on 16 cities other than Yongqing City. Such a thing has never happened in the history of Wulong County. Seeing all the cities join in, Qin Chang'an's face was brimming with a radiant smile. Except for Yongqing City, which didn't come, all the other cities were betting against Letta City. Each city wagered 10 energy stones, and with 16 cities participating, that made a total of 160 energy stones. His wish to fill a large sack with energy stones was about to come true. He Wuchang's face was also full of smiles. All the cities are involved, which shows that everyone is optimistic about Blacksha. However, that's not the main point. The key is that after the bet is over, each city will owe him a favor, as it was he who made it easy for the major cities to earn 10 energy stones. You little brat, all the cities are involved. Do you dare to take it? Black Wuchang laughed loudly. I'm still saying the same thing. Qin Chang'an also laughed and said, why wouldn't I dare? I accept the wager for all the cities. As soon as he finished speaking, excited voices began to echo across the square. Awesome! Regardless of the final outcome, the courage to face 16 opponents alone is truly admirable. Definitely awesome, but let's hope it doesn't end up being foolish. You know nothing. Does the final result have anything to do with us? We just need to enjoy the spectacle. Exactly. We're here to watch the excitement, and having something lively to see is what matters. The crowd in the square was all incredibly excited. Why did they go through the trouble of traveling such a long way? It was all to watch the spectacle. Not to mention whether this year's Wulong competition is exciting, just the bet between Latu City, Black Star City, and the other 16 cities has already made their trip worthwhile. Quiet. Xiao Dao's voice echoed on the stage, and there was a trace of regret on his face. If possible, he would also like to participate, as he believes Blacksha has a great chance of winning. The reason is not only because Lu Yi is too young, but also because cultivation is a gradual process. No matter how extraordinary one's talent for cultivation is, it still requires time to accumulate. Young, no, it should be said, as immature as Lu Yi is, how strong can his strength truly be? But unfortunately, as the Lord of Wulong County, he could not get involved in this matter and could only watch helplessly. The next moment, the crowd who had been discussing suddenly fell silent in unison. You little brat, you agreed so readily. The voice of Black Impermanence sounded again. 10 energy stones for one city. 16 cities would be 160 energy stones. Can you come up with that many energy stones? Don't lose and then fail to pay up later. Old geezer, that's none of your concern. Qin Chang'an said calmly without a hint of embarrassment. Since I dared to accept the bet, I can afford to pay. Black Impermanence no longer paid attention to Qin Chang'an. He looked at Heijia and said, this battle is no longer just about victory or defeat. It also concerns the wager between Latu City and the 16 cities. Do not be careless, understand? Yes, Lord. Heijia responded. Lu Yi, there's no need to worry about the wager. Qin Chang'an's voice followed. You just need to perform at your normal level. Trust me, you won't lose. Even if you do lose in the end, it doesn't matter. At most, we'll just compensate them with some energy stones. Lu Yi nodded slightly and then let out a long breath. It turned out that Qin Chang'an's bet with other cities had indeed put some pressure on him. After all, it involved a full 160 energy stones, which was no small amount. However, what Qin Chang'an said suddenly eased the pressure in his heart. Not for any other reason, but simply because Qin Chang'an had great confidence in him and believed he could win. Xiao Dao, Heijia, and everyone present were utterly speechless. They really couldn't figure out where Qin Chang'an's confidence came from. However, what Qin Chang'an said suddenly made them realize one thing: they still didn't know what cultivation level Lu Yi had. Because they didn't think Lu Yi was a participant, none of them had paid attention to Lu Yi's cultivation level. Moreover, when Lu Yi stepped onto the stage, they were too shocked by his youth to observe his cultivation level. But thinking about it, Lu Yi should be at the warrior realm cultivation level. After all, this is a competition for the warrior realm. Lu Yi might even be at the peak of the warrior realm. Otherwise, with a cultivation level weaker than Heijia's, where would Qin Chang'an's confidence and assurance come from? Seeing that Qin Chang'an and Black Impermanence had no intention of speaking further, Xiao Dao decisively gave the order. That's good. The 5th round of the Wulong competition in the warrior realm begins now. Lu Yi, bloom. Qin Chang'an then said in his heart. Everyone underestimated Lu Yi, but this time, he was going to slap everyone in the face hard. Yes, Lord. Boom, boom. A surge of momentum suddenly erupted from both Lu Yi and Heijia. Judging by the momentum, both Lu Yi and Heijia were at the peak of the warrior realm, and Lu Yi's aura was in no way weaker than Heijia's. If anything, it was even slightly stronger. Hiss. Sounds of people gasping in shock echoed one after another across the square. Everyone's faces were filled with intense disbelief. Although they had already guessed that Lu Yi was at the peak of the warrior realm, when their speculation was confirmed, they were still deeply shocked. After all, Lu Yi's age was simply too young. However, despite their shock, they still didn't believe Lu Yi could defeat Heijia, because a person's strength is not only related to their cultivation but also to their martial skills and experience. For Lu Yi to have elevated his cultivation to the peak of the war general realm at such a young age was already incredibly astonishing. How much time could he have had to study martial skills and improve his combat experience? The next moment, Lu Yi and Heijia collided. Heijia, eager to win and driven by Black Imperman's orders, launched relentless attacks, each strike aimed directly at Lu Yi's head. Lu Yi, on the other hand, remained steady and methodical, countering every move with an impenetrable defense. In just a short time, Heija and Lu Yi had exchanged over 100 moves. Throughout the entire process, not only did Heija fail to gain any advantage, but he couldn't even force Lu Yi to retreat half a step. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the square were filled with odd expressions. The fight between Heija and Lu Yi looked just like an adult fighting a child. No, it wasn't just like it actually was. But not only could Heija, the adult, do nothing to Lu Yi, the child, he didn't even gain the slightest advantage. He Wuchang, and Yushu, Qi Xiuran, and the other lords of the major cities frowned slightly. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts see the subtleties. Their focus was not on the fight between the adult and the child, but on the confrontation between Heija and Lu Yi. From the earlier exchange, they were astonished to discover that not only was Lu Yi's strength no weaker than Heija's, but even his combat experience was on par with, if not slightly superior to, Heija's. This could be seen from Lu Yi's calm and composed responses, while Heija's attacks appeared somewhat disorganized. This incident also caused their confidence in Heija to waver uncontrollably. As the saying goes, what you fear most is what comes. Just as a wave of worry arose in the hearts of the major city lords like He Wuchang, and Yushu, Qi Xiuran, and others, the very scene they didn't want to see unfolded. Heija, eager for victory, launched relentless attacks. If he can defeat Lu Yi in a short time, this mindset would not be an issue. But if he cannot defeat Lu Yi in a short time, this mindset will become a big problem. At present, Hei's situation falls into the latter category. After prolonged attacks without success, his mindset becomes increasingly restless. But the most taboo thing in battle is impatience, and Heija exposed a flaw because he was too impatient. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his hand to block Heija's incoming punch, then quickly advanced a few steps and delivered a fierce shoulder strike. Accompanied by a dull thud, Lu Yi's shoulder firmly collided with Heija's chest. Immediately, a cry of pain burst out from Blackja's mouth. He was seen flying backward like a kite with a broken string, and while in midair, a stream of blood shot out from his mouth. He flew several meters before finally falling from the air and landing heavily on the edge of the arena. Hiss! This scene made everyone in the square involuntarily gasp in shock. They all favored Heija and doubted Lu Yi, even believing that this competition would end with Heija's overwhelming victory. But what they didn't expect was that Lu Yi not only blocked Heija's relentless attacks but also didn't retreat even half a step. He even seized an opportunity to shoulder strike Heija, almost eliminating him from the match. The lords of major cities, including He Wuchang, and Yushu, and Qi Xiuran, were all startled by this scene. It should be noted that according to the rules of the Wulong competition, defeat means loss, surrender means loss, and falling off the stage also means loss. This caused their hearts to leap to their throats when Heija was sent flying by Lu Yi. Fortunately, Blacksha was relatively lucky and did not fall off the arena but landed on the edge of it. Otherwise, Blacksha would have lost this match due to the rules of the Wulong competition, and they would have had to fulfill the bet by giving Qin Chang'an 10 energy stones, especially Black Wuchang, who was utterly terrified, because if others lost, they would only lose 10 energy stones, but if he lost, he would also lose his dignity. Here's my chance. However, Black Wuchang, and Yushu, Qi Xiuran, and the lords of various major cities did not relax their hearts hanging in their throats just because Blacksha did not fall off the arena. Their hearts remained tightly suspended in their throats. At this moment, the situation was very unfavorable for Heija, and they no longer had much confidence that Heija could win the next battle. Bang! Qin Chang'an, Zhang Zhong, and Yi Qingwu were all full of smiles. Because with Lu Yi injuring Heija, the scales of victory had already tipped in Lu Yi's favor. After landing a successful strike, Lu Yi did not hesitate in the slightest. He stepped forward a few paces, and his feet turned into streaks of afterimages, shooting violently toward Heija. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Right now, Heija is injured, undoubtedly presenting an opportunity to hit a man when he's down. This battle concerns not only the wager of 160 energy stones but also the safety of Lu Tu City. He must seize the chance to eliminate Heija quickly and secure victory in this fight. At this moment, Heija is struggling to get back on his feet, but just now, Lu Yi's shoulder not only made his chest ribs ache painfully but also left his chest feeling very stuffy, making it difficult to breathe, so much so that he failed to stand up after several attempts. However, Heija eventually managed to stand up, but by then it was already too late. Just as he stood up, Lu Yi had already arrived. Fu-hoo fist! A light shout burst out from Lu Yi's mouth. His lowered right hand shot up like lightning, striking toward the just standing Heija with unstoppable speed. At the same time, a somewhat ethereal tiger head appeared on Lu Yi's fist, a sign of having cultivated the subduing tiger fist to perfection. At this moment, Heija had just stood up and had not yet steadied himself. He wanted to strike back, but he couldn't launch an effective counterattack. In his haste, he could only raise his arm to block in front of his chest. The next moment, another dull thud suddenly echoed. It was the sound of Lu Yi's fist landing squarely on Heija's arm, which was shielding his chest. At the same time, a crisp cracking sound rang out. It was the sound of Black Black Sha's arm bone being shattered by Lu Yi's punch. As mentioned earlier, this battle was not only about the wager of 160 energy stones but also concerned the safety of Lu-Tu City. Moreover, Lu Yi had no goodwill toward Black Star City, so he held nothing back in his attack. Immediately after, Black Sha, who had just stood up and hadn't yet steadied himself, was sent flying once again. This time, he flew straight out of the ring's bounds, heading toward the crowd watching around the ring, then crashed into the spectators, knocking over several people and causing chaos in that area. He actually won. The crowd watching in the square was dumbfounded one by one. Before this, none of them believed Lu Yi could win this fight. It wasn't until Lu Yi shoulder-checked Heijia away that their opinions began to change slightly. But what they didn't expect was that just as their thoughts started to shift, Lu Yi seized the opportunity and knocked Heijia off the arena with a single punch, ending the battle and securing the victory. The faces of the various city lords, including He Wuchang, and Yushu, and Qi Xiuran, turned somewhat grim. They had thought they could easily win 10 energy stones, but unexpectedly, they lost 10 energy stones outright. Bang! Especially Black Impermanence, his expression looked even worse, because he not only lost 10 energy stones but also his dignity. Crunch! Lu Yi glanced at Heijia, who had fallen into the crowd, then turned to Qin Chang'an and said, "Lord, mission accomplished. Lu Yi, well done." Qin Chang'an burst into hearty laughter, his handsome face brimming with a radiant smile, because with the conclusion of this battle, he could truly fill sacks with energy stones. Lord, the crowd in the square was instantly drawn to Lu Yi's address. Even Xiao Yi Dao was no exception. Lu Yi addressed Qin Chang'an as the Lord, not the young lord. Doesn't this mean that this good-for-nothing Qin Chang'an has actually become the Lord of Letta City? Chang'an, did Brother Qin pass the lordship to you? Xiao Yi asked in surprise. Yes, County Lord. Qin Chang'an explained, my master finds it inconvenient to handle affairs, so before we set out to participate in the Wulong Grand Competition, he passed the position of Lord to me. He also asked me to report this to you. Xiao Yi Dao nodded. Although he is the governor of Wulong County, overseeing 18 cities within the county, the internal affairs of each city are independently managed by their respective lords, including the transfer of the lordship. Therefore, Qin Shan passing the position of Lord of Letta City to Qin Chang'an is something no one can object to. Now I announce. Xiao Yi Dao loudly declared, the 5th match of the Wulong competition in the warrior realm Lu-Tu City advances. Black Star City is eliminated. Next, we will hold the 6th match of the Wulong competition in the warrior realm. Princess, please wait a moment, there are still some procedures that haven't been completed yet. As soon as Xiao Yi Dao finished speaking, Qin Chang'an's voice followed. Upon hearing what Qin Chang'an said, the crowd in the square instantly realized that the procedure he referred to was the bet. Their faces lit up with anticipation, as collecting the stakes was also a form of entertainment. Xiao Yi Dao also realized this and, after a brief hesitation, nodded his head. The expressions of the city lords, including He Wuchang, and Yushu, and Qi Xiuran, turned somewhat grim. They originally intended to take this opportunity to win 10 energy stones, but unexpectedly lost 10 energy stones. What kind of situation is this? As for not fulfilling the bet, they had considered it, but quickly suppressed the thought. I see. The bet was something they voluntarily participated in, and it was done in front of Xiao Yi Dao and so many people from Wulong County. If they refused to honor the bet, they would earn a reputation for being untrustworthy. Where would their dignity go then? At this moment, and Yushu, Qi Xiuran, and other city lords were simultaneously cursing in their hearts. They were not only venting their frustration over losing 10 energy stones but also cursing He Wuchang. If it weren't for He Wuchang inviting them to participate in the bet with Qin Chang'an, how could they have lost 10 energy stones? But the matter was already settled, and even if they cursed He Wuchang to the point of utter disgrace, it was already too late. Moreover, Black Impermanence only invited them to participate in the bet and did not force them to join. It was their desire to earn 10 energy stones that made them agree, so now that they've lost the bet, they can't really blame Black Impermanence for anything. Seeing Xiao Yi Dao nod, Qin Chang'an stood up, looked at Black Impermanence, and said with a smile, old thing, sorry, I won. Black Impermanence remained silent with a dark expression. I'm neither blind nor stupid. Do you really need to say it? Also, where is there even a hint of embarrassment on your smug face? Old man, you were the one who proposed the bet, and you were the one who demanded that the wager be fulfilled immediately after this competition. Everyone present here is a witness. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Qin Chang'an added. Little brat, did I ever say I was going to go back on the bet? Black Wu Chang retorted with a dark expression. However, his words seemed somewhat insincere. If possible, he would absolutely refuse to fulfill the bet, but unfortunately, he couldn't avoid it. Otherwise, he would earn a reputation for being untrustworthy, and not only would his own name be tarnished, but the reputation of Black Star City would also be ruined. That's good. Qin Chang'an nodded and stepped forward toward Black Wu Chang. Watching Qin Chang'an approach, Black Wu Chang's face was full of frustration. Damn it! This time, he not only lost 10 energy stones but also completely lost face. Moreover, his intention in inviting other cities to participate in the bet was to make them owe him a favor. In the end, not only did he fail to gain any favor, over, but he also dragged the other cities down with him. This was undoubtedly a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice, suffering a double loss. Although the lords of the major cities didn't say anything, it can be imagined that they are surely cursing him in their hearts right now. After all, those were 10 energy stones, not just 10 worthless stones from the roadside. Soon, Qin Chang'an walked up to He Wuchang. He casually flipped his hand, and a large burlap sack appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he opened the sack and, smiling at Black Impermanence, said, "Old man, time to fulfill the bet." Seeing the large burlap sack in Qin Chang'an's hand, the crowd in the square was stunned. Energy stones are precious items, treasured by many, and you're actually using a burlap sack to carry them? Moreover, you can produce a burlap sack out of thin air, which means you have a storage ring. Wouldn't it be much more convenient to store the energy stones directly in the storage ring? Why deliberately use a burlap sack to disgust people? Put. Yi Qingwu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Big sister Yi, what are you laughing at?" Louis asked curiously. "I'm laughing because the Lord's action is just too wicked," Yi Qingwu explained softly. Louis nodded slightly and said, "I also think the Lord's action is quite bad, but it feels very satisfying." Indeed, very satisfying. Zhang Zhong and Yi Qingwu nodded in agreement simultaneously. He Wuchang was disgusted to the core by Qin Chang'an's act of taking out the big sack, but he couldn't say anything and could only throw 10 energy stones into the big sack with a darkened face. "Old man, do you still think my Lutu city has no one?" Qin Chang'an asked with a smile. Black Impermanence's mouth twitched violently a few times but ignored Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an continued, "Old man, your people can't even beat a little kid. Can I suspect that your Black Star city has no one? Otherwise, how could they not even beat a little kid? You little brat, that's enough." Swish. Black Impermanence glared at Qin Chang'an, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive and tear him apart. The smile on Qin Chang'an's face was utterly infuriating, and his words were like knives, stabbing at his heart again and again. If he could, he would have slapped Qin Chang'an to death. But unfortunately, this was the princess's city, and it was still during the Wulong competition. He could only think about it in his heart. The crowd in the square, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Previously, Black Impermanence said Louis was just a little kid and used this to claim that Letu City had no one of worth. Now, Qin Chang'an questions whether Black Star City has anyone of worth by pointing out that Black Shu couldn't defeat Louis. This is not just a slap in the face but also a blow to the heart. Considering that you lost 10 energy stones to me and made the other cities lose 10 energy stones to me as well, let's leave it at that. Qin Chang'an sprinkled salt on Black Impermanence's wound, casually sowed discord between Black Star City and the other cities, and then walked with small steps toward the people from the other cities. Oh, Black Impermanence was so infuriated by Qin Chang'an that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, but he had no way to retaliate. After all, what Qin Chang'an said was the truth, and he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. Next, Qin Chang'an carried a large sack and walked around the arena, collecting all the bets. Then, he hoisted the sack filled with energy stones and headed toward the location of Lutu City. During the process of collecting bets, Qin Chang'an said nothing further, simply holding the large sack to gather the wagers. He retorted against Black Impermanence because Black Impermanence had mocked him several times. If he argued back with Black Impermanence, the people present wouldn't think much of it. However, the other cities were merely participating in the bet and hadn't said anything. If he were to argue with the other cities, it would seem overly aggressive. Returning to the location of Lutu City, Qin Chang'an stored the large sack into his storage ring and sat back in his seat. Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately continued hosting the Wulong competition. "Lord, with so many energy stones, we in Lutu City no longer need to worry about running out of energy stones." Zhang Zhong's face was full of excitement. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the large sack of energy stones Qin Chang'an had taken out earlier was all fake. "Old Zhang, your vision is a bit narrow," Qin Chang'an said. "The large sack isn't even full yet, and you're already satisfied?" Zhang Zhong, Yi Qingwu, and Louis were momentarily stunned. Is this being narrow-minded, or are you just insatiable? But for some reason, after hearing Qin Chang'an say this, they also wanted to fill a big sack with energy stones.